that where you had to have like optics design where you needed to have like certain speeds of light, like and dependable like standards for instrumentation and stuff like that, or
I don't know. I wouldn't think so, but maybe.
it's weird if you like look at like the development of camera lenses like from I don't know like the 1800s or that like to now. It's like they were going for a while just off of like equations and practical, I guess, trial and error things. And then at a certain point, they started like being able to use computers to design them, and things changed radically from there on. But yeah, it's like yeah, lenses are some complicated things, just like to fabricate and then to reproduce for like a couple million copies of it, and make them standard.
Yeah, I wonder what the first lenses were like. I'd imagine that maybe people found a way to like polish some really clear quartz crystal or something. Just found a glass rock, and they look just like a
Like
clear glassy rock, and maybe polish that down into some shape for fun, and then realized, hey, whoa, this is affecting. And when I look through it, it's like a magnifying glass, or everything's kind of distorted or something.
yeah. Well, I think like different types of glass are going to have, or different types of crystal are going to have different ability to collimate the light at equal speed for each color. So I know that they did use like fluorite early on for like spyglass, like telescopes, and for
Yeah, yeah,
navigation.
totally.
It's like fluorite has a really good light. It's like it's actually it's better than any kind of glass that we can manufacture. But they do make like even like simulated fluorite for like some modern Canon lenses. They use that for that.
Yeah, I got a really cool piece of fluorite called optical fluorite. It's cut into like a parallelogram sort of prism, and
Okay,
it has
right.
this really cool effect to where whatever like so what you do is you get like a
It's
newspaper or a book and you hold it on top of the page of text,
right.
and it actually shows you like a perfectly like it doubles the image, like you see like a letter T and then you see an equally dark letter T next to it. It like splits the light into like two perfect like separate displays.
Oh
It's really
wow.
trippy. It's cool crystal. But it would probably have less of an effect if it was cut into more like a cube than like a slanted prism, you know? It's probably just part of its like the way it's cut. And
Wow.
fluorite's a really easy stone to shape because it's really soft, and it like dissolves in water. Right. So if you just like get a wet piece of sandpaper or
Oh
something,
yes.
you can like polish it down really easily yourself.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, yeah, because I was wondering how they knew how to work with it. But yeah, so fluorite I think is called fluorite because of its proximity to Florence, which is
It's, I didn't know that.
and I think that that's what they were. So they were so, but it became the like in Florence. I think they were sending out a lot of like merchants and stuff on trade ships, and that was a place where they have like a deposit of I guess fairly optical clear fluorite to make into lenses. At least that's what I recall from researching it a bunch of years ago.
Nice, dude. I never realized that a connection to fluor. I knew I had a connection to fluoride because it's like fluoride is derived from fluoride crystals to a large degree. But I never realized. I mean, I should have just thinking about it. But thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, Florence. That's crazy. Florence, Italy, right?
Yeah, and so that's like probably one of the, that's a really big, the Medici, it's, I guess, the Italian Renaissance, I guess, like all that stuff was going on. There was like I think a lot of money in having good glass, to like
Yeah.
make navigation, easy. And
Speaking of words being related, um, one of those other like types of crystals that's just named after like where you find it on Earth. Which, by the way, is just so funny that like only like certain crystals only appear on certain in certain places, on Earth. It's really strange, like you might think that all crystals exist everywhere, just maybe like in spread out pieces, but no, I mean as far as people can tell, like different countries have their own different crystals and they don't occur anywhere else besides that place. Which is just crazy, except for like quartz, which is literally everywhere. Everyone has quartz, but only Tanzania has tanzanite, right? And of course, it wasn't called that, but just another one of those Florence fluoride sort of things. Tanzania has a special mineral that grows there, and they call it tanzanite. It's so
Tanzania,
cool, Yeah,
it is
there's
it
more
is cool.
common
Yeah,
crystals, but yeah,
yeah, and there's things, I guess, that do occur in multiple locations. Um,
hmm
but there's some really like yeah, like yeah, there's some really special ones. Though I guess there's no identical deposit found in other places.
sure. And I heard you say, Florence merchants, and you're talking about them like having their shipping trade and stuff like that. And I
Yeah.
don't know if I don't know if you've connected the word merchant to anything else before, but uh, stop me if you have. But the same mer in merchant is the same mer as in mermaid or
Mermaid.
marines or maritime, right? A merchant is a
Right.
salesman of the sea. That's why he's got the
Yes.
mer,
Right.
the murky depths of the ocean.
He's chanting. He's a merchant. I don't know, what does that mean. What is that?
I don't know. Yeah,
Chant.
I
I
don't
don't
know
know
the chant part.
how that
Well,
works. But,
I
no.
think it's more of like I think it's more of a merch, like, and then an aunt, like,
Oh,
because
right. A
the word,
merchant.
the suffix or whatever aunt
Gotcha.
is, to me, it sort of means like individual unit or something. Like
Hmm?
aunt is very similar to like unit, you know?
Giant ant, merch ant, big merch. I got lots of merch ant.
Giant. They were part of a maritime trade, which is like the Navy, right? Because GI ants are giants, right, Dan?
Yep, yep. A men of older renowned, a giant group was like 1,500 or more.
That fragment of a joke goes back, I guess, about 3 years or something like that. I just had to go for it, but yeah,
I find it really,
amazing.
Yeah, guy ants, merch ants, plants. You never know.
Wow.
I do find it really interesting when just studying like official etymology that there's a proposed like root words that we think existed 8,000 BC that are basically still the same exact like pronunciation and stuff as we have in our own language. Like the word break. We say the word break in English, and it has the meaning of like destroying or shattering something, right? And when you look up these like super ancient root words of the Proto-Indo-Europeans,
Okay.
you'll be told that they had a word that meant to shatter or tear apart, to break, and
Right.
they said breg. So all they did was change the G into a K over the past like 10,000 years. All that's happened is that a G turned into a K, And that's even more like crazy when you realize that like G and K, you make the sound of them like Guy versus Kai, or gear versus kier or something like that. You make you like the same part of your throat flexes in order to produce a G or a K sound. You know,
Okay.
so basically, it's been the same word with the same meaning for the past 10,000 years. It's like it's just crazy how what do you call that? Like how enduring, that a word can be. Also, like mom or anything that's like ma or mama or ma'am or ama or anything
Right.
like that. Like
Mhm.
it's just crazy how old of a tradition that
Right.
is. You
I've
know?
heard it like argued that like that mom and that ma is related to the fact that like you have to kind of make the same shape with your lips to like nurse. So like it's something like you know what I'm saying?
I
Like
yeah,
to like
I can like use my imagination. Yeah.
as a baby, yeah. Baby, you're familiar with breasts anyway. Yeah, ma. Anyway, so that's
Well,
interesting.
the thing is, I mean, I see what you're saying. I've never heard this before, but I see what you're saying.
Right.
And so there's something called uh, bilabial uh, bilabial consonants or bilabial letters, and so like
Right.
labia means
Yeah.
lip,
Right.
and that and like
Right.
B and P are interchangeable, so it's like
Right.
either lab or lip is
They're
the same thing.
bilabial. Those are bilabial plosives because they. Yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and
Phonology.
and so and so yeah, phonology, exactly, man. You're with it. So M, B, and P are the three bilabial consonants, and and probably the easiest one to make would just be like the ma, or like ma. It's pretty much the simplest sound you can make involving a consonant. Like you can just open your mouth and go ah, or you can start from a closed position and go ma. It's like the
Right.
easiest sound you can make.
You're kind of gating the sound, but you're because it's just like one sound origin, like of the vowel sound, kind of coming from the diaphragm and the esophagus or whatever, and then you're just kind of like opening and closing your mouth like with this way. But right, that's a small amount of muscles to control. Like the smaller you would figure, like
Exactly.
the easier to control, and then therefore the most like elementary to you would have in development or whatever. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also the
It's going to be
same sort of
inherited a little bit too, right? Like over generations, this will be kind of like baked into the cake, sort of a little bit, you know.
yeah, absolutely. And what you said about nursing is like, well, nursing is like activating the top and bottom lip to come together. Like trying to make an M position. So it
Yeah, that's I was
I
trying
see
to
what you're
make that
saying there.
point. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and then that's like, uh, like for any animals that do that activity, it's like an ingraining, like neuron activating experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what do they
For it to
call it?
want to.
Neuroplasticity, right? It's like the more times you do something, the more
Mhm.
times that same route is taken by your brain signals or whatever.
Right, and especially like you're just like a newborn, you're all gooey or whatever.
Yeah, your sponge.
Right. Right. So, I mean, I guess there's some reason why that's so heavily ingrained, and therefore the rest of the structure of language kind of like follows somewhat of a suit around it. You know what I mean? If certain things, like, kind of, this is obvious.
That's a yeah.
This is a ma. That's what that is. We know. It's like,
Uh, and then like I was saying, it's a BP and BP and M that are like the three bilabial consonants, and then so BP and M, you got the ma, then you got what's the second easiest thing to make? It's a pa, papa, mama, right? And then some people instead of papa say baba, right? So yeah, it's all there. It's kind of poetic though. It's like it seems a little like too. like cohesive to be like not meant to be. It's like a sort of intelligent design of sorts, you know?
Yeah, I mean that's true. Like there's a certain amount of sounds that are actually just capable with the physiology that we have given. You know, I mean, unless we start all communicating like Michael Winslow from Police Academy 5, and we can just like make sound effects, to like, whatever, and just quote everything. But until such point, right, we'll just use language as it is, and
Yeah.
it's
It's
yeah,
it's super interesting though that like if you want to, so humans, we can like run the furthest without stopping. So it's like, oh, like we sweat real well, and um like we have like good like heat management of our body, and so that's one thing that you can give us. But of course, we don't have claws or fangs or whatever. So, we can't claim to be the best, barehanded fighters. We can't claim to be the longest jumpers or the highest jumpers or the fiercest punchers or kickers or whatever. But what we can say is that, and we're not even the fastest runners, but you know what? We are the longest distance runners. So that's one thing you can give us. And then there's two things that I'd also like to, give us first place trophy for. And that's that we have the most expressive face and we have the most expressive throat. We're capable of making the most amount of sounds and facial expressions. Very communicative type of things. And we're also the best communicators probably for those reasons. And more probably. But I mean, if you've ever seen like a professional beatboxer, it's like a miracle. It's like, wow,
That's
humans
actually
can.
one of the reasons. That's actually one of the reasons why they fight for us not coming from monkeys or apes or whatever. Because no matter what you did, you could never get an ape to make the sounds that we make because his whole shit is just set up. There's no evolutional transitional phase to where you could have like half made that happen or something. You know what I mean? Our voice from a monkey's. Our throats aren't the same. They can eat. They can eat in their airway like they're not going to die from asphyxiation because they don't choke on food because their whole shit's not set up the same. It's two different airways. It's two different.
Jeremy, Planet of the Apes, bro. They talked in that, man.
I got you there. They talk in that movie.
No, he didn't
Checkmate.
get me there. What?
Checkmate, bro.
Checkmate.
Jeremy, are you talking about?
Yeah, that's a Hollywood checkmate. Happens all the time.
Jeremy, are you talking about something that you read in a book? Because I think I read the same thing, and I just can't remember the author's name right now. He's that Catholic dude.
Well, I mean, this is just how.
Oh, that narrows it down, buddy. That Catholic dude. Wow.
This is. It's just the anatomy of a monkey or an ape or whatever, right? They don't. That's why they can't make these sounds. Their throat's not set up like ours, and there's no like midway point to where this could have like half happened or something. Like it's a whole different system. That then there's no like transition. There's nothing you could think of to have this transitional phase over
Imagine
to
the
way our throats are.
Yeah, imagine how weird all those things would sound. Like trying to get to the point where we are now with language and sounds with our throat and stuff. Like imagine how weird the other millions of what should be missing links would sound like.
You know what's funny though,
Right.
Trevor?
So again with some of those things, it's just weird that they all come in one package. The human. It's like you don't really see, like I don't see any reason whatsoever that we're like the only things on two legs. It's like, why isn't that a more common design? It's very useful. Like,
Hold on, Kosho's about to battle me on this evolution thing with the monkey throats. Let's hear it.
No. I mean, but by the way, you know what's funny about what you said? Fundamental. You know, what's that guy's name? Diogenes, that Greek philosopher. Supposedly, Plato was like teaching this lesson or something, and he said he's classifying humans as hairless,
Feather, yeah,
bipedal. Yeah,
featherless and bipedal is the definition of a human or whatever. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. And then he
I've come
brought a
across it
chicken.
before.
He brought in a chicken. He just ripped the feathers off of it and brought in the chicken. He said that's a man. But yeah, but that
That's hilarious.
there's ostriches and there's a few of them. But the story according to evolution was something to do with like living in swamp lands or something, and it caused them to have to stand upright or something like that. Something lame like that. But the thing you were saying, Jeremy, it's not really an evolutionary addition or something. I think because I saw something that said something about the like the noises that apes can make, like the loud noises. There's some structure in their throats that allow them to make these like fucking crazy noises, and basically we just lack that, which gives us the ability to it gives us like more range to vocalize things, I suppose. So it's not like an addition of something;
Yeah.
it's a lack of something.
I know, but draw a few diagrams of how this would the transitional phase would be over from how monkey throats work to how our throats work.
There's just something missing. There's a thing that's missing. That's it. Yeah.
Well, it's a whole different.
Explain how the language gets created or evolved. That's really what I was getting at.
That's an amazing part. But go ahead, Harley.
In him saying, "Well, we're missing something that the monkey has." Well, why? So then, why is it missing? Like, why didn't it evolve versus it's something that's lacking?
That's usually what happens in evolution. Is something there's some mutation, which normally would be detrimental or at most benign, but in this case it turns out to be useful. But regardless, the language thing, that's another hypothesis. It's called the cognitive trade-off hypothesis. Is basically saying like how our brains, they were studying these chimps, and they saw that they have a way better short-term memory than we do. Like they can show them a picture instantly, and they'll remember where everything was on the sheet, and they'll be able to point them out and everything.
Yeah, I've heard about that before.
Yeah, and it's also to say that we've basically traded that portion of the brain for things like the frontal cortex and like language and abstract thought and that sort of stuff.
Well, I mean,
yeah, that's
just to put something clearly, it's just that different primates and us have different specialties. We have different specialties, and if we could combine us all, we'd be the perfect primate. But unfortunately, we're all sort of specialized in our talents.
Yeah, but look at the evolution of the human language. I mean, if you go back even to when Shakespeare was alive in the UK, right? People in the United Kingdom at the moment, even in London, yeah, if you take them back to when Shakespeare was alive, they wouldn't be able to communicate. They wouldn't be able to talk to each other because the language is so different now.
We'd figure it out. I mean, especially if you're only 5 years old or 7 years old or something. You just figure it out. Being in the environment, listening to people talk around you. Maybe hard for you and I in our older years to adjust, but a kid can pick up any language.
I don't know, because I remember when I was in high school, right, and my parents moved to the north of Scotland, right, and our school teacher gave us a Rabbie Burns poem, right. Now Rabbie Burns is from the south of Scotland, right, and I'm sitting there and I'm looking at it and I'm reading it and no problem at all, right? I knew exactly what the whole thing said, right? But the rest of the kids in the class didn't have a clue, yeah? They didn't know how to read it and they didn't know how to say the words either, right? And even when the teacher got me to stand up and read the poem, the kids still didn't understand the poem.
Wait. What are you telling us here? That what was different about you than the other kids? You grew up somewhere else?
Yeah, it's a different area.
Okay. So what are you saying?
I'm just saying, the evolution of the human language evolves really quickly.
Also very slowly, like I was saying, like there's like 10,000 BC or whatever, they, linguists, etymologists or whatever say that the Proto-Indo-Europeans had a word that meant to break, and they said breg, and all that's changed in 12,000 years is just a change from a G to a K, and now it's breck or break instead of breg. So in some ways it's the fastest evolving thing, and in other ways it's the most lingering thing that's unchanged. So it's complicated.
Well, I think comparing English though with older languages is not really that fair, because English is like a cocktail bastardization of a lot of languages put together. Where like Latin will be fairly consistent, and even a lot of Romantic languages will stay consistent even with Latin. But English is like, Latin, and then also Greek and German and all these things put together.
The English is the vast majority of English is made up from German and French words.
Yeah. That's why there's a lot of German stuff and Latin stuff, and they're sort of like, some of them are very different. Yeah. But like Vinod's father.
Go ahead.
No. So go ahead.
I consider English to be I'm a native English speaker, and I think it's been to my benefit in so many ways that no other language has any chance of like being benefiting the individual when it comes to like studying etymology. Because like when I looked up all these ancient words, it's like English. There's going to be one word in it that like is going to relate to this other culture. Like I don't know really how to explain myself, but I think
I
that
know
an
what you mean.
English speaker, like he's going to have an easier time like studying etymology, because the words he uses are coming from so many different areas that he has like more like perspectives to approach it from. Like he's casting a wider net when it comes to relating to the words he already knows versus these roots of ancient times that he doesn't know. Because I can kind of relate to the Greek roots, but also the German roots. It's like, well, a French speaker is only going to relate to the Latin roots, while I can relate to the French, Latin, Greek, Sanskrit, German roots as an English speaker. I feel like I'm better off that way studying etymology, speaking English.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I'll see these root words and be like, oh, that's like that one word I know. Because, in English, you understand that like there's weird rules. It makes it the hardest language to learn as a second language, where it's like, okay, there's the word phone, so it's an F, right? No, it's a PH. But if you understand like a little bit of the history of it, you're like, oh, well, that's gonna have like Greek roots, when it's like a PH that makes an F sound, or it's gonna be Latin if it has an F or something, It's like those kids when they're in the spelling bee in America, and they're like, can you language of origin, please, or culture of origin, whatever, right?
Oh yeah, right.
And it's like, I was about to say, spell it for me, but that's the contest. So you can't ask
Do you
for
spell? Yeah.
that.
Do you spell for me? Like, oh. No, but yeah, you're right about that, because what you said about it being the hardest language to learn. Yeah, so you're right. So it's like, by the fact that we do know it, we learned it, and it is made up of all these other languages. The more aware you are of of the origins, I suppose, and you kind of see where those words actually came from. You will have developed a wider range of
Association, I guess.
Yeah, especially I studied Latin also a long time ago, but doing that, even you learn you'll learn more. Like if you come across a word you've never heard before in English, it's based on a Latin word, you'll kind of understand the what it means because based on the root.
Uh-huh. One thing I plan on studying in the future is like Latin suffixes, because like you said you studied Latin, so like you've noticed how there's sort of like a root, and then there's like 12 different ways that same root can like end,
Yeah,
right? And they're not
conjugations.
quite and they're not quite the same as English. You know what I mean? Like they have their own sort of unique set of suffixes at the end, that English doesn't. English uses like ing, ed, tor,
Yeah,
stuff like that. But Latin has some really interesting, like untum or something like that. You're like untum. What kind of suffix is
Is it
that?
is it
yeah, because
Antarctica or Antarctica? Like tartar?
second one you
Antarctica?
said the latter one, but yeah, each word is conjugated based on if you're talking about who's doing it or who it's being done to. Um, like because they usually say like what a mas, a mont, a mamus, a montis, or something like that, and you got to memorize this because those are like the different ways of saying like I love, he loves,
Uh-huh.
you love, like all those differences.
But then there's other suffixes that are really interesting, like ism or ater, or you know what I mean, or ent. Like English has its own sort of interesting variety of suffixes too. I've just noticed that like when studying etymology, and it says coming from the Latin, like the previous Latin edition of this word earlier in time, it says like etum or etum or something like that. I'm like, oh wow, we have definitely not adopted that suffix, but that they got their whole interesting set. But we share a lot of them with it, kind of maybe, or I don't know, like ism perhaps is like a shared one. I don't know. I've never studied Latin really. I just find it really like you watch Harry Potter, right? All of their spells are in Latin, I
Oh
think,
yeah,
and you
yeah.
kind of see the similarity, but then there's this little like twist at the end of the word, you know, that that gives it that sort of magical wizard sort of pronunciation vibe to it.
Yeah, and all legal stuff. They always do legal stuff in Latin, and then I think all medical stuff is like all fucked
Yeah.
in Greek. I don't know why.
What? Well, I've heard. So English was like a form of German, right? But then it became um, let's this isn't historically accurate, but let's just say America became a thing and it was speaking English, but then it started like developing more like medical procedures and treatments and stuff like that, and we're like, okay, we don't have words in German English roots, to explain what we're talking about. But I have this, Latin dictionary here, and they've actually invented words that we haven't invented yet. So we could invent new words ourselves, or we could just use like these words that mean things that we've never given a word to that meaning before in our own language. So let's just adapt them because it seems like they already had like a really good like list of like biological terms. So for medicine or whatever, or we'll just borrow the Greek words because they already like created a whole system of words to refer to these things that we haven't yet.
That's what Hebrew had to do when it became a language again. They basically all the things like there's stuff that wasn't invented yet back then when it was a language, like telephone. They just took all the words from English. So if it's a modern word that didn't exist before, it's usually said in English.
Right on. So I just pulled up a suffix like a Latin suffix list, and yeah, it's super strange, It's like icus, right? Like uh icus and Ineus and Inus and Iosa and Isimus, like we just don't use these suffixes anymore. Otus, utus, osus, ops. Yeah, it's very interesting.
What does that stuff? I don't even know what any of that stuff means.
Let's see. So it says, aseus means resemblance. Alice means pertaining to. Arius means possessed by or connected to. Eris means pertaining to with some sort of special use case. Ascends is process of becoming, which seems like ascend or ascent or whatever. It's like growth and like enlightenment or whatever, the process of becoming something better, perhaps. Actus means similar to. Ella, it says diminutive. I don't completely understand what it's saying. Ensis means from a place or of a place. Ascends means, again, like becoming. So that's like a very similar one to the one above. Eta is another diminutive of some special case, I guess. Eus means resemblance in color or material. So yeah, it's just they have like a more detailed suffix system. So, and maybe this can really help when trying to write like legal legal documents, of like being super exact in what you are referring to, or whatever, you know.
That's interesting.
I'm sure there's traces of those in English. You know, I'm sure there's traces of them, but nothing I could easily piece together off the top of my head.
Well, that's the other thing, though, is like Latin is very like especially other languages, like the rules are strict. They're a lot more strict than English. In English, none of the rules are strict, and they all have contradictions.
Anomalies.
Yeah, you're like,
Yeah.
I before E, except after C, except in these words.
Yeah, there's really no rules you can teach someone, because even I after E except for after C like has anomalies itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like weird, or I'm sorry. No, I'm not gonna go into it. Be a waste of time.
Well, I mean, science is one example.
Sure, peace. No, it doesn't matter. We could probably off the top of our head find about like 12 or 15 of them, because they're pretty common words that don't follow that rule. I saw like a good YouTube short on I forgot the guy. I haven't seen him upload in a while. There was some guy doing like YouTube shorts or TikToks or whatever that were always about like funny language comedy skits that I was really enjoying. I haven't seen. Maybe he ran out of ideas or something. I haven't seen him in a while, but he had some really good ones.
Was it Pete Shea?
No. See, the thing is, some guy came into a conversation I was having about etymology and wordplay and stuff like that, and he's like, "Oh, you guys are doing this. This is a waste of your time. I've been down that hole. It doesn't get you anywhere." And I got to give it to him. It is a little bit like mental masturbation to just like have hour-long conversations about this, but
not just this topic.
Yeah, not that just this topic, but you know what? It really does come down to like personal enjoyment, because happiness is also something you should be after in life. And I've researched etymology and word connections enough and stuff like that to just kind of be like in a position of being bored, right? Like I'm like waiting in line at the DMV, and then I see a poster on the wall, and most people just read the poster and like absorb the literal information. But I might like see a word that I don't see used very often, and I might say, oh, like I might have some sort of realization looking at it because of my training that like most people wouldn't piece together, and I can kind of like fill in dull moments of my life if there's words around or I can just think of words. They're kind of I can be a little proud of myself for like making a connection, because it's just sort of a nice feeling when you realize like just like when you think about it as much as I do, like certain words are just going to spontaneously like pop into your head, and you'll like discover like a new connection that you hadn't thought of before. You're like, you know what, that was fun. All the like mental masturbation talk that really didn't get me anywhere. At least it led up to this moment, or these several moments throughout my life where it's just like, oh yeah, I spontaneously have like epiphanies or insights that just
Here's
kind
a
of
good
like.
way. I really agree with that, and here's a good way to apply it in our circles. Here's one way, is to say, hey, heliocentric believers, how do you think they got the word horizon? The base word is horizontal. You should look up etymology of words before you start using them.
Yeah, right on. We've done that
Unless, of
before,
course,
for sure.
I was just talking to a glober. Are you a glober?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah. I don't know who I'm talking to. Sorry.
No. Who am I speaking to? I'm
This is
fundamental.
Glatflobe.
Laflo. No, I'm not a Glover, so don't
Oh,
worry about it.
no. I was just wondering who I'm talking to. Yeah, because a lot of people are like, oh, the horizon curves. It's like, well, no, it's either a horizon, i.e. horizontal, or it's a curve. Which one is it?
Yeah, horizontal came first, and then horizon was based on that word.
Well, I don't know which came first, chicken or egg, because maybe the word horizontal, maybe the horizontal word, right? Maybe horizontal came from the horizon. They noticed that's the horizon, so we're going to make this straight line like that thing over there. So the straight line is horizontal because it looks like the horizon. I'm not sure which came first.
You know what? Actually, think about it. I think I did have it backwards, what I just said. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, and who knows for sure, because there's official
Right.
etymology. Yeah, like there's official etymology, which again is just like sort of the consensus for now, which could change because etymology is not a perfect science. That's one thing to also always keep in mind, is that etymology for them, does have some like artifacts and relics to work from and all, but a lot of it is, or in fact, most of it is speculation or educated guesses, and I
Right.
respect that. But there's been enough times, because I've been into this sort of study for a while. There's been times where I think that the mainstream etymology of something is just completely wrong, because they either don't know the esoteric side of certain words, or it's something that's kind of being held back, where they don't want to tell you some of the connections certain words have to each other, so they just give you a sort of sugar
Yeah.
coated
Yeah.
story.
A bullshit response that kind of sounds like it could work, and then people buy it. They're just like, oh, yeah, okay. I mean, it's tough because, like I said with the Horizon thing, I'd like to know unequivocally, but I can't because I can't go back in time. So I'm not sure which started it with the Horizon, horizontal or the word itself, Horizon, to describe the straight line we always fucking see in front of our faces, no matter how high we go.
I think the answer to that can go back to the Greek. I think horizon is a Greek word, so it would be really simple to, because horizontal is an adjective, horizon is going to be more of a noun.
So
I mean,
isn't it that? So isn't it that the noun would come first, then the adjective? Is that
yeah,
what you're saying?
yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Yeah.
well, you never know. I could imagine it easily going the other way, but there definitely is probably a like a most often case where the noun comes first, and then you say, "Oh, something's like that thing." All right, so you're probably right, but I could see it going the other way too.
You got German, Then Germanic, German Nike means German victory. Nike means victory. And what's the source of all the words? And what's the source of the people? What are the real people or the other people or the Anunnaki or whatever the hell? Or like, where are the source people that created all the people? Where are the source people? First mom and dads and the mom and dads.
I think they covered that in that movie Prometheus.
The 2022 peer review with Mock, starring all your favorite characters of Flat Earth.
So I got a one string. Mic check.
Oh yeah, just working.
Okay, cool. Sorry, my screen was doing weird things. I got a few etymological connections that are, I think they're fun. If the floor is open.
Like when you come across a new group of people, are they new? Were they planted there? Like if we, a real like no one ever seen like been to any portion of this new whatever. There's a group of people there. Where's their source? They've got to still be a part of it. These questions and more.
So have you guys? Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I was listening to somebody yesterday who was bringing up a really interesting point. So you know how we when I say we, I mean like explorers of the West went to places like Egypt and dug up a bunch of pharaohs. I think it would be pretty trippy if a bunch of like Muslim people came to America and dug up Benjamin Franklin and put him in a museum in Egypt. Don't you think that'd be pretty weird?
Well, there is a time difference, because that'd only be from 400, 300 years tops or whatever, right? Where there's something about like us only having these really vague stories of a culture that was lost. Like the American culture that he was a part of still exists, but 5,000 years later, when America is only a fable in the in the minds of people alive, where it's like, did these people who call themselves Americans, who claim to have these leaders in their text, did they really exist? It's like, well, it is a little morbid, but maybe there is a way we could actually check out if this place called America with these forefathers they claim to have actually did exist. And we found that, although you're right, there is something extremely disrespectful to it about grave digging. Yeah, it is kind of fucked up.
Yeah, and then there's all the curses that people have gotten from digging up Egyptian tombs. Those stories are
Do you mean?
nuts.
I mean, do you mean that though?
Yeah.
You
You don't.
think that people have been cursed?
Yeah, you don't think that digging up somebody's grave is going to incur some sort of consequence?
Well, I mean, curse is just, it's a very divisive word when you ask people's opinions on the concept of a curse. But I
What
mean,
if it's not called a tomb? It's called a tune. What if the M and the N were interchangeable and it's a sound like atom, atone, attune, attune? Attune
well,
would
we
be
got
like for sound.
we got a few words that are related, right? You got tomb, womb, coom, although we pronounce that one comb, like honeycomb. It's really a honeycomb. We have tomb, womb, coom, and one other one I forget.
Well, like a tuning fork.
No, I got you. A tune, sure. I don't know. Maybe it could be that way. M and N are definitely interchangeable. But where there's a potential connection that you can point out. If you look into it, it's always the best case scenario when you can find as many words as possible that sort of fall into the same paradigm as the one you're proposing for these two words. Like I could share one about like boats. Like I could probably string together about 10 different words that sound a little different, but have like this really like cohesive narrative behind them that's just like obviously true. So you know, like where would you go with like, all right, it's not a tomb, it's actually a tune, and then like now
Tuna?
what? Tuna, like a fish?
You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Yeah, like a tuna. Tune. I'm just saying, tunic, tune. You know, could it be a tune instead of a tune? Just like a
Okay,
sound.
so
To put
you
your
Hey,
got
frequency out there.
interesting,
you
real
got.
quick, guys.
Go ahead.
What you guys were just talking about with that tomb. I happened to look up the etymology of the word etymology. It says etymology derives from the Greek word atumos, meaning true.
Yeah, and then atumos would be related to all sorts of other things. So there's like a deeper, there's like atumos is a compound word, right? And one of the roots would just be atum, which probably gets its inspiration from Egypt, because Egypt seemed to have, yeah, pontoon, yeah. But yeah, like it seems like a lot of language is related. It seems like a lot of our English words have relationship to the Egyptian god of gods, the god of everything, the overall arching god. They called him
Atum. Yeah,
Atum or Aten or Atem.
Yeah.
There was like 4 different versions of it,
Yeah.
and yeah, you see that stuff popping up everywhere. In the same way, you're going to have an Egyptian style pyramid on our currency. You're going to have Egyptian style words in our vocabulary or our grammar. You know, it lingers. It's really crazy. Like the guy was saying earlier about how language is like the fastest evolving thing, but in this other also true perspective, because he's right, but then also from another perspective, it's also equally correct that it's like the least unchanged thing in a sense, where it just somehow lingers. And but what I was saying about the relationship to the Egyptian god Atem is that, you know, he means like the indivisible unit, right? The one, you know, the simplest first version or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, when we're looking for the indivisible first unit of language,
Adam.
we call that etymology, the study of etem, the indivisible unit of a language. You know, so
Adam being the indivisible, molecular structure or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Adam, from a biblical perspective, being the first primary undivided, you know, unit of humanity.
Right.
He's the word. Yeah, he's the word. You know, he's the first word root of words that have evolved since then, or people. You know,
there's no mistake
you know,
there. There's got to be a connection between the word Adam for the first man and the atom, the atom as
the
far
first
as
unit of matter.
You know,
yeah,
man,
exactly.
they're gonna have to change their whole. They're gonna have to change their whole shit when they find that Higgs boson, man. Shit, they're gonna change everything with that one.
And then etem as the first primary unit of a word or language. Yeah, it's all there. And then Atem as the god of, you know, I mean, you already, I don't need to explain. You got it. Yeah.
I thought you were going to go into your a couple of fun ones, and then I don't know if you got to it, but I think you were going to go into maybe the tour.
Oh, I
Or
mean, yeah, I don't know if we've spoken before, but yeah, yeah, I love going into the Tor and the Bull. But
yeah.
I was the one that I was thinking of when I said I had a few cool connections to bring up was about boats actually.
I'll go for it.
So, what's the most famous boat? In
The Trojan horse.
that's not a that's not a boat. It's more of
It
like
is
a
a boat. It is a boat. It's a
more
misnomer.
it's more of a cart. Oh, really?
Noah's Ark. It's the same thing.
It was made out of ships.
I mean, but did it travel on land or travel
I
on
thought, yeah,
sea?
I think it was on wheels or whatever, so it
Yeah,
could have
it was on
traveled. Oh,
wheels.
yeah, it was made out of ships, but I don't know if that's important.
Anyways,
Titanic
um,
or Noah's Ark.
Titanic. Oh, yeah, Noah's Ark makes more sense. I was going to say Titanic too.
so I was gonna say Noah's Ark is probably the most famous boat. Fair enough, right? I mean, I'm not trying to get statistical about
That's
it,
true, yeah.
but fair enough, right?
Well, yeah,
So,
we're begging a lot of questions, so you might as well beg the Noah's Ark question too. Fuck it.
right, right on. Yeah. All right. So we have famous boats called arcs, and so that would be ARK, right? So ARK, arc. Well, I think it's not too hard to imagine or believe that that's related to ARC, arc. And they're both well, the ARK is a boat, and a boat has a bow, right? And a bow is the same spelling as a bow, and of course, a boat is in the shape of a bow, and a bow, if you even wanted to be like, oh, it's a stretch, right? That like bow, bow, boat, or whatever. Well, we call the people who use bows archers or archers, right? So it all ties together. And then the boat, arc, uh, bow, bow, ship that the sun god of Egypt, Ra, was said to sail across the sea in. Another word for boat is a bark, BARK, and so
Here's something.
It's easy to see where bark relates to arc because it's just an additional B. But then finally, just to top this off on, is that we have the Ra's boat called the sun bark, and it makes an arc across the sky. But then, like I was saying earlier, with a different word that G and K are interchangeable, we have the contemporary word to ourselves, a few floating things, a few boats tied together, we call a barge. So a barge, a bark, a bow, a bow, a boat, an arc, archery, and a arrow. A bow and arrow bow. So
What's
they
funny
all
too is
yes,
architecture. You've got architecture, and then you've got like arcs and electricity, which it just makes a bendy line there. But to
right.
me, the architecture one has always been very fascinating. Why architecture?
Well, here you go. So there's also, instead of the arc, an arc of a circle, ARC is also an arch, an ARCH,
Oh
an arc,
yeah, okay, yep.
yeah, an arch.
Architecture for the doorways and the boats to ride under and go through, and for the bend to support. It's really good support.
Got
So
it.
yeah, tie in electricity with their arcs, tie in architecture, and then building arches. Yeah, it's
Vessel.
I and then tie in that arch as symbolically representing the path of the sun throughout the sky, where it brings in the sun god Ra on his
A vessel or a basil, like the Vatican basilica. So it's like the Vatican Pope.
You mean like the archdiocese?
The real Noah's Ark is the Vatican. Ooh.
I think that
Well,
I think the real Noah's Ark is the spring and summertime portion of the upper half of the zodiac, where you find Leo Major, Leo Minor, Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, Gemini the twins, and all sorts of couplings of two animals and two of each in that section of the sky associated with the spring and summer. I think it's just the top half of the zodiacal wheel is Noah's Ark, where you find duplicates of animals in the stars.
There was supposed to be I'm reading that like the when I was said the Trojan horse is like an incorrect translation, and then it should be that it's basically a boat instead. It's not a, and so like there at the time that there was like a giant super constellation in the sky that they would say was like a boat, like a giant boat. Do you know what I'm saying? So it might be that has something to do also with the Noah's Ark. It's like a, you know what I mean? It's a heavenly ship, and then that ties into your concordance also with the Egyptian.
Yeah, I think that there's many different like additions or like I don't really know like which one came first and what was inspired by what, but I think there is a sort of central theme that connects all of these different things we've brought up to each other, despite which one was actually first or which one was the inspiration of the others or whatever, you know? I think that there's many Noah's Arks, you know, and probably one was first. I doubt the biblical story of Noah's Ark was the first one. I think probably the sky and the arc of the sky was probably first, or the zodiac, or maybe the sun's path from horizon to horizon arcing over your head. Maybe that was the first one. I don't know. But I do think that they're all related for sure.
Well, I mean, it comes from some period of time after the invention of the boat.
Yeah, but I'm not going to make any claims when boats were invented.
But not just boats, right? Like they did have like giant boats, though. I think way back they just like tear a whole forest down and make a boat. You know what I mean? Like a super boat.
Yeah, it's not the most complicated thing to make like a shitty boat. Anyone can make a shitty boat.
Yeah, no, I mean like check out like they're called like Chinese treasure ships. And they they're not biblical age, but I mean use your imagination. Maybe it wasn't that much more than that. Just like a fucking aircraft carrier made out of wood.
Yeah, like a raft, like a giant raft. Yeah. But boats are cool, man. I mean, boats are like one of the most like important fundamental technologies humans developed at whatever point they were developed. I mean, like if you wanted to transport something heavy, like on land, it's so difficult. But to transfer something a million okay, not a million, that's impossible. But to transfer something like 10 miles or 1,000 miles on boat is a million times easier than transferring that same massive object on land. All you got to do is put it on the boat and steer the boat correctly. While on land you got to pull it the whole time. This, the difference being that the water will do the moving for you. All you got to do is put it on a raft, and then the water will move the object for you. It's super cool. That's why trade was primarily done by ocean, because it was just the most efficient form of travel on long distances to ship things by water, up and down rivers, right? Or I guess down rivers. Yeah.
How do we get the cocaine into the mummies? How does that happen?
Oh yeah, you're talking about like the transatlantic sailing that is evidenced by cocaine growing in South America, somehow appearing in Egyptian tombs before the time of Columbus.
I theorize that it's maybe easier the other way around, but that's just me.
What's the other way around?
That cocaine came
basically from... you'd have something that would leave from like China or go India, then hit China, and then hit South America, like going around the continents.
Oh, okay. So crossing the Pacific instead of the Atlantic?
I mean, it's not really crossing the Pacific on a flat map. It's more like hugging coastal current. You know, the seasonal current. The seasonal current would just
Uh-huh.
bring you anyway.
Okay. I don't know.
That's what I
When it
think. I
comes
mean,
to the East Coast of South America traveling to Africa, I don't know. I feel like that's probably the more likely situation of like trade routes than around the
there are.
backside.
I don't know. I've been working on this for a minute. You should check it out. But yeah, like, but I think that the transatlantic is pretty treacherous actually, and that the even the Vikings were taking like a northern sort of current. I think they weren't going broadly across the Atlantic. I don't know.
Yeah, they'd stick to the smaller diameter in the north.
Like the Kon-Tiki is taking something of a southern or Pacific. I'm sorry, I don't remember. Fucking jeez. Yeah. Anyway, it's been a while since I checked that out, but
It's a lot, man. I mean,
but I know that
it's
there was a trade route from Goa, India, that would be hitting South America, and so that goes back like hundreds of years. I don't know how far, but you know,
when it comes
yeah,
to like culture and history and relationships and connections and
yeah,
trading and
yeah.
advancements and all that stuff. I mean, I feel extremely overwhelmed when studying this stuff and discussing
I
it.
used
Yeah.
like as like corn as an idea here because we have like some idea that it wasn't always here, but it was at some time perfected to corn chips. You know what I mean? And then that plant itself is like a Chinese grass and like a South American grass, like hybridized and then turned into maize and then selectively
Uh-huh.
bred. So and then there's way more types of corn than what we know of as corn, I guess too. But it's because it's just essentially a type of grass. So at some point,
Is it?
I think
Wow, I never heard it said that way. That's fascinating. Corn is a form of grass. Someone told
I
me last week
think
that
so.
palm trees are more closely related to grass than they are other trees.
Hmm.
But go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't mean to.
Yeah. No, I
Sorry.
could go with that. I'm just saying, like it's if people were traveling by water, they would take their plants. They would accidentally take their plants with them. You know what I mean? Like they would take bugs
Sure.
with them. They would take their animals with them. So like there are places we have like kind of like the same animal, but we call them different things. But it's like, well, damn, like you'd confuse them for being the same animal, same type of like horned sheep, things like that, that would be the type of animal you'd bring with you, you know what I mean, to like homestead in a new land or whatever, or to bring for trade or something. Um, so I think that these routes were there like long ago, but it's been like washed over in time and, just probably a lot of it wasn't documented either, very well, but it just feels like, yeah, there's a well, the pyramid mystery, right? Like, why is all there were pyramids everywhere? Like, how is that? You know, it
Yep,
seems like
that's another one of those things.
it's like some
Although,
sci-fi shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
uh,
yeah, I've heard some people discuss alternative unofficial history proposals where it's like, oh, once upon a time the survivors of the sinking of Atlantis traveled the world to
yeah,
set up cultures in different places around the world, and these travelers imparting their knowledge in different areas as they try to reboot the world after a large cataclysm or whatever are referred to as the pyramid builders or the pyramid building teachers, who went on a journey to kind of set up cultures and civilizations around the world to sort of
yeah. Well,
compensate for the destruction that just happened. It's
yeah.
fun. It's science fiction stuff, but it's
Well,
fun. And
it's weird to think about, like, well, like different societies, different cultures, like, and their progress over time. If you had just like uh base level technologies, I mean, no one's going to get that far that fast. You know what I mean? It's not until you've got like some big leaps in tech that you're going to even be able to say like, hey, we know what's going on here. Why don't you like let us go build a pyramid for you guys, and it's going to be really cool. And you can like, we can trade with you and whatever. Like the trade aspect is really the most like lucrative part of all this. Like to have like a franchise where you can like move products from like because cocaine doesn't grow everywhere.
You know, it's weird though. It's like
That's all.
no leader of a people's is ever going to order the construction of some grand, amazing pyramid unless he has faith in his people to actually pull it off. Because he doesn't want a shitty pyramid, And what is he, just humor me, what does he get, right? He gets an expertly built, amazing, immaculate, all sorts of deep, numerology and like coordination, knowledge of geometry encoded in these structures, right? So, the leader, emperor, pharaoh, whatever, he already has to be surrounded by a pretty advanced civilization in order to even give the command for them to fulfill his whim or his desire, right? Like they already have to be at that level.
But to some degree, it's there as a like a timepiece and like as an idea of like where to orient things, and you know what I mean, like as a guide stone for that too, right? Like because I guess you'd be like having like an agrarian sort of society built around this,
You'd have to, yeah.
Whatever, right? So,
you can't be nomadic, that's for sure.
Right. This is about like setting up camp. This isn't about going on
exactly
on a hunt or something.
Agriculture and society and farming and language and study and like academics and all sorts of that stuff.
Yeah,
probably religion.
I mean, you could say like the Incas kind of have their own version of the calendar, or maybe they have the most oldest calendar, or maybe whatever. But like they all have like some pretty appreciable like understanding of the stars and like layout and as far and like even down to charting the stars down enough to where they can like lay them down on the ground in like buildings, you know what I mean, like as a cluster of buildings that are like mirroring the star constellations. I mean, that's some pretty heady shit to get. I mean, you'd put like all of us together, it'd be a challenge to make that happen.
Yeah, I don't think we could do it. Like, cut off our connection from the internet. Cut off our connection from the internet and take this group and this Discord right now and just put us on a private island with no connection or internet, connection or whatever, and ask us to do any of the things that the ancient cultures did. I don't think the group in here is as much respect as I have at the minds of everyone in here. I don't think us or even like duplicates of if we had a cloning machine. Right, and we could just make more copies. I don't think us as a collective in this room right here could do almost any of the ancient wonders. Make them or whatever. So they were obviously smarter than us as a collective in those ways of construction or whatever.
Well, let me because this greatly offended Don, so I apologize in advance. But I almost can say it in the same way you said it. Imagine if you did have a island with this group of people, maybe 100 to 200 people, who knows how many people, and you just had a competition on the beach, and you said, we're gonna have a sandcastle competition and see what you guys can do. And then after it was all done, you'd probably have an immaculate one, maybe one or two. But what would you think would be the most common structure that would be built? Because in my opinion, I think the pyramid is one of the easiest things to build. I know some of them are more complex than others, but just a simple shape of a pyramid. You have a wider base and you just pile things on top, smaller and smaller. To me, it does seem like it's likely that multiple groups of people would make the same structure.
You're right about it being more of like a guaranteed structurally sound creation. The only problem about it is when it comes to like trying to just sum up an explanation of the pyramids we find around the world, is that the people who built the pyramids were so talented that they obviously could have built whatever structure they want. You know, like they were obviously talented enough with like their stone interconnecting blocks that are like earthquake proof and their ability to stack and arrange and create hollow, rooms inside and stuff. Like they obviously could have created any structure they wanted. Maybe not to the same height, but to half the height, they could have made it a cube or anything. They,
Maybe.
I mean, they could have made it like a circular, like a cone, like invert cone sort of shape. I mean, but there is sort of this similarity,
I
and
have sort of a theory on this a little bit too. Is that like in refinement of the ore, like if you're trying to extract silver, I forget what kind of ore you're actually mining, but that ore is just like you just crush rocks up and then you heat it up. Now, like if you're trying to do that, today, even in this method, you would use like basically an upside down pyramid, and the silver is more dense and it goes to the bottom, and the other material is more light and it stays on top, and then you kind of chip the material away. Now, like the top unfinished part of the pyramid is almost like that's where the silver is, and the rest of it is just crude material, and you just throw that away. So I think it's possible that they were just into metal refining, and that was kind of the mark of it. Like the unfinished pyramid is saying, like, "Yo, we fucking mine the ore and we extract the metal from here, and we do shit with that." That's my theory on it, man.
I've studied the Egyptian pyramids enough to know that they went through great measures to like align it astronomically and encode like very special like mathematical relationships and ratios into it that demonstrate or what seem to demonstrate like a sort of understanding of a few like deep like physical laws and relationships of things like math and like transcendental numbers and all that. So to me, I just don't I don't see it as just some sort of simple honoring of a request from a king. Like, hey, I want to be buried in something. It's like, I'm not sure he would care to make sure that they added all these intricacies and knowledge and code. To me, it's more of like a textbook written in stone that may in fact had a functional purpose other than just being the tomb of
energy
some
source for
dude.
sure. Yeah, it definitely
Something,
wasn't a
I don't know.
tomb. I don't think that. I don't. Is there anybody in here that still thinks they were built for tombs? Come on, really?
Well, the Great Pyramid, there was no tomb found there, and there was also no inscriptions found there. But there are
Right.
other pyramids which indeed were tombs because there were bodies found there. So it's kind of
They could have been hijacked afterwards and found a pyramid with a empty room inside and said, "Hey, this would make a great place to be buried when I'm dead."
Yeah. I know that's where I want to be buried when I die, is the Great Pyramid.
Well, there could be something also along the lines of like the belief that it would act as a conduit to the afterworld, and that would make sense in that way.
Yeah, because they believed in the underworld, so like I guess they would have just gone under the pyramid or something.
Well, that's why they took all their shit with them too, like the ones who had all their gold and everything because they thought that they were gonna use it.
There's all the Chinese pyramids too. We don't really talk about them because they're all hidden.
Yeah, supposedly the biggest one in the world is in China, but it's kind of it's covered by shit now. But yeah, exactly. It's actually
they might have made these two from like some partial landforms. I'm not sure like if they were all like some like that Croatian pyramid, or the Bosnian pyramid, But there would be like pyramids all throughout Asia then, right? It should be like no place should be without some kind of pyramid almost, right?
I think that's the case. I think they're everywhere. Even if you count like in Americas, they're everywhere. Like the mounds, if you could count that as a pyramid, for sure.
I think. Well, no, I mean there was like American pyramids that were Earth pyramids, so they were built in like
they're
Ohio.
mounds, yeah.
The Native American ones, but
they're built to the same proportions as like the pyramids built to some proportion to like get the accuracy, I think, to if it's used for like, you know, just figuring out like when to plant stuff or whatever, you know.
You mean like as a time device
Yeah. Like a calendar.
with the shadows and stuff, or the
Yeah, with the shadows, you'd be able
uh
to kind of have a
sure,
good idea.
right? I think the energy source thing makes a lot of sense too. Definitely. There's also theory that it's that they use the pyramids for the resets, and that's why they're on the ley lines and causes
It's
some
gonna
kind of
be like, I mean,
yeah.
you know, yeah. I haven't like checked all the orientations of all the pyramids, but I mean, you know, if you figure that even the people in India, like the oldest part of it is, I think, building a shrine basically, and you build this like in the position oriented like between east and west in like a square. Like they would build a sort of a fire, a place to build a fire in that square, oriented east to west, and then there were, you know, more complex versions of that, but that's the basis of it, because it's like you get the east west orientation. There's something about the fire actually is like it's a plasmoid also, right? And it's like it's able to uh, move voltage. Like a flame actually can move up to like, I don't know, some amount of like 10, like say 10,000 volts or something. I don't know what the amperage it can move, but whatever. It's just able to move like etheric energy or plasmic energy somehow. I don't know, and you know, and then they'd meditate and stuff and sort of get in line. So I think that the other shrine traditions are kind of built on that understanding of an east to west relationship, and that, you know, it's in harmony with, you know, how the sun is moving. You know, basically, they all seem to be built with that, at least that logic, so that they can, you know, take advantage of seeing how the shadow play changes over the course of the year, and, you know, have an idea like about yeah, yeah, just all that shit.
Oh yeah, the stars too, you know, definitely a calendar if the North Star is seen
Right.
through a certain, you know,
Now, there's
peephole.
like a couple of these that like are reported to have like basements with mercury pools in the bottom of them, and that could be used for some sort of like, you know, surely that could be used for some sort of crazy tech that we don't know about. Um, you know, but the layout,
For sure. The mercury
the
pools is huge.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's what they're trying to. Maybe that's it. It almost reminds me of the collider stuff, you know, because I kind of have a theory about the colliders is that even though they might be studying, they can turn them on and off or whatever, but they're really just waiting for like this, some like maybe 8 days out of the year where the sun is in this alignment with the collider, that it's actually, they're just like tapping the sun almost directly, like in a direct angle or something.
Right? That makes sense.
That would be
Capturing energy.
I I mean, if you get, well, it's like really expensive to build these things, so it would be nice if like we could get a technology where we just like capture like all the energy from the sun in this circle, and like store it somewhere. You might be able to like power like your city for a whole year with just one of these, you know, for like, but only work like for 4 days or something, like, because it's you're channeling like this resonant energy or something like
Check it
that.
out. I'm going to say this not because I believe it or support it, but I'm just going to say it because it's a cool thought experiment. What if they're doing that and they're storing up energy into a big fucking battery so that when the next something happens, they can go underground and hide.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I think of when I see those wind farms like out in the middle of nowhere driving across America. I'm
Right.
like, where's that power going? Maybe they're underground and that's what's powering it, you know?
I think it typically has to be used pretty quickly because even though in Texas they are building a battery farm, but battery technology, as far as we know,
Tesla
is not up to par. So it's like gathering energy. We can do that pretty well, but storing it, we don't really have a
Hey, if you guys haven't seen the
means of doing
science
that.
fiction, if you guys haven't seen the sci-fi movie called Infinity Chamber, that's the premise. The Infinity Chamber is an underground facility that the government used to, so like Guantanamo Bay, so to speak. They had insurgents and they had them in isolation, and they were trying to break them, but they were under a wind farm.
Yeah, that's correct, and it's a fucked up movie. It's a mind job. It's entertaining.
Dude,
I recommend it.
I have watched that
Well, that
movie.
supports the theory. Yeah.
I have
Especially if you
watched that.
can't store it, you couldn't transport it. It would have to be used right there.
I have watched that movie over 10 times, and every time I watch it, I catch another tell, and it's awesome. I love that movie. Did I kill the chat?
No, it's
No,
weird that I haven't heard of that movie.
one more
It's
thing I'll
weird.
say about it. Yeah, Infinity Chamber. Somebody drop a link.
Yeah,
But
it's free on it's been free for the past year on YouTube.
yep. And the first time you see it, there's so many twists and turns that you're going to be surprised, like at least 2 or 3 times over. Like, whoa, didn't see that coming. Whoa, didn't see that coming. So it's a great movie overall. I love them.
Was it low key? Or was it mainstream?
No, low key.
Super low key.
Interesting. Why do you think? Was it too many truths in there, or was it just made on a low budget?
It
Or
was independent. The guy. Have you
oh,
seen
okay.
what was the other movie that Travis Malloy wrote and direct? It was with Dennis Quaid. It was a sci-fi like Pandorum or something
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
So
Okay.
he wrote that one. I wasn't a big fan of that one, but this one I really
Yeah.
really liked.
Pandorum, thumbs down.
Yeah, I
Rotten
didn't like it.
Tomatoes.
But like I said, this one was amazing. I felt like the soundtrack was its own character. I felt like it was a character in the movie. It was so good. So I just dropped the link in the chat.
Thanks. I'll
I mean,
check that out. It's interesting that's the idea that I was just going on, and you're like, oh, there's a movie about exactly that.
yeah. You should leave the chat and go watch it right now. I might just do that myself.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we talk a lot about like Antarctica or the North Pole or other hidden lands, and we do talk sometimes about the underground. But like, what do you guys think they really have going on underground? Just in terms of possibilities or speculation, because
a lot.
There's a lot. I mean, there's like the deep underground military bases, but
yeah,
what else could they be actually like holding or
Water.
Megatron.
They've got water canals that go from the east to the west coast. They got these like submarines that they travel underneath the continent with. That's what I heard. I heard that's like one of the deepest secrets there is, as far as like what's underground.
That would be deep.
Well, there was a guy who was releasing like these radioactive dyes off the coast of Florida, but he was doing them at these like springs. No, I'm getting this wrong. He released them somewhere else, like super far from Florida, and they were coming up on these springs along the Swanee River and stuff. And he started figuring that out. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, the idea that they could like have, I mean, supposedly they have like, housing and whole cities, right, with ecosystems and terrariums and all kinds of stuff where people could live comfortably for a long time, and it is scary to think about that.
Well, you look at. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a possibility that the reset could be, I mean, it could be the very thing they need for the reset. Everybody above fries, and then they go down there and hide until everything is Armageddon up and it blows over or whatever. For sure.
If you look at what they were able to build in like the 70s and 80s in Cheyenne Mountain, that just gives you an idea of what they could have done since then.
What's the Cheyenne Mountains?
Oh, you never heard of Cheyenne Mountain? Look it up, dude. Or here, I'll post a link.
No,
I don't mean look it up like I'm not gonna tell you. Sorry, I didn't mean like that.
The crazy thing about Cheyenne Mountain is it's almost like they're rubbing it in our faces. Like, hey guys, we can put entire civilizations inside of a big mountain. What do you think we can do underground?
Well, I think that's. Yeah, go ahead.
Cheyenne Mountain is actually classified as a Space Force installation now.
Oh, I see what's going to happen. So the aliens are going to come down. The aliens are going to come down, start shooting at us, and then we're going to have to do a lottery to see who can go into the mountains and go underground, and then everybody else dies. Got it.
Yeah, wasn't
I
there a
don't think
movie?
that we get to be in the lottery, unfortunately. I think they already have those people picked. So.
Yeah.
So, do any of you follow Skinwalker Ranch?
Yeah, a little bit.
What do you think is going on?
Well, I mean, honestly, you don't want to know my opinion because I think that a lot of it has been propped up a little bit because the people who own the land, were making money off people paying them to check out all the occurrences and shit. But that could just be the TV. It could just be my impression of it. So. A lot of people pay to get paid to go there, and they also get paid to go there and investigate and put it on TV and shit. So, but isn't there like nuclear bullshit there? Like, there's that's one of the things they test a lot is like they see that there's weird radio readings, but then also like their Geiger counters go off all the time. Like that's one of the main tools they use there.
Yeah, there's something going on there. I'm not really sure what it is. I didn't watch the show, but before there was a show, I had read things about it. It's very interesting.
I can't remember if it was. I know somebody mentioned Space Force with the Cheyenne Mountain thing, but I remember watching a movie recently where there was something like that Cheyenne Mountain entrance into a mountain, and I can't remember if it was that Netflix movie called Space Force. Did you guys ever watch that one?
Yeah, it's funny. I saw the first season.
TV show. It's very funny.
Yeah, there's a flat earther. There's a politician in that show who's a flat earther, like a flat earther senator.
Yeah, but they make him look like this kooky old man who just is like going off the deep end. They're like, okay, grandpa.
Yeah.
Were you talking about that 2009 movie, 2012, when they get the two arcs at the end and all that stuff? Because they go into a mountain kind of thing.
Like, it's so cool.
Also, Team America, World Police. Or is that Mount Rushmore?
Yeah, that was Mount Rushmore.
But either way, yeah, this mountain, Cheyenne Mountain. Well, there's this other movie. What's it called? Deep Impact, where the meteor hits. I think actually it might have been a fictional place they went to, or it might have actually been this place. But it makes sense for it to be a bunker sort of place in a mountain, in the middle of the country. There's how big it is though is, who knows.
Yeah, that show is definitely funny. I'm looking forward to another season of it coming out.
But it was yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the 40-year-old version guy,
Steve Carell.
Yep. Yeah.
He's in a new psychological thriller right now, a series that looks pretty good. I started watching the first 2 episodes.
Yikes! That's what's that gonna be like.
No, but the thing with the mountain thing is, I think one thing that is probably true is there's probably a lot of underground passageways or underground routes that maybe people aren't aware of. Because I know in places like Washington D.C., that there's a lot of that, but for obvious reasons. But in New York City, even there's more real estate underneath the ground than there is above the ground. Maybe not real estate, but infrastructure.
Or somewhere in Colorado, there's underground networks.
Some would say that's all evidence of a young Earth.
Why?
There's also caves, right, where they like into the mountains where they have like storage.
Yeah, I suspect a lot of these mountains are artificial, and they're just used for the passageways to the underground, or even like inside secret places that you could. I mean, definitely seems like there's artificial mountains for those reasons.
Really?
It makes sense. What do you think?
No.
Well, they're not. The mountains are not artificial, but they
Not all.
they make underground systems inside of them.
Right.
I mean, we're
Well,
just
they could be from scratch sometimes too. So.
There's like lava tube caves, right?
So
Yeah.
if you're gonna, this is just speculation. It's kind of like trying to follow a logical train in my mind to like if I'm gonna pulverize holes in mountains so I can get roads through. Gee, what else can I do?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
There are like caves where it's like ice. Basically, it gets down to like below freezing because there's like gas pressures getting leached out of the ground, and they create like a super cold cave. It's pretty interesting.
Also, how can you dig horizontally? Horizontally. I'm sorry. How can you dig down and then horizontally 8 miles, but you can't dig down 8 miles, like vertically?
well, you know the reason why they kind of
Hold on,
stopped.
hold on. We got mountains, right? And we can dig through mountains, right? So if we had
Yeah,
1 mile, hold on. If we had 18 1 mile mountains, right, lined up with each other, we would have no problem digging through them all, right?
that's right.
So now, why in the hell can we dig 18 miles through any mountain, but we can't dig down in the earth deeper than 6?
Because the distance wasn't the issue. It was what they encountered at that location.
You're dealing with
What they
lava
encountered.
and
What they-
molten
what they
lava. You
encountered.
can't go deeper than that.
They said the heat was so high that the rock was basically more of like a plastic, it was more fluid than rock, and so their drills weren't able to go through them.
It was breaking their drills. Yeah, their drills were just shattering, and they seemed like they reached a barrier that they just couldn't get beyond.
Well, you need
guys imagine
you need something that can withstand the heat and also go further below and have capabilities for like visual capabilities and enclosure where you can send some type of camera.
We can't even make
But it has to go through that. It has to withstand those extreme
6 mile straight
temperatures.
line. They can't even make you a 6 mile straight line building, but we're to believe they can do a 6 mile drill bit.
What do you mean 6 miles straight building?
A 6 mile drill bit's what I mean. A 6 mile drill bit. Do you believe they've got a drill bit that's 6 miles long?
Well, there's bridges that are longer than 6 miles, right?
It's pretty easy to it's pretty easy to stay in a plumb line because because plumb is self-evident. It does it on its own nature. You can drop a plumb line and it does it naturally. Horizontal, you got to keep things horizontal.
No. I'm saying, how can you control a 6 mile long arm of metal? Like how much torque would it take to do that?
Well, I don't know if the drill bit was 6 miles long or if they just dropped something down into a hole. I'm not sure.
And where was the elevation? Like, who even made the idea to do it from that point? Like, why would you go up high in elevation to do it if you're trying to seek the lowest point you can dig? When you go to the lowest cave or the lowest point on Earth, isn't that where you would start? That's just weird to me.
I don't know what their objective was. I mean, did they name their objective clearly? Or
well, no, they didn't. And how can you dig into ice and be too hot? How is it too hot when you're digging into ice? None of this makes any sense. If I got 10 miles of ice and I'm digging into it, how's the ice cube get too hot?
All right, hold on. Well, Demok, you've jumped to something else entirely there. Are you guys talking about the the Russian borehole? Are you particularly talking about that group, or are you talking about something else?
Yeah, the Nikola Tesla borehole, yeah.
That's not what it's called.
what do you call it? The Coca-Cola Tesla borehole?
Coca-Cola. Classic.
The Cola Pepsi borehole.
Yeah, the Cola Super Deep borehole.
I posted one of these cave systems. I think
these cave systems. I think Demok threw a Tesla in there.
in the live stream
Yes, I
chat.
did. I did. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that was cool.
Rose, that went way over your head. Demox Posit was also, he said, a Nikola Tesla borehole. And then, I mean, so, yeah.
That's a good one.
Cleaver.
Because
Why else would
you were
you
up,
need
because Demok,
why else would you need
first,
a
you were
current
saying,
like
well,
But,
first,
but they didn't hit. They didn't hit ice though.
they didn't hit ice and
like Demok, that's what I'm saying, Demok. You brought up two things. Like you basically said that they were drilling from up in a mountain. You were saying, wouldn't you start from the ground? Well, they did start from the ground. Yeah, they started at sea level. They're not going. I mean, if you wanted to drill through a mountain, you could. But I mean, these deep holes that they're building or drilling are, they're not going through the mountain like that. And then you also mentioned something about drilling into ice. So I don't know what you meant with that, but the one that they were doing was not in like an icy environment, but they did seem to reach that limitation.
Well, they said it was cold there. I mean, it's Russia, right? Isn't it cold in Russia or is it hot?
Well, no, it's the cola that has the ice usually, and a straw.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm saying,
If it was cola, it must have had ice, right?
if I was digging it and you said, "Hey, Democ, you're gonna dig this hole," why would that spot where they picked be the spot? I'm saying, would there be a better spot? Is my main thing.
Do you really think you could dig an 8-mile hole though, even if I asked you to?
No, I can't even imagine a 6-mile drill bit that would work right without too much heat on itself to create too much friction to melt its own tip. I mean, on its own.
Well, there are two things though. Like the underground's not icy because the temperature above is icy, but there's also that other story we were talking about where they tried to drill into the supposed ice wall with the blue ice that it got the boring machine got stuck in there because it reformed itself.
If you were drilling into like a shale where there was like a pocket of like hydrogen gas and it like all leached out or concussed down there or something like that, or fell or imploded or whatever, it would create all this like gas release pressure and then it would freeze your shit. But that doesn't necessarily have to be what happened there, but it's a condition that you could encounter underground. You could also like hit like a, I guess something really hot too, by contrast. Or hit like,
and who knows if that's just the story we're given, like about the 8 miles. Like maybe they can go much deeper, but that's just like the mainstream narrative that we just believe because there's nothing else we could really know.
Well, and that's what they claim to be. Some of the deepest holes have been drilled. Yeah, and like this is such a rare thing to be doing that it's not like it's not like, oh yeah, my neighbor down the street, he's doing an 8-mile hole. Like this is meaning that like it's obviously a specific group, and who knows who really runs them and who really. I mean, they are connected in with the government for sure.
I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that we don't actually know. The public doesn't know the real deepest hole ever dug. Okay, we're never going to know that.
I would say, given that we're lied to about everything else, that's probably a safe assumption.
You can go check this hole though, right? You can go check the depth of it, right?
No, you
Shoot a
can't.
laser
It's
down there.
closed up. They closed it up. The 8-mile one.
Drop a string down it.
Okay, let's call the Russian government and open up the fucking borehole so we could just say, hey, some conspiracy theorists want to see if this really is 7.6 miles.
No, that wouldn't be the reason. You could just confirm it though. You could see if has it filled since then. Has it stayed at what they drilled it? I mean, those would be some things that you would want to find out. How long is it going to fill back up? Is it going to stay at the depth that they left it at?
Yeah, I would like to know. And then earlier someone said something about, obviously you don't have a 6-mile long drill bit, right? So how did you get down that far, even to like half a mile or a quarter mile, my guys? And then what did you shoot down there to keep digging? I want to know how they did that.
And why not just drop bombs down there? I don't know why once the drill bit stopped, why not just bomb it?
What's stranger than that is that all those years we haven't dug farther. We haven't gone back down there and dug farther and broke that record and found out more and dug farther all those years.
How many years was it? Not that many.
What year was it?
I think it was only like 15 years ago. Was it longer than that?
Well, in 15 years, then we haven't gone back there and dug farther. That's just ridiculous.
Look it up.
They should have been able to dig farther than 6 miles. We got like Freon, we got like liquid nitrogen, we got all kinds of shit.
No, I was wrong. That's in 1970. It says they started digging it. That's what it says. Drilling began on
Sprayed out the tip.
May 1970.
Spray it out the tip while you drill.
Can you dig it?
Can you dig it?
And then they finished it in 1989. This is what I'm reading here. If I'm on the right.
Where's the new one? Where's our new technology digging this? Like, how can you shoot an asteroid that's 8 miles, but you can't shoot a laser and make the hole bigger? To me, it don't make no sense. Focus energy weapons we should be using, right?
Yeah, I heard they're going to be. On that point, I heard they're going to be taking out an asteroid pretty soon.
Yeah, right.
We need a laser, heat it up, and dig it with heat.
Let me see what they say. 6 days ago, NASA is sending a spacecraft to smash into an asteroid. The DART spacecraft is targeting Dimorphos, a moon orbiting the near-Earth asteroid, to test it out. Two days ago, yeah. The latest update. Looks like a cartoon asteroid, but they're going to get it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, does anyone still think that it would be too much for them to just slap a GoPro camera on that thing so we could see it? Apparently leaving Earth's atmosphere as a globe, going out of the globe, seeing the globe from behind as you fly away from it, and then going to this asteroid if they really claim they're doing it. Like, is it too much to ask to slap a camera on there? Like, does anyone still think that's
No. Now they need all of the budget to barely get that done. Okay. So
yeah, if you want to donate
you need to cool it.
a GoPro.
Yeah, go ahead. If you want to donate some money, because listen, they're spread so thin that they can't build anything that gets to space anymore. Okay, so
They got, when you think about it costing $10,000 per ounce that they take up, they got more important things to lift up there, like hairspray and gorilla costumes and golf clubs, balls, and dune buggies.
Oh yeah, they have to put cameras on there just to appease you flat earthers.
Yeah.
Yeah, who are they trying to appease with their gorilla suits, though? Yeah. I mean, you'll entertain the Globers with gorilla suits and golf clubs. Why not entertain us with a camera and some proof?
My guess is it's not really happening. That's probably the reason.
Yeah, there is just an undeniable cutoff between the footage that we're given of, these rockets, quote unquote, taking off and going up there versus the CGI and just complete inconsistent Hollywood actor setups of what they actually give us. Where's that actual transition from leaving the real Earth and going into this claimed real space? It doesn't exist.
It's shameless, actually. It's just like, okay, here's the CGI image. Yeah, we're gonna cut right to it. We're not gonna at all. I mean, of course you know it's a CGI image.
You guys ever heard of a movie or something called Pootie Tang? You ever heard of the movie Pootie Tang?
Yeah, Pootie Tang. Yeah.
Well, one of my favorite YouTubers started giving out something he dubbed the Pootie Tang Awards, and it's in reference to this one scene where people are. I haven't seen the movie, but if I understand correctly, like Pootie is like a real slick guy, right? Does that sound about right? Well,
yeah,
he tries to be.
It's terrible. The movie's terrible. Yeah.
Well, there's this scene where there's this group of guys, acquaintances of Pootie or something, and they're going around in a circle, right? And one of them's like, "Man, Pootie Tang's so slick. When he walks into a room, all the girls turn their heads to the front door and look him up and down. Or, Pootie Tang's so cool, man. He can walk up to any girl and bring her home." And then this guy is like, "Yeah. I'd also like to offer to this conversation that Pootie Tang, he's good with girls." And I'll just stare at him. Because I wanted to give the Pootie Tang Award to the guy who said, my explanation is that maybe they're lying to us.
Yeah, thanks. I'll take that award.
You got the Pootie Tang Award for the night.
I would like to see him go from inside the spacecraft, not in any suits or anything. They're inside the craft, talking. You can hear them talking. Then they put their suits on and go out into space. That'd be something to see.
I just want to add that maybe NASA's lying to us sometimes.
Listen, get like a real, like a cat that is going to be put down next week. Bring it out in space, throw it into space. Let's see what happens to something alive when you throw it out into space. Let's blow up some kittens. Prove that space is real.
I mean, remember
Bring a couple lab rats.
Remember that one flappy door they had on the ISS? Like, did any Globers ever justify? Have you ever heard of a justification? Have you ever heard of justification?
Yeah, I've heard. What was the justification? What did I hear? I can't even remember. That was just the outside door. There was a door behind that with another door behind that. Pay no attention to that door. I heard that. What else did I hear? I can't remember. What else?
Why would you ever need a flappy door when you need to be sealing for conditions, violent ass conditions that are going to rip you apart in seconds? Why would that flappy door ever need to be there? What the fuck for? What's that about?
I feel like there's no necessary point of that. It's just a waste of space. Like, it's not doing anything.
Could have bought a GoPro with that flappy door money.
I mean, bro, if this shit was real, there'd be 360 cams on every side of the ISS right now, and you'd be able to go watch them all on YouTube. Like,
exactly.
Listen, it should be this cool. You should be able to tap it. You should be able to sign onto an account, a NASA account, and then you should be able to buy time on satellites or cameras from spacecraft up there, whatever, cameras down to Earth that you can zoom in and see shit. And you own this camera and you control this camera with, from the ground with your cash. There should be endless amounts of cameras looking in. We should be able to do anything we fucking want from space, looking into the Earth at this point, for sure.
Like one of the ballers is making these complaints themselves and demanding that NASA make it more believable. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would help them a lot.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff
if I was a Glober, I'd be like,
oh, okay.
If I was a flat earther, I'd try to come up with some type of model.
Two people. All right, here's another social awareness thing we got to be aware of. When two people go to talk and they both stop, that doesn't mean a new person come in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I stopped four times.
I know, and I stopped too. And then this other guy went.
It's all right. So, but I just want to point out that space is real. Like, in a way, it's not completely fake. Like, I'm sure we can go up high and float around or something. I mean, it's not what they're telling us, but we're not going to look down and see a ball. But at some point, yeah, we would just float up there. We wouldn't be spinning with the Earth, 1,700 miles an hour.
Why do you think we'd float around up there?
Everything else seems to float around up there. Clouds seem to float around. The sun seems to float around.
Oh, I see. Okay,
the moon,
that's the reasoning.
The stars.
Yeah, I mean, you think that if we went high enough, these hot air balloons, they go up. They're trying to get up there, right? You don't think there's a point that we would reach where we could just float around? Maybe not, the same way they describe it, right? With outer space and rockets. Definitely not that way. But in some way.
I don't think you just start floating unless you're made of the right substance. I mean, I think my water-filled ass is gonna go up and always come back down to just above sea level. You know, like my body floats in water, right?
Well, it's like that old saying. It's like that old saying, what goes up must come down, right?
Right. I mean, that does it for you? I think that's all the science you need. Grandpa said.
I mean, I don't know. There's obviously something up there floating around, but I mean, I don't know if that's even like a tangible thing you could physically hold or what. So,
well, if you do float up there, it's not for the reasons that they give. That's for sure. The gravity part and all that.
Well, I mean, there could be a possible idea. Not to say that it is true, but
The claim is that the
what's the
gravitational
idea?
force is
no,
less,
the
right?
idea that like above a stationary planar Earth, you know, being just stationary in that sense, and that if you go up there, there could be some way that you could get locked into like in an electrical field or some kind of different, you know, what we call gravity could change at some point, and then you could float above it. And then could you actually like orbit it, like go around in a circle with the sun and the moon? If you get up into, you know, it's an idea.
Yeah, that could be like the ionosphere, like, you know, like using that, or the drones that they have could be like freely orbiting in the sense that they're circling above us and all that, like whatever the ISS is.
And you could even take
Yeah,
that.
like it.
You could even take that to another level and be like, yeah, maybe like it's weightless up there. Like there actually is. You do float above the whole thing. Like, I mean, we know the sun, moon, and stars are up there. Anyways, I actually don't think it's the case. I don't think they are floating up there at all. I don't think you can float up there. It's just an idea. Personally, I don't think it is the case. I think they're just faking all of it, and I don't think that they can go higher beyond a certain limit.
So what's the, you know, your personal opinion on what's the moon?
I think the pressure gets to a point to where you just die.
10
Like,
to the negative 17 tour, do you think it's just temperature? That's what I'm thinking. I think it's just a differential in temperature. Be like the medium is super cold. So like if you say negative tour and they're like, oh, you can't do that, you can't vacuum this, because it's not a vacuum, it's just a fucking temperature.
there's also other ideas like the one that like floating above like a planar stationary Earth. There is that one, but there's also another idea that perhaps at the North Pole where there's like magnetic anomalies because it's the center of the magnetic field, that there's places there that you float. And then if that's the case, they could film some of it there. There's also that idea. That one I also don't quite think is the case in that way, because it to me doesn't seem like there's any authentic weightlessness. Like the footage is all I can see the fakery and a lot of the different methods that they used for all of those different setups. They don't look like they're actually in the 0G that they're claiming. So,
What do you think
hear you
the
about-
There are
thing is
some.
that they're calling the ISS, Gio? What do you think that is?
Oh, and there are some scenes where it looks like they're actually in this 0G environment, and the women's hair is a dead giveaway, right? Sometimes it'll be stiff with hairspray, but other times they will have this like flowing hair, and I feel like they're doing parabolic flights or falling from some distance or something. Who knows how high up they can get and drop something? Like, I don't know, but
right,
they could be doing some kind of free fall thing where it's simulating this 0G thing.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I do think they use a lot of parabolic flights, probably at with lengths that they don't give to the rest of us. Like they can do it for longer.
Yep.
Because I know what you mean.
There
There are some that do have the authentic physics. I do hear you on that. I agree, but I would say that that's just essentially free falling. It's not actually floating in a vacuum outside of a sphere.
Yeah, and then this will go down to, well, you know, we don't have the technology to free fall for that long. Now you're speculating on what kind of technology NASA has. I've went down this road with the Globers, you know, Kosho and the likes, and they'll claim we don't have the technology to drop someone that high. That's their argument.
Yeah, but remember that one, the big one that Kosho brought? We went over in detail. and we were going through all the possible cut zones, and they were everywhere throughout the video. So those ones that are advertised, like a whole hour of uninterrupted footage on the ISS, they have tons of cuts in them.
Yeah, the ones you could see. What about the ones that you would never even notice that they managed to marry up perfectly frame per frame? You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what kind of video editing technology they have. They could have the best of the best.
Definitely.
Y'all speculate so much.
And then the ones, another dead giveaway to the ones that do, the ones that do have the authentic physics. What's interesting to notice about those, have you seen the ones where, yeah, like her hair is flowing authentically? It really does look like she's floating and all that, which of course happens in a zero-G plane. But what happens is that she'll just be floating there, right? And what'll happen is the zero-G plane that they're in, the craft, it has to turn some, like it can't go straight down forever, as it were. Like it has to start turning. And as it turns to do its parabolic maneuver, it throws the ship off a little bit. And so she's actually like floating like almost like a gyroscope. She's like frozen in space. And then the entire environment around her starts rotating. And then she has to like grab onto the wall. And at one point, like this one that she's on, she's like sideways. I think she's talking to like Oprah or something. And she's literally sideways, 180 degrees. She's being pulled sideways in a vector because it's the dead giveaway that it's the ship that's actually doing that. It's exactly how those work. And you can even see footage of that happening, that of like the people in the public doing that. Like it's exactly what happens. The whole thing starts to shift and you have to hold on because the whole world you're in, or the whole like ship you're in, is starting to tilt. And that's exactly what happens. So that's a dead giveaway in terms of that it is parabolic flight. She turns.
I mean, we've also seen the one guy
sideways. Yeah, she's sideways and she's like grasping on. She's like looks all embarrassed. It's such a giveaway.
Remember, there's the guy on the ESA that was doing a 360 spin thingy in the air, and he dropped almost. Remember, he like fell a little bit in the middle of the thing. I don't know if you guys remember that one.
The guy that fell off the wires and then he flopped.
No,
there's that one.
He was doing a 360, and this guy like fell like just a little bit, and then he like wires caught. I don't know what caught him, but he stopped falling. Remember that one? The ESA one?
Yeah, it's the one where he does the flip and the wires catch him. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
There's
Like
all
sometimes
kinds of
you're on
things.
wires, sometimes you're doing parabolic flights, sometimes they could be doing other flights that we don't know about where they could have a longer lasting free fall to have a longer unedited scene. Well, that'd be perfect. Like, look, this is a 6-minute scene. We don't have the capability to free fall for 6 minutes or something. You know what I mean? Like how long does it take to free fall?
Just
if you go up
just that they're like
120,000?
floating. Yeah, just like the fact that they're floating perfectly in the middle of that, wherever they go. Like they can go up and they go down, and like somehow they're just floating perfectly in the center of whatever room they're in. It's hilarious.
Earlier someone asked they said, someone came in real quick just a second ago and said that we speculate so much. Brother, if you can find us some Earth curvature to observe, test, and measure, by golly, we'll stop talking about everything. But until then, yeah, we're going to talk about whatever we want because there is no Earth curvature.
Yeah, shut up, Nate.
That doesn't get me though. They can show Earth curvature, and I'm still not going to believe we're on a ball. Whatever curvature they show, I'm not.
Negative 14 psi.
Yo, I say you guys shouldn't stop speculating. It's just damn. Don't you guys think there's some ideas you guys have that even you feel are a bit too far-fetched? Or
Bro, how did we get to where we are today, this day and
We're
age?
saying-
We got here by speculating.
Yeah, and
in that 50 minutes
is the far-fetched part. What they're saying they're doing is the far-fetched part, Nate.
Well, we went over the video, the one that's like the 1 hour long, claimed to be uninterrupted ISS footage. Kosho and several of us, we all went through it, specifically Kosho, because he brought it up and he shared a screen and all that. We went through frame by frame. And I believe Kosho on his side, he was able to confirm that there was no section longer than, I believe it was 7 minutes, that there was not an actual cut, like one that actually is a cut. Like, yep, it totally went to a different frame. So he already was down to 7, but then there were many other spots within the 7 minute sections where they'd be like, they would go up to a window in a weird way and like look out, you know, and then they would like pull away. So like that would be so easy for them to just all you have to do is freeze frame on the window and do a cut that way too. Now that would be a little bit more of a deceptive way of doing it because it almost looks like that it doesn't have the same, you know, obvious cut basically, because the other ones are totally obvious cuts. Like they just totally go to a different camera view or something. So yeah, we went over that.
If you had a static object, if you only had a static object in the frame, that'd be, I'm not a video editor by any means, but I feel like that would be easy to make a cut there and have it be like almost totally unnoticeable. So now we're just down to can they free fall for 6 minutes? You know what I mean? Does NASA have the technology to free fall for 6 minutes, 7 minutes?
Or less.
So-
Yeah.
so-
if they can do the other cuts, it might only be 2 or 3 minutes.
So because there's no cuts, I mean, because they are cuts, all of a sudden it can't be trusted. But I mean, what about the videos made by flat earthers? You know, where they're doing the long distance measurements and firing the lasers. Those have cuts in them, but I've never heard anyone
It was
say
to refute the idea there was one long shot, like
there's a
Ball
cut
was
in the.
claiming.
Come on, man! I'm not done, bro. I've never heard anyone say no. There's a cut in the Effie Cole video. We can't trust it. Like I just feel you guys hold
double standard.
You know, the things you don't agree with to a certain level of evidence that you don't hold anything else to.
Bro, the thing is, dude, if this shit was real, there'd be 360 live 360 cameras all over the place, or on the inside, on the outside.
Why? Why would they be all of
in
that
this video,
if
hold
it
on,
was
Nate.
real?
I'm not done yet. Nate, I'm not done yet. And this uncut video footage, hour-long thing, was supposed to be the proof that, look, hey, they're up there. Here's an hour-long uncut footage of them floating around in space.
But why should that be there? Why should they make an hour-long uncut video?
Because we're saying they're not up there free floating in space. You guys are saying they are up there free floating in space.
So because
This was
Jeremy
supposed to
on
be the
Discord says they're not free floating in space, they got to make all this stuff? Come on.
No, it was the claim from the ballers, Nate. The claim from the ballers was
wasn't done.
hour-long uncut footage, and then we figured out that wasn't true.
I don't think Jeremy was done either.
So people on Discord made that claim, and you proved them wrong. All right.
No, dude, this is something that the ISS, I think somebody even posted an article to it. No, this is like claimed to be an entire hour-long uncut video of the ISS. And what I'm saying is that when we look at it, there's actually cuts every 7 minutes that are absolutely provable. And then there's several within 7 minutes that they could cut as well, to where it really may be even 2 to 3 minute sections, perhaps, that they're actually doing, which would easily be done in a zero-G plane at that point, even with the technology we're aware of.
Tia, would you care to prove any evidence that the video is cut?
Yeah, we went through the whole thing. I mean, Kosho.
I said prove.
We can go. We went through it literally frame by frame.
I said prove.
He said proof.
Okay,
we could do it.
Maybe this guy
reform
doesn't
that
understand what a
question.
cut
We could do it
is,
again.
but
We could
if
do
you
it
want
again, or
proof
we
of
could
it
read
having a cut, just watch the video and it will cut. Like it's very simple.
Yep, we can go through.
The cut it's not like a hidden thing in the video. It's like you watch the video, and if at any point they cut, then it's a cut. Like it's not some thing you got to go searching for with digital software. You just watch the video, and if there's a cut, there's a cut. It's that simple.
It's
Yeah, that's fine.
Kosho admitted it.
There's a cut in it. You guys proved the globe was wrong.
Not one cut, at least a cut every 7 minutes.
All right, there's a cut every 7 minutes. You prove the globe is on Discord wrong. Are there any further implications to this, or is that?
No, it's just added to the list of all the other things that they claim that aren't necessarily the case.
How about the things that do like match?
The globe is on Discord, right?
Dude, these are the professional Globers. Don't get it twisted. There's no other professional Globers. We'll body Neil. You bring Neil deGrasse or Bill Nye or whatever that English dude's name is with the cocks. You bring any of those dudes in here, they'll get their shit rocked, bro. All right, these are the professional Globers. Zanuck, Rumpus, Kosho.
Yeah, those guys would get rocked on both sides, like on their globe side and if they're even whatever they would think of when they're thinking about a flat Earth.
But like on which topics though? You know, like which specific argument? Maybe if it was do planes tilt their nose flying, I'm sure you would rock them. But if it was about dark matter or I don't know, the second law of thermodynamics violations, do you really think you could take on Neil deGrasse Tyson in such an argument?
Listen, yeah, definitely bring him in.
Right.
I'll beat him down with
Right.
GR or whatever they want.
Hey, there's a guy by the name of Flat Earth Boxer, aka Young Moses, aka whatever he goes by these days. And he waited to speak to one of the leading, what was it? One of the leading physicists or leading cosmologists. And he was on at a university, he taped it. And the guy specifically did a presentation about, I guess, gravity. And he was like, great, so you're the perfect man to talk to. And he asked him about the second law of thermodynamics, or how you have a gas pressure without a container. And the guy could not answer him. And he tried to, but the answer he gave, Flat Earth Boxer was like, that's kind of not an answer to the question. And it's not like he said, no, it is. He said he didn't know how else to answer. And that
Does
was
that
all the time
mean?
he had that day.
All right.
So it doesn't mean anything other than when you ask, would they get their snot boxes rocked? Yes, there was an example. That's all that
How
means.
is that an example though?
Not only that,
The
Danny
guy
Faulkner.
was given a question.
Hold on,
Hang on
Danny
though. The guy was
Faulkner.
given a question. Oh, come on, man.
Go
The guy
ahead.
was given a question. He answered it, but then he got told the answer you gave, I don't like it. So that means he lost? Come on.
Here's the
No,
example. Danny Faulkner went to.
And the guy agreed. So we can't characterize this as, no, he just didn't accept the answer and that was that. No. Young
The guy
Moses.
didn't agree. You just said, Elijah,
No,
all he said was, I don't know any other way to answer. That's not him agreeing that I lost anything.
Okay, but he also agreed that his answer was non. But he also agreed that his answer was non sequitur. So
I don't think so.
if you
I
don't
don't think
know
so.
the answer
You did not see
and
that
your
the first
answer
time,
was
and I
non
doubt
sequitur,
that happened. Do you have a link
A
to
good
this, Elijah?
example of it would be when they asked Danny Faulkner, "How do you have gas pressure without a container?" And then what did? Hold on a second, Smooth. You hear me?
Oh, sorry, bud.
Go ahead,
So a
Jim.
good example would be when Danny Faulkner was asked, "How do you have gas pressure without a container?" And he just sat there in silence. And then what'd he do? He went and looked up on the internet Blue Marble's video of gas pressure without a container, and used that. Okay, these people we're
What's
dealing with
wrong
in
with
here.
doing that?
I'm just showing you Blue Marble, Rumpus, Zanuck. These are the professional Globers.
Okay, who is this Danny? What's his face person? Who is
Faulkner. He's a professional.
He's also a young Earth creationist.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that he's one of the biggest flat Earth supposed debunkers out there. He's got a PhD, I think, in
So
something.
it was one flat Earth debunker referencing another
He's got
flat
a
Earth debunker.
PhD. He's got a PhD in some bullshit.
In what? In what?
I don't know. One of your bullshit fucking astro shit things.
Danny who? Falker?
I'll look him up right now. Hold on. Would you say he's a physicist?
Danny Faulkner.
He's got a PhD in Jesus, bro. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
No, he doesn't.
So the worst example I've ever heard in my whole life.
Give me an
This
example.
is just
And then
sad.
he says, wow, you have an example. Whoa. Give me an example. Whoa, you have an example. Got any more?
Oh, I'm saying these are poor examples, you know?
No,
it's like
here
me
we go. This is
saying,
not a poor example. Hold on. Danny Faulkner holds an MS in physics from Clemson University, an MA and a PhD in astronomy from Indiana University.
Wow.
Dude, what are you talking about?
where are you reading this? Could you post the link? Because the Danny Falk I'm looking up just wrote books.
He's also
Bro, maybe
taught.
I'm-
He's also taught at university as well.
Maybe I'm
For
looking at the wrong
26
guy.
years, he's published 100 papers in various journals. Okay, bro, this is the guy who goes to Blue
Yeah, but Jeremy,
Marble
post
to
the
get
link.
the answer.
Post the link,
Bro, this is the
please.
guy that goes to. Okay, this is the guy that goes. This is the guy that goes to Blue Marble to get the
It's
answers. He goes
Faulkner.
to,
It's not Faulkner. It's Faulkner.
Or I looked at Danny Faulkner, and it's just a dude that wrote a book about Genesis, Paradise Lost. So maybe I'm looking at the wrong guy. I don't know.
That's him.
Is that him? There's
Yeah,
nothing
he
here
wrote
about
book.
him
He
sending
did.
to
He
heaven.
was an author.
yeah, he wrote
Let me see.
books. He's published 100 papers. He's got a PhD, a MS, a BA. He's a fucking astronomer, all that shit, bro.
Yeah, what
These are the guys.
I just posted right there. What I just posted right there. Yeah, and he's got a master's and a PhD. He's published over 100 papers in many journals for over 26 years, and he's also been a professor at University of South Carolina.
And who'd he go to get the answer a flat earther asked him? He went to Blue Marble Science, the professional glober, okay, to get the answers.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, he was shooting off his mouth that the flat earthers are not asking him the questions. He has all the answers.
Well, the thing is, he said you. Oh, go ahead, my bad.
No, and then when what's his name, Nathan asked him, he was in complete silence. It's a joke.
Faulkner was running around saying you can't debunk the flat earthers because you're going to the wrong places. You're going to YouTube and whatnot, looking for the answers. He's like, I have the answers. And then what did he do right after? Right after he got asked that question, he went to fucking YouTube. That's like the icing on the cake. That part,
He went to Blue. He went to Blue of all people. That was too funny, man.
So you see what I'm saying, Nate? It's like, oh, we proved some globers wrong. Dude, these are the professional. Like, don't act like these guys ain't nothing. These guys are the professional globers. These are the guys the PhD, master's degree motherfuckers are going to get their answers.
Well, also, if you like the way Jeremy just laid it out there, like a guy who says, "Don't look at YouTube, come to me." This is how you destroy a flat earther. Like me, I'm the paragon of truth, and I'm here to destroy them. And then a flat earther asks him a question, coincidentally, because he told people to ask him questions, and he goes and turns around and asks a YouTuber, or not asks, but looks up the information on YouTube, the very thing he explicitly stated not to do. Also, while being the source who looks knowledgeable. You have to admit, that's a blunder.
All right. Did you guys see where this guy got all of his degrees from?
Wow.
He got it all from Bob Jones University. Do you guys know what Bob Jones University is?
Uh-oh.
He got his
credit.
He went to
Have you
Clemson.
looked into Bob Jones University? Come on, stop it.
He got an MS in physics from Clemson University.
Does it say Clemson? I've seen Bob Jones.
And a PhD in astronomy from Indiana University. He taught at the University of South Carolina. Dude, this don't sound like... What are you talking about, Nate?
Uh-oh.
Let me see. I mean, let me look into this. What is
left lane?
No, it seems like
another
what do you
physicist,
what do you mean left lane?
Seems like left lane is supporting Nate on this without researching himself, and Nate might be wrong. Might be. I don't know. Might be.
No, the information that I have found on Danny Faulkner was sketchy.
I just posted. I mean, this is on this website, which is Answers in Genesis. It was just like the first one that came up when I searched for it. But I just put the little quote there that an MS in physics at Clemson. I mean, Jeremy just already said it like 3 times. MS in physics from Clemson and another master's and a PhD in astronomy from Indiana University. And then he was a professor at the University of South Carolina for 26 years. And he has published. He's published in over 100 papers in various journals.
Is that the same Danny Faulkner though?
Is that not enough?
One?
He's a glober, right? He's a glober that y'all are denying that he's even like anything. He's not very smart.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if
They're
that's
gonna
the
have a
same
hard
guy or
time
not.
burying him.
Nothing's coming up.
How are you going to bury this guy? He has so many credentials.
I don't know if it's the
Maybe
same guy.
maybe when he wrote his papers, he was flying in a plane and the oxygen was low. That was one of y'all's excuses last night. Or maybe he was on drugs. Could have been on drugs when he wrote all those 100 papers. Uh-oh.
So they threw Neil out of under the bus. They threw DeGrasse Tyson under the bus. They threw the other guy there that talks about the genders under the bus.
Bird. Yeah, y'all running out of people, man.
Bird under the bus. Yeah.
Y'all running out of professional globers with PhD that are supporting your claims.
Although to shout out to Left Lane, he actually, this guy does seem like he did it's because it says that he was involved with Bob Jones University, so he was a part of that. So what he said was true, but the guy also has all the PhDs, and then he's taught at all these major universities as well. It's like,
But
whoa.
those aren't major universities though. That's the thing.
University
and it
of
seems
South
a
Carolina?
lot of weirdos that come out of Bob Jones go to Clemson. No, it's not a big one, Gio. These are not Ivy League universities, you know.
Just so the PhD don't matter, then it's not.
PhD in physics don't matter.
I'm not saying it don't matter. I'm sure this guy is pretty intelligent. I'm sure he is, but I don't think he would be, you know, the first person a globe earther would run to, you know, for information on something. Like I've never heard a globe earther on YouTube
was the one
quote
that's
this guy.
saying flat earthers, they're not getting the right answers because they're not coming to me. They should come to me. He was the one. It's not like we went after him, right?
Well,
he
said
came
that.
to the flat earthers.
Yeah, well, that was his mistake. But what I'm trying to say is, I've never heard a global quote this guy before. Like, I don't know who this guy is.
How big is Clemson? How big do you think Clemson University is? I'm just looking.
I think Clemson has a large student population.
Because he has
but
an
I don't
MS.
think
He has an MS. It said he has an MS from Clemson as well.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, in terms of your standards, he is fully credentialed in that sense. You could get into an argument of Ivy League versus, because I'm not sure if Clemson necessarily is considered that, but
not at all.
Published, right? I mean, that's the things y'all asked for. Published.
I wonder if the papers go through peer review.
Yeah, over 100. Yeah, he's published over 100 times in the peer review system that you guys claim is legitimate.
Uh-huh.
All right, let me look up his papers because I don't know what papers these are.
Uh-oh.
Check him out. See if he meets your standards, Nate.
But I'll give it to you guys. This guy does seem to be educated, you know. But all I'm saying is, I've never heard a global quote this guy. I was today years old when I found out about Danny Faulkner.
That's what Jeremy was saying, though, is that these like blue, like he went to blue. So who's the professional if that guy is going to someone else? If somebody had to go, if he had to go to blue, then like.
After saying and demeaning flat earthers for getting all their information off the internet, he went to someone who's on the internet for an answer about physics when Blue isn't a physicist. He was an engineer. Uh-oh.
That is embarrassing.
Truly embarrassing.
Yeah.
So that's the moral of the story: is these guys were dealing with Rumpus, Zanuck, Kosho, you know, all these guys. These guys are the professional Globers. Like, there's no one
I
else
heard
to go
Kosho
to
yesterday
but these
talking
guys.
about stuff he didn't understand. You know.
Well,
And another moral of the story: never go to blue for info.
Hey, Nate, in all fun, you might have a lag, dude, because you're batting 100 on cutting Jeremy off at the end of his sentences. On my end, at least. I don't know. I might have a lag.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, come on. Let's watch the interruptions, guys, please.
I'm sorry.
But batting 100 is impressive no matter what, if there's a lag or not. Either way, it's impressive.
Yeah, but I can't find these papers. I just find his books. Are those the papers they're talking about?
You mean in the last 30 seconds, 45 seconds?
I'm looking up his papers, and all that comes up are the books he wrote.
Oh.
If there was a debate going on tomorrow, Nate, and who would you put your money on, Kosho or Dr. Faulkner?
It depends what the topic is.
Pick a
Maybe
topic
if
on
they were
his
debating about
speciality. On
if they were
his
debating
speciality.
what's his speciality?
Whatever.
Picking up men. If it's about picking up men, I'm going with Kosho 100%. Hands down. All my money. Any
Yeah, I
other
got
topic
Kosho.
about science or physics or whatever, I'm going with Danny Faulkner. I'm just saying.
No, but
I'll
the
take
point
my chances.
sorry, Rick. The point I'm trying to make is these guys, they're not experienced in debating. They're just not experienced, though. An experienced debater will make them look like they don't know nothing.
Dude, they don't even know their own
Yeah.
shit, bro. They don't know their own shit. Listen, I told you the thing about the guy in my high school, their science teacher. These guys only know, they never got down to the nitty gritty of it like we did.
I think Kosho would actually win.
Oh, Jeremy,
Yeah,
that's
Kosho would
an
be like,
outrageous.
oh no,
That's an egregious.
Kosho would be
point.
like Kosho would be like Mike Tyson in his prime, up against anyone when it comes to like in the mainstream. Like he would be like, oh, he'd be on fire. I mean, he would know.
I bet you Kosho could take the flat Earth position and still win.
That's what I was
guess.
going to say.
for
He
sure.
could take the flat Earth and beat him in a debate here at Geo's. Any scientist, I think Kosho could beat any scientist in a debate. And Kosho was the flat Earther, and the other dude was the Glober.
An
Kosho would win.
Kosho has a tremendous ability to agree with you while sounding like he's disagreeing with you, while throwing all that mainstream science rhetoric to you. The whole time he's agreeing with you, he's just making it seem like he's disagreeing with the word. I mean, the sophistry is absolutely fantastic. Every time I hear him, hold on, let me finish. Every time I hear Kosho speaking and doing that shit, I hear on fucking Beethoven in the back of my mind. That's how sophisticated the sophistry is.
Bro, these kids are like sucking this guy's dick right now.
An experienced debater knows how to split the audio.
I would say
Knows
this.
how to-
It's crazy because I definitely agree. There's definitely something about. Oh, my bad. Am I not relenting? Who's gonna go?
I'm gonna pay for it.
We can't talk at the same time. So who's gonna finish? What's up?
Yeah, I think
I stopped. I
someone
stopped.
someone had a hot mic. I think maybe SE. You were cutting out SE. Yeah, SE.
No,
you're
it's
robotic. Just give it a second. Yeah, go ahead, Elijah.
It's crazy that in 2022, like I find no flaws with what you guys are saying. Like that's like if I had to watch a debate against a flat earther and I was a globe earther, I wouldn't think about any of these quote unquote legit guys because every time we've seen them, 2014, 2016, anytime they got caught out there, the Hubble telescope manager guy, damn, what the hell is his name? If Hank Hill was in here, he'd know who I was talking about. Totally, just by asking him if he's ever actually seen it in real life for himself. The guy saying no. Like, I wouldn't want that guy debating. I wouldn't want Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse Tyson debating. I wouldn't want Danny Faulkner debating. I wouldn't want that lady who didn't know that she was talking to a flat earther trying to answer basic questions about gas pressure without a container. I wouldn't want her. I wouldn't want Michelle Fowler. Who the fuck would we call other than Kosho? That's my number one fucking man. Fuck y'all talking about? Kosho for the win.
Science is in big trouble.
All right. Two things I just want to say. I think if Danny Faulkner had to argue with Kosho about how planes work, Kosho would destroy him. But if they had to argue about the strong force and elementary charge, Kosho wouldn't know what he's talking about, number one. Number two, I just found one of Danny Faulkner's so-called papers. It's a biblically based cratering theory. He's talking about how on the fourth day of creation, there was some bombardment event where I don't even know where, like, Earth was hit by mad comets and meteorites, and this
So you're gonna
caused
try
the
to tie him
flood.
to religion and discredit him. Is that what you're trying to do?
No, this is his paper. This is his paper. That's all I'm saying. This is The scientific
He's
papers
adding
he writes.
cartoons, basically.
Listen. Danny Faulkner's paperwork's good, right? It's all, we already checked that. He's good. He's got all the right paperwork for you guys. He's got the PhDs from accredited universities. He's got the masters from all the right. He's got all the shit.
But I
that
thought
you need to be
universities were
professional in your
places
field.
where they indoctrinate you. So how could we trust them?
But Jeremy, does he have the white lab coat that you check?
But see, Danny
his
Faulkner's
closet.
a Glober. Danny
I didn't
Faulkner's a
check his
Glober.
I didn't check his
Well, y'all
closet.
gonna-
Osho's probably in there.
Yes, he's a Glober, left lane. He's a Glober.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are y'all
But
bragging
I just
on him?
posted one of his papers. Like, these are the papers he writes.
Right.
I don't know,
You
man.
agree with us. You agree with us. You wouldn't pick him.
I
Congratulations.
wouldn't. I would not pick him. I agree with you. Yeah,
No,
he sounds like a
I wouldn't.
Glober's liability.
Now, in order to have fun, seeing as that you're in here all day, do you even have a star player like that that's not from this arena?
Yo,
Like, seeing as
I'm not in here all day, and no, I don't have a star player.
Real quick,
But
if you had to
isn't
pick Faulkner, or if you had to pick Faulkner or
Wait.
Leon,
Listen to what I'm trying to ask. Because I would ask any Glober, hey, in a debate, who you got? I need to hear them say somebody I don't fucking know who's going to have the credentials that Danny Faulkner has, minus the Christian shit. Well, who is that?
Nobody in here in Discord has those credentials. Probably.
Yeah, but it's funny that the
None
people
of these
that do
guys
it-
that come in here and debate all day have those fucking credentials.
What Elijah is saying is,
Yo.
that the people with the credentials, we can't count on them to have a proper debate. So what does that say about the what we're debating, right? What does that say about the globe? If they come on here and because they know the arguments, they know that the mainstream components that are out there perpetuating this nonsense cannot even come close to it, right? What does that say about the globe story itself?
Well, let me flip it on you
that's not
guys.
true.
Who
Hold
would
on,
you
real
guys
quick.
call in?
Real quick. That's not true. People in this arena do have some of those credentials. There's people with master's degrees and PhDs. All right.
Most of those people,
So
most of those people with
who would you
credentials
guys
came
call in?
afterwards.
So
who would you guys call in? Like for a super debate? Like if there was a super Glober against a super flat earther, who would you guys nominate for the flat
That's
earther?
the beautiful part of it. That's the beautiful part of it. We've dismantled it. Just regular people. We don't need to be anyone. We don't need to have PhDs. Just regular people.
So you guys would let
We dismantle your whole story.
so you guys
Honestly,
would
I
let
think
Jeremy
I
do
would
it?
choose.
Nate, if you had to
choose.
pick, Nate, if you had to pick Lael, or Faulkner, who would you pick?
Yo, I know you know
Oh,
that I was
come on.
second. I heard you. I heard you stumbling over your words, Jeremy. You know I went first. That's crazy.
Bro, it doesn't. You're not out just because you go out first. You're not always going to get in first. Go ahead. You got it now. Go ahead.
I started speaking literally like
I
5
know,
words
bro.
before.
I know. It's not always
It's
gonna
open
happen.
now.
Yeah, you got it now, bro. It's not always going to go down the way you want it to, though.
Well, you're the fucking moderator. You're the one that's supposed to make it go down.
You're
when
the
it
one
goes
wasting my
go
time.
down.
Okay,
Elijah,
you're the guy.
the problem is
you're
your
the guy wasting
microphone
my
doesn't
time right
sound
now.
well. Your
Yeah, just
microphone
go
doesn't
ahead,
come
bro.
out well.
Yeah,
Go
you're
ahead,
hard to
bro.
hear.
You got this now. Go ahead, bro.
I would pick between Nathan Oakley and Adam Meekin.
Nathan Oakley, really? Jesus.
To debate?
Because
Really?
if he had to have a civil debate, and if there was a moderator, they had to give their citations and their arguments and all of that before the debate, and they had to, and so the moderators understood the context and what was. Yeah, I would choose either Nathan or maybe even Adam.
How about
Wow.
Whitson? How about Whitson? Would he be under
Yeah,
consideration
I would have
for
picked
any of you
Whitson.
guys? He's never wrong apparently.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley without the power to mute someone, I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
he'd look like a dumbass.
I don't
Nathan would
know.
look like he won't answer any questions. He'd make us look stupid. He won't
Yeah,
answer any
Yeah,
he's a
he
questions.
would.
fucking liability. I would have picked,
He would just
Whitfield or Brian
he would
or
just address
maybe
begging
even
the
Jeremy.
question.
Maybe Jeremy, you know?
He would address begging the question and other fallacies. Like, so basically, you wouldn't have a fun debate because it'd be over before it began.
So that's how you
I'm
debate.
saying
You
that every
just talk
question he
about
got asked,
fallacies?
he would dodge
Come on.
every single question. That's all
Yeah,
he does is dodge.
that's nonsense.
Dodge,
That's
dodge.
not a proper debate. Yeah, he would just say that's a fallacy. That's a fallacy, and then he
Well, if he
wouldn't
could
answer
justify,
anything.
he could
He wouldn't bring
justify
in
it being.
any points forth. He wouldn't make any claims. Like, what's the
If he
point of
can
that?
justify, if he can justify it being a fallacy, then I mean, we're not going to sit here and act like fallacies don't exist.
How's a question a fallacy, bro?
Like some of us are acting like the scientific
Bro,
method doesn't exist or is
go listen to any
unimportant or is.
show, and he don't answer questions, bro. In a debate, you ask questions, and he don't answer them. A question is
Exactly.
not a fallacy.
If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. That's fine. Don't shit on
No,
my
but
choice. Go
Elijah,
ahead and
that's a
make
good
your
point Brian's making.
who you
In a
pick.
Hold
debate,
on, Nate.
you got to
Nate, hold
answer
on.
questions as well, right? So
Nate,
if
hold on.
Nathan Oakley's
Elijah,
asked a
Nate.
question, what is he
Nate,
going to
hold
say?
on. Nate, let Elijah finish. You cut him right off, bro.
Oh, my bad.
Your mic's a little low, Elijah.
Yeah, Eli.
Yeah, his mic
Hold on.
sucks.
Yeah, Eli.
I know.
It's going in and out too. It's going in and out, bro.
He's going into the ether.
It sounds like it sounds like you're done because it goes silent, and then someone else goes, and then it actually kept going for you as well.
Yeah, that
Look,
ain't my fault.
The fact that we
go ahead, bro.
The fact that we can't even play along and answer basic questions. Look at how long it could have taken for us to argue back and forth when you motherfuckers are supposed to be giving your choices for who you would pick. Get off my nuts. I picked Nathan and Adam, and that's it. Pick who you would pick. Fuck.
All right.
I would pick.
Okay.
I would pick
All right,
Chemo.
opinions are good. Yeah, I definitely.
Yo, Chemo and Witsit. Chemo is a beast, bro.
I
So
think
is
Nathan
Witsit.
needs to change the name of his show, bro. Because call your show a debate show. You gotta have a debate.
How
And he
about
don't
Brian?
debate, bro.
I think Brian has potential.
I think Indio
Brian
would be
has
a
a
good
lot
one
of
too.
potential.
I would
Definitely
pick
got to put
myself
Indio in.
Brian, what do you think? Would you be up to for like a debate like
Playing on
that?
the door right there.
I'll debate anybody in the world, man.
Hell yeah.
Do my best.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if we're talking about picking flat earthers, let's be reasonable. He's talking about Nathan Oakley. That's a fucking
Yeah.
joke. Maybe
No, Brian's
Gleam,
right. Brian's
like maybe
right.
Gleam or Austin.
Oh, wait a minute, Brian. You're saying that it's unreasonable to select the guy that has a flat Earth debate show?
He doesn't have a debate show, bro.
That's not a debate show. He doesn't debate.
Just want to give my answer real quick. I'd pick Jeremy and Witsit.
Problem with Nathan
Say,
Oakley is he
that's
swears.
a dynamic duo right there.
No,
Jeremy and
this
Witsit.
Yeah.
That motherfucker's a smoke for crack.
That is a force to be reckoned with.
Yo, is this a
All the
room where we can just
magnetism, and that's it. It's over.
people? So is this a room where we just sit and talk about people that aren't here? No. No, it's not.
That's
so
what I was going to say, man. Listen, I picked me for every debate.
Okay, great.
I'll pick myself and Blue Marvel Signs. Like, we would crush anybody.
You're right, Elijah.
Has Nathan ever had any debates, though? I mean, I might be missing something. Has anybody ever seen Nathan in a debate?
Elijah's
Never.
right.
Never in my life.
I would pick.
When are you going to move on? Are you going to move on December? When is it? Let me know.
Elijah, your mic is trash, bro.
I would pick.
Yeah, I know.
Jaren.
When is it gonna be when you move on, or after this guy gives his example? Do you have? Are you gonna use another time slot to say you don't like Nathan, or can you just get them all out at once? Because you're only saying the same thing. Just get it out.
Why you
I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to be fair about it, right? Quit defending your daddy, man. I'm trying to be fair.
Listen, is it possible to separate the personality from the man? Right? Okay, the man has his personality, right? But we have to understand that he is a man behind that personality. So you try to tell me that he couldn't be civil enough if he had to do a debate, that he would know that he... Let me finish. And he would know that he would not be in the show, that he will behave? Of course he will. It doesn't make any sense for him not to. Because even monetarily, it would be bad for him to do so. So why say that?
Yeah, you're right.
Come on, man. Let's be reasonable.
Well, let me get my new answer. To represent the flat Earth, man, I'd take me and Gleam, man. Me and Gleam, or maybe Yeah, no, that'd be my first choice. Myself and Gleam. Put us on a team. We'll take down any two ballers.
Bro. All right.
Who's
Who would you
Gleam?
pick
I
for
don't even know who Gleam is.
You don't
Yeah,
know
who
who
is that?
Gleam is? Come on, guys. Are you guys serious?
Yeah, he's a Mac Earther. Ernest Mock.
I think
Well, where would I
we're
find him? I don't
basing.
even know who you're talking about.
I think we're basing our decision on some sort of fame kind of situation, right? The famous ones, of course, they have their own skit, right? They have their things, but there's a lot of us that are here in the trenches every day, right? We're the ones coming up with the arguments. We're the one polishing the shit. These people, these famous guys, they take our arguments and polish them and present them as if they came up with it.
Obviously, I wouldn't pick Jaron or Bob Nodell for debate. You know, I like their show and everything, but for debate, I wouldn't choose them. I wouldn't choose Nathan. I would choose a debater, people who debate like me, Austin, Jeremy. You know, all of us guys. That's what we do. We're on the front line.
I'll tell you who I would take.
You guys can't forget about Indio. Indio's great too, by the way.
I'll tell you who I would take it.
I was gonna say Indio, but well, first and foremost, I've seen Nathan debate way before his show was controlled. So that's number one. You don't have
That's
to like
what I want to see. That's what I was asking for, bro. What me to smart ass? Like I want to see if because I've never seen him in a debate. Can you get?
Just go to the like. There used to be a time where Coach Show, Rumpus, all of these people got their names being on his show every day. Go back to when it was less control.
Sake, dude, I'm talking about a debate, bro.
That's what I'm.
I'll tell you who I'd like to see.
That's what I'm talking about.
like
Anyway,
Guys, Elijah's
Can we let
speaking.
Jeremy get in?
We'll let Elijah.
They won't. They never let me. Go ahead.
I can confirm what Elijah said.
Because I wasn't done talking, I really wanted to just say that to end that on Nathan. But I was gonna say the reason that I only brought that up because I have a similar experience with Indio and all these other people. Now, there's a reason I didn't choose John, regardless, or Huey, regardless of how you guys feel about him, because if he loses control, I care about that more than him being right. He's never going to win a debate. He's never going to win the crowd over in that instance. I've heard Indio get frustrated, and it doesn't sound nice. Even though he's technically great, I would probably choose more of a softer tone, but more reasonable, who can call out fallacies. So instead of Nathan, I would probably choose Crypto. And maybe for the more technical side, why not Percentage even? Maybe.
I was gonna say, you son of a bitch. I was trying to get in there this whole time and say, you know who's a beast is Percentage. He's sick with it. I've heard Percentage and Chemo went on I don't know, one of the big Globers on YouTube or something, and Percentage did good.
Yeah, Percentage is smart. It's just like
he's
he
a
has the
nightmare.
wildest ideas sometimes.
He's a nightmare, bro.
He'll just dig his heels and he'll come up with some weird idea and just stick to it, you know.
But do you think that talking about these? Do you think that talking about these topics, right, the nature of our reality, you don't think that is going to get weird eventually?
No, but
the thing is, I've been doing this shit so long. Every topic I can get right to the point, and I know how to shut them all down. As far as making Globers double speak, if y'all give me the mic for like 5 minutes, it gets in, or 2 minutes, I can make them double. I can make them stop on their tongue with every single topic, just about.
I don't know about that.
Not every topic.
I've heard you lose debates, Brian. I've heard you get your ass kicked, Brian. I've heard
but it's all experience, though, man. It's all experience.
Word.
So
True that. How come none of you would pick Gio though? Like I thought Gio was a vet.
It's his server. We can't pick him.
Definitely Gio. I've heard Gio tear people up about knowing what they think they know more than anybody. Just like totally laying it out and showing how it could work. Gio's the man, actually, as far as debate goes.
Bro, I really want to have a debate. We could do like Pete Shea and Jen or something versus Rumpus and Zanuck, and whoever stops talking first loses.
Oh God, yo, that's just
That would be horrible.
nice. Oh
That
my
would-
goodness. Yo.
Maybe pick. Hey,
Dude,
look.
listen,
Hey, we could pick.
I don't know
We
why
could pick
nobody.
Ruhif, dude.
I don't know why
If we
nobody
pick.
has. I don't know why
Go ahead.
nobody has suggested Miggy yet, but Miggy, come on, Miggy now, shit, he'd be one of my choices if I'm going to entertain this fucking shit.
On the globe side, though, we'd have to feed Ruhif's dog, but if we fed his dog and his kids, and then we could put him in a debate.
What about Brenda? I've heard Brenda kick most of the ass. You know.
Problem with Brenda is the emotion. It's too
Brenda has
emotional.
never won a debate. When has Brenda actually won a
Yeah,
debate?
Brenda got smashed by a 12-year-old boy, man. I'm Brenda Kryptonite, dude.
Bro, you crazy? Are you talking about
her
Shoe
lie at
Earth?
will?
Are you
I can
talking about
literally
Shoe
make her
Earth,
lie at
Brenda?
will.
Are you talking about Smooth Earth, Brenda? Bro, you are bugging.
Smooth Earth. What do you mean?
I want to say something about Geo real quick, because it was interesting how no one brought him up. But maybe not a debate situation, even though I think he did great. But if there was some sort of like a representative of flat earthers, like flat earth was a country, and like things were getting tense between like the globe country and the flat country, I would send Geo easily as like a diplomat figure to go like work things out and represent like our views and opinions and whatever.
Yeah,
he's a very he's a very diplomatic
scenario,
guy with a clear head, level
that,
head, you know, smart
in
too.
that scenario, I would agree with you, bro.
After we pick the debaters, let's pick like who we would select to go on like a good morning, not Good Morning America, but like some platform where you would present and like
Geo.
you would present. Yeah, Geo would be good.
Yeah, he's a great like front man or diplomat figure to represent us as a collective. I trust him. I trust that dude.
I would pick from 24/7 to do that. I would pick Wolfgang. You guys know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I've never heard Wolfgang debate.
Yes, I agree with that with you, Eli. Yeah, he's awesome, man. Yeah, I think I'm not sure whether he's on this server or not, or maybe he is, but he doesn't have roles yet. I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't think I've heard him in this VC before. That'd be amazing if he comes in. Yeah, I've always had such a good vibe connection with him the whole time I've known him. It's awesome.
Wolfgang, the British guy.
He's never been bad. Yeah, he's never been bad. Like we all have our flaws. I've never really heard him. I don't know what his flaw is. He's always a good person to talk to.
Yeah, because you're not talking about Ron Sheckelson. Also, like I think he had like a Wolfgang Flat was his name. But yeah, you're not. But yeah, you're not talking about him, right? You're talking about exactly.
He's cool. I like him actually. If we were to go on a conspiracy show and we had to get on like Crow 777, that's my man for that. Ron is my man. But as far as like a Good Morning America presentation, clear things up. Hey, so these are some misconceptions and what people think. This is what we're trying to present. We just want people to understand. Yeah, definitely the Wolfgang, not Ron, but the other one with the actual wolf avatar.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, he's.
Doesn't this say something about our psychology that we want like somebody that is assumed to be better than us, right? Like they have to be nice, they have to be presentable, they have to look a certain way, speak a certain way, right? And we associate that with delivering truth. Like only a person that looks and talks a certain way could deliver the truth to the people. Why is that?
I don't know. If we're talking mainstream, y'all talking about mainstream, like the audiences who've never heard the debate, then I'd probably pick Nathan Thompson, man. Believe it or not, to first introduce the subject. Like he's got a lot of experience, and he's usually like right to the point, to the basic. He's good at. See, we're so advanced in the debate, man. We go straight off into the weeds where people don't even know half the time what we're even fucking talking about. If it's a mainstream debate, I would want to pick somebody who points out the general principles of flat Earth, and Nathan Thompson would be a real good candidate for that.
Well, I think everybody has like a spectrum of different skills and talents, and so to be able to kind of like heighten those is very interesting because, yeah, I mean, some people have a lot of in-depth knowledge about a certain topic, but then not as much about something else. And we all, I'm sure, in some level of all that whole spectrum, because doesn't seem like in this human consciousness we're quite able to just access everything quite yet, but it does seem like it's all there and in potential to come to the awareness of.
So Deuce Ball. If I had
Jeremy be a good choice too, man. Jeremy.
For a podcast like Joe Rogan, I'd send Deuce Ball.
Look, if you're talking about time and experience, I don't think anybody's got more time and experience than, say, like me or Jeremy. We just, for years and years and years, directly in the Ballers channels. So as far as experience, as far as hearing everything come around 10 times in different angles, you know, somebody like Jeremy is going to have, you know, a lot of experience, man. So he's going to know how to shut these topics down too. He knows how to, he knows where they lead to, and he could shut them down. He'd do a real good job.
I think a lot of us on here have a lot of experience. We just don't. A lot of us don't have the decorum, right? But the experience. I mean, I could hop on here and in 5 minutes, in less than 5 minutes, I understand what you guys are talking about, where the conversation go, and where the conversation was, simply because I've been recurring in these fucking debates. So we all have the experience.
That's why one of my first picks was Chemo, right? Because me and Chemo, we spent so much time. Anyone that spent that much time in Gems, like, you know where all this shit's going. You've been down every topic, down to the nitty gritty. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can't buy that kind of experience right there.
Right. That's when I was over in Jose's. When you all was over at Jim's, me and Travis were over at like Jose's. You know, I was over there just about every day, dude. So people came.
Yeah, but them Globers are
Jose's is nothing.
There you go. Yeah.
I was actually going to second that. What Elijah said earlier about Rumpus and these people is actually true. It started with, as far as I can remember, Nathan Oakley. Then JG Gonzalez came around. Then Sean G came around. Then Ranty came around. And most of us have been hanging around those Discord servers since that time. I'm talking about myself and a lot of the people on here that I recognize. So we all heard it. We've all been we've all heard all the bullshit. We all understand that the globe doesn't have anything to offer but beautiful math, right? They don't really have arguments. They don't really have common sense, reason. It's just math, and you can make anything look beautiful with math.
Yeah, I had to pick somebody with frontline experience, though. That's why I said, man, somebody like Jeremy or somebody like that, somebody with frontline experience, man. Because if you don't have the experience, then they could throw things. Most of us in here all have a lot of experience, but certain people, if they could get thrown topics, man, that they don't know nothing about. They might not have heard it before. But I heard a lot of good choices tonight, man.
I put you on my list, Brian. Brian, you're on my team. I put Geo, Indio, you, Witsit, maybe Globus too. Yeah, I can't forget about Globus. He's good.
I forgot about you, even, man. You got a lot of frontline experience. Is there any arguments you're not familiar
I wouldn't
with?
be at the top of the list, that's for sure.
Why not, man? Sure you can.
I don't know their model as well as you guys probably do.
Yeah.
You don't really need to know that much. All you have to know how to do is Google, bro. That's all they do. Even when we ask them a question, if they know the answer, they won't answer. They go and Google it first just to be sure.
That's exactly right. And they got McToon's script, so they all know now. So McToon has made a web page where anybody debating, he's got all the highlights, and they just read from the script. And it's a well-written script. So that's what that guy Bryant did. So basically, Austin was debating Bryant. He was debating McToon's script. But Bryant didn't know enough to back up all the facts on there, but he knew enough to pull up the webpage and recite it so he didn't look like a fool. But
are you sure? Why can you be so sure?
MC Toon, except for Democ.
Yeah, how about
MC
Toon? MC Toon and Democ, but like both, like they're just sipping tea and being really just civil and calm and just actually working it out, going through the points one at a time, keeping on topic. I would actually like to hear that.
I would.
So
I
you
would
just
like the
so you just
request.
describe a non scenario because that wouldn't happen. They wouldn't be sipping tea and just, hey, how you doing, sir? How you?
See,
No, that shit it would not flow like that.
DeMont though catches him off guard, man, because look, DeMont don't come from no script, so he'll say 5 things that you're like, kind of laughing about, but it's just still to me entertaining. But then he'll come out with one, dude, that gets them thinking, and it's not on their script, so they don't know how to answer. Like he caught McToonin a couple times where like MC2 didn't know what to say, man, and that's why I like watching DeMont, man. He'll come up with food for thought sometimes. It catches them out of left field, and without a script, some of them aren't that good, man. Without their script,
He'll definitely get him. He'll definitely get him, but he'll lose his shit as soon as McToon start doing his old spiel, talking like over the person.
You gotta have your shit in the first place to lose it, though. He enters right out of the gate, full throttle. It's funny as shit.
MC Toon puts me in bed, dude. But what you keep saying that there's like people who are reading a script, or people Globers are googling everything. When you say that's an assumption, are you sure that everyone that you're talking to is reading from a script?
I've even caught you off guard a couple times, post-show, where you couldn't answer and you had to stop and think and come back to me, man. So if we're in the middle of a debate,
that's fine. I mean that should be the case. That should be the case with everybody, right? I mean, everyone's going to come to a point where you ask them a question, they think about what you're asking them. But what I'm saying is what you said a second ago about people reading off scripts, specifically maybe McToon's script, or Googling answers to everything. I mean, that's a generalization or an assumption, right?
Yeah, but if it's his show and it's unmoderated, that's a different story, man, than a moderated debate, man, where you can't change the subject or pass it on. You got to concede. If you're going to pass the subject, then that comes with a concession. That, hey, I had to look into that, or hey, I don't know. That's the whole point, man. If it's your show, you could fucking that's why I wouldn't pick Nathan or MC Toon for the Globe. I'd pick you over him. But what I'm saying is he wrote a script, and so he's armed Globers with at least something. Like even Globers like Bryant, who's never debated, going straight up against Austin, and who's been in, hours and hours and hours of debate, and then with 3 other people. But he was able to not look like a complete idiot because he had MC Toon's script. He didn't have that, bro. He got beat, obviously, but he would have been trampled. It would have been embarrassing if he didn't have that script.
About that, I don't think that, like, people always say, like, I'm debating astrophysicist or debating this, like, PhD. I actually don't think that those people are the best people at debating, because the best people debating in this community are just
but they're the experts.
Experience with the argument.
They're supposed to be the professionals.
Oh yeah, no.
The astrophysicists
are
supposed
you can
to
be an
professionals
expert,
and representing the model,
necessarily good at debating. Debating is a whole new spiel. Like it's
and I'll tell you that earlier,
you can be an expert in astrophysics. If you're not a debater, you're going to get wrecked.
They're not going to have any answers for a lot of questions that are very valid questions, to say the least.
That's why I say when they say science, when they just try and lean on science, like there's no globe science. That's your astrophysicist. And if you throw the professionals into the arena, they're going to get demolished, bro. The professionals are like your co-shows.
They basically believe it's kind of like the one actually, kind of like that one on Jeranism's channel with that Bryant guy with Witsit, and when they all did that one. That guy definitely left with just this huge list of things that he had to look into. And that was kind of like,
of course, yeah.
The whole time, he's like,
he read the script and then said he had to look into it.
He kept saying, like, send me the links, and they're sending him all these links. So it's like it was more just like taken aback.
Yeah, but
he just,
but he
didn't have answers for so many things.
Yeah, but he clearly didn't do his research, right? Don't you think if one of these big time physicists sat down for a whole week watching Dr. Dave debates.
A week, bro? Are you serious? You think 1 week? Try a couple years,
hang on,
bro.
Brian. Hang on.
Let him finish, man.
Yeah, just spend 1 week watching all of these different debates and Globe Earth debates. They would understand all of the arguments. Because
bullshit. That dude said he spent a couple months.
There he goes again.
The last couple months.
Don't interrupt him, Brian.
Brian.
I just corrected him.
Yeah,
just don't interrupt, bro. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah. At the end of the day, we argue the same 10 to 15 topics. So it's not that much they would have to like really prepare themselves for, right? So, I mean, I think if they had enough time to prepare and they prepared properly, they could take any of you on.
You think you can
They could
prepare
take
for?
anybody
You
on.
think
That's
you can
fine, but
prepare for? You think you can prepare for percentage or chemo or something like that? Like you can't prepare for that.
Listen, hold on.
No,
Why
you
not?
can't. There's no preparing for that, bro. It's
Hold on a
like
sec.
Freddy in your dreams.
Objectivity is without our reach. Can you guys hear me? We can't get to objectivity. We can only agree on shit. There's stuff. Listen, actual truth exists outside of our ability to perceive and or discuss it. Okay, we're limited, so we just argue for the sake of it because we're never going to get anywhere on that one.
Which brings up a point. Debating is not about what's truthful or what knowledge is. Debating is about how you can sway the audience, how you can articulate, and how you can destroy the other person's points.
Yeah,
I agree with that, God.
it's funny that I'm now hearing Kosho bringing up my talking points from the last 2 weeks. I don't know if you heard me say it, Kosho, but I've been saying this for the last couple of weeks. Literally, you, Zanuck, and the Rumpus are the best the globe has. Do you not feel some pressure from that? Like, because you lean on these kind of like PhD credentialed guys, and they can't debate the position anywhere near as well as you guys can.
We just went through that.
Yeah, but I appreciate that. I don't think that's
it's a great.
truth.
Yeah, he's right. No, he's right.
I know.
No, I have to answer Jeremy. Jeremy, you're acting like I haven't been talking about this for weeks. Like we've just been talking about that.
Yeah, I back you up, bro. I back you up because
now. I don't know if you were here or not.
No, but I support what he said because if you back him up, like Kosho, who are you going to fall on? Who, if you and MC Toon or let's say Blue Marble Science and MC Toon are in a debate against two flat earthers and they can't answer something, who are they going to fall on, bro? Nobody. They're the people who everybody has to fall on.
No,
You,
somebody brought that up we brought it up last week. Everybody was talking about like how bad is the globe getting that the top physicists in the world are falling back on MC Toon and Kosho.
No,
It's bad.
Crypto, go back and listen. Crypto, go back.
Kosho is currently the king of the world, apparently.
No. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Go ahead. You're in the front lines now, man.
Crypto,
he literally said, "Go check out MC Toon and FP Dogma. They'll tell you how it's a globe." The guy
fair debate though, because look, at least you'll be arguing with people who won't say that navigation isn't triangulation. I mean, that's a fucking joke, dude. Like they bent reality to their script, you know. The PhD physicists will give honest answers, and that's why they get crushed because they'd have to give honest answers.
No, that's not the case. But Jeremy, say what you're going to say, Jeremy. Then I'm going to respond to.
So, Kosho, are you a Jedi spy coming to save the globe Earth?
No, that's why I got banned from 24/7 a long time ago. But no, it's not the case. But I know Jeremy wanted to say something to Crypto, and then I was going to respond to Crypto.
Yeah.
Go.
Crypto, we just went through that whole thing about how Zanuck and Kosho and Rumpus are the professional globers, and I brought up Danny Faulkner. We brought up Faulkner as the example. I mean, you should have heard what they were the twisting and squirming they were trying to do to get out. His PhD's only from Indiana, and Clemson's not that big of a Ivy League school. Yeah, it was good.
That was Nate in particular was really putting on the Ivy League snub as much as possible to say that it wasn't up to par to the
I mean, the point I was trying to make, Gio, is that he got his stuff from really obscure institutions, and the papers he's written, it's the weirdest papers, you know.
Indiana University?
Very obscure. Bob Hope. Yeah,
that's
bro.
obscure.
Not obscure, dude. Some of those are like Big Ten schools.
In terms of physics?
They're like Big Ten. No. Some of them are in Big Ten schools.
Well, and I was
for physics or sports or what? Come on, Gio.
Unbelievable. Indiana's just some obscure university. I know.
It's an entire state's university.
Yeah, but it ain't known for producing
in the United States.
Yeah, I understand, but it ain't known for producing physicists. It's a really good sports university, but that's about it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say to Crypto, just say yeah, thanks. It was nice what you said or whatever, but I wouldn't be that wouldn't be a top guy for arguing or whatever.
for the globe. I think I mean there's plenty of good dudes, but the point I agree with, because a lot of people have said this for a long time, especially over at Gems. Gems said this for a long time, that it's not really physicists. Like if Neil deGrasse Tyson agreed to debate Whitsitt tomorrow, it would actually kind of be devastating, because as smart as he is, if you're unfamiliar with these arguments, then there's no amount of knowledge that can prepare you for the type of questions or things that people are going to bring up. People bring up very obscure, nuanced things that only experience, in these debates prepares you for.
So
Do you think that
Clemson,
all the
hold on,
flat
real
earthers
quick,
may be turning into
guys,
flat earthers?
real quick. Clemson was ranked 77, I think, and all the schools in America, and Indiana was like 72, bro. So it's not; these aren't just some bullshit little rinky-dink school somewhere.
72.
Yeah,
Wow.
but what is that ranking based on? And maybe just look at the quality of the physics department. Maybe look at the ranking for the physics faculty.
Dude, since when is 72 a good ranking?
Yeah,
That's a good ranking.
Really?
Is
72.
Dude, you know how many colleges there are?
Like Jeremy, imagine coming 72nd place in anything. That's ass, bro. You ain't going home telling the family, I came in 72nd.
Hey, I think you're reaching here. I think you're reaching.
Bro, it's the 7. You know how many universities there are in America?
Top 3.
There's 50 states. So if it's not the top 50, then I don't know what we're talking about.
We got Harvard, Princeton, Yale, Columbia. Like, there's a whole bunch of obviously Ivy League prestigious schools, and then
Yeah, but to be 72nd, like, come on.
Nate, if you were the 72nd brightest person, I don't know, measured by IQ, for instance, in America, would you say that your IQ was arse or pretty good?
that guy ain't shit. He's fucking dumb as
Out of
fuck.
300 million
smart.
people, I would definitely be in the top percentile. But 72nd best university in the world, in the country, based on what?
That's
ain't nothing to be proud of.
That's the point, isn't it? That you have to, in order to qualify that statement, you have to know how many universities there are, right? If you said out of 300 million, that's the point. How many unis are there? Because if it's 72nd
the Bloomington ranking,
that's fucking shit. If it's 72nd out of 10,000, that's pretty good.
Bloomington ranking in the 2022 to 2023 edition of Best Colleges of Nationwide Universities.
It says there's 4,000. Okay. I mean, a quick Google search.
Yeah, it's about 3,900 for 4,000. Yeah,
pretty good. Let's be honest.
Who's the top 3?
But I mean, 72 is pretty good.
What
Also,
I'm saying,
if you consider 50 states, like there's 50 right there to be one, and then what I'm saying is that if you put it out distance wise, like it's basically the ratio is probably like 1.3, meaning that like it's either the best college in that state or it's maybe like the second biggest one in that particular state.
Was the point of this that Kosha was making was that flat Earth is just better at debating it? That's why so many people are becoming flat Earthers. No. It's just that they're winning the debates. It's not that the Earth is actually flat. I mean,
no.
Does that make sense to anybody?
Yeah, but that's not what I meant at all. Not even close. I mean, an example of what I'm talking about is when Dave Murphy, allegedly Dave, went up against this astrophysicist from some fucking European country. And the guy was obviously a smart dude, but every single question that Dave asked him.
Don't say that. He was obviously.
He was a smart dude. He said smart things. Obviously, he knew what he was talking about, but he didn't know how to answer the questions and the weird, obscure things that Dave Murphy had brought up to him. And every question, he was bewildered and stumped and speechless. And it was a language thing, but it was also a unfamiliarity thing with this whole conversation. So it's not, yeah.
I have to write you out.
How does that tell you that the globe is true?
You hear me?
Yeah, a little bit.
Go on then. Can I go on?
Go ahead. I'll answer this question a little. It's later, but we were saying crypto. Yeah.
I'll be very quick then. I have to rat you out here because I remember we had a conversation a while ago where you said that Don Pettit was very, very intelligent. So I'm not sure that you are I think you are intelligent, but I don't think that you are good at assessing intelligence.
Yeah, well, I would have to give you the same criticism then, because Don Pettit is indeed very intelligent, but
yeah, but book
that's
smart.
besides the point.
When it comes to debates, book smart doesn't help you when we bring up all reality. Like I've heard you debate where you had to answer stuff ridiculously, like talking about an airplane going backwards or some shit. When you compare intelligence to book smart, that's not intelligence, dude.
And if you had
Remembering,
watched that allegedly,
hold on. Remembering things you were taught is maybe a certain part of intelligence, maybe. But reality and ideas and imagination, reality and making sense of it, man. That to me is intelligence. Being able to construct things, being able to fix things, being able to understand things. And sometimes the books, they fall short in that category, man. Reality.
I think memory does relate to intelligence. I don't have a good memory. I mean, I still think that I'm pretty intelligent, but yeah, if you really did watch that allegedly Dave interview, he's the guy he went up against is definitely not obviously smart. He's just not.
I think he was.
He could be.
He was, but yeah.
He could be, but not in that interview. He didn't say almost not one intelligent thing. He was stumped at like the easiest question.
Well, the questions that are familiar to us because we're in this community, but that's what I mean. If you're not in this community, you've never probably heard that question before, or anybody or even thought about it. You know what I mean? So, this
but yeah,
is
where are you getting the obviously intelligent from that? Where it's obvious. How was it obvious?
He was saying things that maybe wasn't good answers to his questions or whatnot, but he was displaying an understanding in his field, which is astrophysics, if I remember. So
real quick on a side note, Neil deGrasse went to Tyson and the University of Austin and Columbia.
Yeah,
and you guys throw him under the bus all the fucking time, and he went to those are some top schools right there. Harvard, Columbia.
Whoa, who throws him under the bus though? I want to say
Kosho. Kosho throws
him
about? Under the bus. No, you've never thrown Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus?
No, I mean him as a communicator is one thing. But he's obviously a smart dude, man.
You agreed with Zanuck. Zanuck said he was stupid.
Is the Earth rotating underneath the football?
Like I said, this is what I mean. This is a perfect example because if somebody else outside this community would ask me that question, stating that is not incorrect to state. However, I know when you're asking me that, it's a loaded question, and because of what's going to follow, you have to word it in a very careful way.
He did the math on screen, that Tyson dude. I mean, he's obviously not that smart. I mean, so I have this belief that the smart guys are not the guys that we know. There has to be somebody smarter than this. Like Bryant was pretty smart. The guy Bryant up against Whitson, he seemed obviously intelligent. Yeah.
Kosho, when we say, here's what you do in your Coriolis debates, you try and separate the ground from the sky in reference frame when we're talking about one thing, and then the other thing, you put them as the same reference frame. So you got to stick to one or the other, man. So if we rolled the football or if we kicked it in the air, would they experience the same Coriolis? Are they in the same reference frame or not? You need to decide. When we're debating with you, you answer both basically, depending on what angle we're confronting you with. But it'd have to be the same reference frame the way y'all debate it. So it'd be the same thing as a football rolling on the ground as it would kicked in the air. Is that correct or not correct?
Well, let's see, Jeremy, you're pretty familiar because I argued with this with you the other day. Why don't you tell him what I would say? No, because the thing is, it gets monotonous whenever I actually say the same thing every single time, like consistently.
I'm pointing out that you don't, bro.
But the problem is, especially someone like you who I've talked to a whole bunch, you don't listen to what I say, Brian.
Listen, I had you.
Hey, you guys. Hold on, you guys. Well, all right.
This brings up a good point. Kosho was asked a debating question.
Hold on. What's up, Gio?
No, they just Brian, I think you were kind of interrupting, man, and then Kosho was like, what the fuck? So yeah, dude, just try not to just jump right in. Go ahead, Kosho, because that way we can actually hear what he was saying.
I was curious, Jeremy, what do you think, based on what Brian just asked, Jeremy, what would my response be?
Yes, we had a Coriolis debate the other night, and in it, I had you telling me that these reference frames weren't real places, then they were real places. Brian's right. You double speak all over the place. It's crazy. Everyone heard it.
Right. So here's another example. This is what I mean about not listening. And I say the same thing every time, and I'll say it in two sentences. That the reference frame is not a place. The reference frame is not a it doesn't exist only in one place. It exists everywhere. Every reference frame does. So
it's definitely
the second part of that is there's two components. There's the observer and there's the event or object. And the observer, you can describe it when you describe it, it's reference frame specific because you're describing the observation from a coordinate system. Making this observation. So yes, those would be specific places specific to one reference frame. But the event, the object, does not exist in a reference frame and not another, or leaving one and going to another. It exists in any reference frame at all times. So that's the problem.
So the reference frames are definitely places.
In reference to the observer, yes.
Okay, so we can't put the object in a reference frame. In Coriolis, you don't describe the object as being in the inertial or non-inertial reference frame.
But I mean, I just said that. I just said the object, the event exists in all reference frames, any reference frame. You can describe it from any reference frame that you'd like to.
So is the football rolling and the football in the air both going to experience Coriolis?
Okay, so the thing that experiences the Coriolis is the observer. Okay, so this is why it's getting confusing, because the observer is where you're describing the point of the observation. They're going to be the ones that experience the Coriolis. If the observer is on the rotating frame, doesn't matter. The event is happening in every reference frame, but the observer is observing it from the rotating frame. So the observer is going to experience Coriolis.
So no fictitious force then. Okay, got you.
No. So the observer is going to experience Coriolis. Yeah.
Right. It's just the observer noted. It's just apparent. It's just visual. No Coriolis force. No fictitious force.
But that originally came from Coriolis himself. Derived that from something that is real.
Yeah, it is real. That's why I just disagreed with Brian. Yes, it is real. It's a fictitious force, but it's a real force. I know it doesn't sound like it makes sense, but it's a fictitious force. It's a fictitious force because it's not a force that exists in every reference frame. It's based on the reference frame itself being accelerated. It causes this thing to be for its path to deviate in that reference frame, which has real effects.
Well, please answer the question. Will the football roll on the ground? No. Just answer the question though. Will the football rolling on the ground also experience this, similar Coriolis as the football in the air?
The path of the football is going to be curved in reference to the to the earth, whether it's on the ground or in the air.
Thank you. So if a car experiences Coriolis, like just a tiny bit, it keeps driving north, say 100 miles an hour every day, and they keep starting him off at the equator to drive north, the tires on the right are going to go bald faster, right?
I'm not claiming that, but I am claiming that everything that moves in reference to a rotating frame or an accelerated frame is going to experience Coriolis in reference to that, that body that's accelerating. So everything that's moving, a car, a person walking, anything.
So the air don't matter. The atmosphere. So if we took away the atmosphere, we'd still get the same effect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so what I was saying too, Kosho, like it's named after Coriolis, and he originally came to that effect because of working with mechanical systems, and it presumed a stationary environment in which those mechanical systems play out.
Well, Gio, I'm under the impression that the atmosphere conserves the momentum with the Earth, and it carries along anything in the air. I mean, that's what they say. Is that the atmosphere spins with the Earth, and the airplane, spins with the atmosphere. If you take that away, and you leave the inertial reference frame, then it's going to maintain it's going to conserve momentum indefinitely. That's what he's basically saying when if it's the same effect taking away the atmosphere.
No one's saying that.
Anyways, Coach, I was just saying that Coriolis himself developed those because they're based on mechanical systems. So that effect, because it assumes a stationary planar environment, and then you have those rotations, and then those effects occur. But that's what the root of it is.
Can I ask you?
This is the last thing I'll say. Last thing I'll say is they say that the Coriolis force shows up as wind. They say it shows up as wind, though.
Yeah, I remember what you said, Brian, in a second, but I just want to make sure I understand what Gio's saying. And when you're saying, Gio, just correct me if I'm wrong, but you're talking about how he sort of studied these systems of rotating or accelerating systems, of rotating systems, and then referenced those rotating systems to this, what would be the stationary Earth, like the inertial and non-inertial reference frames. Is this what you're sort of saying?
No, like Coriolis himself developed the effect based upon a stationary planar environment in which mechanical devices with a buoyancy and density gradient will behave.
Right. So I think even though you said no, I think what I was asking is what you're saying. You're saying that he was describing these mechanical devices, rotating devices, as they're rotating, but the Earth is stationary. Like the outside of those devices is stationary, and those things are rotating.
Exactly. Like all of his work was based upon that. Yeah, exactly. Like, because you have to have just a stationary environment that has the general up and down to kind of create like the subset of it.
Right. And you're right about that. And this is probably going to annoy people, but it's the truth that anytime that we talk about inertial and non-inertial reference frames, especially in the Coriolis or something like that.
So you're building two out of one. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But yeah, that's what exactly you're building. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, but that's what I was going to say is that it's the inertial reference frame. It's a relativity thing. It's like because they say all motion is relative, and so basically when these descriptions are taking place.
Next, man, just let him finish, bro.
Yeah, when these descriptions are taking place, especially in his descriptions or in any Coriolis description, it's one body is described as the inertial reference or the non-inertial reference frame, the rotating or accelerating reference frame, and automatically the outside reference frame is just assumed to be the inertial reference frame, regardless of if it's actually moving or not.
Right. So it's all based on the core foundational element that is not moving, that is stationary.
Right, but that's my point. Is that it doesn't necessarily have to be ultimately the case. It's just the case.
With the airplane and the Earth, which one's the inertial reference frame, please? Don't dodge it, please. It's a simple question. I want to know. Which is inertial, Coach? The airplane or the Earth?
In the middle of responding to somebody else, but in that example that you're asking, the Earth is seen as the inertial reference frame, and the airplane is the non-inertial reference frame. And this is the reason the reason why the Earth is seen as the inertial reference frame is because regardless if the Earth itself is actually accelerating, when giving the explanation of the Coriolis in that event, it's easier to use the Earth as an inertial
stationary Earth is what you're saying. Inertial means not moving.
No, I do think there is a Coriolis effect. I think all the phenomenon are, in terms of the main tenets of these things, they all happen because there is a slight drift. The whole thing's moving with the heavens.
So you hear that? So the way the Globers, the way Kosho at least describes it with the airplane and the Earth, he describes the Earth as the non-moving reference frame. He just said the Earth is the inertial reference frame. So the Earth is the non-moving.
Flat Earthers to deny that there's some kind of rotation going on is them denying the sun and the stars. I hear you, Gio. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to clarify that, Gio. You don't mean there's Coriolis as far as the Earth moving below us. You just mean that there is some type of vortex effect. Yeah.
Not that one, but there is a little drift, like the pendulum drift.
That's only with stationary
weather patterns and everything.
Yeah, the weather.
That's only with stationary objects like a pendulum or a gyroscope.
It's like a dual vortex, quadrupole vortex.
If that
Yes, Gio,
gyroscope is moving,
the
there is
heavens are
no.
moving, as you can see. As it's pretty obvious when you look up, it is moving. Yeah, it's moving. The heavens.
There's no Sagnac effect with moving objects, though. That's stationary objects. That's what they call the drift or the precession, Sagnac effect. But that doesn't apply to objects in motion. I'll post something real quick. But Kosho, I want everybody to acknowledge that the way the globe describes Coriolis, or the way Kosho does, is that the globe is the inertial reference frame, the non-moving reference frame. So even the way they describe it, they have to use a stationary Earth to describe it, unless you want to redefine inertial.
This is the problem with cutting people off. Is the point I was trying to make to Gio was exactly describing why that's done. In every case, there's always in all those sorts of descriptions, you have to use you have to describe the non-inertial reference frame, and then by effect of that, you also have to describe the inertial reference frame that is accelerating in reference to. So regardless if that other body is itself accelerating also, you can still use it as an inertial reference frame in that description. And so that's the convention that's done.
In reality, Coriolis is speaking about an apparent deviation. So it's talking about the reference frame the observer's in. So if the observer is in the inertial reference frame, then he's on the merry-go-round, okay? And he experiences a curve in a ball that's not really there. This is actual Coriolis, things we could demonstrate every day, and not just some shit in our head that we talk about.
Yeah, it's a vortex. That's how I see it. It's definitely multiple layers and levels of vortices.
Well, in our model, like you guys always say, that there's multiple vectors that we're doing, and there's a galaxy rotating, and our galaxy going in with Andromeda. But in any description, like in the description of the Earth orbiting the Sun, it's the Sun is used as being stationary to describe kind of the movement of the solar system, like the planets. Yeah. And even though we don't believe that to be the truth, in that description, it makes sense to do that.
But you just added
within a frame.
That's not honest.
Do you think it's possible to have a stationary plane within some kind of larger galaxy that's then whirling and hurling you, like an outer layer?
My idea of cosmology, maybe not, but I mean probably not, but possibly maybe. Hard to say. Like a stationary plane, I don't think so. But
yeah, he just added a reference frame out of nowhere. Like
that's what I'm saying. You were adding reference frames like from the back end to where it's like
it's like saying I'm on a boat looking at the plane fucking flying through the. I mean, dude, that's crazy. You just added a reference frame that it doesn't. You're saying that the Earth is the inertial, non-moving reference frame. And your example,
in that description,
elaborate on that.
That's what essentially the globe is claiming, that we're in a reference frame that's all flying together, and then outside of it, now it's going thousands of miles around the sun, and then it goes to all those high numbers of like, what is it, 2.4 million miles per hour is where they're at right now, and like what 6 or 7 different directions.
Well, you don't describe velocity in 7 directions. You only describe it in one direction.
But I know, you're trying to put a stationary world within some kind of larger hurling thing.
No, but that's my point. Is that
backwards? To be, in my viewpoint, the complete backwards logic of what reality is.
No, but that's what it was. It depends on what it means, what you're describing. If you're only describing something happening on the Earth, then using the Earth as stationary to do that is reasonable, to some extent. The same way using the sun.
Foundation, though, that's the core reference frame, because that's what stationary is. It's the core one.
I know, but just as I said that the sun's orbiting the galaxy, when talking about the planets orbiting the sun, in reference to that description, it makes sense to use the sun as stationary, just because it's not.
But if you're referring to the Earth itself, so the airplane before it takes off, when it's just sitting there, it's in the inertial reference frame, the non-moving reference frame, right?
Planes in all reference frames at all times, dude. I don't want to do that again, but I already explained that. Every event occurs in every reference frame. So to say that it's in one reference frame at one point and a different one later doesn't make much sense.
But we're describing 2. When Coriolis just mentions 2, right? You got to have at least 2.
I think the best way to describe reference frames is just like a a set of coordinates.
Yes.
So every event will happen in every matrix. See, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about, like some imaginary grid system filling all space. But then where do you place your 0, 0? Do you place it on something that's moving? And so now you got like one grid system like shifting through another one, whichever one you want to consider still versus the other. I mean, it's all about perspective when it comes to that, right? But
Exactly. Yeah.
it's just a set of coordinates for a three-dimensional matrix grid system. That's all a reference frame is.
Yeah,
And
that's right. Yeah.
there can be as many as you want to associate with, any sort of center point to focus on.
Right, which is
This
why
is
it
the
makes
trick,
sense
though, people. This is the trick. This is the entire trick. Go ahead,
isolate.
Coach.
You gotta make distinct the observer or the observation point or the reference frame. You can make that specific from and separate from the event or the object or the whatever. Like the object or the event or the airplane or the ball exists in every reference frame at all times. But the observer,
We know that, bro. That
the
has
observer,
nothing
just
to do
like
with it,
I know,
bro.
but just like Fundamental just said, the observer or the reference frame, the coordinate system is what you're using to describe what the observer is experiencing. Like
So in your
how the
example
observation
of
takes place.
Coriolis, the observer is in the non-moving reference frame, correct? Can you?
Yeah, in with the Coriolis, the observation is described from the rotating reference frame. From
So
the
as in not
accelerated.
moving? No. You just said the Earth was the inertial reference frame, not moving.
When you're describing Coriolis on Earth, you're describing Earth as the rotating frame, and you're describing.
No, you just said it. So now it's inertial and non-inertial.
Brian, you're not paying attention, buddy, because what Gio was talking
and
about.
Interrupting again, Brian. It's kind of like a tactic, dude. It's just like you keep doing it, so then he can't even get through a thought.
Oh my God. Okay, this is the last thing I'll say for 20 minutes. Okay, just answer is the
just
Earth.
let him respond, so then we can actually hear.
Okay, well you didn't catch it. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
Throwing it into a tailspin of over talking. So
Gio had brought up the actual person Coriolis and describing his observations, and let's just say like a merry-go-round, for example. When describing the merry-go-round, the Coriolis, the explanations for that Coriolis is the merry-go-round is the non-inertial reference frame, and the Earth is the inertial reference frame. And this is in reference to when I said that, Brian. I was when we're describing Coriolis on the Earth, though, like a football or a plane, we're describing the Earth as the non-inertial reference frame, and some outside reference frame as the inertial one. So it depends on what you're describing and what you're using as the inertial reference frame. And the Earth can be either in both cases. In either case, I mean. So that might be confusing, but
I got you, man. So now, it is the moving reference frame then. Sorry, I thought you just said it was the non-moving. Sorry, I'll shut up.
No, I did, but that was in.
It can be whichever one you want to view it from. That's what he's saying. You can treat either one as the inertial and the other one as not. It just depends on how you're going to speak. It's just a way. It's just a way of speaking. That's all it is.
And also what you're describing. If you're describing something like a merry-go-round, and the merry-go-round's spinning very fast compared to the Earth's rotation, and so the difference between the Earth's acceleration or what it would experience due to that is negligible compared to what the merry-go-round is going to experience. So in that case, using it as the inertial frame is valid. But if you were being extremely careful and taking like a scientific measurement, you might need to use the Earth's Coriolis and use it as a non-inertial reference frame. So, this is it gets into it gets kind of weird.
I think that Brian's trying to get to what literally is happening, though, because like if you're talking about an inertial reference frame or a non-inertial reference frame, where it's like a platform that's turning like in a park, then that's different because the atmosphere is not moving along with it as if it were a stationary Earth. So it's not really comparable. And if you're talking about like what the reference frame is compared to a moving reference frame over a non-moving reference frame, which seems to be the case, like the Earth really isn't rotating, but the conflation part of it and getting that vortex to be like, oh, that's because the Earth's moving and all that is what we're trying to really get down to. The Earth isn't moving. Sorry.
Have you guys heard of the Antarctic circumpolar current? It's the most powerful, arguably most important current in the world.
Yeah, somebody was talking about it earlier, actually.
Is Is that a sea current
and
or an air current?
it basically on the globe it goes west to east. So theoretically the same way that the Earth is supposed to be spinning, yeah. And the current goes around about 4 miles an hour. It's the strongest current in the world, and it doesn't have any land masses that hinder it. And they claim that it veers off to the north due to Coriolis. And I was just thinking that's a shitload of water moving at that speed, but over millions of years, why isn't it moving the same speed as the Earth?
Talking about an ocean current?
Yeah, it's called the. I posted a picture of it in text chat. It's called Antarctic Circumpolar Current, and they claim that because of, and it's actually they think it's caused by winds, and due to Coriolis, it veers off to the north and goes up between the land masses there you can see on the picture I posted.
Nice, dude. That's a really cool one, man. That's trippy too. I like that. It's got all the different colors. That is actually like amazing. That's really. I'm gonna save that one. That's yeah. It kind of shows the quadrupole nature of the way the land's laid out: South America, Antarctica, Australia, South Africa,
Well,
and
this government
then it's
website.
missing. It's missing all the land in the fourth one. So what's
And
actually
this
over there?
government website says very clearly that, but much is still unknown about how the current works. And they said, including how it might now respond to climate change.
Boys. And how long do they think this has been going on?
Millions of, it says on here, millions of years.
Wow. And they don't have a real good guess as to what's causing it.
I guess there might be other websites or whatever that might have some description, but this government website says but much is still unknown about how the current works. And they say that's why if you're down that way on a boat, you can travel faster because you're going with the current if you're going west to east.
Wow, that's incredible.
But why is it like 4 miles an hour? Like you'd think over millions of years it should be spinning at the rate that it's supposed to according to the heliocentric model.
Yeah, another thing that's a dead giveaway is that really Antarctica, as far as we know, is only accessed through two general areas or two locations. So some people have even thought that they're actually like two separate icy regions. And you know, on something like an AE map, of course, they would be in totally separate sections. So because you know, they either fly south of South America or they fly south of Australia, but they never access it from South Africa. So it's only kind of those two areas that are built up. The rest of it's kind of like no one knows, you know.
That's what on my map I have it as two different. They even listed as East and West Antarctica. Even on the maps, they cut it in half, and that's why I said if we fly from
There's a lot
McMurdo
of
to
old maps that show that exactly.
yeah, if we fly from Scott to McMurdo and the planes watch each other pass, you know, and wave as they fly by each other, and it only takes like 3 or 4.5 hours to get there, then that would be a good proof to me. But the reason they don't do that is because them bases aren't nowhere near each other.
And to be clear,
yeah, that's a good point, dude. Yeah, these weather patterns, it's fascinating to see how they change when you put them on an AE map, and they just make like perfect circles.
Well, Carlos, did you mean the air or the ocean current?
It's called what's it called? The Antarctic Circumpolar Current. So it's the ocean current, and it actually joins up all the oceans down that way together. Forget how many oceans it joins, but yeah, that's the strongest ocean current in the world without any hindrance of any land mass, except for when Coriolis comes in and it makes the current go northward.
I thought somebody had brought it up earlier because they were talking about like the cocaine, how they thought the cocaine had transferred from Egypt to the New World or vice versa.
So in
I heard
the
that
globe world,
oh, go ahead.
I was going to just say that I heard the first circumnavigation of the South Pole took 3 years.
You know about Captain Cook?
I don't remember his name. I was just scrolling through some Flat Earth Telegram channel, and I saw that. I hadn't really looked into
Yeah,
it,
and
but
they clocked like 55,000 miles.
yeah, like something close to 60,000 miles, something like that.
There were a couple different ones. Yeah, exactly. Whew. That just about fits the AE map, just going out from there, distance wise.
Yeah, according to the Vendy Globe, which claims 26,000 nautical miles, then that means they're going about 3.5, knots, and it's supposed to be a race. But it makes sense if they're going 55,000 miles or something like that, because then they're going about 9 or 10 knots, which is more realistic.
Yeah, like I don't think the actual AE map is the correct map or anything, but that general layout, I do think that there are some deceptions going on about the distances between the continents, in those really deep ocean areas. So I think the layout, of the actual continents, because obviously the small areas are mapped pretty well, in terms of places we're driving and living on and all that.
Well,
so it's the oceans,
AE map
the oceans and how it really lays out on the big system is where it really comes into play.
It's accurate, except for they say it's not accurate when you get down in the southern hemisphere, like when you get past 30 degrees south latitude, or especially like 60 degrees south latitude, where it starts messing up. But as far as the north, it's spot on. They use it for, I'm not sure they still use it, but they used to use it for routes and all that, and they used it for radar. In fact, I'm gonna post something real quick showing you all the things they use the AE map for, pretty much everything in reality. And but they say, when you get down south, like distances between continents, but that's, to me,
like the Gleasons, you're saying, for the general layout.
Yeah. It matches as far as latitude, longitude.
Yeah, Gleason's
deviating. Further south you go. That's what's in contention, are these distances in the south. So if we can prove the distances in the south are incorrect, then that pretty much, in my opinion, proves the layout of the AE to be true, in my opinion. We haven't proven it yet, but that's the debate, in my opinion.
I got a sort of science fiction idea to just not necessarily propose wholeheartedly to you guys, but flat Earth kind of hears them talk about like time dilation and like the warping of time and space or whatever, like astronauts and twins being different ages if one's an whatever, right? And it sounds ridiculous to us, like space or time dilation or Lorentz contractions, whatever, right? But if we were to think about, just for fun, or maybe this will lead to something, I don't know, that on the flat Earth, maybe some sort of dilation or contraction happens the further you get from the North Pole, then I have thought of a scenario of certain contractions or dilations or whatever, where a flat, like circular area under a dome would, in all senses, be experienced as a ball, and it would just require like a spatial dilation and a time contraction the further south you go. And the funny thing is that it does line up well with the concept of like the North Pole being a projector, or you guys get the concept of just like if you got a projector and then you like have the screen that the image will like appear on, the further the screen is from the projector, the bigger the image will be, right? Even though it's the same amount of like information, it takes up more space. So that you can call it like a spatial dilation and a time contraction, which is sort of opposite of what they would say for the globe, the further you get from the center of the Earth and travel fast.
Are you done?
Yeah, I just wanted to say maybe there is such a thing as like space-time contraction, dilations, whatever. But viewed from a flat Earth perspective, it's just a wild idea.
Are you talking about like portals, perhaps, or?
Well, that's not too wild. Like once, I don't know if you've ever heard of a
portals
town.
are amazing.
Have you ever heard of a town called Christchurch? Well, in the city square, in the middle of the square, there was an audio chamber. So I just stumbled across it one day. I think I've told it before, and you find this certain spot in the middle of the square, and it's like walking into like a phone booth where you can talk and your sound doesn't go sort of past your arm's length. If you reach your arm out, it's like you're in some type of a box or something, and the sound doesn't go past. And whoever's standing outside, if you just talk gently, like you can hear yourself really loud and echoing within the space, but people outside you, they can't hear you because you're talking so softly, like even 1 meter away. Has anyone experienced one of these anomalies? And that would sort of,
sounds like a retro reflector type of thing, where it's like you send out a signal, but the only one who gets it is like the one who sent it out. It's all like reflected back to where it came from.
And if I walked out of that space, that sort of half a square meter space, it disappeared, and you walk back into it, and there's no trees or walls or like any special features around that I could notice that would make this sort of possible to happen. It's like, I mean, any audio engineer would have a really difficult time trying to sort of bring this all together with different angles of walls and plants and stuff to actually make this happen.
Yeah, can I read this real quick?
Like a dome
kind of directly related. I was going to read something about the USGS thing, or
It
about
hasn't been 20 minutes, Brian.
No, it ain't 20 minutes, man. It's never mind. It's like 2 paragraphs, man. But
you said earlier you weren't going to talk for 20 minutes. That was my point.
Well, nobody caught the fact that he's using the Earth as non-inertial and inertial. I just was trying to point that out, man. Just trying to add into conversations at this point.
I didn't fully understand this
Ryan,
location.
go ahead with what you want to do, dude.
Yeah, Extremistus, what are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, let's go. Let's hear that shit.
Yeah, man, I want to hear what's up.
Well, specifically to what Fundy said about the whole time dilation thing and being relative to the North Pole or whatever, I don't know what all that was. It's dependent on your altitude and not your distance to or from the North Pole. The whole time dilation thing. So,
right, but you would say
that's a good point. That's a good point.
But you would say
experiment. How'd that experiment go when you got that answer?
But you guys are saying that the key distance is distance from the center of like your realm or whatever, right? Altitude is distance from the center of the hypothetical globe, but translated to a flat Earth, that would be distance from the North Pole at sea level.
Okay.
That would be our sort of anchor center point, which is a little different than yours.
Right. But the problem is what you're saying doesn't match what you just described as being the distance from the North Pole, because as I said, the time dilation, the whole, you take the atomic clock on the planes and stuff and whatever, do it from a top.
No, you got it backwards from what I proposed, though. I said space expansion, time contraction.
Okay, either way, my point is it's not dependent on your distance from the North Pole. It's dependent on your altitude, i.e. your distance from the center of the Earth in the global.
Yeah, I understand. But the thing is, though, like, I mean, altitude up or down depends on, how far you take it on a globe. It's like, negative altitude, well, will eventually turn into positive altitude once you pass through the center of the Earth. right? So yours is all relativistic that way. But really what it's talking about is distance from the center of the earth, not altitude, but distance from the center of the earth, because,
okay,
because you got to sort of, you got to sort of like one turns into the other system with a ball,
Right, it's a globe
like
way
if
of
you,
saying declination, right? Yeah, altitude does refer to like your latitude, basically distance from
so
the center.
again, the idea is that if you do these atomic clock experiments at sea level from, say, the equator, which is, or depending on whatever some distance away from the North Pole, and then you do them at sea level, but you get closer to the North Pole, these atomic clocks do not measure time dilation at sea level.
Oh, so did you perform this, or are you just kind of guessing right now?
I find the North Pole to be a very mysterious place where I'm still working on, finding out what I can trust about, the North Pole.
Okay.
It's like, you know how they, the footage you get is all about like ceremonials, North and South Poles, rather than anyone being at the legitimate location.
Okay, but that's my point is you can do the atomic clock experiment at sea level at 45 degrees somewhere in the US, the UK or whatever, and then do it at, which is, closer to the North Pole than sea level at the equator, you're going to still get the same numbers.
How do you know that, bro?
If
How
it's
many
going to
times
be
do
a
you think they've done
hypothetical,
that?
hold on, almost done here. If it's going to be a hypothetical, then you're going to have to do it physically if you're going to make any kind of claims about it matching reality. I hope that makes sense to you.
All right, but there is an issue though. What he's thinking should be noticed in the differences noticed is, you're still thinking about time dilation and space contraction. I'm talking about space dilation and time contraction. And in that system, there would never be anything noticeable. Not at least the test you're talking about.
Why?
The further out it's not a way that anyone's really used to thinking about, because we're usually, used to, time dilation and space contraction. But I'm proposing that it would actually be the opposite manner on a flat Earth, that in every single physical way of measurement, a flat Earth with space dilation and time contraction, the further south you go, would actually end up being viewed in every sort of experiential way as a globe, funny enough. If the flat Earth worked that way, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they act like the space contracts like only right when they turn this equipment on. Like all the time before they turned on their device, there was no time dilation. But right when they turn on their device, all of a sudden time dilates and space contracts. It's a joke, dude. If space did contract, it would already be contracted, or time dilated. It dilates it. They act like just act of turning the device on makes time dilate. If they use their common sense, they'd see better.
Hey, Brian, question for you regarding time dilation or moving versus stationary time. Have you ever done an observation with two of the same digital timepieces, and you have one stationary but you have one constantly rotating, and then you come back like a couple days later to see how much if they're off? Have you ever done anything?
Oh, I haven't, dude. That's interesting. Have you done that, bro?
I've been thinking about doing it, but I wanted to see the
I don't think you'd get any results.
Nice one, dude. You should do it, man. That sounds awesome.
It depends on the watch quality. I'm sure that's always down to it.
You've done some good. Sorry, you've done some good ones, man. Yeah, remember the one you did with the lens with the sun setting? That one's great.
Come on, buddy, you're just fucking jerking my chain. That's just to highlight refraction. That's nothing. Nothing great, right? You got to be joking, Joe.
No, bro, but we hear so much talking here. It's good to see things, anything, in my opinion. Just talk is cheap if you can't back it up. Like that guy was just saying. The guy was just saying.
I'm gonna post it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you did post it originally, so I mean, if you want me to take it down, I will. But I did just post it. You claim that you did that one. like that you literally with your phone, we were like on live stream when you did it, and then someone cut it, or you cut it. I don't know who cut it, but it was cut into that. I just posted it.
A lot of people make the mistake of thinking that this conversation community, whatever you want to call it, is where the end all be all answer on anything. Anything is going to be found, and that's just completely naive.
No, but I think when the people start
Look at how
acting
good
like
that video is, dude. That video. I mean, it's not like the exact ratio that we see, but it totally shows how just with a lensed atmosphere, as it fades away from you at a further and further distance, just creates a refractive lens, and then everything just converges right at that point. And the fact that it has a little like gold circle on it that kind of looks like a sphere, one thing, being like the sun, and it completely sets in a similar geometry the way we see it, where it completely converges with the horizon line and will be just visually obscured all the way until it can't be seen from the top.
Well, I didn't get the idea from Flat Earth. I got the idea from the globe model. That's how they apparently claim that the sun is not in its position it's at during sunset, right? Apparently, it's in a different location. We're seeing the refracted version of the sun. So I just reversed what the idea is, and we all know that that's what the atmosphere will do, is will bend light over a distance. I mean, it's documented, right? So, but no, I just think that was just a poor example because it's not using light. I used a fixed solid object. If you do light, it does something different.
Like, here's a good example of that. So if they say the sun and stars are higher than they're supposed to be when they get down to the horizon only, then the star that's say 2 degrees above that point or whatever, then the star below it will be right next to it. Like it's supposed to refract up, and so we'd see a clumping of stars at that point, and that's not what we see. So if these stars, when they use it with the sun, that's fine. There's nothing else really to compare it to. But the same thing they claim with the stars, and they'd start clumping together.
Well, back on that bending and warping of space-time thing, they're definitely the one thing that does correlate with that is there's many, many legends through humanity of like spiritual pilgrimages to going to the North Pole and going to a specific region in the North Pole with a specific purpose. And where the magnetic fields get really strong in those regions, and I know this is going to sound like totally sci-fi, but essentially that there are actual portals that you essentially, once you get to that region, if you move through it, you will transition into another time and space dimension.
From what I heard,
and then you can be there. You could be there and have a whole experience. And then when you come back here, it's like you never left as well.
From what I heard, dude, they say the magnetic fields like don't strengthen. I mean, from a guy, he's not a flat earther, but he did, he had a Gauss meter and he's saying, it's 0.3 Gauss. I think he said 0.3, 0.23 or 0.3 Gauss everywhere. So the magnetic fields don't strengthen or weaken. They're consistent. He said there is literally no actual pole. He said that's bullshit. He said that's, like I said, he wasn't even a flat earther. He was just pointing out fictions in reality. And he said that, the magnetic field is, for the most part, consistent everywhere with tiny fluctuations, but it's not like a pole like here, you're it.
Brian? Do you know that makes sense on the most part? It makes sense on the most part because most of our electronics would be heavily affected if there was that kind of variable everywhere.
She said there's no north or south pole.
Well, it doesn't matter. Our electronics, if we had magnetic field changes that would grow in intensity and there would be spots of it, instead of having it being subjected generally to it and affecting electrical equipment, if it changed wherever we were, we'd have to adjust a particular standards for these electronic devices, right? But we don't do that. Yeah. We have universal standards around the world for the operation of these devices and what EMF signals that can come off or whatever standards are,
Right.
essentially. Their standards
The
put
fields are
through.
basically just always running perpendicular to the rotations above. You know, they're pretty, for the most part, they're consistent. There's no North Pole, there's no South Pole. There's just a magnetic field everywhere. And like I said, said it. You know, he said he had the proof. I didn't look real deep into it, but his old man, and like I said, not a flat earther, just pointing out fictions. You know, misconceptions of
Did
reality.
you ask him about magnetic north in the south? What happens to
Yeah.
it?
He said it's just one field. It doesn't change. It doesn't switch. There's no actual pole that you can reach. He said
No, I understand that. But as far as because I heard there's quite a bit of shifting as far as the directionality of the compass. It shifts quite a bit. But
it's shifty.
I have to ask him about that, man.
It's definitely shifty.
Come on now.
See, I think that there is a north and a south as far as like how we understood toroidal magnetic fields, you know, operate in a magnet, but you know, on the flat Earth. But see, the thing is, I think that the north magnetic pole of the Earth versus the south is literally just above and below the North Pole. You know, you know, if you think of a toroid, right? Like a rotating donut, you know, it's rotating in on itself. There's one side of the donut hole that it's rotating into, and then the bottom side is rotating out of. And so I would imagine that, you know, the magnetic field of the flat Earth would, you know, come from Antarctica, you know, upward, arcing across, you know, the sky over the equator ring to the North Pole, go down into it, and then it would go underground, travel all the way back out to the Antarctica underground, and then arise back up through the, you know, sea level, and then make its way back in that sort of cyclical manner. You know, I don't think like the South magnetic pole is somewhere in Antarctica, because that wouldn't even make sense. The only way it makes sense to me is that it's coming from above downward into the North Pole and then going underground and wrapping back around. Because we do have a magnetic field, right? And you know, compasses do point north, but because the compass is like above ground, it's going to pick up on that direction the lines of force are heading, you know, above ground back towards the North Pole. And maybe if you went deep enough underground, you would see that your compass actually points the opposite way to relate to like the lines of magnetic force that are going back out towards the equator the lower you go.
What if the magnetic field is the ether, and that is the field in which everything travels through?
Well, do you think we're involved in like a toroidal field that like centers
I have
itself?
no idea. I mean, if we look at a speaker,
There's no evidence of that.
If you see
yeah,
what I just posted, that's just kind of like I just posted that one. Obviously, it's just kind of like an artistic design. It does show the Fibonacci, the golden spiral, golden ratio, Fibonacci.
Exactly.
But look at how the center there, yeah, like that's the. You get into what that actually is, but yeah,
as above, so below.
Deep mystery.
Good one, Gio. Yeah, that's why I'd say, you know, the north would be just above the North Pole and the south would be below the North Pole. One's underground, one's above ground. And because we're above ground, it's all going to be like directing towards like, you know, like the bathtub drain. It's all going to be sinking towards that top part. But then it goes underground to recycle back out towards the edges and come up. Yeah, I'm just saying it's the only way I've come to imagine the magnetic field of Earth actually operating on a flat Earth.
Does anybody know if compasses work deep underground?
Hold on just a sec, Godric, before you guys move on from the North Pole. I found this video a long time ago. I don't know what it represents or shows. The title says Earth Hole, North Pole, Polo Norte, Tierra Hueca, which I don't even know what that means, but it's
Wicked Earth.
It's wicked. Okay, so it's the only one of its kind that I've ever seen anything like, and it shows some kind of vortex I heard a story that it's a Russian from like it's a VHS recording from some Russian high altitude flight or whatever. You know, no idea what it is, but it is super interesting looking.
Wow.
Hueca means like a hole. Hueco is a hole. That's
What's
what it's
tierra
saying.
mean? The land.
So, tierra is land or earth, and hueca is like a hollow. That's in reference to that title. It will be hollow earth. That's what it's saying, basically.
Crazy. Yeah. So.
Holy cow! This video is fucking interesting as hell.
Isn't that
Do you
cool?
think does this look like CGI to anyone?
Not really. They could make that with CGI, yeah, but it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't. To me, it doesn't look like that. No.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't give me CGI vibes, even though it does look like incredible.
It's incredible.
Dude,
so what
it's
the
a
theory
video
is?
too, man. It looks real. It looks like the guy's looking out of the airplane window. It looks real.
Yeah,
because
because he has to focus and shit, and it's an old school video, so I'm pretty sure it's genuine. I don't know, like I said, where it was taken, all that stuff, but it's compelling. It's the most interesting thing I think I've found when I started really. I spent 2 or 3 years on the North Pole. I really got deep into it, and this is the coolest thing I found.
It's hard to ignore that, but it's so real looking, dude.
No, I mean in terms of like a portal type thing, like what? And if you just dove into that,
wow,
that was that guy's obsession too,
Ring
man.
of
That guy had
Fire.
money.
What are we talking about? Johnny Cash. Ring of Fire.
Oh my god.
CGI.
But look, that guy. That was his obsession, dude. Was the North Pole, man.
Can't it be just like a volcano in reverse?
Yeah, I don't know. See, I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, but bro, that was that guy's obsession. Was the North Pole, dude, and he had a lot of money. And this guy was obsessed with the North Pole. So you know,
and it is spinning clockwise.
Yeah, that's all CGI, man. That's debunked.
Okay.
Oh, all right. So,
are you sure about that, Howard?
What are your reasons? Court
I
is
don't
in session.
know.
Court is in session. No one interrupt the man. You got the mic, bro. Let's hear it.
Oh, that's all I got. It's debunked.
It.
I think it's CGI.
No reasons why.
Yeah,
no evidence. No.
Yeah, but who debunked it? Who debunked it?
Nothing.
I did. I just did.
Oh, you just you start claiming it's debunked. He debunked it. I got you. Okay.
I'm with you on this one, Left Lane. Write down the date. I agreed with Left Lane.
Have y'all seen the video? Have y'all seen the approach and
yeah, it looks fake as shit,
focusing
man.
in on
Come
it and everything?
Yeah, I can't really say it looks real per se, but it is cool.
Right, that's all I'm saying. It's cool.
Bro, that
cool
shit looks as real as any footage out of an airplane window.
Right, but now they're going to say that you think it's real, and they're going to call us crazy because of that. See?
The way that the head or whatever that thing is on the left that's kind of stuck there, it reminds me of how they like did their models and stuff back in the NASA days.
Yeah, I mean, it does. It looks sus. It looks like if that's an engine, that's a big weird engine, or I don't. You know what I mean? I don't know.
That's an engine. Well, supposedly an engine. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the way that when they do the spacewalks or whatever, you know how they have like some like metallic like arm or something just hanging there.
It could be like a military sapling, one of those saplings things that they use to fly around.
I don't know.
So this is like previous to the ISS footage. This is what they were putting out.
I will say I've never seen anything quite like it, just in all of its parts. I'll just leave it there.
It obviously looks fake. One thing, you guys were talking about the magnetism before. I wanted to pipe in, but I couldn't. You guys know that compass, right? Even when you bring it south, it always points north. It never switches over. You guys are aware of that?
You talking about the flux lines?
Yeah. Like when you take a north and a south, you have two magnets, right? And you put north to north, and then flips over when you switch it around, right? Like you can take a compass and switch the magnetic pole, and the north will become south, right?
Yeah, and wouldn't that just happen naturally as well?
Yeah, but apparently down south, it keeps pointing north, the compass. It doesn't switch to south.
Right, exactly. It just
when you're in the south, you're saying.
It keeps going the same direction. It keeps going 180 degrees from where it's pointing. So essentially, it's pointing north. Right, but because like if you have something that's pointing north, obviously anything 180 degrees from that is going to be south. So yeah, you're saying that you don't think that the needle actually changes direction. It just keeps pointing north, and you just keep getting the direction of whatever's opposite of north in that direction.
Yeah, on a globe, they're not. You're not really 180 degrees. On a flat Earth, you could say the outside is always going to be 180 degrees, but on a globe, If you're sitting flat at the equator, you know, unless you're
I
dead
don't
in the
think you got
center.
my what I'm saying, guys. If you're up north, if it's a sphere, right, and you're up north, and you have a north and a south magnetic pole, right? In other words, the north is going to be north, and the south is going to be the south pole of the magnetic, right? So when you have your compass, it's pointing north, right? But when you go to the south, then the south pole should be the pole that's more stronger, right? So it should switch. You should be pointing south. Do you know what I'm saying?
If it worked that way, yeah, for sure. If it
But
worked
if you take a
I don't
a
think
bar magnet, right, and put it next to a
I think even on the globe they admit it keeps pointing north, and then they just say you're going around.
So in other words, if you're like at the South Pole, it should start moving. As you move, it should move quicker. Still not fast, you know, unless you're going in a plane or something. It should move faster if you're close to the South Pole, but it doesn't. It still moves slow, like if you're in the middle of America or something like that. Like if you get close to the North Pole, I wonder if it starts moving faster. Like if you're moving in relation to the pole, or is it just going by lines? You know, that's what that guy was referring to, that it's consistent everywhere. But you know, I can't prove it, but seemed like a smart old dude.
Well, you know, regardless of
did you get what I was saying?
Absolutely, doesn't know South Pole.
Yeah, it should flip over. The compass should flip over.
I was listening to you, SE, and let's just forget about magnetic declination. Let's forget about that for a second. The magnet or the compass needle itself is not necessarily pointing anywhere in reference to the field. It's just aligning itself with the field. So, you know, it's not that it's pointing north. It's fixing itself so that it's in line with the field lines. You know what I mean?
Right, but that ends up being north, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah, depending on how you, how you make the needle. Like usually, you're supposed to rub one end. You make one side positive, one side negative. If you do that, then it's always going to point in the same direction each time because it's got a positive side and a negative side.
Yeah, it's aligning north.
Right?
Definitely complete focus at that, and south is just south. And even like the northern lights and the southern lights differ in a way that's connected to that as well.
Here, look, I just posted a video to explain what I'm talking about. I mean, we could all understand it, but when you see it, you'll know what I mean. When you're next to the compass and you have one pole, when you switch it over, the compass switches over. And that doesn't happen on the mythical sphere.
No, but that's what I'm saying. On Earth, the North and South Pole are fixed. You know, north to north and south to south. Like even though it's supposed to swap, it's not swapping all the time. So if that stays consistent and your needle is also consistent, then each end of the needle is going to line up to the field the same way every time. Doesn't matter which one you're attached to.
Hosho, I got something to say. It's, in my viewpoint, it's a dead giveaway that a compass is a stationary planar device. You hold your compass still. You hold your compass still. It's got a flat plane for the face of it. You have the needle, and it is aligning itself to a coplanar field of charge. It's a little planar device.
If you're saying it's flat, then I agree with you. Usually compasses are flat.
Is there a way
I have seen
like a magnetic needle suspended in a small sphere that would actually point in different directions? I mean, I've never seen
no. The ball compasses act the same. They pretty much act the same as the flat compass, your hand compass.
No, they do not. They do not. They have those. They have 3D compasses, and they do not act the same way as a regular compass because
they act as if you were on a flat plane.
No, but the field lines. If the Earth is a sphere, let's just pretend then the North Pole and the South Pole. The field lines extend. Like you know how magnets look like. So the field lines aren't horizontal anymore when you're close to the North and South Pole. They're actually more vertical, and 3D compass will show you that. Whereas a regular compass just acts crappy.
If I have a 3D compass here in Florida, it doesn't point toward through the ground at a
I know that.
Pole. Okay, so quit acting like it doesn't.
If you were listening
like
to me, Brian, if you were listening to me, Brian, you would have accepted that as well. Because I'm not saying that in Florida it does that. It does that at the poles.
Yeah, but you disagreed that it acted different, though. You disagreed that it acted different,
saying, bro.
Yeah,
I see exactly what he's saying.
Those kinds of compasses, like
you got you there, Coach.
They those compasses are actually like little planar stationary Earth dome things where it has like a plane, and then that's floating within a whole system with a dome over it. So
and it's level.
also using a stationary level foundation and then building the compass around that structure. It's like
That's
little like snow globe, if you will.
Yeah, and think about it, guys. Shouldn't the needle, once you get to the southern hemisphere, right? If your sphere is the way you say it is, magnetic, north and south, when you go south, shouldn't that needle point to the south because it's more predominant? There's a more predominant force there.
Still the negative side, though.
There's no southern.
Yeah.
You would think so. You would even think that it would flip right at the equator. Why not?
Exactly, Gio.
Why are you guys saying that?
That's what. That's
no,
what.
Did you hear what the point just said?
That's what you'd have to be.
Well, I demonstrated it with I posted a video of me demonstrating just that happening exactly.
There's a southern magnetic pole, though.
Well, in their paradigm, there is.
No, compasses don't work on Antarctica.
I'm not saying what works and what doesn't. I'm saying how it should be. We know how it doesn't work. I'm saying in their paradigm, in their model, in the Baller model, if you're going south, like Gio said, it should happen like right at the equator, flat. You got more. Once you pass it, you got more magnetic pull on one side than the other.
Yeah, but dude, you know how magnets work. I'm sure they don't work. They don't work the way you're describing that they work. If you take the needle. You literally flip the magnet around, or you flip the orientation around. If you have a magnet that's not moving, and you have a needle that's make one side more electrically charged, so it's got negative and positive. The negative side is always going to point to the positive side, and the positive to the negative. It's not going to flip around as it's moving.
Good point, Kosho. Where's your magnet again?
The Earth's magnet, the poles. You know what the poles are.
No, but where's the actual magnet? Yeah, where is the magnet?
The Earth is the magnet
at the core. Yeah.
So the Earth is the whole magnet?
Yes, the magnetic field surrounds the Earth, and the Earth is where it emanates from.
So no core of a magnet, just magnetic field.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure what you're asking at this point, but magnets aren't based on the core. They're usually they usually just have two poles.
Yeah, where
the magnetic field?
You're saying the Earth is the magnet itself?
Well, it's an electromagnet, so it's more like I don't know. This shouldn't be mysterious. Like the field lines are coming out of the North and South Pole.
Isn't the magnet?
So the magnet is the entire Earth.
The magnet on the North Pole, Coach?
What?
Isn't the magnet on the North Pole?
Listen, one last time. The magnet is the entire Earth. Okay, it's caused by the moving charge, the flowing charge within the what is it called? I think the outer core.
How many magnetic poles does it have? How many poles does it have?
2.
Thank you.
I think what he's saying, guys, is if the Earth were a globe and the magnet was like this magnet field, the compass should be pointing out into space because they'll point towards that round field that's going around the world, right? So
I'm
up in the air.
I'm fine with the field, right? But where's the magnet?
Boom!
It's the North Pole.
I hate to repeat myself, but
yeah, then don't.
That's a mic drop moment.
I know that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I've only said
then,
it 4 times.
no, then don't. If you have a magnetic field, you have to have a physical magnet that's creating that magnetic field.
It's
If you're saying
Earth.
it's
Exactly.
if you're saying it's the Earth, then show it.
Well, you get yourself a compass and look at it.
Oh yeah, great point, Left Lane. Like you don't know I have compasses. You know I'm a captain of a boat. You know I fly, and you're gonna say just get yourself a compass.
Well, why are you questioning it, Rocky? It's obvious, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna
What's up?
disregard your ignorant statement that I should just get myself a compass.
It
I'm
was
gonna ask
obvious.
if you say it's the Earth, that is the magnet, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying the Earth, is magnetic?
Yeah. It's important to understand the difference between a permanent magnet and an electromagnet. And the
Which
Earth
one?
is more of an electromagnet.
Okay, show that.
Well, the flowing charge in the outer core is what's creating the electromagnet.
Okay,
Like
I got you. I understand what you're saying. What's causing the flowing magnetic field?
the super rotation of the there's the flowing charge, but it's more or less caused by the super rotation of the inner core.
Super rotation of an inner core of a rotating sphere.
How is the inside spinning faster than the crust?
What force
It's not very much
causes that?
faster. It's not. I mean, it's a liquid. It's a liquid core. So I mean, it's a liquid. There's a liquid inner of the Earth, right? So there's fluids. I mean,
There
you
is.
can imagine
What-
it rotating.
Do we have
They
to
say
imagine that,
it's
or
a metal core.
Let's just go with
It's
it.
a solid
You know that
core.
there's a
no?
well,
Let's
they
not
say
just go with it. You're right just yet. I'm fine with you going with it in a minute. But my point is, can you
later on?
I'm trying to, I'm just trying to get a cup of that, right? Or the
All right,
physical
all right.
magnet, the physical magnet that he says is creating this current flow field coming out of the surface of the Earth that we really don't. I mean, when you dig a hole or go in a cave, I don't know if you're discovering that, but can I get a cup of that? Or is it just
not sure.
imaginary or theoretical?
Well, obviously,
You pay for it, I'll go down and get it.
So you don't have any.
I don't have any on me, but I can go down and get it if you pay up front.
I guess I've made my point. Thanks.
You
Wait.
can't.
Can you though, Kosho? Because
No.
I mean, this is
I cannot know.
We're at the final. We're at the final stage here. It's the final countdown.
What?
Is it
You
below
can't.
8
Weren't you
miles?
discussing the
It's the
coal of
final
borehole?
countdown every day.
Yeah. Weren't you guys discussing the coal of borehole before? And
Yeah, that did
am
come
I
up.
talking over somebody or somebody mumbling?
Maybe, no, someone might be hot mic.
It's a hot mic.
Eli. It's Eli
That-
trying to get in.
Eli.
That guy that I interrupted wanted to make a point. I just wanted to finish mine, so I appreciate it.
So
He
let's
is a
get
gentleman.
down to the basics here, the nitty gritty. This point that you're saying is a spinning, whirling, molten iron core creating magnetism is at approximately 4,000 miles down. Now, the
It's a
farthest
bit
we've
far.
gone. Sorry?
That seems a bit far. I wouldn't go that far.
Well, how far would
Maybe
you say
half that.
towards that?
Half that or less than that, maybe.
So
Okay, I'll give it to you, which it's not. I'll give you half of that, 2,000 feet. You know what the record drilling, sure, because we were talking about it before, 7.6 miles, right? So you're going to have a hard time giving Lakia that sample he wants.
Yeah, I know. But I was going to take his money and give him a petrified wood.
Like the moon rocks.
I don't think you're going to be able to do that. That's not going to happen.
They picked you for top baller before.
Yeah, no, they also said Brenda. They also said Brenda was my co-pilot. So
Oh, don't embarrass yourself. Say the same name, your name and her name at the same time.
Brenda was what, Kosho?
I did.
It's like saying
So
the
what-
smartest
so-
kid on the short bus. It's like saying
Right.
picking him as top Glober is like saying the smartest kid on the short bus.
Yeah. Now,
That's
if
still
he
an
was
accomplishment.
magnetism, how well do you think he's done so far? He would have done so far.
So what again, SE?
If you were arguing magnetism, right, the north, south, the compass against me or Rakia, how good do you think you would have done so far?
Well, other than the fact that you didn't learn anything from what I said, I would say that I definitely taught you at least 3 or 4 things that you said. I mean, it would sound like you just got into this argument, even though you've been in it for years, which is surprising. But
wow, that's
the way
pretty.
you were describing how magnets work.
So then, have you just not addressed it yet, Kosho? Is that where we're at?
No, I addressed it. Like I said, I explained what the needle was doing in reference to the field lines, how it actually behaves, and why it points the way it does. Why it would not, just turn around as you cross the equator, as you suggested a second ago, or a minute ago. I see. But regardless, there was another point. Oh yeah,
Well,
just to be clear,
hold on. If it's okay, north and south are like equals on your globe model, right? One is not in
No.
preference over the other. So there's no
In
up
refer-
down, right? Because you've turned the whole thing upside down, and now there's no knowledge of what's up or down.
Yeah, if you were explaining the strength of the magnetic field, maybe something like that, but that's not the way magnets work. Magnets are usually explained in reference to like another magnet or something that is attracted to it or is attracting.
No, but
and in the case of a needle,
But if it's a polar effect, then you would expect the needle to attract to the north when you're in the northern hemisphere, and then when you went to the south, it would then flip and attract to the south because they're supposed to be even on a globe. They're like two.
Exactly my point, Gio. Exactly that, Kosho.
No, you
Address that.
you just don't understand like what the magnetism is. Like, we're not saying that the South Pole then becomes the North. There's still north and south to the entire globe.
Lael's here to
No,
save
no,
Kosho.
no. But it being a globe, why is there only a preference? Meaning, like it only points north.
Yeah,
It's a globe. Like
No, yeah,
you
as a
gotta
flat
just.
earther, I gotta disagree with you guys.
That's
The thing is,
that's how poles work, bro. Is that there's a north and a south. The poles don't just continue to switch. That's like what we're talking about. The basic principle of magnetism states that you need a north and a south. So like,
anyways,
it doesn't matter if
go
the
ahead.
whole planet was upside down.
So the thing is, guys, and I mean, I don't think it's a great point because the needle in a compass is a magnet itself, and so it's not as if it's like just a regular old piece of steel, because like we all know, a nail would be attracted to the south side or the north side of a magnet, but that's not the same relationship a magnet has to another magnet. And so if the needle is a magnet itself, then the north side is never going to flip around and be attracted to the north magnetic field side. The north and the south will pair up. The south and north will always pair up. And when you go over the equator, it's that doesn't change. It's not like a toothpick with a ball of metal on the end of it. Now, if you wanted to make a compass that was like a toothpick with a ball of metal on the end of it, maybe that's the type of compass that would flip, inside of your compass, depending on which side of the equator you're on. But that's just not the compass that we would normally use. And so it's always going to follow those lines.
But there's a difference with this.
A huge difference. And again, I repeat, I demonstrated what I'm talking about. I have a video, very simple. Anybody can do it. You get a magnet, you get a compass. You switch the north to the south, and the compass flips. There's no way around that. You cannot argue this argument. You cannot go against this. Like, you can make stuff up if you want, but this is 100% solid. This happens all the time, every time.
Let me ask you a question, Essie.
Hey, real quick, yeah, like what they took the toroidal field and they put it around a globe. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a globe within a toroidal field. So in their model, it's like putting a and then they call it like the Cartesian coordinate system is a quote unquote imaginary plane through the center of the sphere, and then the matrix is built from that. So they're taking the spherical foundation with the Cartesian coordinates as their foundation, and then building it into the model that they then end up claiming that it's a sphere within a toroidal field. And that is going to have different field lines than if it was a plane or surface with a celestial sphere surrounding it that is creating the magnetic field. So now you're actually on the dielectric inertial plane part of the magnetic field. You're on the actual ground, which is what the dielectric inertial is. It's a complete receiver of all the charge and grounding, as we know grounding to be. Yeah.
So, anyways, Montreal, your video doesn't make the point that I think you think it makes. What your video demonstrates is that if the globe had a pole shift and its magnetic poles swapped places, then compasses would point the opposite direction. That's all your video says. It has nothing to do with crossing the equator.
You're relating me turning the magnet, but I could have just as easily moved the compass around and the same thing would have happened. You realize that, right?
Yeah, but let me ask you a question.
Wait a minute, but isn't it that we only have one pole, right? Like we only have one pole that the compass points to. Like, but you're saying
That's exactly.
That's not true.
Well, that's what I was saying. On a flat Earth, it would be the north side of the magnet would just be above the North Pole, and the south pole of the magnet would just be below, like underground, the North Pole.
Then why do you have to say that? I don't get it.
Because it's a toroidal field on either model. It's a toroidal field.
Yeah, it's a toroidal field on both. It's just whether it's a sphere within a toroidal field or whether it's a stationary plane within a toroidal field.
The South Pole would be deep underground underneath the North Pole in a toroidal field. It wouldn't be out toward no edges. It would be underneath the North Pole, underground.
Okay, so in that sense, right, because there's kind of like two different coplanar coordinate systems where you could have a plane on the horizontal, but then also on the verticals.
You guys are complicating stuff.
Oh, you'd have a central field.
North and south, man. North and south. Once you pass the equator on the ball, the compass has to shift. There's no way around that.
No, it doesn't.
I agree.
That's just not right.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does.
No,
if you have a whole other pole in the south, if you have an opposite pole in the south, it most certainly would have to take over. It would have to dominate the field from the north. There's no getting around it.
You're talking about a piece of steel. You're talking about just a neutral piece of steel which will be attracted to either side of a magnet. But the needle in a compass is a magnet itself, and it'll never go against it.
Well, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
The tips are magnetized. That changes nothing. Changes absolutely nothing.
All right, so
compass needles are magnets themselves.
Let me throw this out here real quick, okay, let's just get clear on this. What do you guys think of this? Okay, if you have just imagine a compass and put a little toroidal thing around the compass. You have
You got this, bro.
Did anybody hear Gio?
Nah, he cut out.
I think he dropped. He did drop.
Dude, that was a good entrance too. He's like, so listen, everybody got cleared the floor. He's like, if you have, and then that's all I heard, dude. Gio, we can't hear you. I hope you don't think I'm interrupting. Gio, we can't. We heard if you have, and then he cut out. Just so you know.
You know what's really annoying is that he just literally laid the smackdown on the globe and no one heard it.
I still agree with, and I still agree with him.
And now for the list commercial, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back.
Even Kosho was about to be switching sides.
No, I had to talk to my girlfriend for a bit, so I missed whatever happened.
I don't think Glover claimed there's a magnetic south. I don't claim that. Magnetic's only north.
we do.
Sure you
Absolutely
do. Come on, you guys don't know your model, man. Come on.
No, we absolutely do. It's a magnet, for fuck's sake. Hey, listen.
Kosho, is there a magnetic west?
No, it's funny though. But real quick, Essie, simple question. Your magnet experiment, right? If you were to put a north on one side of the magnet and a south on the other side of the magnet, right? Would you be able to tell me whatever side the compass was pointing at, when you flipped it, was the needle still pointed at that same pole? Do you understand what I'm asking? If you put a north on one side and a south on one side of your magnet, whenever you flipped the magnet, you moved it to wherever you moved it, was the needle still pointed to that same pole, regardless of the fact that you moved it?
Yeah, it is. The north will always be attracted to the south, and the south will always be attracted to the north.
Right. Yeah. Right, exactly. So, it was doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Is the needle was always pointed in the same direction it was pointed.
Yeah, but except it doesn't do it on
Let me jump in. I think I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good,
Gio.
All right, cool. Oaks, yeah. So, yes, this right because I just caught back into what you guys were saying. So, yeah, and because that's what I wanted to hear what you guys thought. Like, okay, there's the idea, like if you have a toroidal field with like take a compass, like a flat plane thing, and then put a toroidal field around it. You could have north and south horizontally, meaning that like the North Pole on a horizontal plane is at the under Polaris kind of thing, and then the south is everything outside of that, like a 360 degree, like a ring magnet. So everything is south. But then you could have another polar system where at the North Pole is north, and then deep into the ground is south. So there's like another south. So it's almost like a quadrupole field that has south vertically and horizontally. So I was just wondering what you guys thought of that, because what the globe does is it kind of twists that, because on like a planar Earth with the plane in the center of the sphere, that's the actual center of the whole thing. And it's like there's a way in which they've kind of taken that and then twisted it back into their model.
If you take and you're right by, we all agree that if we're right by the North Pole, if we travel in any straight line, like just say 10 miles away from the North Pole, the compass is going to move faster than if we're, let's say, 1,000 miles away from the North Pole and we travel in a straight line. Would we all agree with that? If we travel east or west?
Like a South Pole on this is actually deep within the Earth at the center of a plane, whereas the South Pole on theirs is bottom. The South Pole on theirs is like the looping fields coming from the bottom of Antarctica.
Yes, there should be a point where you start traveling further and further south, and whether it switches or not, I believe it should, but it should start moving faster like it does when you go north. The further north you go, if you're traveling east or west in an airplane, the more deviation you get out of the compass because you're getting closer to the center. But that same thing should happen in the south. When you cross the equator, as you start going further and further south, it should start speeding back up. But that ain't what we experience. I don't think so. I've never heard anybody prove it. That'd be a good proof of the South Pole. They could show the compasses speeding up further south you go instead of slowing down.
How about if it's pointing north because there's something there to point at? How about that?
Exactly. Yes, SC. I'm with SC on this. All of this, I agree with everything you're saying, man. Because the way that this is how they've misaligned the magnetic field of the Earth in their model.
There is a magnetic, or people describe it as a magnetic mountain, and it's a pretty big mountain. And when you look at it in the, let's say, ethereal or the spiritual plane, it looks like a mountain of light because I've seen it. I didn't see it with my eyes, but I was able to see it in a vision, and it's there for sure.
So imagine it's a huge freaking mountain. It's magnetic.
Did you just say that you've seen this in a vision?
Yeah, the night before my father passed away, I saw this mountain of light on an expanse of water, and I looked, and it was a mountain of light. And then, yeah, I was waken up by a friend and asking me for my health, for my family's health and stuff. And that same day, that same morning, my father passed away. So I think I saw what he was seeing, I was seeing what he was going through. That's what I saw.
First, I just want to, give my dearest condolences to your family and your
And yeah,
father.
it was a
But
mountain of light.
why do you believe that vision means that the Earth is different than what most people agree?
When did I say anything related to that? I said there was an expanse of water and a mountain of light. I didn't say anything about the shape of the earth or whatever you have in your imagination.
Okay.
Yeah, before that we were talking about a magnetic mountain.
And a sad track. I don't know.
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah, it is.
Whatever you want to share, that'd be awesome. But about what you think, I mean, it's a fascinating topic.
Well, I don't think there's a coincidence that I saw that vision. Someone has a background noise, like a huge TV making a lot of noise.
Yeah, that's you, Smooth.
So I saw the mountain of light, an expanse of water, and then I was woken up by a friend when a cell phone call. This friend called me, calling me by my name, and asking me about about my health, what was going on with me, and she was very worried about me. I woke up like sweating, like I never sweat in my life, sweating in my bed, and then she woke me up, asking me for my health, and then we hung up. And a few hours after that, I received another call that my father passed away. I don't think there's coincidences about that. I think I saw a vision of whatever transit my father's spirit or whatever was happening. I don't think I was there at the magnetic mountain. I think I saw what he was seeing.
Are you relating that mountain somehow to that mountain that they say is magnetic? Is that what made your memory?
Center of the field, yeah, the vortex of the toroidal field, the center of the field here on the planet Earth, and whatever our spirits, our energy, whatever is running this body, whenever we pass, it might be headed that way.
Hey, your guess is as good as anybody else's, bro. Yeah. Cool. That's a very good touching story, and condolences for your dad.
Yeah, we all eventually will pass, right? But hear the coincidences, right? Or I don't think it was a coincidence. I haven't spoken to this friend for over a year. She called me at 4:30 in the morning, worried about my health. I guess she had like a dream or a vision about me, worrying about me, and she called me and asked me about my health, and I woke me up from the vision, right? and then that same morning, my father passed away. So I don't think there's any coincidences of that.
Is this the mountain on Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
Yeah, it was. I saw it in a movie. Yes, I saw it in a movie.
You're making light of a guy seeing a dream like that. Come on, man. Be more, sympathetic.
Oh, it's all right. But yeah, people. It's not just me that have seen it. I've heard people in the past describing the mountain, and people have named it Mount Meru. It has many names. People have described it as the light. When they about to die, they see the light, right? And I saw a mountain of light. Well, that's the only way I can describe it. And I think when you look at it in a physical with your eyes, you see a mountain, right? Like an actual, probably a big piece, a big land mass. But when I saw it in I will say I saw it in as a vision, in a spiritual sense, I guess, right? So I saw it as light.
That's beautiful, and I'm just posted 2 images there. Shout out to Witzig, I think he had posted these, and I grabbed them. So yeah, these are where it shows a quadrupole, and then see how it shows that if you put a magnet in the center of it, it basically floats in the center of the quadrupole.
Yeah.
And then there are the ancient legends that it's an actually floating mountain in the center.
Well, the floating one is actually in the sky. That's celestial north, which is the actual structure that is on heaven. The mountain is actually the mountain is possible that I actually saw water, right? I saw an expanse of water, and far away I saw the mountain of light. I don't know if it's floating because I didn't see that, but I did see the waters, like a big expanse of water, and then like looking towards what we call the horizon, right? Looking towards that, I saw the mountain of light. And if it's floating, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, from my kind of research of the thing that I've looked at, 90 degrees above that is what we call people have described the structure that is in heaven, the city of God, or the actual pyramid in the sky that the Masons kind of depict in their, the all-seeing eye that is a pyramid. That's 90 degrees above the mountain. That's what we call celestial north.
Yeah, it's fascinating because you got to ask yourself, and we're not making shit up. Why does that magnet always point to one direction? I've said it before. If I was a millionaire and I had a jet, I swear to God, I'd get a compass and I'd follow it.
Perhaps you would
if it's pointing away and not toward.
You would come past. You would use your compass to get, and you would come past to the compass.
So there is
around.
We all would. Let's just cruise there, but it's being blocked from us.
What if
as far as my guess goes,
what if it's pointing away from the south?
I think that a compass.
You see what I'm saying? Like when we always have a choice, right? Why do we always go with one when it could be two? Like the people who made it, right?
It could be both. You might be right. It could be both.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. The people that actually figured out and whatever and actually put that thing together, if we're like, oh yeah, it's pointing towards north, that's where we go, and they're like, well, it's just pointing away from where we don't want them to go. So you can never know, man. I'm telling you,
you're 100%. You're 100% correct,
both
man.
Directions, D-Muck. You fly one way,
He's 100%
the other.
The mock is 1,000% correct, dude. That's what we've been saying. It aligns itself with the field lines. So that means that the north points north, or the north points south, and the south points north.
So this is a special kind of magnet. It won't flip at the equator, at the midpoint.
So I want to address Gio real quick. My bad, bro. So I wanted to say, so remember when people say north, I will say there is kind of like three. From my understanding, let's just label it north, right? People label it the North Pole, whatever the magnet is pointing towards north or whatever. That's just a label, guys. I'm not making a claim of this, but there is that.
Like true
north. There is that
magnetic
north, right? What people call magnetic north. Then there is geographical north that I think is the actual magnetic mountain, right? Geographical north. And then there is celestial north, which is up in heaven, which is what we call the North Star, or 90 degrees above that region of the ground. So the ground, geographical north, magnetic north, and then celestial north. Those are kind of like just throwing at that because there's something to that.
The earth, the sky, and the energy, for sure.
Yeah,
three different layers.
Yeah.
But my guess, if you really wanted a compass to start, if you wanted the red side of a compass needle to point anywhere other than the North Pole, I think my guess is that all you have to do is dig deep enough underground, and I think the closer you get to the North Pole geographically itself, I think the less distance you'd have to dig underground to get it to make that flip. I don't think crossing the equator makes any sense that the compass should flip, and it doesn't, of course. But I think you actually would experience that if you got 20 degrees north latitude and dug a few miles underground. I think it wouldn't point up towards the North Pole surface at sea level. I think it would actually point away from the North Pole towards Antarctica.
You got some vivid imagination on you, bro. Like seriously. You're thinking of digging 2 miles down?
I think he's right. Maybe not
You
2
think
miles,
he's
but
right?
at some point.
Well,
Well,
if the structure above is
it
if
depends
the
how
structure
far north
above
you are.
We have now entered La La Land.
the size of the structure above that is causing the movement and the toroidal field between heaven and earth, right? So because we talk about the the toroidal field and the effects that we observe, but the cause of that effect is the actual movement of the structure above, the pyramid above, and that movement is causing the toroidal field, that movement between where we stand in the ground and when we look up the sky. That's why we see this whole effect between those two places, heaven and earth. And I guess that movement is definitely is inputting kind of causing this energy field in the system, and it might have an effect on that kind of like that center area or that below area of the structure. So it's possible that is I don't know, having that kind of effect that he's describing. That's a possibility. And someone was talking about the wind, right? The wind around the Antarctic region. So I think that's kind of like yeah, it's part of that effect of the toroidal field, kind of like the edges around the further edges that are kind of on the under within the toroidal field under the structure above that is causing the movement. Because this movement that we observe is not like a magic thing; it's actually being caused by a mechanism, and the big piece of that mechanism on top is an actual structure, and between that we experience and we see what we observe and experience.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm not disagreeing with that, and even what the other person had said, if you dig inside, but fine, you're able to accept a thing like that, but you won't accept that if you have a magnet, which is a sphere, and you have two poles, the north and the south, and if you cross the border of the center, one side should be dominant over the other one. I mean, how can you deny that? I don't understand that.
I don't see how they could deny it either, man. I agree with that.
No,
I don't understand why you think it's flipped.
That's a neutral piece of metal. That's not a magnet. Of course, like a nail or just a steel ball will shift from being attracted to the north side of magnet to the south side of magnet depending on where it is around that magnet. Sure, it'll switch which one it's attracted to based on its location. But I mean, we're not talking about. I mean, compass needles aren't made out of just regular old pieces of steel that are like a toothpick with a ball of metal on the end of it. Compass. Even if it was just a regular old piece of steel needle, it still wouldn't adjust its trajectory. It would just stay in that same sort of line of flux. The only way you'd have a compass that would flip when you cross the equator is if you had a toothpick with a ball of steel somehow balanced around some sort of center fulcrum point. But we don't build compasses like that. But I did draw an image to explain what I mean about the compass changing direction if you go above or below ground, and I'm sending that now. So you notice above ground it's pointing inward, and below ground it's pointing outward. That red dot would be the North Pole, and if you're above ground level, it's pointing towards it because that's where it's draining. But then it has to recycle out towards the edges when you go below ground to feed the top. It's draining in from above.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm not disputing if you drill into the magnet. I'm not disputing what you're saying here. That's not my point. Are you disputing the fact that if you have a ball magnet, north and south, top, bottom, are you telling me if you pass the equator of that sphere, that one side or the other will not be dominant depending on which hemisphere you're on?
See, according to the way that I understand
it'll be
magnets,
dominant. It'll be dominant to a neutral piece of steel, but not to another magnet.
So you don't think that if you have a compass that's
The needles
pointing
are
north.
magnetized. Let me back you up for a second. I looked it up, and the needles are magnetic, so it would have to
Yeah,
switch.
of course. I told you that before, Brian.
Yeah, but what he
Why
described would
would
be
they
right.
switch?
Wait. What he described would be right, though, SE, if that's the way they made them. But in fact, if you look it up, I just posted it in live text because I didn't know either. And I agree with everything he said, if that's the way, if it was just a neutral piece of needle. But in fact, they do magnetize them. So yeah, it would switch when you cross the equator.
It would have to.
It would have to, absolutely.
Unless I'm not looking at this correctly.
It's not about. I mean, it's a balanced piece of metal. It's just gonna align with like the magnetic flux.
Look in live text real quick, because I didn't know. To be fair, I didn't know. I looked it up. Anyway, this is what it said. Because I was picturing it like you were saying, but then I was like, nah, let me see. And I looked, and it in fact is magnetic. According to the main the what do you call them? The mainstream.
You're never gonna get the north side of the needle to be attracted to the north side of the Earth's magnetic field. South and north are always going to attract, and north and south are always going to attract. The south side
Who
of
said
the
anything
magnetic.
about the same poles attracting? What are you talking about? Who said that?
I mean, I think that's just the crucial piece of information you need to understand here.
Oh, really? You think I don't understand the repulsion of that? Really? You're going to teach me about repulsion and attraction about magnets now. Come on, dude.
I mean, you got to apply it correctly, you know?
Yeah? You do?
I mean,
what about the idea that if north and north repel, right? The opposites attract and north repel, right? And you got it facing north, right? And you think this north is pulling to north, which would make no sense. A north magnet should push away from north. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying
pretty much.
The compass on Earth, right? It always points north. Even if you're in the southern hemisphere, quote unquote.
Right.
We're playing in their ball world now, right? It always points north.
Right. It's
So
like
I asked
literally
him
exactly. It's like same direction.
Yeah. That was the original argument.
Yeah.
And of course, they have no answer for that. Kosho was saying magnetic flux lines and whatever he was saying.
Nah, as soon as you crossed a certain line, it would turn the other way on a ball.
I mean, if Kosho wants a mulligan, maybe he could. Because I didn't really hear him address it.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, Kosho, if you want another crack at it, go ahead.
I mean, even if he wants to claim the meridian, it would switch. You'd have to switch somewhere, either the equator or the meridian.
I don't know. I could actually kind of see this going either way on one level, though, because if it's all just a fabricated field, I guess it could do whatever. But how do you then have something that just keeps pointing the same direction on a sphere? And then what? You just say it flips at the north and south poles? Is that where you're going with the flip?
You talking to me, Joe?
Well, yeah, you would have to flip at the North Pole.
Well, I would say it would have to flip somewhere near past the center. One pole would get dominant over the other.
It would do this on both, like a flat planar or a curved. It would
whatever. Yeah. Right,
but then you would think on a sphere that same thing would happen on the other side because it's a sphere, right? It's just a 50-50 thing. There's no preference for up or down, whereas trying to say that the needle wouldn't shift directions at the equator is then actually admitting that there is an up and a down.
There is no south pole in reality.
So it's actually a killer point, I see. Yeah, that's even another deeper layer of it, dude. That would kill it right there.
I kind of in the middle.
And
there's holes everywhere, guys. There's holes everywhere. Yeah, all you got to do is point to a direction, and then everybody sees it.
I agree with SE, man, but now I don't, because I thought I agreed with him. I don't think there is a south pole in reality or on a flat Earth, but on a
We're
globe
not talking
Earth.
about that. We're talking about their model, Brian. Listen carefully, in their fantasy.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to agree with you. Right. Yeah. If there's two poles, then how would if it's a magnetized needle? There's a north and a south. There's no monopoles. Okay, no monopole magnet. So if there's a north and a south charge in the magnetic needle, which I just posted saying that the needles are magnetic, then it would have to switch at some point on a ball. On a flat Earth,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Or reality, there is no south pole.
Hold on, pause right there, Brian. Why would it have to flip?
Because if you have a south pole, it would repel the north needle, not attract it.
Well, okay, so either on a spherical Earth or on a planar flat type Earth, if you went to the North Pole, it would be similar. Like your compass would be pointing north, north, north. Once you get there, it might go a little wonky for a bit. And then if you kept going straight, it would then flip the other way to where now it's attracting to the north that's behind you because you're just walking through it like a 180-degree cut through it. So the needle would change on both models. The question then would be, though, on a globe, is it happening in the south? And can you ever prove that or verify that? Because that is what you guys would need, in addition to a couple other things, to even have this be viable. Whereas right now, it's clearly a planar toroidal field that's coming out with the plane at the ground.
Well, let me say it like this. So the north piece of the magnetic needle is going to be attracted to the
it
North
points
Pole.
to one area. Exactly. No matter where you are on the surface, it's going to one singular place. Like, can anyone claim that anything has ever pointed to the south of anything magnetically?
That's the whole issue. That's my whole issue on this matter. That's why I brought it up. Always points to one direction.
Yeah, I think the speed of it would if it happened in reality, I think they'd show that especially on the long haul flights that they like to talk about that are hard to find. I think you could show the needle moving faster than an equatorial flight. You know, just the way we could show the needle moving faster in a deep north flight. Closer you get to the center, faster the needle's going to travel if you're moving east or west, because you're closer to the pole. So if you were right on top of the pole, it would move, real quick. Further you got away, the slower it would move going east to west because it'd be a bigger circle. So it should speed back up during the long haul flights, but I don't think it does.
Who is that?
Well, apparently the compasses, they're weighted differently in the south and in the north, if I remember.
What's up, Smooth? Smooth was trying to get in there. I'm sure he has a long presentation to give us about his viewpoints on this. He has been taking notes.
Oh, God help us.
He's been categorizing. He's been logistically analyzing.
He became a Google expert in 5 minutes.
So he's got the most recent updates.
I mean, we're just making a lot of wrong claims about how compasses work and what actually happens.
Very profound.
Set us straight, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think what I was saying actually happens, bro. I think in a ball, that's
if you look at my most recent link, it says what would happen if you're at the South Pole and you had a 3-dimensional compass. The south end would point directly downward, right? So just because we're across the equator, we're not experiencing a compass needle shift, which I don't really understand why that, just because you're going across the equator, the needle won't immediately shift. It's still going to point north.
Well, we could always find the North Pole, but it'll never help us find the South Pole. I think that's
if it keeps pointing north, then it can't point south, which is what it would do if it was actually two sides of a polar system on a sphere. You're adding a second side that's just theorized and speculated and not actually validated in tangible reality, just as a model.
But to have a north, you have to have a south.
Yeah, that's our whole point.
Say this. So in reality, if we were at Ecuador or in Africa, if we follow the compass north, we're going to wind up at the North Pole. I don't think there's no way to find the South Pole from if we're at 2 points like Ecuador and then Africa, Ethiopia, we'll say. I don't think the compass won't get us to a common South Pole.
Well, that's because compasses are not designed to do that.
Wow.
It'll get us close together in the north.
Pointing to one direction. I mean, I can see the idea on a sphere, like if you have the toroidal field going around it to where it would just stay with that flux line, but then you would have to show that it actually flips in the north and the south to even have that be viable, which of course you guys have never done.
But there's no way of getting around the flip. There's no way getting around that.
Well, I see. I do think there could be a way that the field lines could be aligned, that what they're saying, like where you could go, because I think you could do it on either model. Like you could have a planar model where there's two fields and then there's a midpoint. And then, you know what I mean? Like one's going south, one's going north. Kind of like on a foosball table and the ball's in the middle. And then it's like, which way is it going to go, you know?
I don't know. I just can't see the polar, like a north and a south, and not being dominant if you cross that region. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I can't see it.
Well, do we all agree, or is there a compass that will get us to the South Pole? Like two people on different continents, we follow it, will it merge them? And it
always points north. All the compasses, as far as I'm aware.
So I'm trying to get them to answer that to see if they think differently.
I guess, can we really say if we've had a limit of, like, there's definitely a civilian limit to how far, when I say civilian, I'm just using that word as like a general, you know, birth certificate, social security number, human in today's world.
Couldn't we make a compass if the Earth was a ball? Yeah, he cut out. If the Earth was a ball, couldn't we make a compass for the southern hemisphere that points toward the South Pole?
Ask them.
Ask the ballers. If the Earth was a ball, yeah, ballers. Couldn't we have a? Or
I mean, doesn't a compass always point to the south if it's pointing to the north?
There's no such thing as a south compass, guys. It's not a thing.
No, the question is, will we merge? Will we merge at a common place?
I mean, no, like, but what I'm saying is you could just paint the other end of a compass with an S, and it would take you to the South Pole, the magnetic South Pole.
Yeah, but in reality, that's going to diverge us away from each other. In reality, if what you're saying is true, if we start if we start at the North Pole and we write the S where the N is, then we're all going to go off in all different directions. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's fine, but we're all gonna meet at the same place. That's how, like, that's when you have a basketball, the ends of the basketball, right? If you leave in any direction, you're gonna get.
Yeah. But I'm talking about in reality.
That's how it is in reality.
No, it ain't.
What I'm saying is that if you to have a magnetic North Pole, you have to have a magnetic South Pole.
So there are compasses. You're saying that all we got to do is rearrange our letters, and we could merge from Ecuador, or let's say from Ecuador and Ethiopia, we'd meet at the same place. But that ain't what happened. That ain't the way they claim the compass works in the South Pole. They claim it still points north.
What? Yeah, in the South Pole, the compass still
spreading us out. That spreads us out.
Jump in real quick. I was trying to get this posted. I mean, if those are the flux line fields of a toroidal field, if you put a planar Earth in the middle of that thing, those field lines are functioning in a very particular way. And in this case, pointing towards that center. And then if you were to then instead put a globe in there, those field flux lines are moving differently, especially in the south. You know, it all comes to a center. So that is a major difference in terms of how they're claiming the field is. They like tilted at 90 degrees.
Yeah, there's no way around the two opposites. There's no way around that.
The up and the down.
What two opposites, dude? That's what I'm saying.
The XYZ matrix, up, down, left, right. It's the whole.
You guys are just saying words, like
the natural coordinate system of the geometry of this realm.
You're just saying words, like
wow.
You can get to the South Pole using a traditional compass. Like, what's the hard part here?
I don't think you're comprehending anything that we
They're
said.
claiming
So.
there's a southern attraction compass. They're claiming that.
Yes, there is. That's what I'm saying. Like, so okay, for the
Do you mean the
needle of a
opposite
compass,
of the
hold on. For the
north?
needle of a compass to be magnetic, it has to have a north and south charge, right? So what's happening is the magnetic south of the needle is being attracted to the magnetic north of the Earth, but we paint that red and call it N. The magnetic north of the needle is going to be pulled to the magnetic south of the Earth. So yes, you can follow it down to the south.
Well, that's what you would have to validate or substantiate, because that would be key for your model. So
super easy.
But notice what he said from the beginning.
Be pretty easy to have done. They should have done it way back in the 40s at least.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
Oh no, I'm done. Go ahead, Ben.
No, I was going to say, notice how he started his explanation. Well, the compass points north. And then he went on. Yeah, that's what we've been trying to tell. We've been saying for the past half hour. Yeah, it points north. Yeah.
I mean, you didn't really say anything there, but like, yeah, it points north, but it also points south. The only reason why you wouldn't meet at this, like, that's the thing with a flat model or a planar model, whatever model you guys talk about these days. The reason that you can't find each other if you go south is because you consider south the outer circumference of your plane. The reason that you can meet each other if you all go south on the globe is because there's a magnetic south. And that's what we witnessed.
No, but if you're using a compass in the south, you still have to correct to the north. There's no place on it. This is what they say. It only points north. That's their excuse. If you have to correct toward the north.
I think what he's saying is that the south is just the opposite of the northern compass pointer. I think that's what he's saying. There's actually no south attraction.
But he's like,
yeah, that's exactly what he's saying.
Do we have a south compass
it's an
that
inversion
can point to the south? Do we have
an
one that does
inversion of the matrix of coordinates.
No, I don't think you guys are understanding how like magnetic fields work. Okay, for there to be when the needle is pointing north, it's also aligned with that magnetic field south.
Why doesn't it ever align with the one south?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what we're saying.
Why doesn't the needle ever go to the south? If it's just a ball and there's a pole on the top and the bottom, how come when we go over the equator, it doesn't turn towards the stronger magnetic pole closer to it to the south?
Boom. So you're asking me like if you have a normal compass and your compass is pointing to the North Pole, right? And you walk over the equator, what are you saying should happen to the compass?
From the ball, the needle should turn around and start pointing to the closest pole, which would be the south pole.
So you believe that the needle, so that the north part of the needle is going to be attracted to the south part of the globe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the problem, is that the needle, it has a fixed magnetic charge. So the needle is fixed north and fixed south. So the north part of the needle is attracted to the south part of the Earth, and we paint that part white. So as you go down across the equator, if your compass pointing north, it's also there doesn't have to be the flip because the white part of the needle is being attracted to the correct pole.
Yeah, but we would have to start correcting south, bro. We have to correct north everywhere on Earth. You got to correct north. If you're going east or west, anywhere on Earth, you got to correct to the north. They say because the compass needle points north. It does, but if it's predominant in the south, even if it's opposite, we would have to correct south.
But see, that's what you don't get, flat Earth, is that magnets work by aligning themselves with magnetic fields, right?
So which one is aligning with?
See this one I just posted? That shows the basic structure of how the field is. So you guys are basically trying to put a sphere around that and call it the Earth. Even though that structure has the planar center, and then you can put a celestial sphere at multiple layers and levels. within that system, which is a foundational coordinate system too. The way this
No,
entire realm is
Geo,
foundational.
that's not how it works.
Wow. Dude, I'm about to drop a video where I put
So,
I
guys,
just now bought a filter and a magnet. I'm about to drop a video of the magnet in my hand showing that it has a plane right through the middle of it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hell
I
yeah.
don't know what the plane through the middle has to do with it.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to. You're just saying words, but
What's the foundation have
Come
to
up with
do
something
with it?
better than wave dismissal.
There's nothing special about the equator that's going to cause a compass to flip around and point the other way. The equator is just the imaginary line that divides the north from the south.
Yeah, and when you get further away from one area, like you're on a football field and you're at the 100-yard line and you're not the 1-yard line anymore, which part are you closer to? We're saying it should react to the distance that you're closer to it. And if you're on a ball and it always points north, which is south from the opposite white portion, which is the north part facing south, then where the fuck is it even pointing?
yeah. So that's what we're trying to say is that magnetic north and the North Pole are so close together, right? Because they are different. The geographic North Pole and the magnetic North Pole are different. But they align pretty much the same. So what we say is that because all compasses point north, align your heading with the north, the north part of the magnetic field, because it just happens to be pretty accurate to the geographic North Pole. So that's why we always align with the North Pole.
I'm sorry, I thought you said. Why can't we do it to the south the same way then?
Because the magnetic South Pole is not as close to the geographic south, but also you could. There's nothing.
You just said it didn't matter the distance or the closeness because I just went over the yardage with you.
No, I'm saying. Hold on. You misunderstood. You misunderstood. I'm saying that the magnetic field is not perfectly aligned with the geographic north and south poles. The magnetic north is closer to geographic north than magnetic south is to geographic south.
So if we got a needle and we can do north part of the needle and the needle can be just a magnet needle. We have north and south. Why don't we turn the north to the south part and use it that way?
Because because
if you're going around the north, right? Okay, you're going around. There's a North Pole, and you're going around it, and you got to find your orientation anywhere, and you're on the outside edge, and it's leading you to the North Pole. Great. Now, where is the South Pole section that will lead you to the South Pole? Great. When you're in the middle doing the same thing, and it's a ball. I mean, I don't understand.
Exactly. So, you can align. You can follow. So, like, if you point your magnet north.
Sorry to interrupt, Smooth, but can you see this real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. That is the toroidal field. Now, if you're saying that thing is surrounding a sphere, do you see how you have a positive and a negative?
Yeah.
Okay, and then do you see why it would flip?
No.
Flip?
No, and also at the equator, that we would have
hold on, guys. He asked me a question.
Yeah, red and blue. Red and blue.
Yeah. Hold on, Gio. Let me tell you why. So, Gio, I want you to put your cursor, your mouse cursor on the picture. Right? Okay. So mine, I have the little finger, like the little white hand, right? So the finger's pointing.
I don't have to
the
dude. It's all good. I know that one very well. Just go ahead.
So the top part of the cursor is pointing towards the North Pole, right?
That's the difference between the ground and the sky.
What? What I'm saying is that, like, if you're using this image, if you're using this image that you have,
inverts it.
Right? If you're using this image you have, the reason why when you go across the equator it doesn't flip is because it's a bar magnet. It's aligning itself. It won't flip because the magnetic fields aren't flipping. The only reason a magnet would flip directions when you go across the equator is if the Earth's magnetic poles switched.
On a ball at the equator, we shouldn't have to correct according to the compass. We're going a straight line, and north is always directly left. We shouldn't have to correct north if the Earth's the ball, but we do have to correct north. But like I said, on a globe, north would be directly left the whole time. We wouldn't have to correct north. But the further we go out from the North Pole, the more we have to correct for north, even south of the equator. And that they say this is an excuse that, well, it's because it only points toward the North Pole. But in reality, on a ball, the north would be dead center. You wouldn't have to correct north.
But that's the thing. North. Hold on. That's a great point. That's a great point there. So the reason why it doesn't point downwards to the center of the Earth is because that's where the field is generated, but the field's expressed through the poles. So in the center, and I know you guys are gonna give me some flack on this, but on the center, basically the cooling and shrinking expansion of the iron core is what generates these magnetic fields. And it's generated in the core and expressed outwards to the top and bottom part of the ball. That's why that your magnet doesn't point straight down, because there's not a magnetic field pulling it straight down to the center.
That's because we're not on a ball though. If Captain Cook even said in his, they were having to correct north according to the compass. So that's just showing you the further you go out, the bigger of a circle it is. If you keep having to correct north more and more from the center, it should switch. There should be a central point on a ball, no matter what.
Yeah, did you? Can you see what I just posted? Who is that? Smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you see that one? If you open it up, it's that blue one. If you look down in the lower right-hand corner, it actually has it almost looks a little heliocentric and also geocentric. But anyways, the one on the lower right, second from the right, you see how it has like a sphere and then it has the toroidal field, and you see how at the equator line is where that would shift. So it can basically be aligned in different ways. So in the globe model, they've aligned it. They claim to
look at your model, right? Look at your model. Do you see on the top image? Do you see how there's those semicircles on the edges, right?
Wait, which one? The main one or which one?
No, like the fourth one from the left on the bottom half.
Okay, that was the same one, second from the right that I said. Now you're going fourth from the left. Okay.
Well, that's what I said, but you asked me what. So
I'll give you that's bonus style points right there. I like it.
So you see how there's these semicircles near the equator, right? On the edges that look like ears.
All right. Wait, on which one? Because in that fourth one, there's like a top and a bottom. So
yeah, the top one.
Yep.
You see how there's like the little ears to the face almost, that they're these like little half semicircles?
At the east and west equator, yeah. I mean, that's assuming that the north part of that little sphere is up, like the north at the top, like a globe.
Yeah.
You can do that,
That's what I'm saying. So,
and that's how you guys claim the field is, like around a globe.
But you see how it's a field that's being generated out, like there's these lines. So what I'm saying is that it's a constant field. Like whether you believe that you're on a flat plane or if you're on a globe, you have this field, and the field is not changing as you change your position on the material. Like if you were a tiny little ant and you were walking on a giant bar magnet, just because you cross the center of the magnet doesn't mean that the poles switch. Like the poles are part of the actual thing you're on, and you can experience the poles. That last part didn't sound right, but that's what I'm trying to say.
Is this what you're saying is the case? The one I just posted, is that what you think is going on? Is that kind of a summation?
The most accurate one. I kind of like that fourth one to the right. Like,
you're breaking up, man.
Is that what you think is happening? Because there are differences of what this would be over a planar surface.
Yeah, we should be able to make a magnet that points to the south, and them in the southern hemisphere.
We do, Brian. We do.
Have to correct
I
to
just
the
found
south.
this other one
Show
too.
me
Check that one out.
Show me a compass where you correct to the south. Show me where an airplane corrects to the south.
We don't need. That's what I'm saying, dummy boy. Is that you don't do it to the south because it's not.
You're actually presuming too that a molten iron core can even produce magnetism right off the bat. Oh, that's yet to be demonstrated.
That's fine, but that's what I believe in.
Well, you can believe in it. It'd be nice. That's right. It'd be nice to demonstrate it. Like you've got an inner core that's around, I don't know, it's around 5,000 degrees Celsius, 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's about what it was last time.
Steel, yeah, steel.
Remember
Like,
Bandstone? We were down there. We measured it.
exactly. Yeah, we dug that hole in the backyard. That weekend
dude.
we had the barbie.
That was a long night that
That
night.
was wild. That was wild.
Oh wow!
We were tripping.
Wait, do you want to talk about your video?
Well, steel actually loses its magnetism at around 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, that's provable. That's demonstrable.
Yeah, no more magnetic field at all. Right? No more.
So
Good.
if something loses its magnetism at about 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit, how can it then produce a magnetic field? It's yet to be demonstrated in any possible way. Nothing practical has ever been demonstrated. So you are believing in something that you can't even demonstrate. Why would you put blind faith that man can't even come close to demonstrating?
Right, and you have to look at the South Pole the same as the North. We should be able to navigate equally from both hemispheres. I know we picture it as the North being up, but they have an excuse. They say because like the South Pole is in the middle of the fucking ocean, like way off. But still, we should still be able to make a compass that corrects south, man, and that ain't reality.
Well, I mean, we can.
Okay, that one I just posted. Is this it, guys?
Yeah, I mean that's essentially it. Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, essentially.
Well, how does the center there produce any magnetism if it's at 9,000 odd degrees Fahrenheit? How does it do that? How is it physically possible to do that?
That's what I just believe. That's what I believe.
You believe it, right?
Yeah.
Well, where's any evidence to back that up? Why
I
would
mean,
you believe
hold on.
something smooth?
Bandsaw. Do you believe in God?
We're not talking about God at the center of the
No,
earth.
but hold on.
Right?
Do you believe in God?
We're not talking about God in the middle of the earth here. We are talking about something that's practical and demonstrable.
Do you believe in God? Is my question.
That is a little bit of a non sequitur, but I'll jump in just to entertain it, and I'll say yes. So let's go.
Okay, so then I believe that's how the magnetic field is formed.
Yeah, but you demonstrate how it doesn't work in reality, even if it is the way they claim.
I'm down with that. It's all energy.
Yeah, that's how I believe that energy is formed.
Okay, then so why did God separate energy for metals in different ways? So the same metal can't have a magnetic field at 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit, but he said, but in this one special rare occasion, it will have a magnetic property at 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit. God did
works
that.
in mysterious ways.
I can't answer the reason why the Creator put me here, so I sure as hell can't answer why he made it that way.
If you were the creator, would you have created your life?
No.
No? If you had the ability to create infinite things, would you choose to create it? And as one of the infinite?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I like my life.
If y'all talk about the core, where's the heat go from the core? It has to transmit. It has to transfer. So it's just stuck in the middle or something.
Right. It's like they try to make it like a generator. I mean, the thing about it being a magnetic mountain at the North Pole makes tremendous amount of sense because there's certain minerals and materials that can have very potent magnetic fields. And then like all the ancient cosmology is talking about how it used to be the Great World Tree, and there was an actual connection to the heavens, a huge tree.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that's fine. I'm just saying I believe in something different. Like, this is just what I believe. I believe that, the magnetic core is able to generate these fields, and that's what my brain likes. So I get it. Like, we differ. It's just...
Yeah, but we demonstrated how that can't work in reality.
Okay,
by
hold on, Flat Earth. Put it down. But prove it to me that it doesn't work.
But how do you get it? You're a very scientific kind of guy, I gather, right? So where is the science to back up your belief? From a scientific guy, I thought you'd want some sort of credibility to back up that belief of yours.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've done experiments when I was younger about making magnets, and charging. You got like a cork and you put it on a bowl of water and you had to charge the needle or whatever. But
Yeah,
do
you know what the dielectric component is? Do you?
I'm not saying that it's not a magnetic field smooth at all, right? Magnets are a real thing, right? We both agree on that, right? But when I point out some fairly blatant facts to you about magnetism, right, and its properties, you just throw up your hands and say, "But I just believe," with nothing scientific to actually back it up.
Well, so I think we pretty much agree, like, on most parts of magnets. I'm saying that, like, we don't know what powers your magnetic field in your model.
What do you mean?
You know?
Well,
Like,
what you didn't do is take a flat bar magnet and get your little compass and have a flat bar magnet like a football field or like a big one, not even necessarily a football field, but just a miniature little magnet like your compass magnet, like a miniature compass in the middle of a big bar magnet inside a room, like a big long one, and then move it left and right and see what it does and how it reacts on a flat bar magnet compared to
what are you talking about? You are going wild right now. What I'm saying is that
the challenge with
take a little compass on a bar magnet and rub
Makes
it
no
across
sense.
it from the center point to the
Nothing
end.
you say ever makes sense, G-Mark.
Check out the little short I made, guys.
Said the guy who just believes everything with no demonstration. Of course. Of course,
Speaking of, hey,
D-Mark,
D-Mark,
and don't have a demonstration. Nothing
brother,
to you would make sense. I'm trying to show you demonstration. Demonstrations don't make sense to you. We know in our world, demonstrations work, not just belief. So if you want to demonstrate a bar magnet with a little bitty compass on how it wouldn't move at all and just point directly to north, then I'll be glad to look at that. And then where is your ball magnet at that you can compare that to with a little compass? Like, what are you even talking about? You played with magnets. What's that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what they go with usually, and I imagine Smooth may or may not agree, but is that the molten inner core is like a tumultuous kind of exchange of being the center. And as it's like churning, it's somehow creating a field because it's churning.
I mean,
The problem with that is that doesn't exist in nature anywhere, and the only way to create that is to do a man-made little device that can create that. And in that point, you're actually just making a field.
That's an
Without
electromagnet.
having verified this center and that it exists, it would just be like a blind leap of faith, perhaps, that that's actually what it is.
And I just posted a video of what I was talking about a ball.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm fine. I'm fine with that just being my leap of faith. Like, that's what I choose to believe.
Did you see
I'm
what I
not saying?
posted?
I'm not saying I can prove it to you.
You called someone dumb earlier when they were asking you about it.
Yeah, because
how are they dumb when you're talking about belief and they want to know about actual demonstratable, repeatable, testable stuff? And you call them dumb, but you're working with a belief that's not demonstratable or testable or repeatable.
Yeah, I just posted a demonstration, by the way. If anybody cares to have a look at it. Demonstratable positive proof of a ball magnet making a compass flip. No words, like you guys are just talking back and forth, words, blah, 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 blah. I just posted positive proof.
That magnet doesn't look to work, though.
Look how small it is. It's a teeny weeny little magnet. I have to hold it.
It's like a baby.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Just to prove a point.
And that outdoes the Earth's north and south. That little bitty magnet is. That's weird.
Amazing, huh?
So are we really dealing with magnetism at all, or are we dealing with something different?
They have words. We have demonstrations. I made this just 5 minutes ago.
I don't know how that BB equates to the planet. I don't. Or Earth. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what that video is showing us.
We knew that before you said that. We knew you didn't before you said that.
This one shows the two poles of the sphere. Boom.
Yeah.
He's spinning. That one's amazing, dude. Wow. Can someone? I don't know. Can this be cut right from here? I don't know. We need to have that as a cut.
You can download it or go to my
site. The moon could be controlling our compass, guys. The moon.
We got to save on to this one because This shows how that sphere is actually charged north to south in the exact way that we're talking about of how it should flip. He's flipping it right here in front of your eyes, the two parts of the sphere.
Yeah.
Yep. Live on demand demonstration.
That one's that dude. That is a that's
so
a mic drop moment right there for SE.
So where the moon and south aren't, I mean, where the moon and sun aren't, that's where it points to. Wherever they're at, it points the opposite. That's crazy.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, look up in the sky at the moon and the sun, and then look at your compass. It's going to point north, and they're not going to be north. They're going to be east and west, son. Don't fucking ask me what I'm talking about if you don't have any comprehension skills. What's wrong with people these days? They don't even fucking try to think about
I'm not sure anyone in this whole room understands you, to be honest.
You don't understand. Oh, whoa.
Oh,
you went too fast, man. Slow down.
That's one up for you guys, I guess, huh? That
At
makes all
this,
you
well,
guys, like,
just
super smart.
just at this moment. Sometimes you go off on something and then it goes.
Yeah, it sounds like it's every moment to me. Every time I talk, if somebody else says the same words I say, you guys get it. But then I'll say it 2 days later, the same thing, and you don't get it. That's weird. That's what I find weird. And I purposely will do it. And I find that fucking weird, if you ask me. So if my name's somebody else's name, you guys get it, and it's good, right? But if it's
all right,
not,
well, how about just say? How about
you don't know how to fucking talk, dude. You sound like
Hold on, Demo. How about let's just start over, dude. You have the mic. Go for it. Tell us what your point, your perspective is. What's the point you were making?
It's something about the moon controlling our compasses or something.
If a little ball that you put by the compass can control the compass, how the fuck do you know it's the north of the earth? If a little bitty ball can control that. Hello? How do you know? That was one question, and I'll let that be answered. I won't say the rest.
All right, no, that's comprehensible. That made sense.
Hello.
It's a good question too. So, Demog, are you coming from the idea? Because I've thought about this actually and talked about it with people. The idea that, like, you know, some technology exists where they could actually change your field around you and make your compass show a different direction because they're actually changing it around you. Yeah. Because that's a pretty intense idea. Because then, like, if they artificially change the way that the flux lines are aligning, then you would get thrown off.
Well, they would be able to have a frequency, a tower, and then that tower would set your directional position. Just that tower putting out.
Who knows what shit they have at those like northern latitudes and shit up in that like totally protected area. Yeah, who knows? They probably do have all kinds of tech to keep people out.
So I'm not trying to say anything weird that nobody comprehends. I'm just going from a point that if a little bitty ball can outdo whatever this Earth is, then what else can't? That's my own point for that little demonstration. And I had
but I mean, but you are applying the ball to it in a pretty close range, so that's not necessarily to be expected if you're just outside in nature cruising, you know, along.
Right. I'm
You know
just
what I
saying
mean?
the government. You know what I mean? The government, satellites, ISS, the moon. Like, how do we know what really?
Yeah, you're pointing out that it could be changed as well.
Yes, by a smaller object, even though it's right on the Earth. A little bitty dot ball can control it. It's just weird. I find that weird for something that you're supposed to use for directional orientation to know where you're going and not get lost, right? But a little ball can outdo it. That's just weird to me. I wouldn't bet my life on using that to orientate where I'm going. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it might work, for certain things. I just wouldn't, that scares me when you show that demonstration.
Yeah, I mean, you ultimately don't even really need one if you just know how to navigate with the stars.
Right. I would not use the compass because, like I'm saying, you got a little magnet on your ship. It's going to throw your compass off. What the hell?
Things that have never been seen before. No, magnets don't throw your compass off unless you put it right next to it.
What's up, Xanax?
Well, what's not magnetic?
What's up, guys?
Xanax in the house.
Xanax in the house.
We're talking about how the spherical Earth is impossible.
Yeah, in like every way we can think of.
And I'm saying
you have a problem with the molten iron core moving around and creating a magnetic field.
Oh, there's all kinds of stuff we got problems with. I mean, the whole
Isn't
moving
it
around
that-
part, you know?
Isn't it what they say is that down in Antarctica compasses don't work? Is that true?
That's what they say.
What was
So
that?
so there's that there's that really strong current I was talking about earlier on, the one that what it goes around Antarctica, that the strongest ocean current in the world. So I wonder if compasses work before you get to that, and after you cross that line, that current, then it doesn't work.
Exactly.
Why would the water create a magnetic?
The sun and the
Don't
moon
say
travel on
exactly,
east
Hold
and
up,
west.
hold up, Democ, dude. Let's let some other people jump in. I think Zanuck wants to get in.
So you're insinuating that the moving Democ, behave. Come on. Are you insinuating that the moving water is somehow creating a magnetic field?
Yeah, and so that's why your compasses work. And then when you get to that current, your compass fucks up, and you go over that line, over that current into Antarctica, and it's blocked.
And you keep on thinking south isn't south anymore. It's really to the left or to the right because of the current of the water that's
Yo,
never
Zen,
been seen before anywhere.
you agree magnetic fields have an inertial plane?
I don't like the term inertial plane. That is
I didn't ask you about what you like.
Well, that is not in the colloquial verbiage or.
Okay, do you agree that magnetic fields have a plane through them?
Have a plane through them?
Plane.
I don't think they have a plane through them. No.
Okay, you look in voice chat for me.
A separation mark, a separation point from north to south, Zanuck, a separator, a plane.
You can look in the voice
All right,
text.
let's Democ, let's just let Austin and Zanuck go back and forth a few on this so they don't get interrupted. Because just let them go at it for a
I
second.
see you have posted a video of some sort. Is that what you want me to look at?
Yeah, it's 4 seconds long. Just play. It's only 4 seconds. So yeah, that's a plane through the middle of the magnetic field. You know, like all magnets have an inertial plane.
All magnets have an axis. Sure.
Nice, dude. That's a great one. That's it.
An axis is not a plane because that's completely that field would be spherical around a magnet.
No, it's a plane.
We're sitting here all looking at the plane.
If it was a plane, it would be only existing in one two-dimensional coordinate system.
What?
A plane is a two-dimensional surface, correct?
Look at this is what Glovers have to do, right? Like, and then look, Left Lane just amped it up. So there's a video I dropped in the chat, right, where we're literally all looking at it.
I'm looking at it too.
So now they're trying to get semantical about no, you can have a plane.
I see a line on a piece of what is that? Ferrocell?
You have a piece of some type of
that's not a
ferrocell paper of some sort that's showing the magnetic field on the two-dimensional substrate that it is, but it doesn't mean that the field itself is a plane. It just means that that's a plane.
Wow, see, and then he just goes speeds right into strawmans and
it's not a straw man. I mean, when you put you're measuring something in
the field itself is a plane.
It's like taking a picture and
Austin,
saying,
check this one out, bro.
It's like taking a picture. Austin, listen. It's like taking a picture of somebody.
Hold on, dude. Just chill.
No,
for a second.
no, this is an important point, Gio.
People, just chill for a second. All right.
No, Gio, this is an important
Austin,
point.
do you see that one I just posted?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy looking.
It's got like the 4 poles.
Right.
Gio, come on. It's like taking a picture of somebody and saying, well, that person is flat because I don't see their head in 3 dimensions. It's only in 2 dimensions.
Oh my god, dude.
That's what you're doing, Janet.
You're basically taking a picture of the field that's exposing itself on that sheet.
Yeah,
it's not showing
this is
anything.
what's crazy, right? So like one side just kind of has to freak out all the time, you know, and I don't know why.
Freaking out. I mean, it's kind of obvious.
Chill, dude. We're not doing all that stuff, man. Chill. We're not doing all the interruptions. If you can't speak, you're just going to end up being muted. So
I have to commend you guys, Austin particularly, and that guy you guys, what's his name? The physicist you guys interviewed, the Geek Fest.
Yeah, he got.
You guys kind of had that guy spinning. It was pretty funny. I was watching.
Yeah, yeah. You're a fan, Zanuck. I know.
Well, no.
I'm just kidding. I'm trolling you. It's okay.
Yeah, I know you are. I know you are.
I know that about 10,000 of the 18,000
going east, and then he couldn't figure out for an astrophysics. What do you know? He's a physics major, right? He got a master's in physics.
Yeah,
he couldn't figure out that going east if orienting yourself east and then traveling, how that would describe a great circle. You had him completely confused.
Yeah, I'm pretty much every point. Yeah, but so what we're talking about now is every magnetic field, right? Like you have a plane to the middle of them, right? And so
how
you have pressure mediating to that point
Oh my God,
on
more
both
kid movie
sides.
terms. Why can't you just think for yourself and not use this stupid verbiage? Come on.
What?
Quiet,
Keep your hands-
Zanuck. Let him talk, man.
Dude, that's just another. That's an ad hom, dude. That's not needed.
No, I was being kind of bro with them. You know, hey, just don't use that silly, those silly terms. You know, just use regular language.
That's perfectly fine. It's very efficient.
Nobody uses it though.
Pressure
Nobody uses
mediation.
it.
I don't care what anyone uses.
What does pressure mediation even mean?
The process of pressure seeking equilibrium, pushing towards a central point.
Okay, so why would that be two-dimensional in a magnet?
Okay, so no one ever use the word two-dimensional. You know, the Earth, for example, has depth. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, so there's a plane through the middle of every magnetic field, and we have a magnetic field in the Earth. So the Rovers just kind of freak out because, like, for the flat earthers, what the flat earthers do is they don't think this is proof of anything necessarily, but they look at it and they're like, "Wow, that's pretty interesting." Like, that is really beautiful, and look, that would explain potentially, you know, if the Earth is this plane through the middle, then you would be observing the top half as above, so below. You would be seeing the top of the toroid, and it turns and gives you all the sky, the stars, and all that. And the Glovers just frantically freak out trying to claim that we don't have an inertial plane. I'm just saying, like, think about how weird it is.
Well, inertial plane, it really has no meaning in my vernacular, in my knowledge. So I'm just kidding. And I don't mind using words you make up.
You don't know what?
I don't mind using them as long as. No. I know what inertia means. I know what inertia means. I know what plane means, and there's no inertial planes in magnetism.
Of course there is.
Well, no one in the physics of electromechanical or in physics.
Coriolis, the Earth's an inertial plane. What are you talking about, stupid?
No, it's inertial reference.
Physics doesn't
frame.
Like, really.
You can't even use the frame is not a plane. You're getting your terms mixed up there.
We don't know, Nick. That's why they use it in all those military documents. They treat it as planar, stationary.
Yeah, and like they treat the Earth like a dielectric plane.
What the context of the word?
They treat the Earth like a dielectric plane.
Really, Gio, you of all people, you can't be doing this.
They treat the Earth like a dielectric plane for electromagnetic propagation.
Dielectric plane. Okay.
That's what it says in the military document for electromagnetic propagation over a flat Earth for ground weapon systems. It says they treat the Earth like a dielectric plane.
All radar, all ballistics. You don't have no answer for any of that.
Yes.
I guess the military's stupid because it's just 2D, huh, Zenek?
No, they do use things that are practically flat to eliminate all the other more complex complications to incorporate.
And then model it into a ball, right?
Brian, I think I was in
model it.
Middle of
I
a
heard
sentence,
you, bro.
Brian. I really do. Brian, I thought I was in the middle of like 4 words.
I heard you, man. I was saying, and then they model it into a ball, right?
Just be quiet for a second. It doesn't do any good to just talk.
Everyone doesn't need to talk over each other, and everyone needs to keep it concise. And I don't know how we got away from the simple fact that the magnetic field has a plane.
Also keep it on topic. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Like, it's just the magnetic field is a plane. I did that little demonstration. I have a bunch more magnets coming in the mail, and I'm gonna do like that thing I showed you, Gio. I'm gonna like try to replicate that myself. I got some fluid. Yeah,
I have a Sumerian cobalt magnet. They're all super strong one.
That'd be sweet.
You got a what?
An neodymium boron.
That's all. Everything I bought was neodymium iron boron.
Check that one I just posted. It's like a plane. It creates its own little hemisphere with the magnet underneath.
Wow. That's
but
wild.
you've restricted its
Got one of those.
motion. You restricted its filling in of the field via. It looks like it's a glass substrate on top of the magnet. Is that true? Looks like there's a glass on top of the magnet, and so the field.
Some of us just want to actually learn. So I'm also going to try to make a because like when you talk about no one in physics calls it.
You just treat me like your bitch and hand wave me.
Yeah. Hand waved you because whenever you say like no one in physics uses.
Dude, I'm just going to temporarily mute you. Go ahead, Austin.
It's just like I don't find it a valuable critique to be like no one in physics calls it that because modern particle physics like admittedly can't explain magnetism at all. So like what they say about magnetism isn't actually of value because admittedly they don't know how to explain it, right? So I don't really care. I feel like that's just kind of a diversion. We see a plane here. We can tell that clearly that area is at rest. We have both sides of the magnetic field on either side of it. Hyperlogically, you understand that the pressure is mediating to that area, and then you have the central area of rest. And when we apply it to the Earth, and the Earth having a magnetic field, it gets very interesting because all magnetic fields have an inertial plane. So the Earth would reside within that area, and then you would be perceiving the top half of the magnetic field. So pretty cool. Because I think so.
That's totally, absolutely, bro. I just found this one too. That actually shows how a quadrupole and how all of those star fields would be moving in that same direction because they're all charged in either clockwise or counterclockwise, like in their own focal points. And that would make sense why the whole thing's a vortex as well, like in the quadrants.
Oh yeah, that's dope. Exactly. Like just moving around.
Just drifting 15 degrees and on the large scale, and then all the other weather and everything we experience. Yeah, it's like perfect system.
Yeah, so I'm trying to build a supercell. Kind of look at them, try and get some like 3D shots of them and have the magnets. But and then what I want to do is I want to look at like a quadrupole and then get a depiction of the plane.
How about 100 pole? How about 100 pole magnet?
Well, the data shows us there's a quadrupole on the Earth, so I'm
no 100 pole.
Zanuck, so you don't think the needle should? You don't think the needle should switch over past the equator, Zanuck?
Can I finish my sentence, Brian? So
you're done. I'm clear air. I asked you a question.
Oh my God!
Zanuck, you do have to keep in mind if you pause, dude, someone else might jump in. But Brian, trying to interrupt as well. Go ahead, Zanuck. We got the floor, bro. Go.
The rule is to take a second.
Keep it chill, dude. We're not like.
Yeah, I'm chilling. So if you're interested in magnetism,
keep it concise for reals. Come on.
This is concise. If you look at the modern stepping motors, they have some up through 100 poles, and they also are divided in half too. So there's a magnet in the middle. Actually, they can have two magnets too that are separated by a border in the middle and teeth, 100 teeth, and then 100 teeth on the stator that opposes it with the windings. And that in the current or the voltage and the current flow through that circuit is mind-boggling because you have 100 poles of the current flow through the electromagnet into the neodymium cord rotor with teeth sectioned off in 16 pole section. So it's pretty. I mean, if you want to really look at what magnetism, we know. So that's I say we have a pretty good understanding about it because we can make these kind of complex magnetic structures and have them work perfectly well, and they control the magnetism by varying the current rise in each of the poles. We can actually monitor full current and zero current and everything in between as much as we want, and put all the harmonics in it. And
Them motors use special metal though, like nickel.
Let me finish, Brian. No, they don't. No, they don't.
We're done finally, but okay, good.
Steel. No, they don't. Hold on. So when you do this, you have a motor that is so amazingly controlled by just varying the voltage and the current into those windings by a percentage of what their max capacity is, and relative to the other poles, that you can make the thing move in micron steps, like 1 micron steps. Garrett and put through some mechanics. Just shows that we understand magnetism.
Zanuck, that is so much, dude. Like, how do you expect anyone to respond to that directly? Like we were on a point, and then I mean, I hear what you're saying with all that, though. Like, but
microns.
Zanuck, let me ask you a question, man. So, are you agree with them where the the compass needle that's magnetized doesn't change when you cross the equator?
Yeah, are you asking what Zanuck's take is on that? By the way, Brian, do you remember those questions? That you still got all those questions, Brian?
Oh yeah, I got them questions, man.
Dude, you guys, those were amazing. The other night, Brian just started reading these questions that I guess he had written, and he started asking them to Globe Earthers. It was awesome. It was spot on, and it was amazing to hear the different responses. And then also New Perspective added some of his own as well. Brian, was that only for Globe Earthers, or is it kind of for everyone?
We can ask you the flat earthers, but I think that we're going to get common sense reality answers to the flat earthers. But yeah, we could ask the flat earthers.
Remember them being kind of tailored, for people that believe the globe. And what I instantly found was amazing about it is that the answers were very different for a lot of them between the different Globe Earthers. So they're really not as homogenized as they might claim because they have different understandings of various things.
I wonder what some of the questions are because I'm hesitant to ask Zanuck the question I've been asking all the other Globers because it's gonna get him really worked up. It's like in his perceived wheelhouse. So
I'm chill right now. So go ahead.
But not when I bring this up. You won't be though. So.
Yeah, I will absolutely.
But you should add that question to your list, though.
You know what? I promise.
Danik is the only person I know. You ask him a question, he tells you you're wrong.
Brian, I'm talking, Brian. I'm not showing you talk over me, Brian. You're the only one so far that's doing it. Just you, Brian.
Okay.
So Gio can ban me for the rest of the night if I don't stay chill with your question.
All right, really, let's just keep it really simple and concise, okay? And that's the only way I'll do it. I'm gonna disengage and go on your monologue lecture bullshit, okay?
And if you tell me a monologue, and I'll stop. I'll give you that too.
It's really
We're already
concise.
telling you that. Okay, we're already
Really
there.
concise.
Monologue. Just say one word.
Okay.
I'll stop.
It's a monologue warning. Let's hit it. Go.
We need
All
a safe
right.
word. What's a safe
All
word?
right.
Mono?
It's just don't do that. So what do you? Where are we at?
No, just one word. Don't.
Do you agree that the Coriolis effect requires an inertial and an accelerative frame of reference to be observed?
Oh no, you didn't ask him that question.
That's
bro.
a
Did
great
you?
question.
Oh God.
That's a killer good
Say
question.
yes or no, please.
Well,
Sit down, everybody.
loaded
Get
question.
comfortable.
Acceleration is not rotation. It's got to be rotation, not just acceleration.
Can you say yes or no?
Well, if it's not accelerating, then it can still be. It can be accelerating and not be rotating. It has to be rotating.
Can it be rotating and not accelerating?
Yes, rotation is a type of acceleration.
So it can't be rotating and not accelerating. So when I say, do you agree you need an inertial and accelerative frame? The answer is yes.
Well, if I give the answer yes and you say accelerative frame, that acceleration could be straight and then I'd be wrong.
Okay, whatever.
I tried the same thing with
Answer's
Kocho
yes.
earlier on.
Okay, so if you need an
Right?
inertial and accelerative,
I'm just being accurate. I'm not going to go pedantic on you, but that is a pretty big point.
if you need inertial or accelerative frames, okay, you got two different frames.
That's the rotating.
Inertial and accelerative. So when we fly a plane, we obviously don't have to account for the Earth. So let's say we're flying on a Great Meridian route north to south. We don't have to account for the Earth spinning underneath us because it's accelerating away from us. We just take a constant speed, and I guess the idea is that the Earth's atmosphere moves with the Earth, and so it just kind of takes the plane with it, right?
Well, it's flying in a atmosphere that is basically corresponding velocity-wise with whatever's beneath it. Yes, but that's not why it goes. That's not why it. That's one force that would counteract Coriolis, but that's not why Coriolis doesn't work or is not accounted for.
Yeah, I think their model for Coriolis is just broken. It's completely fractured.
Yeah, it is. Because for one, on its face right there, that's intrinsically contradictory. You have to have an inertial and accelerative frame and the observative Coriolis, and then you say, oh, the atmosphere moves with the Earth, so the plane doesn't have to account for the Earth spinning underneath it.
You don't need a stationary frame. You don't need an inertial frame to have Coriolis.
That one's annihilated just right off the bat. That one's just a high fly ball to the center of the field, home run. Just
no. Let me just say one thing about that. Now I'll be very brief. That when you go north and south,
it truly does take magic. And it's not a dig or anything. It's
that's not fair.
Actually, it's well, I would refer to it maybe a little bit more detailed
ad hominem.
As hold on, no, let me just finish what I'm saying. As pseudophysics.
Yeah.
More name calling.
Anomalous physics.
Magic is not a name calling.
Let me just.
Neither is pseudophysics. Those are just analyses.
Are you going to let me say something, Gio? You've already made it.
We're on the fence. We haven't decided.
I know. So real quick. So going north, in a nutshell, you're going from a high tangential velocity to a lower tangential velocity. It has to accelerate to the east as you're going north. The object that's moving north, that's Coriolis in itself. Doesn't matter about whether there's an inertial frame or not. It just means with reference to the ground, which is also rotating, and you are in this, you're just trying to track over this ball. Doesn't matter what you're actually doing, but you're going northward. You will accelerate to the right reference to the ground because you are now in a higher tangential velocity area. And that's what they talk about is a conservation of linear momentum. So
is the airplane or the Earth accelerating?
The airplane accelerates ahead of the Earth.
Well, airplanes actually fly at a constant speed, so it's not accelerating to catch up to the accelerative Earth.
To the east, laterally.
It's not, though.
Right, they're just cooking. Like if it's going 450 miles an hour, it's just going 450. It's not changing to account for. So, dude, it's all just so impossible. Like you have to claim that there's a medium that somehow is going right along with everything to make it stationary. It's the most.
No, it could be on the moon. A better test of this.
Foundationally, spatially illogical.
A better test would be on the moon. That'd be no air, no nothing. You just go north on the moon, if the moon exists, but and it's round, and it's spinning.
Oh my God!
You go north.
He's
You go
begging
north.
the question before our
No,
very
I'm just
eyes.
trying to give you. I just don't think anybody. I just don't think anybody understands Coriolis. And I'm trying to help
No
you.
self-project on us, and don't try to turn this
No, I
into
do understand it. I know the
Zenik,
math.
calm
and
down.
I've
I
worked
told
with
you
it
you
for
were going to
years.
get worked up. You remember that?
No,
This
I'm
is
not.
all Winston's fault, by the way.
shutting me
No,
down.
Esty, I'm trying to get to my point though. Like, okay,
Okay,
Zenik,
go ahead.
don't try to turn this into you monologuing your
I don't
explanation
want
of
to monologue.
Coriolis,
You
pretending
guys
like
just
we're
let
not
each other speak, Zanuck. Don't do that. Just let him speak, bro. Please.
Yeah. Like, we just don't want. That's what I don't want to do. Okay, we know we've all heard you go on and on about how you think we don't understand Coriolis and then explain it. We don't need that. So that was just the first part, okay? Because the point is that if the Earth is accelerating away from the plane, the plane would have to bank to the left, let's say, but it would actually has to accelerate forward to catch up to the accelerative frame. But now that's just one thing. Zanuck, I'm going to move on because we've argued about that a million times. So I'm going to help SE out here. Agree to disagree. The way that I think a lot of us see it is to claim that there's an inertial and accelerative frame of reference so that you can get the Coriolis effect is contradictory to the claim that the Earth's atmosphere moves with the Earth. And so the plane just automatically updates for it after just accounting for the wind because the air moves with the Earth. Now, here's the point. If the Earth's atmosphere is moving with the Earth, do you agree that there would have to be an increase in speed proportionate to an increase in altitude? I'm unmuted. You please behave.
You don't have to mute me. Just say stop or say,
Well, dude, the thing is, we have to keep interrupting the conversation to tell you to stop doing it. So, just
Well, he had the upper hand.
all you have to do is be patient for whoever's speaking. It's usually like a minute. You actually are the only one who goes on for too long. So all you have to do is be you just have to be able to hold your shit for at least like 60 seconds, dude. That's all that's required.
I know. You said that 4 times
Most
already.
basic thing ever. Like, you're even talking over me right
you're
now.
telling me to you keep on doing it. This is the problem.
Man. I'm the one that
Keep
muted
on
you.
saying. You keep on saying, just do this, just do this. I know what to do. Just
No,
say
you
no.
don't. You do know what to do. So go ahead. You got the mic. Hit it.
Yeah. I just wanted to go back. He had the upper hand. I got muted. No,
answer my question, please.
I had to just so he could even speak. Go ahead now. Go ahead now.
Real quick. Just so we have this Coriolis, and Witz had said, slam dunk, here's how I understand it, moved on. And I completely, utterly disagree. We can agree to disagree, but the rotating reference frame, things moving in it, is what causes Coriolis, and Coriolis is a deviation from the intended path. Now, that doesn't require an inertial reference frame. All it does is require that you're in a rotating reference frame. And we should define the rotating reference frame as just simply a point coordinate system that's rotating. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, so you did now. Like I said, I'm not debating you about that. So here's the actual question. Do you agree that if the Earth's atmosphere is moving with the Earth, then you have to have an increase in speed proportionate to an increase in altitude?
If it's moving lockstep, but it's not. There is a slight hysteresis of the upper atmosphere.
So the Earth's atmosphere doesn't move with the Earth.
It moves relatively.
So if we took away the atmosphere, would the Coriolis be the same?
Well, remember, there's air. You mentioned earlier there's actually air currents. We have the jet streams, which accelerate ahead of the Earth in the same direction of rotation by over 150 to 200 miles an hour. So
none of that's relevant.
That is true. That's why you can have flight times. The record flight time, I think, in New York, I think it's 4 hours.
Substantiation for that, though, Zanuck? Do you have any substantiation?
Yes. Yeah, the flight.
It's just not relevant. It's not relevant.
It's relevant because you have a ground speed of near 700 miles an hour in a Boeing 747.
That's not relevant, though.
All right. Yeah, we're ruling that it's not relevant. Let's carry on.
Yeah, the point is that the Earth's atmosphere is moving with it. You have a wind, which is something else, right? It goes in all directions, blah, blah, blah. But the Earth's atmosphere is supposedly moving with the Earth. So when you account for the wind, you don't have to worry about Coriolis because you're automatically accounting for the Earth's moving with the wind, right? So you don't have to worry about the Earth's underneath.
You can have wind going both directions, but yeah, generally it's accepted that within 5 or 10%, the atmosphere is running with the Earth. But yes, every molecule of air that gets away from the surface will have to have this proportional increase in tangential velocity to keep up. Otherwise, it will lag behind. And generally, there's a little force of it to lag behind, even though the air itself, because it's moving in all directions, and air molecules bounce off and basically communicate in that way with each other, they will push things along, but it will
Okay,
always
so
lag slightly.
it's so simple. So how about this? See if you can answer this question directly.
I already said you're right. Yes.
Closed-ended
you're right.
questions are like kryptonite for freaking Globers. It's crazy.
No, I just said you're right.
Nick, do
Theoretically,
you agree that if you travel a longer distance in the same amount of time,
He agreed with you
must
with
go
it. Do you
faster?
not understand that he agreed with you, and you're just trying to get him to agree with you more? Like,
Andy,
I
that's,
know, right?
that's coming in
I
pretty
said
hot.
if the Earth didn't have any winds, the air would have to go faster at higher altitude.
Okay, so it would increase proportionate to increase in altitude, right? So like 1 inch and 1 foot would be different. Now here's the question.
Yes. And 1 mile would be better. And 60 miles would be different. Yes, right.
It'd be different the whole way up.
Yeah. Every change in distance from the center of the Earth's axis of rotation would be a increase in tangential velocity. Keep up with the surface.
Okay.
Which is very small, by the way, because we're talking about a radius of 4,000.
Don't care. So here's the question. Here's the question.
Values, okay.
You ready for the question?
Yep.
Okay. So that being said, what is the mechanism that introduces this extra energy to the atmos to allow it to go faster and faster? Because if you do not have this, then you would be in violation of the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
Correct.
Law of conservation of energy.
Yeah. So
you don't need extra energy.
You can do this experiment many different ways, even in a centrifuge. But let's just talk about the atmosphere conceptually. Assuming that like the NASA people say, assuming a flat non-rotating Earth, we're just going to assume that all the air is motionless, but it's spinning in lockstep with the Earth. The molecules of air would be hitting each other, and the collisions of the air would be a force, and that force would allow them to keep up with a slight hysteresis as the higher you go. Hysteresis.
Okay, the reason that doesn't work is because the collision of gas has no directional preference, and you would need a preferential of direction going with the Earth. So that doesn't answer the question. What is the introduction of energy that is the mechanism to allow it to go faster and faster?
Change the momentum of the air. So if you stick your hand out the window going 16 miles an hour, any air molecule you hit from your hand, even though they're going all direction, would be bounced primarily with the direction of travel. So you would impart a momentum, and that air mass that was hitting your hand would be. And you ever did this in a jacuzzi? Everyone gets up and starts walking around and making a whirlpool in the jacuzzi. That's what would be happening. Why is it doing that? This is in a liquid, but all these people is creating the force acting on the molecules of water that start corralling.
Then the people would be the energy, bro. He's asking you what's the energy. You're giving him an example where people are the.
You're saying so the energy of the Earth. So conceptually, that those molecules acting on each other and eventually hitting the ground would slow the Earth down. The energy is coming from the spin of the Earth and the change of the momentum in the air that the Earth is causing.
No, that doesn't answer. That doesn't work. The air is not like just a gigantic piece of matter attached to the Earth.
I didn't say it was.
No, the air goes in any and all directions. So it's
already got momentum.
It's collisions.
It already has momentum when it leaves. It already has momentum when it leaves a leaf, for example. So when oxygen leaves a leaf, it is already going whatever tangential velocity that leaf has when it releases the oxygen. Would you agree?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It has everything to do. Where do the gases come from? They come from the Earth. The Earth is spinning. That is given.
That has
every
nothing.
gas
It doesn't matter. As the gases go higher and higher, they have to go faster and faster. So they need more energy. So there has to be an external introduction of energy. Because in reality, when something spins, the further away you come from the source of the spin, there's more and more drag behind the source of rotation. Well,
I'm telling
you need it to all move together. So
the ground is the source of this energy. It gave the oxygen molecule to start with. Once that oxygen molecule leaves the leaf, given that only that momentum. Now, any other momentum it gets, it will need more as it goes higher. It will be transferred to other molecules of air, nitrogen mostly, and other oxygen molecules, and eventually it will be transferred to all the air around in touching the surface. So it will slightly slow down the Earth. Very imperceptible, immeasurable. Yeah, that's
transferring the energy to other gas doesn't help you at all. Collisions don't help you.
It does, because
it doesn't have a directional
That's what
preference.
speed. It does. It absolutely does, because there's a differential speed. You already said it. So any molecule that leaves the Earth that wants to go higher will have to run into oxygen that is going actually faster.
Right? You can't just beg the question by saying it's going actually faster. The collision rate has no directional preference. We need the air to go faster and faster in a single direction with the Earth, proportionate to increase in altitude. So you need an external introduction of energy to give you the ability to go faster. It's called the law of conservation of energy.
Dude, who do you think you're talking to?
Zanuck.
Yeah. The law of conservation of energy and law of conservation of momentum, very clear that it cannot be destroyed or created. So when you have things that are in a centrifuge, something like a spinning tire, and you had a spinning tire, let's say in a bowl of water or even some gas, everything will speed up based on those molecules hitting each other. Now, you'll never have the outer rim of this container that's holding this chamber of air and the tire go as fast or in synchronous speed. That's why I said initially, and you heard me, hysteresis. You always have the outer atmosphere slightly lagging behind due to that principle.
Well, that's the problem that you have, right? Because, you're going to have it dragging behind. Thank you for making my point. You need it to all go together, though. You need it to all go together, though.
Why do I need to go together?
Because you guys claim that the whole atmosphere... So is your claim that there's more and more drag the higher you go in the atmosphere?
It's not drag.
Hey, how about you just stop? When you said that you don't need energy for speed increase, so you don't even understand the conservation of energy.
Me?
Andy said that. No, Andy said that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I promise that
you misinterpreted the words that I said. I'm sorry.
You said you wouldn't need more energy for that. That's what you said.
The energy's already there. I didn't say you don't need more. I said
energy.
The energy is just
Andy
fucking
is not
already there.
for this. So we were in the middle of a conversation. Zanuck, do you understand?
I'm allowed to be a part of the conversation too. It's not a one-on-one server.
You don't understand it though. So Zanuck, do you understand that you just made a contradictory claim by? So the problem.
I didn't make a contradictory claim.
You're claiming that the atmosphere lags behind the Earth.
I started out by saying, first of all, the winds and currents far outweigh this principle that you're trying to describe and trying to challenge me with. That's number one. Number two, if it was perfect, there would be hysteresis. There would be a lagging behind of every particle that left these surfaces, and it would be dragging behind because of to conserve momentum. But the problem is, but we have the Earth that will continue to be talking to this air. Now, when it's released is one thing, but it will continually hitting the Earth and being moved by the Earth. So to keep that momentum, as it goes higher, yes, it will lose energy, or it will lose that velocity, that tangential velocity, and will lag behind very slightly. A few miles per hour maybe. We're talking about hundreds of miles an hour. Hold on, hundreds of miles an hour of speed due to the jet stream, which is caused by Coriolis, by the way.
None of that matters because, first of all, we don't have to get all the way to the jet stream. It's not about like just at the top. It's a process that goes all the way up. And you're claiming that it's going to drag behind the Earth, right? So what is keeping it moving effectively lockstep with the Earth?
It's not lockstep. I just got done telling you. These cells of weather, low pressure and high pressure zones, local weather, microclimates, all those have convection currents. And those currents far outweigh any kind of force that would be needed to keep the air molecules in lockstep. They can be kept in lockstep just by the virtue of those storms being in a certain locality.
Those go in all directions, though.
Yeah.
So that doesn't help you. You need one direction.
No. They mostly go with the Earth, as we talked about. The conservation of momentum says that it will be going roughly with. So why don't you tell me what the difference in velocity would be for 30,000 feet versus the ground?
It doesn't matter. Like at 10 miles, it's
it does. Because you're challenging.
See, now you're impulsively interrupting. And then the globe will pretend you won. That's what's so funny. So
no, I'm sorry,
it's low. It's low. It's at like 10 miles. It's something like 2 miles an hour, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter though.
It winds up hundreds of miles an hour at fucking 30,000 feet. So the principle you're talking about with the difference in velocity makes fuck all of a difference with it.
Okay, you just don't understand things, but you'll get
I
there.
do understand things. I've done the math. I've seen.
Look how much
I did the
you're freaking out.
calculations.
Okay, hold on. Let me help. Let me help.
2.5
Us.
years.
Show us a basketball. Spin a basketball and show us the air starting to turn with it, and then put it in a vacuum and show us the air spinning with it.
No,
That's
we
what
don't-
you're trying to say. The system. That's how the
we don't
system
need
works.
that.
Put
He
the
doesn't
air in a vacuum.
understand. It doesn't matter
Put the
how
basketball in a
arrogant they
vacuum and
sound and
spin
how
it and see.
confident they sound. He doesn't know
Put
what
the
he's
air in a vacuum
talking
and
about.
spin it.
So-
Right.
Okay, so the problem is it's not about the differential. It's not about how much it is.
That's what you were talking about.
I bet if you keep
You don't
interrupting
realize
me, the
that's
Earth
what
will
you're
become a
talking
ball,
about.
won't
You
it,
don't
Andy?
think that's it's about the differential.
Andy, hold on real quick, bro. Just
What?
hold on. Let me just say something. Hold on, Zanuck. Andy, you can have your time to respond for sure, dude. We want to hear what you want to say, but just interrupting was not.
He's just being so dishonest. I'm
That's
sorry.
it.
It's ridiculous.
All right, just please don't interrupt him, and then you can have your time as well. Go ahead, Austin.
So the wind that you're talking about, you're basically saying the wind's so much stronger, it wouldn't matter because it's so little, right? You're just trying to hand wave dismiss it. For one, that's not adequate answer because it goes in all directions. It doesn't all just go with the Earth. Period. That's objective. And then the other problem is it's not about how much it is. It's about the principle of it, the conservation of energy and momentum. You must have some extra energy added to the system for it to be able to increase in speed.
Yeah. Gas has no molecular bond.
Can I answer where the energy comes from?
Yeah, what's the mechanism?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if
Sun.
Andy did want to
Sun.
get it.
So the heat.
You want to respond?
Well, I thought I was going to.
Yeah, Andy's so smart, so much smarter than everybody. Let's
No,
see if he can answer that.
I'm
What's the
not
mechanism?
saying I'm smarter
The
than.
sun gives energy, and the heat energy from the ground can convection.
Hold on, Zanuck. Hold on, bro. Go ahead, Andy.
Okay, so the principle you're talking about with the atmosphere spinning in lockstep with the Earth it doesn't actually spin in lockstep with the Earth. We say that on average at the surface it does, right? But in the upper atmosphere, the thermal currents from the fucking thermal energy from the sun makes such a big difference in how much wind there is, how the velocity of the air, that the principle that you're talking about doesn't make a difference.
That doesn't work because the thermal currents go in all directions. They don't have a direction.
They do have a direction. They generally go in one direction, depending on your latitude.
They go in all directions.
Cool story, bro.
Okay. So objectively, the currents go in all directions. And so we need a mechanism to introduce the extra energy to cause the Earth's atmosphere to speed up in a singular direction. And if you don't have a mechanism introducing energy, it violates the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
Are we talking about, say, a pocket of air that rises from sea level to 60 miles?
Just the entirety of the atmosphere. Every increase increases in speed. Every increase in altitude.
So that extra 15 miles an hour that the air on the top is going.
It doesn't matter. No, it's not just on the top. It's from the bottom to the top, the whole way up. It doesn't matter how low the number is because it's called physics. It doesn't matter how low the number is. There still has to be additional energy introduced, no matter what how small the increment of increase is in speed. It doesn't matter at all.
You don't need to constantly introduce more energy if the energy is already there.
You don't have enough energy there. There has to be additional
How
energy.
do you
That's
know
the whole
that?
point.
You just assuming that it's not there already.
So you're saying there's just some undenoted energy already there that increases proportionate to altitude.
I mean, have you heard of the jet stream?
Okay. The jet stream isn't energy going from the surface.
You're
all the way
right.
to the
It's
top.
not energy going from the surface up proportional to altitude. You're right. It's not. But the fact that there's a jet stream going hundreds of miles per hour at just 30,000 feet means that the energy that you think needs to be constantly introduced must be much more energy than what you say needs to be introduced.
Non sequitur for the 5th time. So weather patterns.
So there is energy being constantly introduced into the atmosphere by the sun.
Hold on, bro, dude. You doing awesome, but you totally just interrupted him there. Just go back and forth, so then we can actually hear.
First of all, thermal currents go in any and all directions. It was specifically state your claim instead of scatter gunning like nuh-ahs. Are you saying specifically that the mechanism is the energy introduced?
I'm saying that the fact that you're talking about doesn't fucking matter because the sun is constantly introducing energy into the atmosphere.
So you're claiming that the mechanism that introduces the energy for the speed increase is the sun.
I'm saying that the mechanism that you're talking about with the proportional velocity and with altitude doesn't fucking matter on the scale of the fucking planet.
It does matter because
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It makes fuck of all of a difference.
It's a principle of physics, so it does matter.
It makes you can believe that, but you're wrong.
No, I'm not just. You can't just say I'm wrong. Like it's called the law of conservation.
You can just keep restating the same thing over and over and over again, like you've been doing for the past half an hour, but you'll still be wrong.
You're just saying
all this was explained to Whitsitt yesterday. Yeah,
no
and
one
he was told how it all works, and he's still rabbiting on about it.
Literally, everyone in the room yesterday said they didn't know the mechanism.
Right, even mainstream doesn't claim it's mystery to mainstream, but these clowns know.
Conservation of momentum would be adequate for the effect that you're talking about, so it doesn't even matter.
It wouldn't. No, it's not. Air has no molecular bonds, bro.
You don't need molecular bonds for conservation of momentum. Everything in the world, everything in the universe fucking obeys the laws of physics of conservation of momentum.
All right, but just chill, man. It's okay.
And angular momentum is part of that.
It's okay. We're going to take your ball away, but you don't have to scream and cry about it. So, anyway, the point is that you would need an extra introduction of energy.
You wouldn't.
This is objective physics.
No, you wouldn't.
Let me give you an example.
You're wrong. You're just fucking wrong. You don't need more energy to maintain something that's happening.
So I'll give an example for the room so everyone knows exactly what principle we're talking about, right? If you shot a laser,
you wouldn't even feel wind.
See what I'm saying? You got a problem, bro. So see, if we shoot a laser through glass and it slows down by 30% and then speeds back up once it leaves, that would violate the law of conservation of energy. So what we say is, it doesn't slow down. It just basically takes all these little detour routes and it goes all over the place inside the glass. So it goes the same speed, but travels a greater distance and then exits. So it doesn't actually slow down and speed up. Because if it literally slowed down and sped up, it would violate the law of conservation of energy because once it exits, it didn't have extra energy added to it to speed back up. Very basic principle of physics. This is the same principle that we're discussing here. You have to have energy. It doesn't matter how small the increase is.
Right, so scientists actually observe the light slowing down when it hits the glass and speeding up when it leaves the glass, and you don't accept their explanation for it. What's your explanation for it then?
Okay, they don't have an explanation. It's a mystery to them.
I wasn't even debating that. I was laying out what the conservation of law and energy or of momentum is because apparently people don't understand it. So I was really just laying out what it is, the law of conservation of energy and momentum. I don't personally agree with that explanation because the light enters and leaves at the same place. But I don't care. I'm not here to debate the photon right now. I'm talking about...
Right, okay, so your answer to that is you don't care. Okay.
I bet you Highlander, you don't know the explanation. I want Highlander to tell us because he popped in. You tell us the explanation. What is it, Highlander? Go.
The explanation for what? For
what you just accused Whitsitt of what you just told Whitsitt, it was explained to him yesterday. What was explained to him yesterday?
That the tangential velocities at various altitudes.
Why are you white knighting for him? Because you know he doesn't know, right?
Yes,
of the rate of rotation.
Yeah,
it doesn't work. That's not a good answer at all. That doesn't work.
What the Earth's rotation doesn't constantly add energy into the Earth's atmosphere, no?
What?
The spin of the Earth doesn't constantly add energy into the Earth's atmosphere, no?
That's our whole point, is that if the Earth is spinning and the air is moving with it, the higher you get away from the Earth, the more energy you would need because it would have to go faster and faster.
This was explained yesterday, right? An air molecule is hit by the Earth. It then hits another air molecule, transferring that energy that the Earth transferred to it to the other air molecule. Then that first air molecule then gets hit by the Earth again, and the energy is passed on, and again, and again, and again, and again. Do you see how this is working?
That doesn't work because the gas collides with itself in all directions.
And then when you get to the top of the Earth's atmosphere...
whistle past it. Just whistle past what I just said.
Whistle past it? You're just talking nonsense.
That doesn't work because the gas collides in all directions.
Right.
So that doesn't work. We need it to speed up in one direction.
How does it not work?
Because we need it to speed up in one direction.
But you just said the air moves in all directions.
That's the point.
What is it you're wanting? Are you wanting it to go in one direction or all directions?
Hey, genius! You're saying that the
now. Yeah, you're
the Earth's
just
atmosphere.
confused.
The Earth's atmosphere as a whole moves with the Earth. It rotates
faster
with
than
the
the
Earth.
Earth.
Wait,
Listen
we're
up.
not there yet. SA, we're not there yet. They're
Oh, you
not
didn't get there yet? Okay.
No,
I
that's
want to
the
hear
hot-
it when you
that's
get
the-
there.
Yeah, I'll line them up on the guillotine. You can jump in. That's the additional death blow. But
That's the coup de grace.
yeah, but they don't even get there yet because they don't understand the basic principle of physics. They're saying that the gas is just hitting each other and then it's speeding up. Over
Right, so right. Okay, so hold on a minute. You're telling me, right, that when the Earth hits an air molecule, transfers the energy, makes that air molecule travel faster. That air molecule then hits another air molecule and doesn't transfer that energy and doesn't make that other air molecule travel faster. No,
that's non sequitur. It goes in all directions.
You're telling me that's not what's
That's
happening.
the whole point. That's the whole point. That ain't enough energy.
It goes in all directions.
How do you how you just baselessly assume that there's not enough energy?
No, even Zanuck told you that. Zanuck said that we can see if there weren't air currents there, like thermal currents and stuff like that, then we would have hysteresis as you go higher up, meaning that it would drag behind it. It would lag behind the Earth more and more the higher you go.
If there wasn't constantly being thermal energy being pumped into the atmosphere, that might be an issue. But
that goes in all directions, though.
It doesn't matter.
It
Yes,
literally
it does, bro.
matter.
The air at the top is moving faster. It can't all be moving at the
conservation
same
of
speed.
momentum.
Guess what fucking thermal energy is in the air? It is carried as mostly momentum.
In one direction with the Earth spin?
It doesn't need to be in one direction with it.
It literally does.
It does. The fact that you're talking about doesn't fucking matter on the large scale.
So now
How
you're
many
just trying
times
to
do I have
hand
to
wave
tell you
dismiss the whole thing. So it does matter though because it's a basic principle of physics. So it doesn't matter what the change is. It doesn't matter if it's 1 mile per hour, 500 miles per hour. It doesn't matter.
The fucking magnitude of the change makes a ton of difference. If you're talking thousands of miles per hour, yeah, you might need to look at things like viscous dissipation, but that's fuck all at the low speeds that you're talking about that would need to occur.
Doesn't
So if the air
matter.
at 100,000 feet is moving faster than the Earth, what's the energy making the air at 100,000 feet move faster than the damn Earth?
Exactly.
The Earth is what caused it.
Momentum, Brian.
And then he brings up the freaking law that debunks it.
It's
You
crazy,
don't-
man.
I'm sorry, but I haven't met a flat earther that actually understands the conservation momentum.
Oh, Adham,
So
you're
the fact that you
panicking, bro.
think that the conservation momentum debunks this is fucking laughable. With
All you have is vague hand wave dismissal and Adham.
there's
Because
not
you
a
can't-
single flat earther understands the conservation momentum.
I just
Oh,
explained
good
it with like an
rebuttal, bro.
elementary example.
So,
Bro,
I don't
you're
give
giving a
shit
presentation
if
of
you
not
think
understanding it. You're literally giving a verbal presentation. Now you don't
You're
understand
an
it.
idiot
And
on
saying we don't
Discord,
understand
Brian.
it.
Everybody thinks you're the biggest idiot in the world. So I don't.
Now
give a
more
shit.
Adhams. Andy, you can't just start calling people names if
I
you
can
are
do whatever
freaking
I
out
want,
that your
bro.
ball's getting taken away. It's okay. It's
Austin,
2022,
Austin.
man. Grow up.
Austin, you are in a community of idiots. You realize that, right?
Don't
That's what
Yeah,
flat
exactly,
Earth
dude. The more we smash these ballers, the more
you
we are.
guys
That's
have
all they
never had
got.
a good argument.
You just got destroyed.
The fact that you're ad homing proves the fact that you just got destroyed, bro. You in your fantasy, you claim that a spinning ball, that the atmos around that ball is spinning faster than the ball itself. You're simply delusional, my
Wait,
friend.
yeah, so that's exactly. Let's move on to that, and I'll let SC kind of take over. So just in general, from the surface all the way up, you have to have like a proportionate increase in speed, right? So an increase in speed proportional to the altitude increase. So you would need energy introduced, and it would have to be specifically laid out that in that proportionate relationship. Now it gets even worse than that. Well, because and the problem is that we know in reality things drag or lag behind the system rotating the further out you get away from it. Now that's how fluid dynamics works. Now it gets even worse though. Like my boy SC saying, your model actually claims that at the thermosphere and above that, that the atmosphere goes up to 30 times faster, spins 30 times faster than the Earth. And so, what's the mechanism for that?
Yeah, but the reason that the shit lags behind in the experiments we do is because there is something on the
doesn't lag behind, bro. Look at Felix Baumgartner.
Jesus
Felix,
Christ, will you ever let anybody finish? Jesus. There is something on the outside which causes friction on the outside, which causes drag, which slows the outer part down. The Earth's atmosphere doesn't have anything to cause any friction to slow the atmosphere on the outside down. So when the energy is transferred from the Earth to the atmosphere next to it, then it's transferred to the next part up, then the next part up, and then the next part up, all the way to the edge of the atmosphere. That then conserves
and
that
we don't
energy,
understand,
right? There's no friction up there for it to lose that energy, so it
Now let
keeps
me
that
teach
energy.
your model. So your model claims there is friction in the air because of something called gravity.
Yeah,
Hey,
Jesus
Highlander,
Christ, man.
your model
Right,
claims
if
there
you're
is
gonna
some.
I guess.
Your model claims there is friction because of something called gravity. It claims that the mass of the Earth creates a gravity well, okay, and that the air is around the Earth because it's within this gravity well. So there is literally friction in
Jesus
your
Christ,
model.
is this your tactic to talk over me and then fucking mute me because you're getting the answer you don't want?
No, you
yeah?
To me, he's showing y'all
I didn't stop. You fucking muted me.
I didn't mute anybody.
Mainstream still calls it a
You
mystery,
started
but y'all
talking
have the
over
answer.
me, and then one of your fucking lackeys muted me. Yeah,
Okay, whatever. Let's
You
let
fucking
Highlander. Okay,
muted
Highlander,
me.
we'll let you finish.
Right?
Okay, just calm down. I thought you were finished.
Fucking
You
not
stopped
worth while you're talking.
Hold on, Highlander, dude. If there's multiple people talking at once, I actually was the one who muted you. You were talking over him, and you were just talking nonstop, like through him, so he couldn't even respond. So I just temporarily muted you just so he could speak. It's ideal if we don't have to do that, though. Just let him speak. You'll have your time. If you want a whole minute and a half, that's cool. We'll listen. But just please give the same in response if you want to be heard, and then let him speak as well. Then we can actually hear both sides,
Right.
please.
Well,
Right,
obviously you weren't listening to the conversation because I was in the middle of answering and giving the explanation, and Witsit started talking over me.
All right, let's just reset.
I thought you were done, man.
It should have been Witsit you muted, not me, because he was
You
the one that
stopped
started talking over
and
me.
then I went to talk, and you started again.
And then you just wouldn't stop. It's all good, dude. Let's just reset. Go ahead, Highlander. Whoever, just go with it, man.
You said there's no friction? Okay. Well, your model claims there is friction, though. Yeah.
Now he's gonna claim that he was muted, blah blah blah. Listen, dude, man up. Answer the question.
Yeah, nobody's shut down or muted for their opinions, viewpoints, perspectives, anything. You can totally have your time to speak, but if you're blatantly interrupting someone and you're not stopping, then yeah, either we have to scream over you or just quickly temporarily mute you. Anyways, he said his side. Highlander, if you have what you want to respond with, go for it, man. You got the floor.
If not, yeah, we'll move on.
Yeah, so their model does claim friction, right? So it's like that's the whole point. They claim there's something called air friction, and that's how you would get Coriolis. Duh. So yeah, there's a gravity well and there's friction, and that's just how fluid dynamics works anyway. Provably. So yeah, whatever. Like I said, it's a two. I think I've talked long enough. The point is pretty simple. Like you have three problems here. One, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth if you claim that there's an inertial and an accelerative frame to give you the Coriolis effect, and then you simultaneously claim that the Earth moves with the atmosphere, so the plane doesn't have to adjust for it. Those are contradictory claims. Number two problem is that you have to have an increase of energy as you go higher up because there has to be an increase in speed of the air proportional to the increase in altitude because you have a bigger distance traveled, a bigger circle. Just if you draw a bunch of circles around the globe as you go out and out, the circles get bigger. So you have to go further. It's a bigger circle, which means to do it in the same amount of time, i.e. all moving together, then as you go higher, you have to move faster. So you need a mechanism to introduce that extra energy or it would violate the law of conservation of energy and momentum. And then problem number three is they claim that at the top, it goes up to 30 times faster than the Earth's spin itself. So not just with it, but 30 times, or 30%, not 30 times, 30% faster than the Earth spins. So you would need a mechanism to introduce that, or you would also be in violation of the law of conservation of energy for that.
There's no way around that. Just like the way there was no way around the magnet flip. These things cannot be disputed. They cannot be debated. Sorry, guys, man. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. And so what we get from this is, well, if we were actually flying a plane on a globe Earth, north to south, then the Earth would spin underneath the plane. And if you flew for 5.5 hours or at like 550 miles or kilometers per hour, then you would experience 3,000 kilometer difference moving underneath you. So, like to your, let's say, left. Yeah. Of course, that doesn't happen in reality, though, right? So, there's nothing. Because I looked
the ball
it up.
is finished, guys. I mean,
yeah,
there's going to be a eulogy.
Yeah.
How many ballers in here want to respond to that? Any ballers have any good answers here? Come on.
Sorry, Zanuck does. He wants to be unmuted and respond.
There is no response to that. It's like saying you have a blender, you have your Ninja blender, right? And you're saying now that where the blade is, where you're chopping up your stuff, and at the edge, you're saying that the edge is spinning faster than the center where that Ninja blade is. This is what you're saying, man.
Would you agree, because at the edge of your blender, you have the cup, which causes friction to slow the outer part down. Jesus, it's not hard to understand.
That's a good point.
I have to answer what was actually built into the questions. No playing the game where they pretend they can
you're just talking through people, yeah? Is that your tactic? Talk through people, and then other people jump in and get us muted because you're talking through them.
That's not what happened.
Why don't you let me speak? What's it? Are you scared to hear the answer?
Of course not. I want you to answer the actual question.
I'll answer the question. So yes, we all agree, I think, without exception, that as air would go up on a motionless air mass, it would have hysteresis. That we'd have a 2 or 3 mile an hour difference between 30, 40,000 foot air, but that energy has to come from somewhere. We all agree. It would be lagging behind. But air, do you know that there's a law of diffusion, law of things moving from high concentration to low concentration? It's kind of an entropy law, as QE and Nathan would say, although it's not a law at all. But things tend to move in from higher to lower concentration. So if there was some concentration that's high, as the air leaves a leaf of a tree, and there's a void in front of it facing the direction of spin to the east, well, that air would actually naturally move to the east without a force.
No.
Like magic, because that's how it works with high concentrations to low concentrations, high
Well,
pressure to low.
it would
This-
go up towards the low concentration, but it's not going to be able to speed up to the left.
No, it is. If the left is less pressure than the right, it will move to the left, even though that area requires higher
Okay,
tangential
cite
velocity.
it.
Which means
Cite it.
that's just basic. You say you keep on saying you know math, and then you say something about Coriolis that when you're going north, suddenly the Earth is spinning under you. No, you're going have the tangential velocity of the equator, going north, traveling over the surface of a lesser tangential velocity. That just means, with respect to the surface, Witsit, that you would accelerate ahead of the surface because the tangential velocity of the surface is going slower. I can't make it any more clear than that. And you're probably still going to get it wrong.
You would have to cite that your model claims that that is the mechanism to add additional energy. It's simply the second law. Can you please cite it?
The second law is what? Oh yeah, you talked about that in that little debate with that knucklehead from the physics guy. No, the second law doesn't say high pressure moves to low pressure. That's not what the second law says. The second law is about high temperature always to colder temperature, in essence. It doesn't say anything about high pressure moving to low pressure.
Can you please cite it if your model claims that's what allows the
Wait,
air
can
to
you
speed up?
take that one correction to heart, though? I heard you saying it's like nails on the chalkboard. I say that. Nathan got it wrong. Huey gets it wrong. And I don't want you to get it wrong, too. Not about high pressure moving to low pressure. That you have a vacuum and you have a high pressure, you open the valve, as you said on that TV show interview, that it will move. That's the second law. That's not the second law.
Xanax on
First
the
law
idea.
talks about-
Xanax on the idea. Police rounds right now.
Because he doesn't want to
Yeah.
answer the actual question.
No,
Which is
I answer all your questions. I really
I told
will.
you to cite it. If your model claims that that's what X is the mechanism that introduces.
I just posted it.
You posted it saying that the air lower
Yes.
going higher is what causes it to increase in speed.
No, the air movement on the Earth, whether it be at the equator or at the tropics, Capricorn, etc., Arctic region, etc., they move from high pressure to low pressure. And it's a far greater factor, and it's fed by the sun, by the way. And that is a far greater force in all directions than anything that can be created by air. Upward.
Okay, thanks. So all directions doesn't help
Let's say we
you.
assume the entire atmosphere is lagging behind a couple miles per hour. That's okay. We're talking about hundreds of miles an hour, even the thermosphere, thousands of miles an hour. And your next question was, why is it thousands of miles an hour?
No, wait. Air direction, like in all directions, doesn't help you. You need energy introduced to increase the speed in one direction.
Yeah, the thermal, I think it was already insinuating that thermal introduction to energy from the sun gives the engine for all these weather patterns and air movement to occur.
In all directions, but you need one direction.
Hot goes the coal, high pressure moves to low pressure, you said?
In all directions, but you need one direction.
Well, no, it's always from high. Direction is irrelevant. It goes from the direction is caused by where the high pressure is and where the low pressure is. That's why air moves.
Direction is not irrelevant in the actual topic, though, because you need the Earth's atmosphere to move in the direction that the Earth is moving. So
I think I know what you're saying. I think I know what you're saying. You're saying that you agree with me, everything still should lag 2 miles per hour, and it doesn't because, and sometimes it goes ahead of it. How is that happening? Because of thermal injection of power to the system.
Yeah, because sometimes it would be going the opposite way, and so you wouldn't be able to have it'd be even more drastic a problem, right? That you would, when you're flying a plane, if the air currents were going the opposite way, you'd be way behind the Earth.
Well, they do, and you know this, that sometimes we always can count on the flight times to New York being a little faster, maybe an hour or an hour and a half faster than going to San Francisco, because they can't get away from those air currents. Regardless of the jet stream, most of the air is moving west to east. Sometimes
Doesn't matter, dude. This is not a mechanism. This is not a sufficient mechanism because it doesn't have direction preferential, and you need energy with certain direction preferential to move with the Earth. It's called the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
Oh, you keep on saying that, but then you talk about in that same breath about how you get totally. No, all we're talking about is at 2 miles an hour. That it doesn't mean fuck all, like was said earlier. So why does the air move 200 miles an hour with the spin of the Earth? Because of Coriolis. That's why we have air going to the right and pushing things ahead of the spin of the Earth. And some goes the opposite direction. Near the equator goes the opposite direction, lags behind, because there isn't any Coriolis. And it makes
So you
kind of
can't
makes your point there. It kind of makes your point there, Witsit, that around the equator it's lagging behind.
You can't answer the question, right? Because like you have to actually
I
have
am
a
answering the question.
mechanism. It's just a principle. It doesn't matter how much it is. So basically,
Yeah.
Zanek's argument is that the Earth's atmosphere doesn't move with the Earth; it actually lags behind it.
No, only at the equator. Well, in Arctic region too. I mean, in a lot of areas, in many regions actually, but mostly it goes west to east because of Coriolis. The Coriolis effect on the jet stream can accelerate those winds almost 200 miles an hour in some cases in the upper atmosphere. That's due to Coriolis. That's due to air moving northward and having the ground be moving at a slower tangential velocity and the air not being able to shed that energy. Because I already agree with conservation laws. Don't mention energy. It's conservation of momentum, tangent, linear momentum specifically. And it will go to the east. It will go toward England.
It's actually both. And so, okay, you don't have an answer. So we'll move on to the next one. I disagree. If you think that's an answer, it's not. It doesn't have direction preferential at all. It's not. It's complete. It's hand wave dismissal effect, red herring fallacy to an egregious degree. But so then the next problem.
Wow.
No, Coriolis does that.
See, and Left Lane just says wow, like as if Zanuck
Yeah, man.
actually.
I mean, he's explaining in great detail, and you are saying he's hand waving as you hand wave.
No, no. Left Lane. What was my rebuttal to his explanation? Left Lane. Let Left Lane answer. Zanuck, let Left Lane answer, please. What was my rebuttal? Since you just claimed I hand wave dismissal, what was my rebuttal to his answer?
You said it can't be that way. It violates conservation of energy and momentum, and you're hand waving. That's
no,
what
wrong,
you said.
Wrong. That's not what I said. So what I actually said was that goes in all directions, so it has no direction preferential. So why did you say a hand wave? No, I had to say that 4 times. Zanuck just kept talking past it. So now we're moving on. Zanuck,
The jet stream doesn't move in all directions.
now he's just talking about the jet stream. Okay, so Left Lane doesn't understand. Is the jet stream from the bottom of the surface, from the surface all the way up equally?
The jet stream's in the upper atmosphere. It's
So
not
then that
on the
doesn't help you, does it, Left Lane?
Not even following what you mean.
Okay, the Earth's atmosphere has to speed up as it gets higher. That means 1 inch on the ground.
It doesn't speed up.
It literally has to. It's called physics, Left Lane.
In relation to the surface, it doesn't.
It's moving at a faster speed, Left Lane, like
at 1,000 feet,
not,
like 1 inch per second, 1 inch per second faster.
Faster actual move, an actual speed, an actual move.
Okay, so Geo, so let's say it's moving 1/10 of a mile per hour at 10,000 feet. Is that really something to talk about?
It's not anywhere close to that. It's like 3, and then when you keep going higher, it keeps increasing. So anyway, Left Lane, do you understand what we're telling you? You keep on bringing up like the rotational rate. You're like, oh, it's all moving together at the same rate. We're talking about the speed.
You're talking about the tangential velocity, which is a consequence of the rate of rotation.
Okay, now we're talking about how you would need energy to be moving faster. The faster you move, the more energy you need.
Energy to moving faster?
Yeah, energy to be moving faster. That's right, Zanuck. You didn't know?
We had to inject energy into those molecules one particular direction so they can keep up with tangential velocity requirements of that height above the surface. Get it loud and clear with it. And
yeah, you're starting to understand. Like, so the consequence of the globe Earth being real would be either there's some mechanism that like disperses, like energy is introduced to the Earth and it disperses as it goes down the atmosphere, right? And it would have to be a pretty magical mechanism, right? Because it would like impart just the amount of energy to keep it going with the Earth, or the Earth's atmosphere lags behind the Earth proportionate to altitude.
Right. So what is it? What is it in the air that keeps the atmosphere, quote unquote, clung to the Earth? Like, what is that thing in the actual air that you guys are claiming is doing that, keeping it perfectly clung?
It's not. We never said it is. We always said it's going all over the place. And I gave you the
cell. Like if you had like a spider web, that like a material that was, imagine more like a gelatin material with like a spider web that was all like reinforced. I could see that idea that you could have some kind of an outer thing that would spin with it, like if it was like interconnected. But what is the mechanism
keeping it spinning? You mean?
Ground? What's the mechanism that connects the ground to the sky? The point at which you guys say it goes into outer space that creates that.
Gravity.
Like I said, if there was no winds and currents and everything was homogeneous, it would basically just lag behind. You'd have just like you got into your swimming pool and a hot tub, a round hot tub, and you started walking around. You could be walking one speed, and the water will never keep up with you. It'll always be lagging behind. And then, of course, you have the outer ring to worry about, which slows things down too because of the friction.
Yeah, but it's going faster, Zanik. In this case,
that's the next part.
Sorry to interrupt you. It's going faster.
It's so crazy because Highlander jumps in and says gravity. It's like the
I didn't say
Glovers just
gravity.
say their God's
I didn't say
name.
gravity.
I know, but Highlander
agree.
did. Like we were dumb, right? It's like the irony.
Okay, it's not irony. If everything was perfect, like we're talking about, and it would lag behind. Man, there's so many of the factors that little change, keep lockstep with the Earth's surface, is completely overshadowed by many orders of magnitude, because of the air currents, because of the energy.
They're going all directions.
Yeah, in all directions. You're still thinking that we should, no matter what all directions we're going, we're still going to see a bias of 2 miles per hour at 30,000 feet to the west, because it's
No. I'm not talking even about like the plane correcting or not, right? Because I understand your argument that if the wind is way stronger than 2 miles per hour, those corrections are going to overshadow it. That's basically your argument, right? But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual mechanism that even allows it to move with the Earth. So you're claiming now all the other Globers, by the way, just so you know, Zenik, you need to go get your Globers in rank, right? Because they're all saying is that it moves in lockstep with it, and then stuff like Leftlane, he just says the rate just accounts for it, and then someone screams the word gravity, and then they act like we're stupid, right?
We never said that.
You gotta have a globe
gravity was the mechanism that gives the energy either. Yeah, you see, you listen to what people say, and then you just hear these words, and then you try and make it sound like we're making these outrageous claims, and that's not what we're doing. What it is you're just not fucking listening.
No, Geo said, well, okay, I can see it with like a spider web or something, like what's actually connecting it from the surface all the way up that drags it with it, and then you jumped in and said gravity.
Yeah, he said what holds it together. That's right. And you jumped in and you said gravity.
That is there. That's actually part of it.
But that's he doesn't understand the answer results in drag, like Zanik's saying. At least Zanik understands.
I'll give you something I just thought of real quick, and this might be true or not, but I think it's probably a valid point. You know, the sun comes up from the east, sets in the west. So when it's coming up in the east, it'll warm the air closer to the sun, right? That direction will be warming faster than you are to the west. So if that air is warming, it'll be less dense. Colder air will be where I am, looking at the sunrise. I'll be more dense. So naturally, it will follow the lens. It'll move very slightly toward the less dense, warmer air. Is that not true? So that could be one reason it follows the sun. Hello?
When does the sun start heating the air up?
As soon as you see it.
So we get the closer we get to the sun, the hotter the air. Then, right?
The more straight up the sun is. Wherever you are, the sun is warmer when it's higher up. So progressively, as it sets, everything to the west gets cooler. That's called nighttime. And so nighttime here will be colder than daytime to the east. So air will naturally go from hot to cold.
So we get higher up, and it's closer to the sun, so it's hotter, right? The air up higher is hotter. So you're just explaining shit backwards.
No. Now we have a layer of atmosphere that actually absorbs infrared radiation with CO2 and vapor, etc. And in the thermosphere as well is excited by the sun. So we have very many layers of very superheated in some cases, and just heated air that is insulating the and reflecting.
Nick, doesn't that make way more sense with a close and local sun, like a heat lamp, just activating the environment?
No, because this radiation doesn't get affected by the.
The inverse square law correlates with the position of the sun. It's impossible for it to be doing that at 93 million miles.
No, it's not the inverse square law. It's the more you know this is true, common sense, right? Right in Australia, when it's summertime, they have a direct shot, and they're closer. When we're summertime, we're away, but we're warmer, right? Sometimes even hotter. Death Valley gets 120 degrees. 125 degrees this last week. And we're farther away in the summertime than Australia. It's the directness and the atmosphere conditions that allow the radiation to penetrate and heat up the surface. And also how much is being radiated from the surface to the atmosphere, either the water vapor, which is insulating greenhouse gas, more so than even CO2.
What are you talking about now, Sandy? You're
You want to
putting
know why
us
it's hotter?
into the weeds.
Not because we're
Next, you're going to be telling us about rain dances or something.
You know, that's why it's hotter when it's noontime. Not because it's closer, because it has a more direct line to the sun.
Zanik, explain this. By what mechanism does the Atmos in your model spin faster than the Earth itself? Please explain the mechanism.
Jesus Christ.
It does. Generally, it's pretty well balanced, but in most cases, we have in the northern hemisphere we have a jet stream which travels west to east to 200 miles an hour faster than the spin of the Earth due to Coriolis. That's one reason. The other reason is that we have weather patterns based on the land masses, based on the ocean currents, based on the Pacific decadal oscillations. Those all dictate where the air masses, winds come from, where the water vapor is generated from, and where it accumulates. These are all so many factors, so little time. So that's just a couple.
You can't say due to Coriolis as the mechanism. Coriolis
That
isn't
was
the mechanism.
special, bro.
That
That's
was
a
good.
mechanism. Of course it is.
That was classic right there. That one's
That was like book solid, Zanik.
that one's for a soundboard right there.
Yeah, but you see, Danik, the problem is that they're looking for this one particular thing that's controlling everything, right? So, like when they say, "Oh, well, like when I turn my blender on," yeah, thinking that the on switch is the only thing that turns a blender on, forgetting that it's their finger that presses the fucking button, forgetting that you have to plug it into the wall, forgetting it's electricity that powers it. It's a multitude of factors that make the fucking blender work. Yeah, that's
Right.
what they're
That was
forgetting.
biblical, bro. That was biblical.
It's all just common sense. I mean, I don't think
Like
anything.
you guys are like,
is-
wow.
What?
But you're not understanding that it's more than one thing. You're
I don't
looking
think
for this
anything
one mechanism.
I don't think anything Whitsitt said we disagree with. I mean, it's a
Highlander just explained us how a blender works from turning to the wall circuit like we didn't know. And you said a bunch of, I don't know what you said, Zanik.
Wait, did we get sorry, I stepped away. Did we ever get to the answer of like why does the top of the Atmos move up to 30% faster than the Earth? What's the mechanism?
Coriolis was the mechanism.
What?
No, he did not.
Oh, he didn't say that.
Jesus Christ!
He
I
said
just explained this 2 seconds
I thought
ago.
you guys said it should have been a soundbite. You guys were paying attention. I thought it made sense. And then 5 minutes later, someone comes back and says, "He said it's due to Coriolis."
Well, sorry, I stepped away.
Go ahead and restate what you said.
Yeah, let me ask the question so we can get it recorded. So they claim that up at the thermosphere, that the Earth's atmosphere moves 30% faster than the spin of the Earth. What is the mechanism?
You didn't hear what Zanik, would you care to repeat what you said, please? I bet you can't even do it, bro.
I can't. We've been changing subjects.
Oh, this is good,
angles.
man.
Well, you see, what causes air
super rotation?
The upper atmosphere is caused by Coriolis. It's talked by mainly about the heating and cooling of air masses at the surface, near the surface. You know,
That's
10,000
what
feet below
causes super rotation.
And the troposphere. You want to talk about the troposphere, the stratosphere? We're going to talk about
Thermosphere.
He said
super
a complete
rotation.
different thing last
thermosphere
time.
is in space. So
Okay,
what causes?
well, it's at the edge of space.
So
Yeah,
what causes the thermistor to go
30%
30%
faster.
fast? I
than
think
the spin of the
I
Earth.
heard it's like a kilometer per second or something.
No. Super rotation is.
Yeah,
Really?
what's keeping it at that rate, Zanik?
Yeah, I have no idea. Beyond my pay grade.
That's an honest answer. It's an honest answer. Like
there it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow. Can't believe it.
Thanks. Because you do agree that if you don't have a mechanism to cause it, then that also violates the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
It doesn't violate the
all
law.
you need
It
is all
actually
you need is a
happens.
force. So yes, so I go back from a different way with it. I'm thinking, okay, we see it happening. What's causing, whether the Earth is moving or not, what's causing the thermosphere to travel 300 or 400 miles an hour faster than the atmosphere or the Earth's rotation? I would say there's a force required. What that force is due to, I would be willing to bet that the sun is one of the major factors.
Okay, but you don't know. And Highlander, why do you keep jumping in and just saying things that are patently false? Okay, because
That's all he
if,
does.
yeah, like if the atmosphere was
What
moving
did I
that
say
much
that was
faster,
false?
you said it doesn't have anything to do with the conservation of law and the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
No, see, again, that's because you're not fucking listening to what people are saying. That is not what I said.
Oh, I found it. Solar wind. Why didn't I think of that?
So you can cite it because I already looked it up. I actually looked it up. They said they don't know for sure what causes it.
They said, yeah, solar wind. Combination of, they studied in combination CMIT and TIG, CM simulations and data analysis. Both of them.
Yeah, but the solar wind is not constant, if I'm not mistaken.
And they don't even think that's actually the answer. And they don't know the answer.
The thermospheres in the atmosphere system caused by high-speed streams in the solar wind and the co-rotating interaction regions that they engender are studied using a combination of these different simulations. That's an answer. So that's your answer. Now, I don't know anything about it. With it, you can probably discount it because that's what you do. You know.
No, I already read it. They said they don't know the answer.
They do though.
They're speculating between like 5 or 6 different things they think might could do it, but there's a
What are the
problem with
5
every one of them.
I don't know.
So solar wind. Is this what you're saying, Zamek?
Why is it a
Solar
problem?
wind.
Do you think we don't have a solar wind? Do you not agree there is a solar wind?
I'm not saying that, but you're saying the cause of the Atmos spinning faster up there is solar wind.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Come on.
That's
a good answer to me. I can't disprove that.
Even though a minute ago you said you didn't know, but
Is it
before that you gave a cockamania at
fairly
4 5
yes,
thing
it's
answer.
fairly
No.
constant.
Which is it, Zanek?
It's fairly constant.
He's freestyling.
Yeah.
No, the solar wind is. I know.
Freestyling.
So the solar wind, it's funny. You should pay attention here. So the solar wind has actually been accused, especially when we have solar events like solar and things, that'll cause this radiation events that can blow away the cosmic radiation. The cosmic radiation is used to seed clouds. These particles, these subatomic particles, actually are hitting the Earth, being constantly bombarded from the cosmic rays, and these cosmic rays actually seed clouds. So some of the theories about climate change are based on this solar events, and you can plot it against solar to say that.
So now cosmic rays, another thing, another introduction. That's 4 things now.
No,
you're on a roll, bro.
You missed. It had nothing to do with the speed of the air. This is just a kind of a background for people talking about climate change. That the solar winds are in blowing away, not important. Consequence of blowing away the cosmic rays, which are needed to make clouds, which shades the Earth, which keeps us cooler. That's one of the forcings that they think could be causing our temperature change because of all the solar events that we've seen over the last 30 years.
Yeah, so you're just reading out the different scientists' opinions.
I didn't read anything. I
just Googled it.
That's right from the top of my head. I've
PDF.
known this for 10 years.
I just dropped a lecture about it.
Oh, you dropped it? Okay, all right. That's where he's getting it from.
Well,
I'm
he
not
hasn't
getting
read
it from
mine
that.
yet. He hasn't read mine yet.
I'm not getting it from that. That's right from memory. The page I have up right now that has not changed is high-speed streams in the solar wind. I was telling you about what solar winds can do. They're very powerful. Not only can they do what I think they can do, they can also blow away the cosmic rays, which can actually.
That's not even the mainstream story.
I know it's not. That's why I think you should be. That's why I said you should be interested in it. I don't like mainstream stories. Sven Mark did a study on this. I'm not looking at it either. I remember his name because I know I read the paper. He had a peer-reviewed paper, talked about solar events causing the cosmic rays to get blown away, and that could be correlated to increased temperatures because of decrease in shading due to cloud formation decreases.
So, Zanuck, you would still have to substantiate that there is some sort of an interconnectedness to this atmosphere to make it cling to the globe.
But we already agreed it's
You still
not
don't have a
clinging.
mechanism for that.
No, we already agreed that it's not clinging. Remember, we talked about, we agreed that it could probably lag behind 2 miles per hour at 30,000 feet or whatever it is. I agree.
You'd have to update for that when you fly a plane then.
Why would you have to update to it?
Because you'd have to accelerate forward and bank to the side to catch up to the Earth accelerating away from you.
Why is the Earth accelerating away from you?
Because you're in the air that's dragged behind it. I thought you were just here.
Yeah, but you're in powered flight.
The 2 miles an hour that we say doesn't really matter because the air are in excess of that. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, that doesn't matter. If the wind goes in all directions. So if you're updating for the wind in all directions, you still have to constantly be going left. But the problem is you'd actually have to be going forward in acceleration, but they fly with constant speed, though.
They fly at constant speed. No plane I've ever flown flies at a constant speed.
Yeah, planes maintain constant speed.
Not really.
Yes, they do.
Because they fly in a varying atmosphere, and the atmosphere changes constantly.
So they don't maintain a constant speed.
It's within a planar stationary matrix, though, Zanuck. They take off at their angle. They fly level.
Planar stationary what? Matrix?
Yeah, dude. Coordinate matrix. Yep.
So it's right here. So since there's no net external force on the aircraft will maintain a constant airspeed. This is NASA.gov.
Well, you can't fly in a constant airspeed because air is never the same. It's always changing. So how could you fly at a constant speed through something that's always changing?
You have to maintain a constant speed.
You don't. There's no law that says that planes are flying at constant speed. Airspeed, indicated airspeed, true airspeed, ground speed. What speed is being constant? None of it is.
So we should always feel the plane moving because it'd always be accelerating.
Really? How much are we talking about? What does the air density change?
We have to fly at a constant speed so we don't feel it.
Well, it's relatively constant. It's like, do you feel the Earth's rotation or spin, or even the raw velocity?
No, because it's not rotating. It's on a
stationary Earth. You can only feel change in velocity. That's
is cruise speed constant?
He understands that the change of any velocity is required to have a force along.
Is
so
cruise
if you're flying
speed
an airplane
constant?
and the force is so small that you can't feel it, it doesn't mean it's the constant speed. It means the speed is varying so slightly that you can't feel these.
So right here it says, is
sense?
cruise speed constant? Yes, jet airliners cruise at constant speed and altitude.
Do you think that's true? You don't think that's for the kindergartners? I mean, that's a good kindergarten book, coloring book answer. Yeah. How fast does the airliner fly? It flies roughly a 225 mile an hour indicated airspeed at 35,000 feet. Ground speed is calculated to be such and such, 600 miles ground speed, blah, blah, blah.
Did not just drop NASA.gov saying it?
Well, yeah, it's not constant. What would let's be smart about this. What would have to happen for that to be constant? Engines would have to spin at the perfect set RPM. Yeah,
thrust is equal to the drag, so you have constant speed.
And then the drag would have to be perfectly the same, consistent. Do we fly through an atmosphere that is perfectly the same everywhere we go? Does the temperature ever change? Does the density ever change? Are there clouds we go through? So if you have the engine set at a constant RPM, then it stands to reason that you wouldn't be able to go at speed, because every time you went through a cloud, there'd be less dense of atmosphere, because clouds and water vapor is less dense than dry air. And if we had cold air, if we had cold air, it'd be more dense, and warm air would be less dense.
So you do.
No, planes do not move at a constant. Even though you might find it in some Google search, it's not with reality.
NASA.gov, yeah. So the plane, yeah, you're saying you're being really pedantic. Like they have to, like there's a slight fluctuation.
Pedantic, not me.
Why are you interrupting me, dude? So they have to try to maintain a constant speed. Now this is the actual problem. Okay, the plane would have to consistently accelerate forward. Do you understand that?
Why would it accelerate forward? If you have a 2 mile an hour lag, let's say the atmosphere is ridiculously homogeneous, you would have to just be 2 miles an hour faster to have the speed that you want to be traveling at. Because as it is, you're exceeding the speed of the atmosphere by 250 miles an hour indicated airspeed, and the air is going backward at that altitude by 2 miles an hour. So you're really going, according to the ground speed, a 2 mile an hour lag behind. But we don't see a 2 mile an hour lag because we have air currents that are, all bets are off. It's going in all directions. Some equal,
Yeah,
some
but
not.
if we're going north
What if
and
we took the
south,
atmosphere away? Then what would happen?
Then it would sit on the ground.
if we're going north and south, right, like north to south, the Earth's spinning underneath the plane. Okay.
No, it doesn't spin underneath the plane.
Yeah, the Earth spins
Why would
underneath
you
the
say that?
plane. Yeah.
Why would you say the Earth spinning
You
underneath the plane?
you just said that the Earth's atmosphere drags behind the Earth.
By 2 miles an hour.
Doesn't the Earth spin under the pendulum, Zanuck?
Yes, that's where it does spin under.
Oh,
No, but that's different. Remember, hold on. When you're going north, again, Gio, I want you're the brightest guy here. Let me just say this, and you can remember it. As you go
But you know
north,
he's kind of spiraling.
you're going from a higher tangential velocity to a lower velocity, anywhere, and that causes you, with reference to the ground, to accelerate ahead of the Earth. You would be accelerating ahead of the Earth to the east as you go north, due to the conservation of linear momentum.
Man, why can't y'all just tune into reality and you fly above
That
the
is reality.
ground? And if
Gio,
there's
do you
no
get that?
wind, if there's no
I
wind,
was
you'll
talking
stay
to Gio.
above the ground. If there's an east wind, you'll drift east.
Hey, wait
Thanks
a
for
minute,
watching.
Brian. I think that Zanuck, didn't you just say you'd be accelerating ahead of the Earth?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, then the Earth would be spinning separately from the plane, right?
Hear it one more time. The Earth is spinning. You're
The
going
Earth is
to
spinning separately from the plane. If you're accelerating
You-
ahead of it, then it's not. You're not in lockstep with it.
No,
So
They can't answer direct questions. They just have to say their script.
no, I don't even know what you're even asking. So I'm just going to
See what I'm saying?
Yes, you do.
Zanuck,
It's not
maybe
spinning
just,
under.
I mean, are you
It's
doing
spinning.
it? Are you doing any
You're in
listening?
a rotating. You're
Are you
all in a
listening
rotating.
at all, or
rotor.
are you only talking?
Gio, you're in a.
Are you
rotating
actually
rotor.
listening to people, or are you just waiting
Yes.
for your chance
He
just to
said
talk over everyone?
you're not spinning with the Earth. You're spinning ahead of
He
the Earth.
asked you a question, bro.
you said we're accelerating ahead of the Earth, but right before that, you said what? The Earth isn't spinning separately from the plane.
Yeah.
No, that reference frame is not spinning separately. It's on the same reference. We're looking at it. They're the same.
Well, then how
reference.
do you accelerate ahead of it then?
Because you go from a higher tangential velocity to a lower tangential velocity spot on the Earth, even though you're looking at these two objects, or this one object, in that same reference frame, at the same point coordinate system, that object will appear to divert to the right with reference to the ground. I mean, this is the fun. I've been saying this for 5 years.
You're
and
acting
nobody
like
can
you're
ever
not
repeat what I'm
contradicting
saying.
yourself.
Yeah, so
I'm
the
not,
Earth is spinning
dude, I'm
underneath
not
the plane.
contradicting myself at all.
You've been
you are.
wrong for 5 years.
You're going north. You're accelerating ahead of the Earth because you're traveling with respect to the ground. The ground now is at a slower tangential velocity. You're at a higher tangential velocity because it was given to you when you left the equator going north, and that has to be retained due to the conservation law. So, in effect, what happens is you accelerate ahead of the Earth.
So what if your target's above the ground, Zanuck?
You are, but it wouldn't be. Let's say you're on a railroad track and you're going north. Then what happens, right? You can't
Let's say
accelerate.
something's 10 miles tall, though.
Hold on, that's called Brian. I'm the crescendo of my statement. If you're on railroad tracks and you got a train,
Yeah, you're
going,
roboting a little bit though, Zanuck. But all
Okay,
right,
if you're going north,
you're going to wrap it up. Is that the deal? That's where we're headed.
Yes. Yep. If you're going north and you're on a railroad track, so you can't accelerate ahead of the Earth. So there still is a Coriolis force. You go, well, how can there be a Coriolis force? The Coriolis force now is acting on the train via the tracks, and that conservation of angular momentum now comes into play. Different than tangential velocity differences and conservation of linear momentum. We have angular momentum being conserved, and that will actually spin the Earth faster. Just like
so if there's
pulling his arms in.
Wait a minute.
So if
Wait a
there's
minute,
a
Brian.
zip line,
I think you should
Brian.
team up with that guy, that Professor Bryant. You should team up with him and.
That I think Zanuck is Professor Brian.
I would fix him. He had some problems.
Zanuck, you know that taking it down to a train tracks is non sequitur. I don't know why you did that, but you said that we're accelerating ahead of the Earth, right? Because our tangential speed, right, our conserved momentum would be at a faster rate than the Earth's spin, right? So we would actually be going at a tangential speed faster than the Earth. But then you're saying that the Earth's not spinning separately from the plane.
So if there was a zip line from the equator, let's say 5 miles up above the equator, and then going to the close to the North Pole, and it's 5 miles higher than the North Pole, just a giant zip line that was a little bit free to move a little bit, and we attach a rocket to the zip line, and so the Earth is spinning together. I mean, the Earth is spinning with the atmosphere, and the zip line's moving with the atmosphere. Would it try to deviate? Would it try to yank off the zip line because of Coriolis, even though everything's spinning it?
Okay, good example, Brian. Just like the train track, it would start veering to the left, to the right.
Why? Is the zip line veering?
The zip line would try to keep it on the track, and it wouldn't be.
They're all moving together, though, right?
Brian, can you just shut up and let me finish the sentence?
Well, it's a quick question.
No, it's a quick answer, but I can't even say because you keep on fucking talking. Just stop for a second. Let me talk. So as it goes on the zip line is not going to break. It's made out of material, like it's a hypothetical thought experiment. As this rocket's going in the zip line, it'll start diverting to the right, and it will start putting tension on the zip line. But the zip line is attached to the equator and the North Pole, and that extra force acting on the zip line as it gets closer to the pole will get greater and greater, and that will actually cause the Earth to slow down. It's called the conservation of angular momentum.
No, but I'm talking about the rocket attached with a little ring around the zip line.
Yeah, it wants to go.
If everything's moving at the same speed, here's my point. Don't interrupt me. If everything's moving at the same speed, the atmosphere, the zip line, the Earth it's attached to, it's all moving together. Why would the rocket try and pull off of the zip line to deviate? It's all moving together, bro.
Remember, okay, I have a succinct answer. Please listen and pay attention. Remember, I told you earlier on, like over the last 5 years, that in order to have Coriolis, things have to be moving in the reference frame. So the rocket's moving, the zip line's attached to the North Pole and the equator. It's not moving. Nothing on the zip line is moving. Only the rocket's moving. So since the rocket's moving in the reference frame, as it goes to the area of lesser tangential velocity, it imparts a force on that tension of the zip line and causes the Earth to spin faster. That's called the conservation of angular momentum. God, I can't believe I said it 1,000 times and nobody gets it even now.
You haven't given one competent answer, actually. You haven't explained anything. You haven't. You contradicted yourself every time you've given an answer. You act like you don't understand.
Get it. You can't even repeat it. Repeat what I said.
You didn't answer my question, bro.
I did.
A simple question. No, I asked you why is the rocket, if it's all moving together, okay, it's a continuous line. It's a continuous line. It's a continuous atmosphere, and it's a continuous ground.
Right. But
so what is making it try to yank off the zip line?
Linear momentum. The rocket had momentum at the equator, which is greater than that momentum would be at anywhere in North America, because the tangential velocity in North America on that
zip line. So did the zip line, bro.
No, the zip line's not moving though. Don't you get it?
Dude, what are you talking about? The zip line, everything's moving.
Pay attention. It's not moving any different. The differential velocity of the zip line at the equator and the zip line in Chicago and at the North Pole are all going different tangential velocity, but they're not moving.
So according to you, a submarine
north. They have to move. Listen, stop. They have to be moving in the reference frame. In order to Coriolis to take effect, things have to move in the reference frame. The zip line is not moving. Only the rocket is. Rocket has a momentum that is different where it's going to be. So that difference in where it's going to be, momentum, pushes on the line and speeds the Earth up. Why is this so hard to understand?
Oh my God, dude! In your fantasy, I can understand it, but in reality, you're just gonna slide down the zip line. In your reality, a submarine underneath the zip line, it's also gonna veer, ain't it?
A submarine going north.
Yeah, Zanuck, are submarines veering in the oceans due to the Earth spinning?
Yes.
They are. We got a winner.
Yes. And so a car traveling just north, if it just took a ferry back and drove north every day, so one side of the tires would go bald first, right?
Yes.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot.
That's.
It's called the Coriolis force.
See, so dude called me an idiot earlier for making that claim. This is what the ballers have to claim. They have to claim that.
There'd be a force greater on the tire on the one side, on the eastern side of the tire, pushing it to the west. Yes, and that would cause the Earth to spin up.
In reality, do you think that happens, bro? in reality?
No, of course not. These forces
Yeah.
are so minuscule. The only way to test for Coriolis, shoot a fucking cannon, 50 caliber cannon from a gunboat, 25 miles, and you'll see a 100-yard deviation. That's Coriolis.
Which way? Which way would we see the deviation,
North,
Janet?
Hold on,
or
Brian.
south, east or west.
I was gonna semi-throw a hard U-turn in the conversation, but just Xanik, do you believe in God or in a creator?
I think there's a creator.
You cut out. What'd you say?
I think there's a creator. Yes.
You do.
Yes.
Okay, so how? And then you think it created the globe and outer space and all that?
I think it was like intelligent design. He planted all the seeds and everything just were out of control, monitoring anything.
Okay, so how did it start? Or did it start?
I think he friggin' flicked his lighter and lit this fuse and boom, big bang. Like an M80.
What did the Big Bang expand into, Xanik?
Space.
The void?
Oh, you mean space was already there?
Yeah, his space. God was there. Creator was there. It's his playline. He probably said, "Nothing here. I'm bored out of my gore. I gotta."
So it expanded into nothing.
So he
was bored. He had to create his
thought
planet.
really hard, and all of a sudden, boom! This little M80 popped into his hand. It's probably the size of, 5 or 10 galaxies.
Separated the waters from the waters.
And he lit the fuse, and this thing exploded. And he goes, "Okay, have at it, folks."
Hey,
Yo.
before we get too far off track, Xanik, you had no answers to any of the things that we were talking about with the Coriolis or the flight times or the mechanism or anything. You really didn't make any sense, just to let you know.
Oh yeah, I did. You weren't listening, I guess.
You can claim you did, but it wasn't about listening. It was about you contradicted yourself. You said the Earth wasn't moving. You said the Earth wasn't moving below the plane, but then you said the plane's accelerating ahead of the Earth.
Yes.
And you said that the Earth spins under the pendulum as well. So
yes, it does.
There's a contradiction. So it spins under the pendulum, but it doesn't spin under the airplane.
No, well,
but the airplane accelerates ahead of it. So how does it not spin underneath the airplane? If the plane's accelerating ahead of it, the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning separately from the
same time, dude. You guys can't. What's up?
Let me answer Geo real quick. The pendulum does have the Earth rotate underneath it. That's for sure. Coriolis acts on either going south, where the Earth would rotate underneath it, but if you go north, you would accelerate ahead of the Earth. So technically, all we're talking about is a differential tangential velocity of these objects that are moving in the rotating reference frame, which I've already agreed to and reemphasized in everything I've said. Now,
yeah, but the difference in tangential velocity means it's moving separately from the plane, which you said it doesn't do.
Yes, it does.
So that's the contradiction.
It's not a contradiction. The plane's going north. It starts out the higher tangential velocity. It's going to an area where it would have to have a greater tangential velocity. Since energy and momentum cannot be created nor destroyed, it means it has to be going faster to the east. It has to, because it has to conserve momentum, and that is called
therefore the plane. So therefore the Earth would be spinning separately from the plane.
Yes, it's spinning fast.
That's what you said it didn't do. You said it's not spinning separately.
No, I didn't say that. No.
You said the Earth doesn't spin below the
rotating
plane.
reference. They're both in the same rotating reference. That's what I said. I remember saying that. You're not.
So you're saying it's moving faster than the Earth, but the Earth's not spinning below it. How can you have both?
Dude, I can give you the equations all day long till Tuesday. I've studied this before many years, but I know this stuff.
If only you could solve them.
You got to let me help you.
Yeah, we've been over this many
times. You have the answers for you. You're fighting me. Why are you fighting so hard? I do.
Because you're giving contradictory answers and then saying you're not contradicting yourself.
Physics,
and the answers don't even add up.
Well, they do. Physics is.
We had a 4,000-mile pole.
Can I finish the sentence? Can I finish the sentence? Really?
Go ahead.
Physics is full of contradictory statements and equations and ideas based on intuition. Based on intuition.
Ouch.
Not a very intuitive discipline. Very contradictory.
He just said physics has contradictory equations based on intuition. That is so backwards from reality.
No. Well, let me give you one. What was one of my
The reason there's so many contradictions in my answers is because physics has contradictions.
Guys. This is why I keep telling you guys that Xanik and Rumpus and them are not the best at these arguments, Xanik cannot argue.
We need a change of
I think you're right there.
We need to change our
Yeah.
pace. What's up, Nate? What do you got? What do you
Yeah,
got?
but it's either that. It's either that.
Nothing.
Their answers, their
Chill, Brian.
far-fetched answers, or a mystery. You know.
Got this, but clearly you can see what's happening here. You know.
Yeah, he's just making shit up. Right. We see.
I'm not making shit up. I'm giving you the answers. I know.
No, you're
I know
not.
you need the answers because the way you.
It's the same answers you had that are contradictory.
Well, no, they're not. They may seem like they
Yes,
are.
they
And
are.
a lot of physics, like no, they're not. For example,
Yeah, it is. The physicists, the mainstream say that it's a mystery. The mainstream physicists, the honest people admit that it's a mystery. That it's a mystery.
What's a mystery?
Where the energy comes from for the atmosphere, for the atmosphere to keep up at high altitude. Yeah,
no one says that.
an honest person would say that. If you think the globe is, an honest person would say that it's not moving, right?
No, we know we've measured the thermistor having high velocities, and Whitsitt, I didn't know. I looked it up. He looked it up, and one of the theories is solar winds is making it faster. Seems to correlate well. No one knows for sure, right? It's a theory. But as far as Coriolis,
how does solar wind cause superrotation of the atmosphere, Zan? Like, what is the underlying mechanism there?
Yeah, we're asking him the same question. We've been asking him for
You see what I'm saying?
40 minutes.
No,
now.
the equalization of different.
He's reading something right now. I mean, come on, guys. These are not the best
You asked me
people
a
at
question.
discussing
I tried.
physics.
Gio, I don't know why you're not being more consistent. I do this, you get all over me, and you guys do it, you let him go. Why?
That's Nate. He's just go ahead though, Ben. But he's just
you're moderating. You should be all over that. You're all over me for doing. I've been really good tonight.
Yeah, I will give you props, dude. You actually were pretty much having a conversation there, at least for a bit. Like you actually were letting him talk. It was good.
Hey, Nate. I want to ask Nate the question.
Yeah,
man. I want to ask Nate the question.
It allowed for a very potent showdown of the ideas.
Yeah, we've always answered a lot of the atmospheric questions and basically ruled out that this 2 mile an hour.
No, I want to ask him. I want to ask him the.
Thanks,
my
Brian. I knew you
question.
couldn't help yourself. You can't help.
Sorry, man.
What?
Try. Anyway, I didn't contradict myself at all. Coriolis is a known idea and equation, and has effects that have been validated for many years. And
yeah, right. Yeah, right. No.
You always you can understand. Look at things in a rotating reference frame. Things that move in it see a variation, and they're only a variation in when looking at that object from that rotating reference frame. You don't need any other reference frames. All you have to do, in fact, you could determine how fast am I rotating by measuring how much deviation of certain objects have in that frame. You could actually say, am I rotating? I don't feel like I'm rotating, but the object is curved. How much does it weigh? How much does it and
wait
you
a
can
minute.
calculate how fast. God, you can't help yourself, can you?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to speak quickly and
You
clearly.
make a point, and then you start monologuing. You make a point, and then you go off to another point.
Beyond the pale.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry for interrupting, but did you say that you wanted to? You could measure your deviation and figure out the rotation?
Yes, that's the whole idea
Well, then
behind Coriolis.
perfect. If we could do that, it's not hidden in the winds. Then this Coriolis effect, it's not just hidden in the winds like everybody else tries to say.
You see?
Yeah, that's what they say. Numchuck said it would show up, and Bob said it'd show up as wind.
For example, you shoot that shell at 50 caliber cannon, 16-inch gun, from 24 miles, and see where it lands repeatedly. Okay, deviated by 100 yards. The weight of the shell, this is the mass of the shell. This is how fast it was traveling. This is the arc it took. You can work backward and say, well, that's due to Coriolis, and this is how fast the Earth is spinning for that to happen. Yes.
Yeah, but there's too many.
You don't get it, bro.
Attribute that with artillery. We're talking about getting in a plane and measuring your deviation with the plane. Don't worry about it going in the wind, hidden in the winds, like everyone always tries to say. We're gonna go straight in one line, and we're gonna see we're this many kilometers off because this is the deviation of the Earth spinning from the plane, and that's the only way to really show.
You'd never be able to do that.
Artillery, the bullets don't work. You wanna make
the math is backwards, bro.
Great.
The math is literally backwards. Look at the equations, man. The equations are backwards. You don't understand them. Because if you fire a cannonball and the arc you just explained Okay, if you fire from the ground, okay, you're said to be entering an area, okay, the atmosphere with a faster tangential rate, okay, or a slower tangential rate. If you're shooting south,
Shooting north.
then
Shooting
you're
north.
supposed to get the equation. No, well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to explain this one going south because as far as the tables go. So, but you firing the cannon from the ground, okay, and you're firing above the tangent. So until that cannonball comes back down to the tangent line, it's entering not slower, but faster because the air above the tangent line is spinning faster than the ground. Well, you're saying, "Oh my God," but there's no getting around it. It's like a cylinder.
No, we already said it's not. Remember that we already.
You didn't say it's not.
It doesn't
You
happen
said that there'd
because
be no Coriolis on a cylinder.
all different directions, right? All different directions. So the bottom line is, you're forgetting one thing, Brian. It starts out with a higher tangential velocity and goes to lower or vice versa, depending which direction it's being shot. And by the way, if it's going left or right, look at those charts. There's a different called Yodvos. And Yodvos make one go further, and going westward, it go not as far. And that's part of the charts of the Navy armament and artillery manuals. Because
so you're saying that we'd have Coriolis on a cylinder?
Well, that makes sense, Zanuck, just with the fact that that's the direction that the sky is moving. The stars, sun, and moon. So, yeah, that would make sense.
Zanuck, would we have Coriolis on a cylinder?
Just from that perspective alone.
A north to south cylinder if we fired from the equator?
Anything that's if you were in a rotating reference frame, you'll have Coriolis.
So even on a cylinder, right?
Well, it depends on where you're shooting in the cylinder. You're shooting longitudinally.
Because there's no change in the spin.
If it's rotating, is the cylinder rotating?
Yeah, it's rotating at the same speed.
Then you're going to have Coriolis.
Okay, so it's not because of the differential in rotation.
Any rotating reference frame, Brian.
Gotcha. So it's not it's not the change in rotation. So it's not the change in the velocity.
No. The change of velocity.
Okay, so everything y'all have explained was because everything they've explained. See, he just changes his argument.
Change of velocity can mean straight. It has to be rotating. It has to be accelerating.
That's a new question. That's a new question added to my list. My question is, would there be Coriolis north to south on a cylinder? And Zanuck says no.
I didn't say if it's not rotating, it's not.
What's up, Nate?
No, I'm just going back to what we were discussing earlier, about whether it's better to discuss these topics with the Globe Earth specialists or people that actually study this stuff for a living. And
well, I just did that and he got destroyed.
That's proving my point right now, right?
I just did that and the guy that studies it got destroyed. Actually, the Globers in here know more about the arguments.
He couldn't figure out what the circle meant. Pointed
it's a trip.
Himself.
How Zanuck adjusted his argument.
God damn it! If he had,
sorry, I couldn't hear you, man. You're cutting out, bro.
God damn it, Brian! Just stop. Just be quiet for a second. Stop.
Zanuck, you're hot miking.
I'm not hot miking. I want to talk to Nate. Or no, for Witsit.
You're roboting and hot miking.
When Witsit
he won't shut up, even though he's robot and hot mic, and he still won't shut up. You'll hear him muffling me to shut up in the background.
I'm trying to talk. You're talking over me. Talk for a second. Big deal. I'm talking to Witsit. When he was calling out the physicist on the globe, it was like hysterical. He couldn't break it down. In his mind, the logic wasn't there to say, okay, I'm on a curved surface. I'm pointing myself in a certain direction based on the sun. Where do I go? I can't make the turn around the Arctic Circle. I got to be going to the equator. That's like the fact that he couldn't get that. He's kind of reminds me of one of these nerds that went to school, learned everything, got his degree.
Bro, we all got that. We're talking about reality. We're trying to see if you can equate your model to reality.
I was talking about the guy with Witsit. I didn't need your commentary.
Yeah, Brian, to be fair, I mean, the Nate dude talked about the experts, and I pointed out that, we just talked to one, and he got, utterly destroyed for 3.5 hours, but the Globers in here know more about the arguments, ironically.
Well,
I think Zanuck just did a good job. Let me respond. Zanuck just did a good job at pointing out how he'll adjust his argument according to the question. So he explains that Coriolis is because of the change in tangential velocity, because of the ball, 45 degrees latitude is going to be spinning slower. than the equator. Okay, but then he in the next question, so if there's a cylinder and it's all spinning the same with the same tangential velocity, and he said, yeah, there'd still be Coriolis. So he just changes his answer according to the question.
Why would there not be?
Because there's no change in speed.
Anytime you are in that rotating reference frame, point coordinate system, and that cylinder is part of it. Anytime you have motion in a rotating reference frame, you'll have Coriolis, whether it be a cylinder or a ball.
Do you see motion outside then? Do you see motion?
Anything that's rotating will have.
Do you see rotation outside or motion?
Hold on. Can I jump in here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If the Earth is rotating, is the argument that the objects will fly off the Earth or something?
Are you getting here late?
Yeah, maybe.
That's Coriolis.
Yeah, no, we're talking about Coriolis just coming.
I'm not trying
Brian
to
got
go
it right
off
on the money.
topic here,
He
but
got it perfect. He said going from a higher tangential velocity to a lower velocity will have some deviation, and he's right. Then he said about the cylinder. If you're on a cylinder and it's rotating, and you shoot something across the cylinder lengthwise, there's Coriolis. If you're shooting something around the curvature, there's Coriolis. There'll be the Iodvos Coriolis. So I don't know what your problem with Coriolis. Anytime, but believe me, the object, there's nothing to make note of everybody. The objects are not the reference. A lot of physicists and people that are in physics classes or high school for sure, will confuse the surface that's with the reference frame. Reference frame is point coordinate system, includes the object and everything around it. It's where you're looking at the object from. That point in space, that coordinate, whatever the designator number coordinate, that's your position. Looking at things, and if all those points that are all equal distance are rotating, there will be Coriolis for any object moving in that rotating frame, regardless if it's on a surface.
So you're telling me what causes it is the change in rotational speed or the tangential velocity, like on a sphere. But there is no change in tangential velocity on a cylinder, bud.
Yes. Everything that is rotating has a tangential, is a axis of rotation, right? By definition.
Yeah, but it'd be the same all the way lengthwise along the whole cylinder.
Hold on. Anything further away from the axis of rotation will be going faster tangentially than the center, right? Even though everything will have the same angular velocity.
Not on a cylinder, bud.
Yes, a cylinder. You're rotating cylinder.
The axis is the whole length.
Yes, and you shoot something down the axis. That's going to be same thing that happens anywhere else on a rotating surface.
What do you mean down the axis?
Like across the surface.
Yeah, lengthwise. Okay, so no change in tangential velocity, the whole spread of the shot or the flight.
Then you wouldn't be in that situation. You wouldn't be challenging the conservation of linear momentum, right? Because you're going from the same tangential velocity to another.
So no Coriolis then, right?
Not from that in that particular movement.
On a cylinder, right? On a cylinder. No Coriolis.
In the rotating reference frame.
Yeah, like from the equator to the North Pole of the cylinder.
Remember, but you keep on talking about all about where you're looking at it from. Looking at it from a point in space. Looking at the cylinder. And you're looking at objects on it. You will see Coriolis of that object, even that object going across the cylinder because it's in the rotating. You see, you're still not disassociating the.
You're an idiot, bro. I'm sorry.
With the object. If I'm outside, if I'm watching this spinning log and I see an object move across the length of it, I will see Coriolis. Now, if you're on the log, you won't see Coriolis.
Yeah, no, in real life, anytime you spin something, you're going to get Coriolis. God. But in reality, we're not spinning, so there's no Coriolis.
Yeah, you just can't grasp.
Oh, boy.
Go study it. I'm gonna stop here because I'm not going to beat a dead dog. You have to.
Bro, I understand it better than you do. You don't even understand the equations, apparently. You're saying there's Coriolis on a cylinder.
Then explain it, Brian.
Okay, according to Zanuck and all these people, not reality now, but George Numchucks, well, they all have a little bit different, but Bob, the science guy, they say the change in tangential speed, okay, like the equator is spinning at a certain tangential speed, and the North Pole, it basically goes down to zero. So the fact that you're flying from the equator to the North Pole, they're saying that's what caused it. Even though the atmosphere turns with it, they still want to attribute that, right? The change in tangential speed. So therefore, if you're firing on a cylinder, there is no change, okay, from the equator to the North Pole of a cylinder. Okay, so Xanax changed his answer in 5 minutes, but here's the point. The point is even on a globe Earth, if you're firing above the tangent, unless you're firing in a straight line or downhill, but if you're firing at a tangent line or higher, basically you're firing above what a would-be cylinder. So you're entering an area of faster rotation, not slower, until that object goes. What?
An MRI of your brain to see all the short circuits on your brain, Brian. Seriously, you're not getting it. A rotating reference frame, all point coordinates, including the log, everything in it, and you're looking at it from one point, not on the log, Brian. You're out in space, and everything is rotating. All the points are rotating, logs included, and the rotating log might be spinning faster, but it's all rotating. If you're on the log itself, you won't see.
So is there Coriolis on a cylinder?
Hey guys, some other people may want.
Where are you looking at from? Where's the reference frame? Give me the borders.
Borderlining on just getting hostile.
That's true, Gio, but that's okay.
Shadow, what's up, man? Yeah, you were. Wait, what were you saying before? You probably.
It's a little off topic, but I was looking at the I was calculating. I'm just throwing some facts here. If the Earth is rotating, and it rotates once every 24 hours, and we know the radius, the speed is 436 meters per second, and approximately. So basically, that equation A equals v squared over car, the centripetal acceleration. If we were to fly off the Earth because it's moving, it would have to be greater than gravity, but it's not. It's approximately 0.31. So there's no way we would spin off the Earth.
Right, unless it slammed on brakes, and then we'd fly off at the equator like 1,000 miles an hour till gravity slowed us down. Initially,
it would
at the equator we fly off at the speed that correlates to the position on Earth. Right?
Yes, that would happen.
The fact is that the centripetal acceleration of the b squared over r has to be less than gravity. I mean, in order for us to stay there,
got to be more than
greater
gravity.
than we spin off. That's a fact. That's the laws of physics. They can't deny. Anyway,
I mean, gravity's got to be more right. So if gravity stopped all of a sudden, we'd also fly off initially, or we'd fly off, I guess, indefinitely at 1,000-something miles an hour from the equator.
No, actually, we would fly off approximately 0.31 meters per second square. That's the speed we would. That's the acceleration.
And it would be dependent on your position too, right? It'd be dependent on your position.
That would be on the Earth's equator. If it's on the upper side of the equator, it'd be less, and they would be at an angle too. So
at the North Pole, you just kind of stumble over a little bit, maybe, but at the equator, you go flying off really, really fast.
No, you wouldn't.
Okay, what if the Earth slammed on brakes? We'd go flying off initially at
0.31 meters per second squared, depending on where you're on the Earth.
Right, if we're at the equator, your initial speed is going to be like 1,000 miles per hour.
No, it'd be 0.31 meters per second added to every second.
What's that come to in miles per hour? So
it wouldn't be speed. It would be an acceleration. We'd be accelerating off.
Okay, you can't give me a tangential speed?
Yeah, you can calculate that. The Earth, 2 pi r divided by the time. It's 436 meters per second.
Anyway, if I'm moving at 1,000 miles per hour and said object slammed on brakes,
per second.
If said object slams on brakes, then at first I'm going to initially maintain that momentum, bro. There's nothing you can say with your math to stop that.
Also keep in mind, you're also moving along with the object as well. So you would need to notice the change. These are facts here, guys. I'm going to stop here. You guys can argue this.
No. I want you to follow me here. If the Earth slams on brakes, let me get to my point. If the Earth slams on brakes at the North Pole, you wouldn't fall. You just barely fall over. If the Earth slammed on brakes at the equator, your initial movement would be it would continue the momentum of the speed you were moving tangentially. Okay, but they say the change in weight from the equator to the North Pole due to that same spin is only like 1% or something like that, like a pound per 100 pounds. To me, that's ridiculous.
Actually, let me make some correction here. Yeah, if we were to not spin along the Earth and we would fly off, meaning if you just cancel off gravity, yeah, we would fly off at 436 meters per second, but we also would fly off on the perpendicular direction. It would be accelerating on that point. So it'd be two motions in there, but whatever. But yeah, you'd be flying off. Sorry about that. But the thing is, there is gravity that's holding us there while it's spinning. That's the thing. So we wouldn't be spinning off the Earth if there's gravity in there. Oh, that's a fact.
Right, but I'm just saying, if you got to look at the flaw in the math, just using your common sense, and saying that there's only going to be a 1 pound difference in weight when there's a freaking literal from 0 to 1,000-mile initial burst tangentially.
Yes, v squared divided by r. Mass times v squared divided by r. That's the centrifugal force, Brian. If the radius is really big, that centrifugal force is very, very small, and it's about a 0.3 of a pound. Or maybe 0.6 tenths of a pound, because it's if you're 200 pounds. But it's very small. And he gave you the acceleration, which is even better, 0.31. That's the acceleration rate that you would give the Earth.
Look, man, if your common sense don't see a problem with that math, then I can't
where's
help
the
you,
problem,
man.
Brian? Where
The problem is
we know you don't have any common sense, Brian. We know you don't.
It is
yeah,
common sense.
that's just fine. If that's your argument, man, then whatever. But if you're if you go, the difference is flying off at 1,000 miles per hour or not moving at all.
436 meters per second.
And the rotation of Earth can't only give you a fucking 1 pound difference, dude.
It does. We can measure it. We actually. So you say common sense. We've measured it on airplanes going east or west.
The only thing that's keeping us on the Earth is gravity.
Wrong. The way gravity is equating to that is wrong. I'm not saying that each individual equation is wrong. I'm saying the way you're tying them in is wrong. They don't tie together properly.
How is it wrong? How is it wrong?
Because, bro, there'd be more than a 1 pound difference from the North Pole to the equator. Because of the example I just gave you.
No, tell me why. You didn't tell me why. I just told you.
Because you'd be the same weight at the equator, and you'd be negative of 1 million pounds at the fucking.
You
I
guys
mean,
need
at the
to
North
bring some
Pole.
humor into this right now. You guys are just shouting at each other. I don't know where it's going.
Yeah,
God. Brian, we're not.
Shadow saying. I like listening to Shadow.
All right, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I like listening to you guys.
So you see it as a contradiction, then?
No, there's no contradiction. The only thing that's keeping us towards the Earth from flying away is gravity.
And has that been substantiated?
The force that's holding us towards the ground.
No,
the thing that causes us towards the.
So you call it the cause and the effect, right? So
you call it whatever you want.
Something that's sticking you to a globe and making it seem like that globe is not moving.
Yeah, it's moving. We're moving along with it.
But when you're in it, it's like it's all stationary.
Yeah, because there's gravity that's pointing it towards the ground. The only way we would fly off is if you eliminate gravity. We would fly off at 4,336 meters per second. But we would also be accelerating tangentially at 0.31 meters per second square. That's the centripetal acceleration or centrifugal or whatever the fuck you call that. Sonic knows that. But these are facts.
By the way,
though.
this 9.8 meters per second squared manifests itself in our weight. We weigh ourselves on a scale. Whatever causes it, you do have weight, and that weight goes away. We get rid of this changing direction, which is a curvature of the Earth rotation.
Yeah, but also, Sonic, if you were, this is just at the equator, if you were on the side of the Earth in the latitude, keep in mind that the direction of tangential is not perpendicular towards the ground. They're
correct.
So it's a little angle there.
You come to the equator only.
But I don't want to go into like little big
you're going to be going a
details.
little bit south. You're going to be southward and outward.
Yeah, basically the centripetal acceleration would be perpendicular towards the ground if you were off the equator. So, yeah, also it'd be angled in a direction, so you just got to keep in mind of that.
So how are you leaping from things fall to the ground to things are clinging to a ball in a vacuum? How do you get that leap?
Things clinging to a vacuum. I'm not sure if I.
The difference between like just dropping things and things fall towards the ground, if you take something, you drop it. How are you getting from there to thinking that same force or whatever you want to call it, that things drop, is somehow causing everything to cling to a huge sphere in a vacuum?
presuming that there's gravity. I don't know how else to answer that. If there's no gravity, we wouldn't be clinging towards the Earth, but since there's gravity, we cling there.
No, but what I'm asking is that if the thing that you've actually tested for is dropping something on Earth, and that's what you've observed, how are you converting just something dropping to somehow this thought that it's clinging everything to the center of a sphere? How are you making that leap of logic, to go from what actually is tangible into that secondary explanation?
To be honest, I'm not sure.
I hear you.
Maybe I'm just confused. Or something. Whatever.
Well, if you drop something, it falls towards the Earth, right? So how have you linked that thing that makes things fall to the Earth to something that's clinging you to a huge sphere and carrying the atmosphere perfectly along with it to be timed up and synced up with the super rotation, with all of that?
It doesn't have to be.
How are you getting to that conclusion?
I don't know if I understand correctly, but like they're two independent things. I'm treating them as independently. Gravity, because gravity is just the acceleration we fall towards the ground. I'm just gonna call it that. The thing that's clinging us, the thing that would allow us to fly away, is it would have the centripetal acceleration, which this is at the equator, by the way. There's actually different values depending on where you are on the Earth, and it's actually less than this, and it's even angle, which is probably even less even. But regardless, 0.31 meters per second square is way much less than it is on gravity. Because gravity is 9.8 or 10 meters per second square, it's much greater than the centripetal acceleration, which is 0.31. Because it's greater, there's no way we would fly off because of that. These are just physics, mechanics.
Okay, so if we were moving 27,000, if we were rotating 27,000 miles per hour and we slammed on brakes, then what would happen?
In a world.
27 times faster, Brian? 27 times faster? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like 500% faster or whatever.
Well, 27 times faster is a lot different than 500%.
Zanuck, do you ever just, like, when you're lying in bed before falling asleep, do you ever just kind of think, like, do you think this to yourself? Or are you like, I don't really know it's a globe. I'm just going with all that stuff that I've heard.
Yeah, he does. Hey, have you guys ever not?
How can I better explain it? Because if I can't explain to these grown adults, I really must not know this stuff else. Keeps me up late at night.
You don't. Yeah, you contradict yourself.
How come I can't get this?
And it's not compelling.
Yeah, like watch this. Zanuck, do we have any live full shots of the Earth being a ball?
Live shots of a ball. Well, you're always going to see one side of it.
Okay.
The Himawari.
Okay, you think that's live full shot of the Earth?
It's a full shot of it. Yeah.
Okay. Now, what would you say if I told you that you can actually zoom in on the Himawari and see where it's stitched together?
I would say probably if it's in motion, they're due to motion JPEG, motion MPEG. Motion JPEG, specifically, you'll have things going gradient, kind of like scanning. Right.
It's not a full shot of the Earth stitched together.
I don't think there's multiple.
It's literally stitched together. You can zoom in and see that it's stitched together.
Well, I would say
they admit it.
Left to right, maybe it's.
So, also, you know how Globers love to say that it's like live? It's literally not, right? So,
well, they have to do some post-processing for the image, not all the pretty colors.
Oh, so they do add colors and stuff to it. Okay. So it isn't. It's not a singular picture, and they have to do post-editing, adding colors to make it look pretty. Okay. So, because Globers run around, they say, You guys are so stupid. We have live, full, real pictures of the Earth from space. Himawari. And that's provably not true.
We had them on the moon. That one picture is a live picture of the
Okay.
entire Earth.
Okay, if all you have is something from 72,
Not
you're not
digital.
really
Because
impressing anyone, man. So
well,
anyway,
because
you know
you're
how they
disputing.
say
It's not a digital picture. It's been digitized. You'll see digital version. The actual picture is.
okay.
That's pretty difficult to fake.
Okay. So
Danny,
what is
why
it?
is Google Earth a cartoon if they have all these pictures of Earth? Why does it show it's a cartoon when we zoom
I
out?
don't even want to dignify that question, Brian.
Okay, so this is the point I was going to make this real fast. So for one, Globers always say they have real pictures of the Earth from space, Himawari, and that it's live time. Okay? That's patently false. It's a lie.
Why is that?
Because you
Because
zoom in, you zoom in all over it. It has stitched purple lines. Like I'm on it right now live. Maybe I'll share my screen. Okay? You could go yourself, though, of course. Instead of just blindly believing shit, you could always test your belief, but Globers don't do that. So the next point is we've actually found it. We found where they just take a compilation of data and then overlay it over a blue marble. Thirdly, they claim that it's live, right? Really, they say, well, it says they call it real time, but they say it's like 10 minutes in between each one, right? Well, of course, 10 minutes in between each one, each picture, quote unquote, isn't real time, right? Now, that's another
Why
lie.
not?
If it takes 10 minutes
Who
to see it,
determines what determines if it's 50, if it's 60 frames a second, or 10 frames a second, or 1 frame every 10 minutes? Determines whether that's live or not. Where is this delineation between live and not live?
okay. Globers act like we can just
Can
go
you answer
look
the
at the
question?
Earth live from
Can you
space.
answer the question?
No, I don't want to answer your question.
Well, okay. You're asking me questions. Expect me to answer it honestly, which I have. And I ask you a simple one. You can't answer it.
Actually,
Not that cool.
Well, I don't even know what
Just answer it.
What's the relevance of what you're saying?
What if it's a live video feed? It's happening one every 10 minutes, or one every second, or one every 60th of a second, which is accepted live real time motion picture without too much jittering. Which one is actually live? Which one actually is preference? Where's the delineation between something not live and live?
None of it's live because you only get one shot every 10 minutes.
Why is that not live? Where does it become not live?
I just posted in LabText where they admitted that I gave you the website. Hold on, I went through the trouble of posting.
When I'm talking.
Yeah, but I just posted.
I don't want to
this.
hear you, Brian. You're giving me a fucking headache. Seriously, I'm talking to Winston. I don't want to hear your whining voice.
He said he didn't want to answer that. Now listen, I just posted in Livestream the website, their own website, Himawari's website, and what they say that it is. It says, and I underlined it, that it is actual data from different compilations, okay, overlaid onto the NASA blue marble, okay, and the next generation blue marble. Then I went to the next generation to see what that was, and it's where Ron Simmons and team, every month they come up with a different composite where they take satellite data, okay. So it says right there, it's the next generation blue marble data set. And now then go look up what the next generation blue marble data set is. They're all composites. They come out with a monthly of them stitched together.
Well, yes, because they take it in different frequencies. It's kind of like RGB for your TV. You don't just take a picture and it's all done.
It's not a picture, bro.
There's an image that's taken in red, green, blue. There could be different other frequencies, infrared, all these different frequencies they could use, and they overlay them and make you the picture.
Zenik, you know the point. The Globers run around, just like I was in a debate a while back, and the guy's intro was, flat earthers are so stupid, we have real-time pictures of the Earth from space. Okay, now, you objectively don't. Now, what I'm about to do is I'm about to drop, I just zoomed all the way in. You can go to the Himawari website yourself. And this is, if a Glober actually wants to know the truth, why wouldn't they go to the website and test what I'm saying, right?
I'd go to the website.
You can go to the website, and you can zoom all the way in. There's a little plus sign in the top right. Zoom in as far as you can go, okay? And then move around, look on the globe, and then this is what you're going to see. I'm about to drop a screenshot.
And how do you think
they don't even deny it, bro? They don't even deny it.
Brian, please.
Click on the picture and look at it.
You're having a cool conversation. You're just jumping in there.
You're going to see this purple line across the thing where it's stitched, right? That's on the whole thing. It's on the whole thing. Purple line stitching it together. This is a freaking cartoon, dude. And by the way, so if you go all the time, it's supposed to be every 10 minutes. Dude, sometimes it takes like 30 minutes to get the next one.
And it's stripped, yeah, it's stripped data.
Yeah, it's stripped datum from different weather balloons and different high altitude shots, and then they stitch it together over the blue marble pre-sphere, and it takes them different amounts of time depending on how long it takes them to get all the weather balloon data. And people think, the average person thinks this is a freaking picture of a globe from space, and it objectively isn't.
How is it objectively not?
I just explained it.
Yeah, I think the stitching together, or you start scanning over like you do Google Earth, and things fill in, boxing in. That doesn't
This
mean
isn't
that
like
it's been
Google Earth.
stitched together. Well,
This is
it's
supposed to be a real
explaining
picture
it like
in
it is. Like
entirety.
you go to one side and you zoom in. Like I'm zooming in right now to a little, really deep into the cloud.
Do you guys not see the picture I dropped? Zoom all the way in and tell me if you see the purple lines on it.
Like there's a hurricane in the northern hemisphere on the right side of the picture. I'm going to zoom into
Zoom
that.
all the way
Okay?
in and tell me if you see
That's
the
radar
purple
data.
lines on it.
Shut up, Brian.
Does everyone see it? You can click on the picture. Do you see the purple
Yeah,
lines?
I see it. I see it. But their own website admits it, bro. I don't know why he keeps telling me to shut up. He just don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah. And we
So
found it. We found the source.
How the image, it's how the image is sent to you, not how the image was taken with it. This is something you don't know much about, obviously, because this is not what you're seeing. What you're seeing is how they're
Janet.
sending you the image.
You want to read out loud. Read out
I
loud.
appreciate you not saying anything. It's just
Well, I get to talk too. Will you read what I just posted from the Hemorrhoids website? Will you read what I underlined out loud to everybody?
If you want to read it, Brian.
Yeah, he won't listen to me. I figured if I made him read it or asked him nicely to read it, maybe he'd come out his own mouth. So, it's their website. I posted their website and everything.
Did you read it, Danik?
I'm looking at the picture and seeing these seams. What it looks like this on the website, the zoom in, is how they're broadcasting this picture high resolution to you. It's how JPEGs are sent, or even full data pictures are sent over the internet. They has to break it down into quadrants. These quadrants have borders. So you think you made some revelationary discovery here, and you didn't. It's just how things are
Not
sent
quadrants,
over the
bro.
internet. Oh my God, Brian! I'm not talking to you.
Dude, just for the audience, you guys see how weird it is where it's like the Globers run around with a provably false narrative that stupid flurfs, we have real-time pictures of the Earth in entirety from space. And then with the nuance, well, you can never see all of a sphere. Obviously, you can see one side, but no, you don't. And yes, you do. Yes, we do. You're so stupid. Himawari. And then now they don't ever do anything. They just say that. Then we go look at it. We look at the cloud patterns. They don't always match the weather. We go zoom in. We see that they're stitched together. They claim that it's every 10 minutes, which means not real time. Then we look at it. We check up on it periodically. And sometimes it takes 30, 35 minutes to get the next quote unquote picture. Then we go and find from their own code that it's literally composite images laid over a blue marble, composited together, and then they paint it basically and it's clearly using like algorithms to do this. It's got AI making these little
Right. Exactly. They take the data, the weather data, and here's how you know this was icing on the cake. Is all the local data is it's stitched together and put on the blue marble, but they also have simulation weather for offshore where there's no radar, and they have it all the way up to the year 2100. And what he did is he took just a random day and pulled the data and got the simulated weather from the dark side of the Earth he went to the Himawari photo, and it matched the offshore data from the dark part of the Earth during the simulation. For the simulation data showed up on the daylight side of Himawari. So how could they have known? In other words, it's NOAA data and other weather patterns, other shit like the plankton, obviously all that other stuff, all overlaid onto a composite image, like Austin said, and they don't even deny it. That's the whole point. But the anti-flat earthers do.
Yeah. Crazy. Like a real truther would be like, yo, that's pretty ridiculous. Like we should definitely have like how this is portrayed to the layman and the people that lie about it and run around. That's what we should have, right? So it sounds good. We should have like 24/7 live feed of the earth in entirety. Where you see the whole ball. Right? But we don't. And that alone shows you that there's something sketchy about what they tell you about the earth. That alone, to anyone that's honest. But you can be dishonest and frantically try to come up with excuses like, oh, well, no, they don't want to prove it to you. No, it's nothing about proving it to flat earthers. That would be the number one shot of anything in the world. Everyone would want to see a live, slowly spinning ball in real time, a real high definition video. Everyone would knows that they would do that, right? And you can then start to frantically try to play defense attorney and do what Zanuck was doing. Oh, I think what it probably is. So, admittedly, just ad hoc speculation, but then in the same breath say you just don't understand how pictures work, as if they know definitively when they admitted that they're just kind of, speculating ad hoc, and then say, oh, well, they're just stitched together. That's how you send pictures. And it's so weird, bro. It's so weird. Disingenuous. All right, I'll stop ranting.
All right, I didn't get a chance to go to the website that was picking out the.
So you want to like
methodologies, the over. Is Brian gonna do this again? So what I was going to ask you, Witsit, is that no, yes, for sure. When things are sent, you zoom in. That's how it does it. I was in the digital video where micro distance for numbers, and I know a lot of we were actually we established these new frontiers on the MPEG, and we actually developed all the standards for DVD and video compression. We reached at 261, everything for audio, everything back at the compression. So I know how things are sent. And if you do a zoom in, those square lines are not where you're getting segments sent by satellites or someone else or pictures. That's how they're sending it high resolution. You zoom in, they grab the data, and then they send it to you in blocks, big fat blocks. That's a true fact. It's not made up. Now, if you think that's not true, then do some research on how data transmission is done for images and high resolution from that site.
This is not a real picture.
Why do you say that?
Because composition of high altitude using weather data, and then they put it over a blue marble model, and then they paint it.
Wow, that's a big stretch, bud.
How? So here's their website. He just posted it. I mean, what are you talking about?
Okay, show me what I need to see.
All images in the GOES archive are processed in MCIDAS using GOES channel 1 visible and GOES channel 4 infrared data. The underlying colored land image is from the NASA Blue Marble Next Generation data set. When using this base map for web or other publications, please provide for the following credit line.
Why can't I see what you're writing there?
Yeah, because I underlined it, and then you go to the and find out. I was like, "What is that?" So to be fair, I'm like,
where
"What is
it?
It's in live text 1, and to be fair, I was like, "Well, what is the
live text
Blue Marble Next Generation data set?" So I looked it up, and
I'm in live.
And it said that the Blue Marble, the Next Generation, is they come out with a monthly composite. They come out with one monthly composite strip data.
Yes, they use the colors they use based on NASA data set because they're not going to just fill it arbitrarily.
It's Photoshop, because it has to be.
Oh my God, Brian! Please.
That's who Ron Simmons works for, bro. You're trying to make excuses.
I know. So where is this? You want me to get on the website?
It's right there.
Right where?
I posted in the voice text. What are you talking about?
There it is. It just popped up just now.
Yeah, because he posted it earlier. Tried to tell you about it 5 times, and you wouldn't listen to him.
I can't hear you because he's talking.
Yeah, he was the one trying to tell you. So anyway, and then look, we got ad hom. Looks like what hasn't changed a bit. It's like, I gotta be honest, man. Like, I feel bad.
So it says,
I feel bad for these people's behavior. It's like
the imagery in the GOES archives are presented as is.
Lie constantly, and then try to make fun of other people because of the narrative that you say in the form of lying. It's so weird.
Tell me what are you? You hear me? What's it?
That'd be exhausting.
I don't know exactly what happened, but I saw on Jaron. Jaron did a show recently, and I kind of, when he first went live, I clicked on it, and I just kind of was listening for a minute. I skimmed around a little at the beginning, and he said that he had to ban Brenda from his channel.
Yeah.
It's funny that I skimmed right to that part because I didn't even watch very much of it, but I like went right there, and all of a sudden I just heard him say, "Well, guess who's banned, everyone?" And then he said why, and it was kind of related to something similar to what you were saying right there. Apparently,
Yeah, exactly.
I don't really know exactly what, but yeah, it's kind of what they're doing now, it seems.
Yeah, he has something called Speaker's Corner, so he lets everyone call in and say whatever they want to. Like the idea that everyone should be able to speak freely, right, no matter what your opinion is or how crazy it is or how people disagree with it. And Brenda would always call in, and Brenda like just blatantly lied about what he did in the Netflix documentary. It was like telling him what he did, you know? He's like, "What?" So she says this one thing, he corrects her, and then she comes back like the next show and flips it over where she's saying that she was trying to tell him last time the very thing that he had to correct her and tell her, and then say that he was saying something else and lying. So I don't know how you follow, like just the most egregious, blatant, like intentional, exactly backwards lie, like attacking his character. And so he's like, "All right, yeah, you can call in all you want, but you can't just intentionally lie and just waste everyone's time to personally attack people." You know?
All right,
It's
so
crazy,
talk
man.
About the image here. Talk about the image real quick. And the adjustments, it seems like they take it in several different ways and they overlay themselves to get an image. And then they fill in other things like the color, NASA imagery, their data set, right? From University of Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama, people do data sets for weather, climate change. They have all the data sets that would give them the ability to color things.
It's not just color. It says the underlying colored land image.
Yeah, land.
Yeah, land. So
Yeah,
the land.
yeah, like
It's not-
Australia.
yeah. So
how they
not a
get
real
they
picture.
can't the color from the him or was not going to get a picture of the color we
It's
can
not a real
relate to.
picture.
It's probably gonna be just a gray ball, not have much of anything. They enhance it so we can see it and say, "Oh, okay, the blue's water, and the Australia is red and desert looking, and the clouds are the white."
Wait,
Everything's
why
been
can't we
adjusted.
get a
It's not
real
this.
picture that's not black and white if they could do it in the 70s all the way from the moon?
Exactly, dude. Exactly. We should have so many 3D unbelievable real shots of Earth, and they're just not there.
They just breeze right past. Like, no, the reason that they had to use the fake stuff is because he probably wasn't taking a colored picture. Why? They said
Well,
they
it's
took one in
not
72.
because the way the picture of the camera works is it has
Why?
multiple, probably it's 3 cameras that take 3 different photos, or maybe it has
Why, though?
multiple cameras. Why?
Why would
Because
they not be able to take a colored picture if they could?
Because you get a better if you can take if you can take pictures of this in infrared and in blue spectrum, green spectrum, yellow spectrum, you get a much clearer picture when you play it all. It's not hard to do, by the way. That's how most cameras work too.
I'll be feeling bad for these people, man. Like at this point.
Well, no, do you know how cameras work? They don't just take them. It's like exposing whatever you see on a film.
I'm just
There's
saying that
different receptors that all point to a digital photograph that it's basically internally made of a composite.
I'm not trying to like backhanded insult you or anything. I'm being like sincere. Like I'm exhausted for you. You know what I'm saying?
It shouldn't be because I think I'm okay with this and understand how this is transferred. Your little revelation. I zoomed in and I saw some things filling in squares. That's how high data images are transmitted over. That's for sure.
So it's not a full real picture. So everyone that says that's wrong.
Well, no, it is a full real picture, but when you zoom in, there's more data, and it has to send the data, and it sends it in sections.
It's okay. So how do you? So you don't know if it's a full picture if it's in sections.
So you don't know how a picture is sent over the internet. That's what you're telling me.
You don't know how. You don't know it's a full roll picture then because it's in sections, huh?
No, the one is farther out that's not zoomed in is the picture. That's probably one image. And as you zoom in, you get the more and more data. They break it down into sections.
Oh
Like
my!
in
You were
quadrants.
just
And
literally
even more
ad
so
hoc
as you get
making
closer.
shit up.
Go just zoom. Watch what doesn't start breaking down into the quadrants till you get pretty damn close to it. You see it
I'm
filling
feeling
in.
bad. Like I said, I just feel bad for you guys.
Well, I feel bad for you because you understand.
And Danik, what do you think about this? Like how the Globers run around and they bring this up all the time, but the flat earthers are the ones that have to actually go. They're so confident in it, right? They're so confident in the validity of this. This is a real picture in high definition of the Earth from space, and we see the whole sphere, the whole side of the sphere. And then we have to go and double check it and find the flaws with it. Find out it's not every 10 minutes. It's not real time. It's every 10 minutes, but it's actually not every 10 minutes. It sometimes takes 30 or 40 minutes. It's very inconsistent. And that the
Why
weather
is that a
patterns
problem?
actually
Why is
don't
every 10 minutes not a
match.
problem?
The weather patterns actually
Why do they
don't
need a
match.
live? Wait, why do they need a live picture for it to be real?
Well, no, the point is that it's called real time, and everyone goes around saying that it's like a lot, like it's live, but it's not.
It is live. Like I said, where do you draw the? So what is not live? 60 frames a second, 10 frames a second, 1 frame a second, 1 day. What point does it not become live?
Do you think that it's just constantly taking pictures, and then after every 10 minutes, it just gives you the full thing of that it never stopped taking pictures up until the very 10 minutes?
No, they probably every 10 minutes. Probably they set the timer to take pictures every 10 minutes.
And why sometimes it take 40 minutes?
I think they give a reason for that. I don't know that.
They don't.
Why do they need to take a picture every? They probably don't need.
Well, they claim that they do it every 10 minutes, but then you go look at it and you keep up with it, and they're like
Some are
30,
missing?
40 minutes late.
All right, that's a valid question. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not a reason to throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Well, we have no solid footing.
You see the shadow. Actually, everything is where it should be. And then they draw in the continents, dark side, when it is the dark side, the shaded side.
Danik, I just posted the.
Hold on, Brian. Brian, see what I'm talking about? I was
just go ahead.
I can't with you interrupting me. So then you see the sunrise and sunset, and they draw things in yellow in the continents. That's based data NASA that's talking about. All there's a little bit of fine tuning it's gone on in the picture, but it doesn't mean it's not real.
I just posted what he says is real. I just posted the composite one of the NASA Blue Marble Next Generation composites, and now they come out with them monthly, and they're getting better. They're getting better, but this is before the Photoshop, before you add the strip data, before you add not the strip data, but before you add the clouds, before you add the ocean color and all this stuff, where they're talking about the color data set and all that.
They don't add that.
Color.
They don't know.
Hemorrhoids like a supercomputer.
There's no.
You bitch about me interrupting you.
Don't interrupt, man. You were just complaining about him doing that to you.
Yeah,
Brian,
they admit
he won't stop. Brian, there's no pictures.
Wow,
bro, if they're taking a picture, why are they using the NASA Blue Marble? Okay, the next generation Blue Marble. Why? Because they're not taking pictures. What they're doing, the Hemorrhoid is a supercomputer. Okay, that if you read the website from Hemorrhoid, it explains it. It's multiple data, all enhanced and then put together in Photoshop. Okay, and they got computers that can do it real quick now, like within 10 to 30 minutes.
Call it their Adobe computer. Listen, Brian, this picture you put on there, if they don't take picture clouds and then add the clouds later.
That is an actual natural Blue Marble Next Generation picture.
That's not a picture.
Yes, it is, Zanuck. It came from their website.
It's not the picture.
No, it's what they overlay everything on. Before Photoshop, Zanuck, before they add the clouds. That's the underlying next generation Blue Marble composite. They got the east and the west. One they say is in orbit, but they tell you that it's spinning around, but if you look closer, you realize that it's just sitting up over, they say it's like 20,000 miles or whatever. They have the east and the west. Now they have a bunch more to go with it. Just read into this stuff instead of just defending it blindly. Because
we're not talking about this, Brian. We're talking about Himawari. These are about NASA operates 18 satellites, most advanced satellites ever built, helping scientists make some of the most detailed observations ever made of our world. Celebration, deployment of the observation system, NASA released, pleased to share the newest series of stunning Earth images, affectionately named them Blue Marble. Imagery enhanced legacy
This is
by
the underlying
providing
image.
a detailed look. It doesn't say anything about that picture. That's not
Bro,
a picture.
did you not see from their own website that it's the underlying image? This is the underlying image, Zanik. This here is the underlying image that they put all the data on.
Use it for
And then
the
they'll fill
Himawari.
in, right? And then NASA will fill in these on this. Not Himawari. This is the 18 satellites that are circling the Earth.
The
And then they'll use that data
Himawari
to
says that they use this as their base, bro.
say that.
It does say that. He just dropped it.
Where?
Dude, in the image that we had up a second ago. This is why it's so
Where?
exhausting.
At it.
It says all images, blah, 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 blah. The underlying colored land images from the NASA Blue Marble Next Generation dataset. That's what that is. My God.
Why'd you post that one?
We already did.
That's not the picture that Dingleberry put out there.
That's the Blue Marble dataset.
No, this is not. This is the GOES pictures. All images
That's
in the
the
GOES
next generation
archive are
Blue Marble,
processed
bro. That's one of the next generation Blue Marbles.
MCS using the GOES Channel 1 visible and GOES Channel 4 infrared. They're not adding clouds. This is
What's the next line?
He's reading
underlying
insignificant
colored
shit.
land image is from NASA Blue Next Generation data set. They use the data sets to fill in the colors of what they take a picture of. Reading way too into it, you're making shit
It
up.
says the underlying colored land image.
Yes, the underlying
Yeah,
colored
why
land image.
are you acting like it's just the color? He's lying.
It says image.
Colored
the base
land image.
This is why you
They're
can't
using the
talk
colors
to
to fill in the
You can't talk
blanks.
to him. You can't expect
Look,
to have an honest
you
conversation.
read and you think you know what you're talking about, but you don't. Okay,
Wow.
you go do more research on it. You'll find
You
out.
admitted you knew nothing about it. You're trying to pretend like you're an expert. We're sitting here showing you what it actually
I'm
says.
not an
We actually
expert.
did
I
the
mean, you're making things up as you go.
Panic. So if you go to tomorrow's simulated weather, okay, and look out in the middle of the oceans, okay, there's weather simulations all the way up to 2100. It'll match perfectly, Zanuck, because they're taking that data from the simulated software, okay, and putting it out in the middle of the oceans where they don't have radar. Okay, that's a dead giveaway, Zanuck. And it'll suspiciously match perfect. You think they can predict the weather out in the middle of the oceans perfect every day? No, it's a computer, Zanuck. It's stitching together data over the underlying NASA Next Generation Blue Marble.
They use the UAH satellites that are circling the Earth now, measuring every different level, altitude, the troposphere to the stratosphere of what's going on with the atmosphere. Make the data sets to give people an idea of what's going on with climate. They also can take pictures of the land too. They have land temperature gauges as well, and this satellite data is much better than the land-based. So no, that data is complete. Those data sets are completely different. Looking at from the Himawari.
No, it's
Himawari is
not. We
actually
just got
showing
here
the
and read it.
Okay, you don't understand what you're reading. I can't help.
Yep. Here's another one of them. Here's one of the Go images from NASA.
All Zanuck is doing is literally reading the different data sets where they say that the shit comes from. He's literally reading, and we just said that it's a compilation of data sets. Okay.
Zanuck, are you taking notes on all this?
Yep, got a notepad
All right,
full
good.
of notes here.
It's a lot of stuff to look into.
Here's another one of the images they use as the base for Himawari.
Oh, that one.
I'll drop the link. See, to a normal person, like the reason I was just bringing this up, I mean, obviously, you think you're gonna. Zanuck would just literally never come here again before he publicly said that maybe they lied about the Earth, right? But like this is for new people. Like new people kind of think that we have shots from space and stuff. Like if you show a normal person that's not familiar with the conversation, you like kind of show them all this, they'd be like, "Whoa, That's crazy.
And the people who do the work, like us, we're doing the work, showing him right in front of his very face, and he's just reading the data like that. Like that contradicts anything that the website says. The websites don't lie. The websites don't say there's a live picture every 10 minutes. Okay, that's their words. Okay, and so this is how they treat the people who put in the work, and just read what they say. They like no. We're just reading what we're told from these people's
You're not
very
understanding what
words.
you're reading. So, actually, I hate to do this, but Bislin, I just pulled it up. These are the
The ether's blocking you out. Am I too loud?
You got it? So I posted this in the chat, and these are some. I hate to put Bislin stuff in. You guys have a problem with that, but he has some good captures of pictures from Himawari, the actual colored, real color images, and then they have the colored version, corrected. So Brian and Witsit, why don't you go look at that real quick, and then tell me what you think. How about that?
Go look at Walter Bislin and try to tell us that we didn't just read it
Look,
from the actual source itself.
These are from the here. These are from the Himawari site. Pick it up. This is the real images from the Earth, and also the real color versions. There's two, right?
So we literally post the data, post the website what it says, and then show him zooming in because he probably never had.
I don't think you're understanding what you're reading.
We show him the strips, bro.
Yeah, I literally just dropped a link. I went to it right now live, so no one cares what you're talking about.
Yeah, Zanuck, this one is that you posted is so 2017.
That's crazy. Yeah, it says 2016 down here in the period. Yikes.
Yeah, that's when they first started taking pictures, and that's why they have some of the original shots from the Earth that were not colored, and then they have the color enhancement in high def. So just
it's already been debunked.
Before you do it, just take a look at it.
It's debunked it.
It's been debunked. Look at that. The specular reflection on this one is so fake.
Right. They have to add that. It says that on their website. They have to add the specular highlights. They have to change the color to the shallow waters. It literally says that on their website. I posted a picture. I mean, I took a picture, but if you read it, it says they have to change if you just go to that website and look at it under limitations. And it's pretty much says, so the thing is how do you think they can predict the offshore weather? Because they're using the simulation software predicted up to like 100 years from now or 80 years from now. You think that they're just getting it perfect every day, every 30 minutes they post an image? You think they just got lucky with the predictions previous, Zanuck? Or do you think that it's data put on a blue marble, like we're saying, like they say?
So provably fake just looking at it. It's so funny. Here, I'll drop this.
Yeah, it's one of the worst.
This is their website's like animation section.
Look at the raw data. Yeah, I think Gio you just posted. That's the raw data.
Dude, there's an animation.
If it's not the raw data, then you got a point.
There's the animation section.
They're saying it's the raw data. You're saying it's not. Who's right?
So funny. Like this is literally on their website.
Why do you think that's not the raw data?
9/19/2022. Animation.
November 25th, 24th, 25th, 2016.
I just dropped something from September 19th, 2022. It's animation.
Which means it has to be only like 10 minutes old or an hour old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Press play on the videos.
It's just terrible.
And they talk about why they do this. They have images. Remember the three channels? 1, 3. The green is vegetation is missing, and then the next picture.
No one cares.
I'm talking. Channels 1 through 4, green is in the vegetation is reconstructed, and these are things that they've modified to make them powerful.
Right, so a bunch of different data sets overlaid onto the blue marble. You're just backing what we're saying up, bro. Bro, you're literally backing what we're saying up.
Quiet.
You're just reading all the data sets. We just said it's a bunch of compilations of data posted on the Blue Marble Next Generation. You're just backing us up. You're not proving nothing.
Yeah. It's weird, honestly.
First started talking about 3 RGB channels with a multispectral camera without editing. Without editing.
I think you're just screaming. Hold up. Are you? Where are you at?
Without editing. Images from the raw data. And frames per second is 8. It's real-time video. It's just slow frame rate.
Oh, it's real time. Then why does it take? Why is it 30, 40 minutes between each shot? Then
Showing the thing right now, running sped up, is based on.
that's not real time, dude. It gives you a certain.
Well,
It gives
it's
you
not
a
real time now
still
because it's a
shot
video now.
every like 20 minutes, dude.
That's what my question was to you. Where do you draw the line between real time, not real time? Is it 60 frames a second? Is it 30 frames a second? Is it 10?
Real time would be real time. Like if there's some delay to take,
give me a number.
whatever the
It has to be a number.
delay it takes to send.
It
the
has to be a
signal, that would
number.
be it.
With Austin, not being cool.
Zanuck.
What is real time?
However long it takes to send the signal back, but that's it. Like if you were showing us a real time
Not the
shot,
answer
kind
I'm looking
of like
for.
the
For a
clean
real-time video,
ISS is, right? I don't
is
care
8
about. I
frames
don't.
a second real time?
What?
8 frames a second real time?
If we were seeing those
Danny, we're
frames
talking
per
all real
second
time,
in
ain't we?
real
Ain't we all
time,
talking real time? We're posting videos real time. We're talking real time from all over the globe.
yeah, that's what real
If you're
time.
taking a picture every 10 minutes, that's 10 minutes.
That's not real time.
Okay, it's your opinion.
It's producing a composite every 10 to
I
40
showed
minutes.
you the
These
raw
people are
RGB
just-
data. They showed it at 8.3, November 25th, 2016, frame rate of 8.3 frames per second, and it says the combined 3 RGB channels,
Okay,
multi-spectral
boring.
camera, out editing.
Okay,
Now,
another
if you
thing
said
that's
this
for
is
the
edited,
truthers in here.
All right.
For the truthers.
if you think this
Yeah.
is edited, let me know.
And to be fair,
Show
dude,
your
you're
work.
just defending the official narrative that we just
Not
exposed.
the official narrative.
But what's something else that's very funny about Himawari is it like never shows the moon, right? Like if it's supposedly taking
Oh,
these
yeah, I had the
pictures,
answer
like,
for that one. You want to hear the
Still
answer?
Zanuck.
if it's supposedly taking these pictures like every 10 minutes or whatever,
Right. Why would you say that
then
you're...
we would see the moon way more often, and we don't. We have like one from them that supposedly shows the moon.
Right, you're saying if they could get the shot, they would have shots with the moon on the side, the moon in front, the moon behind, at all different angles, at different times of the year, at different positions of the moon. You'd be able to see like the 5-degree tilt to the ecliptic, and be able to see that. Yeah, exactly. Instead, there's like that one, that one with the really fake-looking dark side of the moon. That's just wow.
Yeah, that's like the only one. I think they kind
No,
of
that one is from Epic, dude. What I posted last time we were talking about it, Geo, was I posted the exact blue marble, the exact angle, the exact size, the exact everything from Epic and Himawari, where the moon is blocking part of Earth from the Epic, and the Himawari has the same exact everything in the photo and no moon. And that's when we shut Kosho down when he was trying to defend all this bullshit. So that kills the Epic too. Epic is the same shit. It's composites. It's all freaking computers. It's all simulation software. It's all fucking like just different cats fighting.
You don't really get... I'll give you the answer, but you know what?
We don't care.
I have the answer for it.
We don't want to hear a bunch of defense attorney ad hoc
It's not defense attorney.
bullshit.
It's actual simple geometry.
that we never see the moon.
Right.
Oh, please enlighten us. What's the geometry? Oh, he left.
Who's Zanuck? No, Zanuck's here.
I think Kosho wound up leaving when I posted the Himawari and Epic together, but I don't know. He might not have left. It wasn't a heated discussion. But
And so-
there's no way to get the
Sorry.
same shot of Earth, one with the moon and one without. I mean, we've got to at least be able to use our common sense to discern that.
Zanuck, you said it's simple geometry. Can you enlighten us?
Oh.
The only way the Epic, which was a million miles away, the Himawari is supposed to be like in between or something. And the only way the
Which
Epic
one's
could have got
further
the same shot, it would have had to have the Himawari and the Earth and the Moon all on the same path. Because
Well,
the picture,
which one? What Geo just
the same
posted it.
focal length.
That's not the Himawari, right, Geo?
Yes, it is. The one with both. Did he repost the one with the Epic and the Himawari side
Okay,
by
so
side?
everyone understand.
This is the first thing Kosho
Brian's
said.
speaking
He's like,
more
that ain't the
quickly.
Himawari.
Brian's yelling. Geo posted the picture. Geo, that the Himawari.
That says Discover on the one Geo posted, so I don't know
Right.
what one you're
No.
talking about, Brian.
Where's
Anyways,
the
Zanuck, you said you're going to
Epic?
explain to us the simple geometry of why we
Yeah,
never
so
see them.
it doesn't take.
Yeah, that's not this Himawari. I apologize.
I
That's
can't
not
take
it.
Brian. I'm sorry. I just can't do it.
Why are you letting him, like Brian, he clearly doesn't know the answer to this. So
I have the answer, but I don't like Brian talking.
say the answer.
It's an incessant, nasty habit he's doing.
Well, you do the same thing, actually.
No, I
Used to.
don't.
He's
Talking with
not as
you-
bad as you at interrupting.
Bro, I
him.
come in to apologize
Yeah,
real quick.
10 times
I was just giving a
I
quick
have
apology.
said, Brian, let me speak 500 times tonight. Not with you, not with Gio, only with Brian.
Can you answer the question, please? What's the geometry that doesn't allow us to see the moon?
So what's the distance of the Himawari?
I don't
Like,
care. 10,000 miles or some stupid shit.
How many?
I have no idea.
Who knows? Anybody? Brian, what is the answer?
What's the question?
22,000 miles.
Yeah, 22,001 million. But look, hold on.
What?
This is
22,001
why, dude.
million. What does
You know
that
what?
even
We
mean?
went over this thoroughly, and where I posted the two. We went over this thoroughly. Gio, me, and Kosho. When the first thing Kosho says, that's not Himawari, and I apologize. That one he just posted isn't Himawari. I think I finally erased it because I didn't want to keep taking up space. I thought we put this to rest, but now I have to go all the way back through and get these two photos and put them side by side with the same exact focal length,
You see what
angle,
I mean? What's it-
everything on Earth, and one with the moon right in the middle, smack dab in the middle, and one without. And I'm gonna have to do this all over again just for Zanuck
All
to
I
deny
hear
it.
is babbling. You.
Yeah, I know.
You know that, right? It's getting really old.
He is dedicated to bringing
He's
you.
not babbling. He just explained
No, he's
what he has to do.
22
He's not
million,
babbling.
1,000. Back. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Dude, check this out, man. If you go to this,
You want
I'll
the
drop
answer or
link.
not? With
Yeah, right after I say this, I'm gonna drop this link. Okay, whoever's on their PC, pull the link up, and then go to the right side of the screen. There's like this little grid ball area. It's like yellow, and just click yellow and then green. Like click through them, yellow, green, and watch what the freaking ball looks like. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
So
and nobody cares what the distance
Are you
is
gonna
if
post
it's a
something?
quiz. If you have information, just tell us, Zanuck. You ain't got to quiz us.
you said you knew exactly what it was because of geometry,
Yes.
and now you asked.
I was
I don't
trying to
even
give
know
you the-
how far away.
I wanted
the
to,
distance is.
well, I wanted to preface it by asking you how far the Himawari.
22,000 miles.
So not that far. It's pretty close to the Earth. And how far is the moon? Remember, I said it was simple geometry.
Wait,
238.
are you quizzing people or are you trying to ask for the answers that you don't know?
Yeah. Well,
I
no,
have the
he's
answer. I want to make sure when I give the foundation first,
238.
it'll be easier to understand the
238.
answer, how you do things in science.
238.
38. So it's quite a bit further away. And you know the elliptical orbit that the moon actually has with respect, it's on a plane. I like the word plane. That's everything you were talking about earlier on plane.
Get on.
Well, if that plane is off just a fraction of a degree, a few degrees, Himawari won't ever see it. May never be in its plane of vision.
So we'll never
Get
see
that,
the
right?
moon from. We'll
And I
never
can tell
see.
you what that elliptical orbit be reference to something that's 22,000 miles.
So we'll
sitting in
never see the
plane.
moon.
You could never see the moon. Yes, you'll never
You can
pass.
never see it.
You'll never see it because it's so far away. It'll be too high or too low in the. frame of view.
You could never
Your
see it.
field of view will not ever show it. It won't have to be very high off the Earth. And we know this, that the moon does travel in and that may not be in that field of view for the Himawari. And would be one of the reasons why are not seeing it. But you will see it in the Discovery satellite because it's so far away that it's in the.
This is like the patented answer for everything. Well, yeah, you just can't see it because it's so far away, or yeah, it's just not in our field of view.
Angles are real.
It's there, you just can't see it. Angles are
Angles
real.
do matter.
All right, well, Zanuck, you've been
matter.
debunked. This is allegedly from Himawari. It's got the moon in the picture.
Where?
Right there.
Let's see the moon.
Yeah, you got set up, man. Pretty easy. Because you just need to stop making stuff up.
Where's the moon?
Right there in the bottom right.
Geo's picture or your picture?
My picture.
See a picture of the moon.
You don't see the moon in the bottom right there.
Is that the moon?
That's the moon, Zanuck.
Okay. It's the bottom, so it is in the picture. I was giving you a geometric alternative of why you wouldn't see
Well, you're wrong.
it in a picture like that.
So now my question
Well, yeah,
remains.
clearly,
Why do we
clearly.
barely
If
ever see
if
the
that's
moon?
the moon, then there it is.
We should see the moon all the time. It's like the only one I could find.
Why all the time?
Because it passes around through the earth right around us. Why would we not see it?
But with
Because
it, you
when
don't
it's,
really
when it's
believe
behind
that's
them,
the moon.
when it's
and a
behind the
picture of Earth.
Earth, you wouldn't see it.
Of course,
And when
I
it's
don't
to the
believe
left, you
that.
wouldn't
I know
see
that,
it.
but I'm
When it's
saying,
behind the
just because
Himawari, you wouldn't see it either. Why are you talking over me? So those three situations you would not see.
You're just like white
Correct?
noise to me, if I'm going to be honest.
Well, guy, because because all you hear is yourself. You make these physicists cower, fumbling, pedaling all over their legs, and I'm not giving you that satisfaction because things that you're asking me, I know about, and I can give you answers
I
to,
destroyed you earlier
or
tonight.
proposed answers, or conditional
Wait, so
answers.
that little smudge is supposed to be the moon down there in this
I guess so.
picture? It looks like something on the screen that you have to wipe off.
I know, right? It does. But if you think about it, you're taking a picture of the moon. Oh man, the moon. Picture with your cameras. Shit, it's barely even a dot. So I mean, angular size wise, that's what.
My guy, this is all cartoons anyway. So if you click on the link
you're
right
throwing
here,
everything out. It's basically deny everything.
no, it's just I don't
Well,
just you just blindly accept everything, Zanuck. To the
I
extent
don't
where
blindly accept
you
everything.
have such a predetermination that you know this is legitimate, that whatever we bring up, you're immediately going into, oh well, it must be this then. Oh, then that
Well,
must be.
no, I'm not. I'd be sure I could be. Take the picture, take the raw data. That's clear. Not raw. That's a challenge to you.
Go to Space Audits on YouTube, and that's what
Space
he does.
audits.
Space Audits, yeah, he goes through all their stuff, debunks them all the freaking time,
Specifically,
dude.
find me the raw data.
I'm not finding you anything,
Find
Zanuck.
out that that's.
So, anyway,
That
if
was a
you
pretty
go to
good
the
thing
link,
he came up with, though. We have to admit, like that, the idea that they had the full picture and they broke it up for us to see.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, like yeah, they had to send it. They had to break the picture up.
Yeah, just to send it, right?
Yeah. If
Well,
you
that's
go to
how you send high resolution pictures. Send it big picture, sent in quadrant.
We have the full picture.
It fills in, has it?
It just looks stitched because we couldn't send the full picture.
And why can't we just get a video?
Is everything about this? This is supposed to be the Earth. What is this? Look at these. I mean, it all looks.
Yeah, did you click on the link I said? If you go to go to the right, there'll be like a little circle. There's like a ball. It's called plot shorelines. And if you click on that, it'll keep changing. And look what it looks like when you change through. It's so blatantly fake.
Okay, so click on what?
It's called plot shorelines on the
So
right.
fake, it's got to be
Like a
real.
little ball with a grid line ball. Yeah, keep clicking on that, and as it shifts, look at how fake it is. This is the supposed real time, you know. So it clearly showing you it has a base there. It's like a base.
Okay, so what do I go to? Like, let me see. Okay, so on that link, you're saying click on the little, like the little compass thing, or
right above the compass thing.
Okay, so like keep refreshing it.
Yeah, you just keep clicking on that, and you'll see in between each transition that it's clearly just got a fake cartoon base.
Yeah.
Let me make sure the link works.
Doesn't seem to. Maybe it's because I'm on my phone.
Oh, well, I don't know. Yeah, on the computer, every time I click the button, it just like it glitches to a transition where you just see like the base cartoon with no clouds or anything, and then it pulls back up with a different color. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I don't even know why we're begging the question with all of this stuff because it's obviously just not. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but I mean, for normal people, if you go show them, look, dude, go to Himawari. They claim this is a real picture of the Earth in real time, okay? And actually, they went out there and they took a picture of the ball, right? Now zoom in. If you go tell like a normal person this, they zoom in, they see those purple stitch lines everywhere. They're gonna be like, "Wait, what?" Like it's only the zealots, that are like.
I wonder, is that something they claim, or is that something Xanax just made up about them sending it in parts? I want to see the claim, like them stating it. That's a pretty
that's
good
how
one.
it works. If you have a high resolution picture,
Can you cite it?
macro blocks outward. Yeah, they have a quadrants and then macro blocks.
Can you cite
how
it?
JPEGs
Can you cite something that says that's how they do it?
Because we just found it. Like Jaren just found that. It's not like they come out and
you
talk
could
about
ask me how they do it before even.
So you made it up. You don't actually know.
No, I didn't make it up.
Okay, can you cite it?
You can't zoom in and get.
Yeah, but where is it? Where's the
break down
citation?
into macro blocks? Because just new. It's
Where's the
actually new
citation that says they do it that way? I am the citation.
A citation. It's like you can.
Yeah, just like something that says this is how these images are.
You want information?
They're broken up. They're actually bold, but they're broken up. Something that comes from them, not from you.
Sure.
You are the citation, right?
Yes, I am the citation.
Well, by the way, actually, this is what's so funny because Xanax just makes shit up. Dave and Jaren were talking to a NASA employee and a SpaceX employee about this, and they said, "Oh yeah, you can't get like a full shot. We can't get like a full shot of the Earth. It's definitely stitched together, like a SpaceX and NASA employee." Yeah,
it's the opposite of what Xanax's saying.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you say to that, Xanax?
Through Himawari?
Yep.
Well, I know for sure from the Discovery, we absolutely get a full shot of the Himawari.
That's right, Xanax. Yeah, the Himawari.
Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't bet my life on it. At 22,000 miles away, I would say instinctively you can't. Instinctively, I don't know for sure.
So you are making stuff up.
Xanax, I wouldn't bet your life on it either.
Well,
we don't hate you that much.
But I do know when they do, regardless of whether it's taking a picture at once or not, zooming in will be required to be set to the macro block level, and it will be broken down into quadrants.
I almost feel bad though because I can just so easily like set Xanax up. Does that make me like a bad person? I don't think so, right? I mean, it's all in good fun.
Well, you're setting him up and he's making stuff up, so I guess it's not.
No, I've been talking to Witsit about even things like Corelli. I said 5 years now, 3 years now. Hey, Witsit, what happen if you balloon? Does the Earth rotate or not? It's true, and he agrees. He doesn't understand it. He thinks he does. He doesn't.
Hold on. Wait a minute. What did you just say? You were just cutting out conveniently. What did you just say?
Not conveniently. I said I always call out Witsit and Nathan Thompson. I can't do mute me. But I say if you think you understand Coriolis, you keep on saying that, and if balloons go up in the air, then the Earth should rotate the balloon.
Yeah, they should.
If it doesn't, then the Coriolis doesn't exist. That's not Coriolis. Coriolis is actually an object.
What?
Frame.
Ether just doesn't want you talking, man.
You're still doing that thing where you're cutting out every other word. I don't know if you have like a function on your phone that you're doing or something, but you're cutting out every other word.
Yeah,
and then the point where you have to calling people out, and then the details.
Maybe the bit rate is not good enough at night. Maybe my internet surface. My computer up. I hear you guys perfectly breaking up.
Do you not use like an Ethernet cord?
No, it's wireless.
You got to plug into your computer, man.
I noticed that when you start, I'm not accusing you, but it does seem convenient sometimes when you're like trying to say things that you just want to claim, but not like hear all the details of. You cut out in the middle of your sentence and
It didn't happen
come back.
earlier today. I was giving great details of everything else.
You got destroyed
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, you said that the plane would be moving at a faster tangential speed than the Earth, but the Earth's not spinning separately from the plane.
Yeah, you got destroyed in like
Yes,
20 different ways. It was
well,
really bad.
depending if you're talking about the reference frame, or you're talking about the planes themselves, the Earth. The Earth is spinning in one direction. The surface is. The plane's spinning another direction.
Did you respond to the shit I posted with the LRO and the Discover Epic with the same exact pictures?
Crazy.
About it, Brian?
Zanik, do you feel like you're defending the globe for yourself or for others? Like, what's the source of the excitement?
No, it's just the argument. No, it's just the argument. Suddenly, Brian found two pictures of the same exact image. He says one's from one and one's from the other.
Yeah, they are the same exact image. That's my point, but they're not.
Oh,
One's
I
LRO.
yeah,
I think I say for sure they are. The cloud patterns are exactly the same, yet hundreds of thousands of their orbits are hundreds of thousands of miles apart, and they have the same cloud pattern. Okay, the same size, the same everything. That's not possible, man.
You can make something the same size.
Them are the same shit, dude. That's
was it the same time? Was it the same time?
It has to be the same time. How could the clouds be different,
well, then what's
dumbass?
wrong with it? What's wrong with it?
They're hundreds of thousands of miles apart, bro.
You can't zoom in? You can't make something the same size?
You can't get the same angle if you're hundreds of thousands of miles apart.
Why not?
I'm about to teach you geometry now. Well, it's like arguing with a donkey, man. I gotta go. I'm getting aggressive. Sorry for being a dick.
Well, yeah, just like understand who you're talking to, man. I mean,
he's making claims. He's assuming where the position
yeah. Did you hear Gio's question?
He asked what I was arguing.
Like, do you do all this like frantic ad hoc? You know,
not ad hoc.
It is. I just set you up on purpose.
Set me up for anything.
Listen, man. I set you up on purpose to show everyone that you literally make stuff up ad hoc to defend the globe frantically. Okay, I intentionally set you up.
Oh, I give you the ability to think for yourself. For example, the moon question. It's a geometry why it wouldn't be seen. It'd take very much for it to be out of that picture.
Then I showed you that allegedly there was one.
Yeah, I didn't say it was one way or the other. I give an answer. It's geometry.
You said you would never see it. I asked you 3 times, and then also with I knew that they had talked to the SpaceX and NASA employee the whole time, right? But I guess I just wanted to show, like, it was kind of exhausting though. It's really not worth it. But like,
Dude, what do you think you do? What you do all the time? You misread something. You think
I try to be honest.
Then you break it down. Already done it today, dozens of times.
Try to be honest and
Danik, have some humility, bro. Just admit. Just have some humility one time. It'll go a long way.
I already said I was wrong about the moon. I gave an option of why that would be.
You were wrong about the fact that it's not stitched together as well.
No, that's not true.
So you know more than the NASA and SpaceX employee about the
Himawari. Yes, NASA has stitched many of these images together, not from Himawari.
Oh my God. Do you believe Professor Phil works on Himawari?
What's that?
Do you believe Professor Phil when he says he works on the Himawari?
Professor Phil?
Yeah.
I don't know. I believe he says he did.
Yeah. So do you think he says that it's not stitched together?
I don't know. What does he say?
I don't know. That dude just talks to me. I ignore him. I have no idea. So anyway,
what I do know is on Discovery, Himawari is 22,000 miles away. I wouldn't know, but I would think it would. I think it's too close to have a full image without writing a link.
You actually don't know.
I don't know for sure on that one.
Like when you say I know it, all I know or what I know is that it's 25,000 miles away or whatever. You don't know that. Like you believe that because you blindly believe the government.
Right. What I do know is I do know about ISS. I know how far it is away. I've seen it transit Do you know how to calculate how fast it's that we?
Supposedly
I do know
5 miles
space.
a
I do know
second.
space.
And so if I see
What?
it for more than 5 minutes, if I see it for, say, if I saw it for 7 minutes, it should have traveled like, what is that, like 2,500 miles or something crazy. So how do I see it for that long?
I don't think you don't see for 5 minutes.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
So if we see the ISS for 5 minutes, it debunks the claim then?
You don't see it for 5.
So you agree then?
I've watched it travel over the sky. All I can see.
No, usually you don't see it anywhere close to 5 minutes.
No, it's not going to be 5 minutes. I know the transit for the sun,
So if it is for 5 minutes, it debunks
like
the
less
claim.
than a quarter of a second for the moon. It's a half a degree, and it'll travel. So you just do 180. Just even 180 if you can see horizon to horizon. How far would that be? No, it's not. Absolutely not. It crosses the moon in about per second.
Yeah, sometimes it's not very long, but
No, but it's always going 17,000, and it always come by in a time.
okay, so 7 minutes is the longest that the ISS can be viewable when passing over our head. 7 minutes. You're wrong again.
Well, I didn't do the math in my head. I'm just telling you that instinctively that's too long.
Yeah, it's been claimed. It's been claimed for.
Look, I had the calculator out. I'm going to do the math, and you got me.
Yeah, do the math. How far does it go in 7 minutes if it's going 5 miles a second?
5 miles a second, and how long? 7 minutes?
7 minutes.
Ain't the record just under 9 minutes, like 8 minutes, something?
I don't know. I see 7.
Where was it seen? Where was it visited?
Like 2,100 miles.
Was it on a mountain top or something? What? Where was it viewing for the?
I dropped your little link if you want to go just read it so you can automatically.
You can read it for me. You've already given me the information I want.
It says visible for the next 7 minutes as it slides.
It's worse than that, bro. It's worse than that, Austin, because you can't see it until it's about, I think 20 or to 25 degrees above the horizon. You don't see it like right when it's above the horizon. It's got to come. So it's worse than that. So the answer he's going to give you, literally subtract about 40 degrees off of it. It's way out of reality, man.
Yeah, you'd have to see it going.
I'm interested to hear him defend this. This is one of my old arguments, man.
Yeah, you gotta see it going like the whole distance of the U.S. almost. Like it's so stupid. Like if I go outside and I see the ISS for 7 minutes, I'm not dumb enough to believe I just watched it travel the distance of the freaking United States.
Yep.
And the angular size pretty much is, pretty
it's a point source of light. You're not going to see the size. As it transits, then you'll see the size of it. And that we've done already.
We know you can see further with light.
In fact, I've seen jets. I have pictures of jets transiting having the same size.
Zanuck, is it possible? Is it possible that they lied about the Earth?
Not possible. I've flown too much with it.
That's not possible.
Sorry, buddy. You're wrong about that.
You've flown too much.
2,000 miles. So I can't imagine you seeing it. Wow, but that's
Did you ever see horizontally past the edge?
Hello.
Have you ever seen?
Oh God,
down
I have to go.
horizontally
This is going to be
Wait, then real fast. I just want to ask a couple meta questions here, Zanuck.
Hold on. Let's talk about the ISS. Are you?
No, I don't want to do that with you. I don't want to do that with you. I want to ask the bigger question.
7 minutes peak elevation.
Oh my God, you're scared. Zanuck, does the government ever lie?
Yes.
Does it lie a lot? Yes. Does the government ever give official stories that are actually lies?
Yes.
Do the federal agencies typically compartmentalize and propagandize the people?
Yes.
So why is it that you are so sure that NASA is the one exception to that?
They're not. They lie too.
But they just don't lie nearly as much as the other ones?
No.
How do you know that?
Also, I have a problem with I tend to deceive. Some of the agencies do.
So is it possible, knowing that the government consistently lies and puts out official stories to lie, and that they passed the Smith-Munns Modernization Act under Obama, which says that it's legal for them to intentionally lie to the American public the same way that they used to foreign enemies for national security purposes. Is it really just unfathomable to you that they may be showing people propaganda and claiming it's from space?
No.
It's not unfathomable.
Their base, satellites, navigation system based on GPS, and you can measure yourself. If it's astute enough, you'll see that the Earth is round, spinning.
That's not true.
Yourself. Show me a Foucault pendulum. Show me a
Foucault's
horizon that
pendulums.
rises to eye level. Show me.
Einstein himself would tell you that Foucault's pendulum doesn't
No,
prove
that's not
that
what
the
he's
Earth
talking
is.
about. He's talking about the celestial verse.
He says pendulum dragging specifically. He specifically says drag the pendulum. That's his
With
example.
respect to the sky.
Dude, he literally says that if the Earth was at rest, but the stars were moving around it, then it would drag the pendulum.
No,
That's literally what he says in the letter.
I read the letter.
So he doesn't say drag the pendulum?
With respect to the stars. Not respect to the ground.
No, what he said
Sun.
is if the stars are moving around the Earth, instead of them being still relative to Earth, you get the same effect of the pendulum being dragged around.
Ring laser gyro you can also.
He said there's no optical experiment that could ever show that the Earth is moving.
Optical. No, with your sight.
No, optical talking about lights. He was giving a speech about Michelson-Morley, which is interferometry.
No, but not the Sagnet effect in the 3-ring laser gyroscope, which actually detects rotation.
Check this out. So in Michelson-Morley, we use interferometry to try to detect the Earth's motion through the ether, and then they didn't detect it. And now this thing, it was precise enough to detect like 2 miles a second, as opposed to the supposed 20 mile a second orbit, and it didn't get it. And actually, the more precise the measurements over time, the less they get. There is no motion detected, and so we use the same. We use the same method in something called Michelson-Gell-Pearson.
Right, and that's the.
And we used the same method, and we matched our predictions of sidereal rotation within 98%, and it happens every single time. So
that's why you can use it in a
what that
3-ring
proved,
gyro
yeah.
to
So what
determine that if you. Why do you think an airplane will sit on the ground, an airliner, and use this concept to verify that the Earth is rotating at that rate, 15 degrees an hour? Why do you think they do that? Every single airplane takes off. No, I'm not. Every single airplane where it takes off takes 3 or 4 minutes, I think 6 minutes, to make sure that they're seeing a certain amount of Earth rotation before they turn
Okay, calm down. I'm not done. I'm almost done. Okay. So what that proves is that the methodology used in Michelson-Gell-Pearson via interferometry is an accurate method to detect rotation, right? Because we know for a fact that there is some sort of rotation, no matter what, because we see the stars move in the sky, right? So either it's the stars moving or it's the Earth moving, and the stars are in an absolute frame of reference relative to the Earth. Now we know that we know the rate that happens, right? It's sidereal rotation. We know what it is. It's reoccurring. It's a cycle. So we know what it is. What this proves is that the methodology using interferometry does detect that rotation that we know is there accurately, right? Very accurately. So how come the same exact methodology doesn't show anything for the orbits?
What do you mean the orbits? Stay what you're saying. Stay with where you are right now, Austin, and think about that pendulum. Now think about it in the opposite direction once you go past.
Does he not understand?
And
what I'm
think
saying?
about it at the equator, not moving at all. Also, look at the sky. It's rotating opposite directions.
Seems like
That
you
doesn't
maybe
work.
don't
Well, when you lay
understand.
on your floor, you're looking at, you're looking at your lights on one end of the. No, that doesn't wash. It's gibberish.
You're literally trying to divert away from the question. So, if we
Not
use
diverting
the
away from the question.
methodology in Michelson-Gell-Pearson of interferometry,
See, that's
and
how
it,
a three-ring laser
detects.
gyroscope.
Yeah, I know it's called a Sagnick effect. We know. Okay, so it detects.
Sagnac effect is
this-
part of it, not
It
all of it.
detects
Sagnac
the
effect is
sidereal.
something different.
Zanuck, you're freaking out.
Figured out earlier.
It detects
Then
the
they went to the.
sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy every single time, proving that it is an accurate methodology to detect motion with interferometry. When we use the same method to detect the orbit of like 30 kilometers a second around the sun, we do not detect the motion. How can you combine the two methods and reconcile it with the Earth being in orbit?
Well, if you can't figure that one out, you yourself, I can't. That's
Say
pretty
the
obvious.
answer. What's the answer?
The answer is the path around the sun is a much more gradual, much more difficult to detect variation with measurements you'll get from singular rotation. So you got Earth rotating, and now you're trying to also detect with that same instrument rotation around the sun. How are you going to do that? What transform you're going to use? Tough one. And I don't even think
The interferometer detects all motion, bro. If you drive
Stop
forward
it.
in a
No,
plane,
that
it's going to give you your miles per hour.
it's a much smaller, much harder, much smaller, not designed for it, and it transforms to be hideously difficult.
The only movement it doesn't detect is the Earth's motion around the sun or through space.
The
It
sun.
detects all of the motion on Earth and rotation.
Not
so
the
it
motion
can't
around the
be.
sun.
Then it has to have a reference
It
frame.
can't measure it. It's
to
not
have a
sensitive enough
reference
to measure.
frame. Stupid.
It's not sensitive enough to measure it. So shut up, bro.
It's way sensitive enough to measure it.
No, it's not.
Bro, it's 6 times
you know?
in 1910.
You know, I could have some.
Bro, in 1910, it was 6 times sensitive.
First of all, I know you're not going to play. Number two, you wouldn't even get the joke because it'd be on you anyway. Brian,
There's the,
why don't you tell me a
paper.
little bit about how it would detect? Like, if you're in those spinning cups, how do you know how many revolutions you're making around?
Bro, they claim 6 times the sensitivity. You don't want to hear this.
Austin, I can't do this, Brian. I've hit my limit. Caught my limit with him. I'm sorry.
Shut up,
He's
bro.
so
They claimed 6 times the sensitivity
He's
back in the
touching
early
my notes.
1900s.
I can do it with you,
You don't
Austin.
want to hear it. You just want to talk over me. You said it
Don't
ain't sensitive
either.
enough. It is.
So anyway, we can get these 2 different types of motion on a flat Earth. It's not that difficult. And you can also get it not moving at the equator on a flat Earth. Look at that picture that he dropped. Now I think we actually have a quadrupole, so it'll be very interesting to look at all of it and figure it out. But anyway, according to Einstein himself, if the sky was moving, you'd get the same effect. I just find it so weird that like the globe side has to lie, because like I put myself in their position. I'm like, let me say I believe the Earth's a globe, right? I believe that we've been told the truth. The Earth's a globe that spins, tilted, wobbling in a vacuum, and all this, right? Slowing down, speeding up, atmosphere going faster than the Earth, all this crazy stuff. Say I believe all that is a fact. It's proven. There's no doubt about it. If I thought that, and I was talking to someone who didn't believe it, and then they were questioning it, I would never feel the need, never, ever feel the need to like lie. If they asked me a question I didn't know the answer to, I'd say, I don't know. Yeah, that is kind of weird. I'll have to look into it. I have no idea.
Yeah,
Because I would have
exactly.
no emotional connection or need to like impulsively lie or misrepresent the arguments or the conversation or the other person or what they're saying, because there should be literally no reason to, because I
Right.
believe that it's a fact that the Earth's a ball.
Right. Exactly. It's obviously a protection program going on here. I mean, this conversation wouldn't be continuing if it was what they say, or if it was what they were saying. There'd be
I'm
so
thinking
many ways.
there's probably about 10,000 countries in the world, and let's say there's 5,000 countries around the world that sell globe, and if there's 2 representatives per country, that'd be about 10,000 people. That's probably about how many anti-flat earthers there are. So this literally could be like globe salesmen around the world defending the globe. And I'm just saying, I know that sounds stupid, but it's the math adds up.
Yeah.
What's funny is none of them can answer the simple question about a freaking meridian flight and how it debunks the globe, and how you violate the law of conservation of energy and momentum with the claim that the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth. And then you have to go a step further and explain how it goes faster than the Earth. I mean,
yeah, it literally does go faster, man. Like Felix Baumgartner, he wound up the opposite direction. If they want to say that it drags behind, but they gave you all kinds of answers, Austin. They were, what's that one dude who was just that guy with the Australian accent or that deep Scottish accent?
Highlander.
Yeah, Highlander. He's just saying, what did you don't listen to him? Like, dude, he gives the opposite answer as Zanuck. They all give opposite answers. That's why I made this list of questions, man, because I'm recording. I've done a couple of them so far, recording their answers because I want to force them to be on the same page, or every time they're together, I'm going to confront them. Hold on now. Question number 8. You said this and you said this, and we're tired of arguing with both of y'all when y'all have different claims. So which is it? Which does your model say? So I figured it'd be a time saver, but it's pretty interesting, man. I can't wait for you to hear the questions, man. A lot of them are real good ones.
Yeah, I'll post my list of questions here too in the live stream right now that I was adding to it a little bit. You guys can take it and use them or whatever you want to do. Here's the
I'll
question.
ask them on my FE show I'm about to make.
All right, yeah, maybe you could use some of them. Oh, it's too long. I have to paste it. I have to cut it out.
Yeah, he's got some good questions too, man. They're more political. Mine are more like mathematical type of questions, and his are kind of political. So yeah, some of his are more interesting, but some of mine are just in their own way interesting. But to me, there's only one answer to some of these questions. But it's funny, we're already getting contradictions. Just in the 2 people we asked, we got total contradictions. So it's starting off good.
I wrote these a
Fun,
while back and probably tailor them more to some of the stuff that I'm a little more familiar with now. But yes, like just conspiracy and it's some of the stuff you were just asking Zanuck, like about the conspiracy stuff. Like if they're lying about this, then why wouldn't they be lying about that? But, lying is another word that's hard to pin down because they have a story and it's almost like they don't have to lie. It's like this is what we're saying. Like they could say, yeah, we landed on the moon, but they wrote the word moon on a piece of paper and stood on it. And in their minds, they're telling the truth. There's all kinds of justifications they probably go through to make this seem like conscious, for their conscience to somehow survive, and they think
they had like a studio set they called the Moon, So yeah, we were on the moon. We were on the moon back in June freaking 27th or something, 1969. Yeah, we were on the moon. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Perspective. I'm doing a big document for the Globe, which I'm hoping to get all the Globers, well, most of the Globers to sign up to, and that should answer most of the stupid questions you've got down here.
I know you can't answer my questions.
Rumpus, hey, let me ask Rumpus the questions, man.
Hey, Rumpus in the house. What's up?
You willing to go through the questions, Rumpus?
Yeah, I always answer questions. Absolutely, I never try and duck questions.
Got permission to record the
I'll put the quick
permission to record the short answers.
Brian Krycek, I'll put the quick answers on. Copy the perspective.
Yeah,
wow, immediately help Rumpus. Like save him.
Real quick though, I want to just clarify something with Zanuck. Zanuck, did you say something about when airplanes go up in the air, they look to see the rotation of the Earth?
Last time you said real quick, you went on for an hour, dude.
Hold on a second.
Wait. Zanuck, did you say something about that?
When you fly north, there'll be a deviation to the right, to the east, and it is equivalent to about a 15 miles per minute or 2 miles per minute deviation, which is almost significant, especially with.
You're slightly breaking up, Zanuck.
I just want to clarify.
Zanuck,
you
you're
said
slightly
something
breaking
about
up.
as soon as they get up in the air.
Volume down low, or have you got your input volume down?
He's got his
barrier
intermittent cutoff answer type thing on. thought you said as soon as they go up in the air, they look to verify the rotation of the Earth or something of the sort, right?
Oh, before they take off, they actually turn on the 3-ring, make sure they have a.
You keep breaking up, Zanuck.
Hour. Hello?
You keep breaking up.
Well, I know there's something. My internet connection. That just happened recently. We have to.
All right, let him ask him the questions, man.
Yeah, let me ask the questions real quick. Zanuck, drop deafen for 10 minutes. If you deafen for 10 minutes.
He had one question about the airport. Hold on, Brian.
Yeah, let's let Rumpus answer the questions, though, Zanuck.
Yeah, but it's one question before I go about the airplane. It was on the ground. Airliners, modern airliners, always will make sure that the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour. Always.
Because it might not.
Because
it might be rotating at a different rate. Is that what you're saying?
No, because it makes sure to make sure that the equipment is functioning.
You keep breaking up, Zanuck. It's very difficult to hear.
I know you're late to the party. We don't know. Bad internet connection. We had a big storm. Internet's weak.
You're only getting every other word, Zanuck.
So go ahead. You take over.
All right, Zanuck. Yeah, you're being.
I'll finish off Zanuck's answer. You have to calibrate the fiber optic gyros with your position. So if you know your position on the Earth, then they know what speed you should be going at, and that just calibrates them. And they have to depending on where you are, I think they have to calibrate. The plane has to be absolutely stationary and it has to calibrate them for 15 minutes. So yes, Zanuck's absolutely correct.
Okay, Zanuck, deafen for about 5 minutes, man, and I'll ask you the questions next, man, if you don't mind. But all right, Rumpus, here you go, man. Is the surface of a sphere two-dimensional?
It is, yes, even though it occupies 3D space. It has no volume, therefore it's not 3D. You can describe every point on the surface with just 2 coordinates, and that makes
you don't have to go over answer because that was the next question. Is can I express the surface of a 2D of a sphere? I don't know why I said 2D. Can I express the surface of a sphere two-dimensionally, mathematically?
Yes, exactly. That's right. That's exactly what makes it two-dimensional. Is the fact that you can just need 2 numbers. And you can, when the one we use is latitude and longitude, and with just those 2 numbers, you can describe every spot on the surface of the Earth, and that's why it's two-dimensional. You can argue.
That's good, bro.
Just a quick one. Just a quickie.
We got 27 of these, bro.
Okay, just a real quickie one. If you think the surface is three-dimensional, ask yourself: is a line three-dimensional? Because that occupies 3D coordinates. And if you
I'm good with all your answers, man.
No, it's not. Then you'll understand why a surface is only 2D. Carry on, Brian.
Yeah, but some of these you might, a couple of them, that wasn't one of them, but a couple of them, we'll ask you to elaborate. But so would a on a flat plane, if you're taking a photograph from a shoreline,
either you've gone quiet or I've gone quiet.
It could be you on a flat plane. If you take a picture on a shoreline, would the picture have a horizon?
Yes, so I think mine slightly broke up then. Yes, if you are on a flat plane and you're standing up, say on a flat plane, you would have a horizon, yes.
Very good, very good. Okay.
Really, that's not Ruhit's answer.
If no, then yeah. Well, he said yes. The if no is kind of stupid. Okay, so are GPS satellites told their distance from the center of the Earth?
They do know their position, so yes, in effect, they'd have to reload up, I think, every day their exact coordinates. So yes, I think they are informed every half day, I think, of where they actually are. Yeah.
Okay. Is the horizon we see always the leading edge of a sphere?
Yes. If obviously water, obviously. If we're looking at water, obviously if you're looking at a mountain or a tree or something, then your visual horizon will be determined by the tree you're looking at. But if you're looking at, say, a body of water, then that is caused by the curve of the Earth, yes. Unless, obviously, if there are refraction effects and fog and God knows what else. But if it's a clear day, then you're obviously still going to get some refraction effects. It'll be moved up and down. But fundamentally, if you could ignore refraction, then that would be the sharp thing. But obviously, you can get mirages.
No, I just mean in reality, bro. So in reality, is the horizon, the apparent horizon, always the leading edge of a sphere?
Well, if you've got strange refraction conditions, then you could have almost anything. But fundamentally, yes, but it's refracted. It is an edge of a sphere, but it's further around.
I'll put yes, but sometimes no.
Yeah, that's because the atmosphere is.
I'm not fucking writing that, bro. I'm not just joking. I'm not writing that. Which is it? Is it always the leading edge of a sphere?
No, it's not. Well, no. Well, you could be looking at you could have some strange refraction conditions that brings down You could have inversions. You have a mirage. I mean, what do you want to talk? What do you want to regard a mirage as?
So then that's not the curve of the Earth. That's not the curve of the Earth obscuring the bottom of the boats. Then
inferior mirages can obscure the bottom, yes, but that only occurs at the
edge of a sphere. His question was, is it the leading edge of a sphere?
Well, look, if you
anyway, I'm gonna put yes with. I'm gonna put yes
if you're prepared to ignore,
without refraction.
If you're prepared to without refraction, if you're prepared to ignore the effects of inferior mirages, so which only occupies a tiny few part of a degree. So, for instance, if you're looking at Mount Everest and you looked at it from a long way away, there'd be a very tiny portion, very probably, of an inferior mirage at the bottom. But you'd still get half of Mount Everest disappearing below the horizon, and that's obviously obscured by Earth curve. But there's a tiny section where there are some refraction effects. So if you're prepared to ignore tiny fractions of a degree of being obscured by that, then yes, it's all obscured by Earth. The curvature of the Earth is in the way. But obviously, there's little bits that are very small and insignificant to the overall geometry we're talking about that do also cause obscuring.
Okay, now, does the horizon appear to rise as the eye rises?
No.
Okay.
Have you gone quiet on me, or have I gone? I can't listen.
I would say, as we rise up, it just stays in the same place, and we got to keep tilting our head down, or does it come up with us?
Well, yes, relative. It goes down as you go up. You have to look more and more down. So it doesn't rise up with you. You can't just maintain your same orientation of your eyes. You have to, if you want to look at the horizon directly, in other words, in the centre of your vision, you will have to look down more and more and more as you rise up. It will not. The horizon will not rise up. You will not be able to keep your head at the same angle if you want to keep it in the centre of your vision.
Okay, do governments lie? We all say yes, so... I'm going to take that question out. Don't even worry about that question, bro. That's a stupid question.
Silly question.
I want to hear it. I want to hear his response.
Okay.
Well, I think every government does. I mean, even the British government, for instance, we lied over the Suez Crisis in 1956. But fundamentally, the British government tend to be very reliable. The American, I think, less so. And obviously, things like the Chinese, the Russian are completely unreliable, just pumping propaganda. In fact, most governments in the world are autocratic, non-democratic, non-accountable governments, and so they can say what they like. I mean, the French government lied. Yeah, I mean, I think at some stage every government's probably lied. I mean, the German government's lied about some things. Ultimately, if you want to say that one lie constitutes a lying government, then yes, I think every country has lied. Its government has lied at some stage. Sometimes trying to be for the good. I mean, in the times of the Second World War, we might have lied about. The British government might have lied about some things we did just to confuse the enemy. So yes, governments do that in times of stress.
The British government hasn't lied since 1956. Is that your claim?
No, we're bound to have. No, I think we've lied on other smaller issues. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Well, when you say the British government, do you mean the Prime Minister, or do you mean some member of the government has lied about government policy? I mean, I think there's always. I mean, we've been in the Falklands. I mean, I don't think we lied about the Falklands. Well, you can argue Margaret Thatcher lied about the direction of the General Belgrano ship was steaming when the time it was shot, torpedoed. It's inevitable. If you're spouting out 10 million pieces of facts every day, then inevitably someone somewhere in your government is going to tell a fib.
So they lie every day.
So then is NASA the one exception, Rumpus?
I think NASA's got an exceptional record of being correct. Yes, probably of all the institutions, it probably is one of the best in the world. Other scientific institutions, I suppose, any scientific institution, a credible scientific institution, has got obviously an exemplary record, of which NASA is one.
Okay, sorry, I cut out for a second. So, does the horizon fade at sunset? Does the horizon fade to darkness evenly? In other words, does the horizon out in front of us, does it fade to darkness evenly?
As opposed to doing what? I don't quite understand the question. I mean, obviously, you can see it's
going dark, not evenly.
If you look at the sun, for instance, you can clearly see the horizon until the sun goes, and even after the sun's gone down, you can still see the horizon.
Does it fade evenly? Is his question.
I don't understand what that means. As opposed to what?
As opposed to not evenly. Like
So you mean,
parts of
say,
it.
in other words, you're saying if you look in one direction, say if I'm looking at the sun, and if you're saying if I'm looking at the opposite direction, is that what you mean by not evenly or evenly?
No, just if you're looking out at the horizon on a shoreline at sunset, does the horizon fade to darkness evenly or not evenly?
Well, obviously, the direction towards the sun you can see more clearly than you can to your left or your right. If you're staring at the sun.
Good answer, bro. That was it. Okay, now, so if I lay out a horizontal line over 2 miles with an auto level, leapfrogging from point to point, do I lay out a straight line?
No.
Okay. Now, no. So, about skipped. Okay. Will a 2 mile water level match my beginning point and end point of that line?
Of that, like what the line you created by, say, 10 jumps of an auto level?
Sure.
You have to put your thinking cap on.
Not quite. It would be close because if you did it 10 jumps and you had it over 2 miles, then the water level obviously follows the curve of the Earth, but the auto level also does the same thing because if you use backsights and foresights, that does actually follow the curve of the Earth, but not as well as the curve of, not quite as well as the level.
Yeah, I'm only referring to the beginning point and the end point.
Well, you said you did it in 10 steps across 2 miles. I'm saying 10 steps across 2 miles.
Yeah. No, I did 50 meter leapfrogs over 2 miles, and I'm asking it, do the beginning and the end match a water level? If I line up one spot at the beginning, will the water level match my end point?
Right, and so you relative, because obviously your auto level's above the water. Okay, so in other words, if you put a water level exactly at the height of your auto level, and then you set it off, and then you had your water at the other end of the water level at 2 miles away, would your auto level show that to be in the centre of your crosshairs as it did at the start at the end? Yes, it would actually. Yes, if providing you ended up at the right, providing the number of steps you took was an integer, and you could end up being at the same distance. Let's suppose you started off, say, 50 meters from one end of the water level. It might be easier one having it right next to you, and you ended up with 50 meters of your water level at the other end. Then yes, you would.
Provided I did it properly. Okay.
Yes.
So 12. So 12. What determines if an object floats on water?
It's density.
Okay, it's density. Okay, now, what's the difference between a straight line on Earth and a straight line in free space?
Well, it depends what you want to talk about. When you say straight line on Earth, obviously something like an auto level, that gives you a straight line no matter what. But what we talk about in spherical geometry, and people get confused about what's spherical geometry. Spherical geometry is not just the idea of a sphere in normal space. We talk about spherical geometry as travelling along the surface. And that means that's what we tend to do on Earth. When we go along on a boat trip or something, along a ship, you will be going along a curving surface. And sorry, remind me of the question again. Hello, if I lost you there, Brian?
Yeah, what is the difference between a straight line on Earth and a straight line in free space?
Right, a straight line is defined as the shortest distance between 2 points. Now, if you say, for instance, if you get a football and you say, or basketball, and I suppose you don't may not with football, a basketball, and you decide to put 2 dots on the surface of your basketball, and you wanted to draw the shortest line between those 2 points, and you're restricted to the surface of the basketball. Now, by definition, if you're restricted to that, then we say in spherical geometry that curved line is a straight line, but because we're restricted to that surface, but it is curved. But it's the shortest distance between 2 points. Now, obviously, in free space, you're not restricted to the surface of a basketball. You can go off, and so again, a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. But if you go for the basketball scenario again, I draw 2 points on the surface of a basketball, but I'm not restricted to having to go along the surface, and obviously I can just join the 2 points with a nice straight ruler.
I'm only asking you what the difference is, bro. Just what's the difference?
Well, that is the difference. The difference is that if you've got a basketball with 2 dots on it, and you have to follow the surface, one of them is curved, but we call that a straight line in spherical geometry because it's the shortest distance.
One's curved. Good enough, bro.
Curved. Okay.
All right, now, can I draw a 2-dimensional square on the surface of Earth?
Well, what we call a square, when we're talking about spherical geometry again, a square is defined slightly differently. Obviously, on a flat piece of paper, we say a square is something of the same distance between 4 sides and, well, actually, I think that is the definition, actually. And obviously, the consequence of that is there is a right angle at each corner. But on a sphere, if you were to draw a square, it can actually have any angle, almost any, a minimum of 90 degrees between. So, for instance, you can draw a square on a in spherical geometry is just a 4-sided object of which the distances between the ends are the same and follow great circles. So, for instance, a square on spherical geometry, you could have one at the North Pole, one end point, the other point at the equator, the next point at the South Pole, and the next point at the other opposite side of the equator, and so it would actually form a circle. And so that square would actually be a circle.
That's why I asked, can I draw a 2-dimensional square on the surface of Earth?
Well, you can, but I'm just pointing out that a square in spherical geometry can, in fact, be a circle. Because it's just 4... The definition of a square is just 4 points.
You say yes.
Yes, you can, but it all depends what you want to call. If you don't like the idea of a square looking like a circle, then you say no, you can't do it.
I don't care about the idea, man. I'm just trying to consolidate y'all because y'all answer everything
depends on what you're prepared to. In spherical geometry, there is a concept of a square, but you might not think it's a square because it hasn't got 90-degree vertices. Now, if you're prepared to accept the definition of a square in spherical geometry, then yes, we can. But it doesn't look like a square that we would accept on a flat piece of paper. So if that's the idea of a square, then no.
If I can do it, I'm just giving your answers,
yeah,
bro.
But it depends on what you prepare. We have a definition of a square,
too, bro.
But Brian, listen to me. We've got 2 definitions. You're not. We've got a definition of a square that on spherical geometry does not look like the square that you're familiar with. If your definition of a square is the one that we see on a flat piece of paper, then no, you can't.
Rumpus,
that's what I wrote, bro. That's what I wrote.
Just a reminder, Rumpus, these questions are for you to answer. It doesn't necessarily have to be a debate.
Yeah, but the point is, you want to know what the definition of a square is, and in spherical geometry,
No, I don't, bro. I'm just trying to get your answers. I wrote down exactly what you said.
But Brian, the people who define the definition of a square would say you can. But
I'm not telling you, bro.
But you, with your limited knowledge, would probably say it's not a square.
Listen, stupid. These are your answers. I don't care what they are. There ain't no right or wrong.
Okay, in other words, what you said. In geometry terms, then yes, you can.
I'm not telling you they're wrong, bro. I'm just jotting down what you said.
Can everyone please stop screaming? I'm wearing headphones.
What you would decide the definition of a square is.
I'm modding, okay? He's not trying to debate you.
I know, but when he asked me what a square is, I want to know which definition he's using. Is he using the definition used by people who understand geometry, or is he using his understanding of what a square is? And I need to know which one of those 2 it is. If it's his understanding of a square where the square's got 90-degree corners, then no, you can't. But if you're going to use the spherical definition like a spherical triangle, then yes, you can.
Okay, next question.
Thank you, man. I'm sorry for yelling, dude. I'm just like, God, he's debating himself, dude. All right.
It's definitions.
I'm just wrote down what you answered, Janik or Rumpus. I'm not arguing with you, for fuck's sake. Does buoyancy increase if gravity increases?
The force of buoyancy. Yes, it would. The force of buoyancy would increase if gravity increases. Yes. Because the force is dependent on little g. The formula for buoyancy is the volume times little g times the force. So when you say buoyancy, you mean the buoyancy force. In other words, how forceful is it? In other words, if you try to push
I mean, I would have probably said yes too, bro. You ain't got to explain. You're overthinking these. Plus, you can think about them for a second too. You ain't got to answer real fast.
Buoyancy, do you mean the force with which something is forced upwards? If that's what you mean, then yes.
Whatever you think of as buoyancy, bro.
Well, that's the definition of buoyancy, but some people don't understand what buoyancy is. For instance, Riley doesn't understand that buoyancy is a force. So if you're in that camp, then I had to explain to you that buoyancy is a force.
All right, I agree with your first answer, bro. Okay.
Just
Okay.
calm down,
Does
man.
the atmosphere? Yeah, exactly. Try and calm down a little. It's riling me up.
I'm
Does
perfectly fine, but when you keep on interrupting me and not letting me explain things, because I need
not
to know
trying
what
to.
you mean by buoyancy. And if you
Just think
understand that
about
it's
it for
a
a second,
force,
Trumpus.
then everything's fine. But I need to check what you
calm
mean
down,
by the
bro.
words you
You're gonna
use.
give yourself a
I
heart
need
attack,
to
man.
check what you mean by the words you use. That's all.
All
Dude,
right.
your veins are
Just give
popping
me
out.
your meaning.
Yeah, let's
Whatever
just
you
dial it
say,
back.
just give me your version of the
Yeah,
meaning,
let's
bro.
just
Just
go to the
calm
next
down.
question, dude.
Well,
Come
I'm
on.
trying to be sympathetic to you, Brian. I'm trying to give you answers that refer to your definition of things.
I'm not have nothing to do with your answers, bro. You can think about them for a second, but just give me a short, concise answer. And if you want to change definitions, just make it short. I
Well, I
don't care
want to
about
know
your
what your
answers, okay?
definitions are.
Does the
I'm
atmosphere
trying to
20
be
miles?
sympathetic to you. I'm trying to give you answers sympathetic to the way that you understand words.
He doesn't
I already
care.
told you, I
He's
agree with
not
your answer.
Well,
involved.
I
agree with you, yeah.
care.
I agree with your answer.
Wait,
but
you're just creating more friction here. Let Brian speak.
I agree with your answer, but it's not. This ain't my answers, bro. So I'm not going to argue about your answers, brother.
I'm not
Listen,
asking you to argue about the answer. I'm arguing about, not arguing, I'm just asking you what you understand by a word. That's all.
whatever
So I can
buoyancy
give you
means
enough.
to you is how
Well,
I
I
would
want to
expect
give it.
you to
I
answer
want
it.
to make sure that you understand my answer. Because if I'm using a different word, buoyancy, to you, then we're not communicating properly. I want to make sure we both agree what the word buoyancy means, and then I'm away. That's all I'm trying to do is to get common ground, a common dictionary.
The buoyancy force, the formula.
Brilliant. So
He's
we
trying
agree
to
on
see
what
if all
buoyancy
the
means. Brilliant.
Glovers agree or not. So just use your definition. It's just
No, I want to make sure I'm communicating with Brian so that he understands what I'm saying. If I'm using the word differently to he understands it, then he's not going to understand what I'm saying. And I always attempt to communicate with the person so they understand what I mean. And if we're using two words, the same word differently, we're not communicating effectively. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm so glad this is recorded. Okay, does the atmosphere 20 miles above the Earth rotate faster than the atmosphere right above sea level?
If you mean rotation, the angular velocity.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Does it move faster?
Yeah, it is, I think, effectively the same. But obviously, because it's got further to go, it drags behind.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because it has got further, it drags behind. So obviously, just like a wheel, for instance, if you think of a rotating car wheel when it's on the thing, the velocity to keep up with the edge of the tire to keep up with, say, halfway along the wheel has got to go faster. So that means, but obviously the atmosphere is not a solid thing. So if you have the same velocity, the atmosphere at the top will actually lose distance with respect to the bottom. But fortunately, the difference is only something like, I think it's something like the height of an aeroplane. It's only something like 15 miles an hour. So the top of the atmosphere will lose track with the bottom. All
right, I put yes, but not much.
So it drags more and more the higher you go, right?
No, it drags less. No, the drag is irrelevant. There's no drag on it. So you didn't understand what I said. Okay, let's try it again. It's not a solid thing. So, but it does have the same angular, not the same angular, it has the same velocity. The surface of the Earth, say, is moving, say we go to the equator, 1,000 miles an hour. The air just above it is also moving 1,000 miles an hour. The air above that is also moving 1,000 miles an hour. The air above that's also moving. But because it's getting higher and higher and higher, like a tyre on a wheel, it has to go faster if it wanted to remain above that same point. And it can't do that. There's no place to get that extra velocity. So it will stop. The atmosphere at the higher level will lose, it will go going behind the piece of ground that it was above originally. But it's going at the same velocity. Because like a wheel, you need a faster velocity at the edge than you do halfway along the wheel to keep up with it. And well, because your wheel is solid, that's what happens. But if it's not solid, then you just have the same velocity. Then it would lose track. It will cease to be following the point on the surface of the Earth. But it will be going at the same velocity.
So yeah, you said drag behind. I was just asking. You said the word drag
when they
behind.
use drag implies that there's some friction going on. That's not the way I would use the word drag. It loses track, it loses position, but that's not due to drag. Drag, as I understand it in physics, is something like you trying to force your way through, say, water. There's more drag going through water than in air, for instance.
Okay,
that's
fair
what
enough.
I mean by drag.
You maybe misspoke. You said the word.
No,
drag.
I didn't misspoke at all. You used the word drag incorrectly.
Okay, so I'm in North America. I want to go to Africa or like Europe. I go in a hot air balloon, wait, half a day, and then go back down. That's what.
Hey,
That's what
we're not
you're
trying to
saying should
debate him.
happen.
I was just asking.
I didn't. If you go up on an hot air balloon, there's no wind. You will remain, because you can only go up a few hundred feet. The difference is so small. You will stay above the same point. But if you go up, I think the question was 20 miles high. Now at that distance, there is a 15-mile-an-hour difference between the surface and that point, so you will lose track of the vertical point. But if you just go up in a balloon a few hundred feet, then you will remain. You will remain. Assuming no wind, you will remain above that point.
We got it. Okay, so I only got about 8 questions left. So percentage, I'm just going through a little small. Try and keep your answers a little more concise. I'm writing down what you say.
Wicked is slowing things down.
I'm really just asking for clarity, man.
He's just slowing it down again.
Yeah. I'm good with that. I was just saying. I want to get through these. So, do clouds at the horizon? Do clouds touch the horizon due to perspective or Earth curve?
Perspective. Well, so I say, okay, no, they are the line to the clouds. Yes, will intersect with the curvature of the Earth. Yes, and sorry, no, I got that. I was thinking you meant something else, but no, it's due to the Earth.
I feel like that's a good question. I mean, I feel like that's a decent answer.
You got to collect your thoughts before you just come out with it. You know.
Yeah. You don't got to answer real fast.
I'm trying to respond to Brian as speedily as possible. He wanted me to be quick, and he's complaining about
No. It's concise.
I was trying to be quick.
Take your time, but be concise.
Okay, right. No, it's due to the Earth curve. The fact they touch the horizon, just like touching the sun, is due to the curvature of the Earth and the fact they maintain the same elevation around a sphere.
So I'm erasing Earth curve and I'm putting due to curvature.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now 18. At what distance? This is kind of an approximation. I'm not asking, and it's not a right or wrong. This is just in your opinion. At what distance would the sun being closer to the Earth affect temperature? Like, in other words, if it varies from 90 to 93 million, at what, like, how many millions of miles? At what distance closer would it start directly affecting Earth's temperature?
I think you would need to have it just tens of millions of miles before it made a significant effect. I mean, Venus, for instance, is I think 2/3 the distance to the sun that the Earth is, and that obviously has a big effect. Well,
let me ask you different, bro. I asked you different.
I'm going to say 10 million. When you say, I mean, it all depends what you mean by a big effect. I mean, if you wanted
one
it to
person said it's got to be 20 million miles closer
I'm going
than
to go
it
for
is.
10 million miles to make it. So if you wanted, for instance, if you had a fight, so I'm going to randomly say, if you wanted a 1 degree temperature change, you might have to move 10 million miles closer. How about that?
10 million miles closer. Very good. Very good. Okay, 10 million miles closer. All right, that's fair. All right, so did a remote control rover video mushrooms growing on Mars?
No. There are no mushrooms growing on Mars.
We agree on that.
I mean, that is well, I don't think anybody's ever claimed such a thing.
Did a remote control rover land on Mars?
Yes, of course.
Okay, do people have free reign to explore every continent on Earth?
You try and go to Russia, you won't be able to. Antarctica, you have more freedom to explore Antarctica than you do anywhere else.
Yeah, let me say this. So do people have free reign to independently explore in Antarctica?
More so than any other continent.
What?
If you try and explore all of Australia, you'll be stopped by the military. You won't be able to go into various buildings. Whereas Antarctica, the only place that you can't actually go if you had your own means of getting there would be the base at the South Pole and possibly a couple of British bases and there's a couple of Russian ones. Other than that, you'll be able to go anywhere you like without being stopped by anybody. If you try that in America, try that in Brazil, try that in the UK, try it in France, Germany, Russia, India, you will be stopped at numerous places and prevented from doing it.
Can you go to the dome in Antarctica?
The what? You mean the American
don't
base?
answer that. Please don't answer that. Does Google Earth periodically adjust its data?
I think it has modified it, but it's based on the SRM-TM shuttle thing. So that data is not changing, but I think it remodeled the way it showed what. I think it did change the way it viewed things, but the data that it uses is the same. It uses the SRTM data from the 2000.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. So no, that's fair. Okay, so 2 left, or no, let's see, 4 left. Okay. Are vertical hanging plumb lines parallel on Earth?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Have you seen suspicious videos from the ISS?
No,
None at all.
none.
Okay. Does original Apollo footage look authentic?
Yes.
Okay. How far away is the closest star?
4 light years.
4 light years. Very good. Okay. I'd say 93 million miles, but that's me. What
Oh, right. Sorry.
makes
Yeah.
thunder? What makes thunder?
Okay. If you mean the sun, then
Nobody's
93
answered
million
that,
miles.
Zanik. I mean, Rumpus, nobody's answered that. So just so you know, what makes thunder echo or reverberate?
It doesn't reverberate. It comes from different places. There's when you say reverb, you well,
I mean, I just should have said echo.
Well, it can bounce off buildings, I suppose, and you can get local echo effects. But if you mean sort of the large scale, why does it rumble and make different cracking sound when you're close to it, and a rumble when you're further away?
Good word, rumble.
Then it doesn't. It's not reverberating. It's not like it's echoing off. Unless you're in an environment.
Rumble's a good word, Rumpus. Why does thunder rumble?
I did actually look into this a month or so ago. Why it behaves sounds differently at the different distances. It's all pretty straightforward. But I can't remember why it sounds different. I think it's just due to the fact that you get dampening effects. I mean, just like anything, a sharp crack, the higher frequencies don't propagate as far as lower frequencies.
Best answer I've heard yet. The dampening effects is probably the best answer I've ever yet. So two more. Okay. Why do southern long haul flights sometimes cross the equator?
They don't, and if they're going on the most direct route, but sometimes they do it for economical purposes. I think there's been one example where someone wanted to get from Australia or something to someone, and it just happened to be the more economical shot, went to Los Angeles or something, then down again. But if that wasn't the most direct route, if you follow the direct route, then you don't do that.
Dude, what was your answer for the thunder again? That short, concise answer.
You get dampening effects. A higher frequency.
That's it. Dampening effect. That was a good one.
Yeah, higher frequency sounds are subject to more dampening than lower frequency ones. That's just why foghorns are low frequency, because they can penetrate further through, water droplets in the air. You get the sound will change as it goes through a medium that's dampening different frequencies differently.
That's definitely probably the best answer. Okay. No, you can't say that. No, they don't cross the. I ain't saying always. I'm saying why do they ever? Why do? What I mean. Let me tell you what I mean. Let me tell you what I mean.
For economical purposes, they'll take a longer route, but it's cheaper because there happen to be more people going there. So, for instance, if you want to get to Los Angeles, to Australia, to South America, sometimes if there's a lot of cheap flights going to Los Angeles, then organisations will say, well, okay, even though it takes longer to do it, we'll take that route because it costs less.
Okay, so you say because it costs less to cross the equator?
Yes, that's right. It's not a choice. If it was just a distance choice, then they wouldn't happen. But it's just like saying if you want. Sometimes if you're going to cheap fare on a train, sometimes it's cheaper to go a longer way round than it is to go on some other way round. You pick organisations will have flights that pick the most economical route, obviously, even if it takes longer.
Okay, does Coriolis effect require an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame?
Yes, I would say you would have that because you need. Yes, it depends what anything that's moving and free. You can say has its own reference frame, and therefore it becomes a non. So, for instance, any free moving object effectively has its own reference frame. So, therefore, from that reference frame, yes. You have one non-inertial reference frame, and then you have the rotating reference frame. So, yes.
All right, very good. And how does the world end? And meaning, how does the Earth, or no, how does the world stop? Like, or can it go? Does it go on for infinity? or does it
You mean
stop?
when you say stop, you don't mean in terms of movement, you in terms of existing. When does it
Yes.
cease to exist?
What's there? If anything is there to stop you, what is it? Or I mean, how does the
Well,
world
we're
end?
going to be gobbled up by the sun when it becomes a red giant.
Big
No, I
crunch.
don't mean that. I'm talking about the whole world. I'm talking about the whole world.
I mean, the whole universe.
Yeah. Well, you'd call a
You
universe.
said the
Yeah,
world.
sure.
Okay. I thought you were referring to Earth. Okay. Well, no, the big crunch is not going to happen. The expansion of the universe is getting faster. So, in fact, it's going to turn out to be an enormously huge, infinitely sized universe that things will be spreading out into. So it won't cease to exist.
I mean to say, how does space end? Is there a wall? Does it go on forever?
Oh, sorry. When you say end, you mean? Oh, you're right. I thought in terms of time existing. Right, you didn't make it clear what you meant by end. Okay, you mean right. Okay, you mean in terms of boundaries?
Yes.
No, there's no because it's constantly expanding. No, there's no boundary to the universe. It is already the bits that we are looking at, for instance, that we can see now that are 13.4 billion years old. Those
So if
points
we
are now
can-
those.
if we can move-
Hold on,
Let me
those
ask you like
points are now-
this.
Oh, Jesus! Can I finish the sentence?
Well, you'll
Those
give a
points-
better answer.
I've got 4 words to give. Those points are now moving away at us at the speed of light right now, although obviously we can see them as they were nearly 14 billion years ago. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, that was funny. Look, I'm just trying to. I think you'll give a better answer. So, if hypothetically, if you had infinite speed and you're the fastest, so you could travel faster than the expansion, what would stop you? What would stop?
Now that's an interesting question. Well, we have something called the observable universe. That's the only thing we can see. Beyond that, we can't see it, and that seems to be where the universe starts. Though, because I believe the universe is creating its own space and time. I don't know the answer. That's a very. I think even an astrophysicist would have to think about that one.
Listen to this, man. The reason that was the last question. Let me say one other thing, and then I'll give everybody else free reign. The reason I asked that is because we were asking, and it was just a bunch of flat earthers in here, and we were asking about, how do we think the world ends? Is it an infinite plane? Is there a wall or something like that? And then we asked a globe earther, and he's like, dude, it doesn't, And I'm like, wait a minute, he acted like we were stupid. And I was like, wait a minute, dude. I mean, how did your world end? And he's like, it doesn't. I'm like, so it just goes on infinity in all directions? And he's like, oh, you're talking about space. I'm like, yeah, everything's got to end. Just because y'all pushed y'all's problem out light years away, it's still a fair question of what's the boundary, So when y'all ask us, act like we're stupid,
if you think there's a boundary, then you could say, what's the other side of the boundary? And you could say, well, if you call that space as well, it's nothing. Then you could say, well, what's that? But
so it's not fair for them to ask us. The moral is, it's not fair for them to ask us how the world ends, because everything's got to have an end, or maybe it doesn't.
Well, no, it doesn't have to have an end. I mean, I suspect that it doesn't have to have an end.
Right. Is that a fair point, though, for me to say that that's not fair to ask flat earthers, because it could just
well, it
go
is,
on
because
forever.
over the size of the Earth, we know exactly what's going on. There's no problem there. We're talking about the universe, which is a very different kettle of fish.
If there isn't an end, how could there not be a creator?
We don't require
Explain the logic there. What was the logic there, Gio?
Well, what was your answer there? What was your answer?
Goes
Rumpus,
forever, how could it not be created and be within a creation cycle?
Can I just finish off with Brian, and then Ruhif can come with that thing? So, if the question is where the Earth ends, then we've been to all the areas of the Earth, so we absolutely know where the boundaries of the Earth is, and it definitely has edges. We know that for a fact, and we've got pictures of it just to make sure, even though we've been all over it. So so it's very reasonable to be asked flat earthers to be asked where the edge of the Earth is, but to ask me where the edge of the universe is, that's a completely different question. So it's perfectly reasonable for flat earthers to be asked as to where the edge of the Earth is.
That's a fair point.
Okay, so
You mean the leading edge of the
what's the
sphere?
boundary?
You mean the leading edge of the sphere that you said is not what's cutting off boats from the bottom up?
Well, yeah, but the spheres go round, so we know the Earth's a sphere, and we know and therefore it doesn't have an edge in the sense of being able to carry on. But visually, so this is another thing that flatties get confused about. There's the visual edge of something, but that doesn't mean to say there's nothing beyond it. And we know exactly what the shape is. We know those
There's no
places
such thing as anything but a visual horizon, because we can only call a horizon.
There are about
is what we
10 different.
see.
There are 10 different definitions of horizon. If you're talking
There's
about
only
a visual
one
one,
real horizon, and that's the one we see.
there are lots of
It
horizons.
changes for everybody.
If you're talking about the visual one, then and particularly the visual one when you're looking at a body of water, because you could be talking about the horizon in terms of mountains, so that's another sort of horizon. But if you're talking about the horizon relating to a body of water you're looking out over, then that's a visual thing. That's got nothing to do with that's dependent on your height. If you go up higher, that moves. So this obsession you've got with horizon is irrelevant to whether or not you can go there. We can go all the places on the Earth, and whether or not you can see it, because whether you're standing at 6 foot high, 20 foot high, 20 miles high, is irrelevant.
In a photograph, there's only one horizon, and it's the one we see. That's why I said in a photograph.
The visual horizon. You're just talking about the visual horizon, but aircraft use something called a sensible horizon, a celestial horizon. There are loads of different. But if you just want to talk about the visual horizon, which is perfectly fine, then yes, but that doesn't limit the geography or the. It's like saying if you're on a basketball and you're an ant on a basketball, does the fact that you're an ant?
Welcome to flat Earth, brother. Welcome to flat Earth.
Come on.
But you're not making any sense. We can be to the just because you can't see you personally standing on a beach, only see so far, doesn't mean to say we can't go to everywhere.
I didn't say nothing about distance, pal. I said if I took a picture of the horizon, is the leading edge that we see Earth curve.
But that's not the question you asked. You asked you're being asked where the end of
you're right. That ain't
visual
exactly
thing.
what I asked. I gotta take that back.
That's a completely different point you're now making. You're talking about visual, what an individual armed with a camera can get, as opposed to where the geographical ends of the Earth are. So those are two completely different points.
I added 2 questions. I got to refresh for Ruhif. 2 real quick questions. Ruhif, does Coriolis require an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame?
Yes, but in my experience, flat earthers get confused about reference frames, but I'll say yes.
Okay, you say yes because I got to add that to yours. Okay, and how does the world end? What's the boundary, if there is one?
Yeah, he doesn't mean in terms of time. He means in terms of the edge of it.
Yeah, no idea.
What?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's a good answer.
I don't think, and as I said, you know to ask an astrophysicist, and I don't think they know either.
They don't know shit.
They know an awful lot more than you do.
Yeah, about shit.
Yeah, they can make predictions. They can say, "Oh, look, this does that, that does that," and then I bet that happens somewhere else, that we can justify that. And it all agrees with our physics and everything. Oh, yeah, there we go. And so they can make predictions about the behaviour of stars and galaxies and things. And guess what? We're going to look at somewhere else in what's called a natural experiment, and we see those very same things that they predicted that we couldn't see before. So, for instance, now we've got the James Webb Telescope.
Oh, it's so convenient.
Hold on, let me finish. The predictions that we can make with what we know at the moment. And guess what? We then get the James Webb Telescope, and then we say, oh, look, yes, that matches the predictions we made. Excellent.
Yeah, they can make a lot of predictions.
Yeah, and they've been verified. So that's what makes it clever. That's what means they understand what's going on. If you can make predictions about the future, that's the acid test of whether you understand reality.
Bonafide, verified predictions.
Boring.
Correct. If you can make a prediction about the way a system behaves, then you understand it. If you can't do that, you know bugger all.
If you have to constantly see your observations and then take many years to create a mathematical construct to try to explain it or describe it, that's not a prediction.
They make bona fide predictions about the shit.
A prediction is saying that this will happen. All a prediction is saying, if I go and do this, then this will happen or this will appear. That's what all a prediction is. You can predict whether or not opening your door will work properly. That's a prediction. Predict whether what you're going to eat tomorrow. That's a prediction.
If you say the sun's going to come back around tomorrow, that's not a prediction.
It's absolutely a prediction because it may not happen. As far as we know, science does not guarantee that will happen. So we predict the sun will happen. That will do it. In other words, it's about something will happen in the future. It's not guaranteed to happen. Science says that may not happen.
Fair enough, but my point is, I guess you can't really conflate mathematical descriptions of something that's a reoccurring cycle with any type of substantive validity of the math or the claim behind it, right? I mean, it's just a
that's just gibberish, just word salad.
just because you have a cycle that's
there was no
reoccurring.
content in what you just said.
Yes, there was. Just
No, there
because you
wasn't.
have a cycle that's reoccurring and you can describe it mathematically and quote unquote use it for predictions, that cannot be conflated to validity of whatever the claim behind the math is.
Gibberish.
Okay, whatever.
If you're predicting something that's going to happen, that is a prediction, no matter what. No matter how you've acquired the knowledge, whether it's just simply the fact that the sun has been doing that one day. Well, in fact, of course, it doesn't do it. It's slowing because the Earth rotates. It's actually changing. So, in fact, and also the angle changes because the Earth sometimes slightly wobbles on its axis. It's also undergoing precession. So, in fact, you can't just do it from simple cycles. You have to understand a subject, as I say, to things like tectonic plates causing the Earth's position to jiggle, which means the sun, in fact,
None of
does
this is
change.
actually responding to what I said. Maybe I'll say
It is exactly because you just said, "Oh, it's a cycle."
No.
Therefore, you're saying because it's a cycle, it's not. Oh, yes, it is.
That's not what he's saying, bro.
He's saying
no,
it's
listen,
a cycle.
listen.
Yes, see, hold on, listen. He's saying it because it's a cycle. You're not having to think. Therefore, it's not a prediction. Oh, yes, it is.
That's not what he said.
It is what he said. It is what he said. And if you decide to base your knowledge on a cycle, then you're doing that as a prediction.
I was listening to what he said, so I know what he was saying.
No, you didn't. You didn't understand
He's
it.
saying just because you have a cycle doesn't mean that it's evidence for the model that you're trying to suppose is causing the effect of the cycle that you see.
Exactly.
It's not evidence of the model, whatever kind of cause that you've made up.
Well, I can say Superman carries the stars around in a circle and then give you math that works. Just
I mean, this is why science can't prove things. Is all you're pointing out. I mean, all of our science we have, the reasons that things fall to the ground, it might not be due down to gravity. It might be due to invisible green pixies doing it. We can't prove that in science. All we can say is that the evidence says that we've got an explanation. It's provisional. It seems to work. It hasn't been violated, but it could all be down to invisible green pixies doing it. That's why science can't prove things.
It's provisional. So you would say that your model is in beta testing?
Much better than that, but it's always provisional.
Hey, can I ask you this, Rumpus?
I'm not letting you ask you.
You seem to be discovering that science doesn't prove things. Have you not been told before that science doesn't prove things?
Rumpus, real fast. You know how you were talking about how the atmosphere is like lagging behind the Earth the higher you go?
Yeah.
You know that they say at the top of the atmosphere it's actually going like up to 30% faster than the Earth's spin.
No.
It's called super rotation.
Well, you can't. I think I've heard of this before. Now, what? Right, now, hold on. I'm trying to remember what that was.
Yeah, they say it happens on Venus as well. And
but not
on.
What? Right, but that's due to external effects.
Well, that's what I was about to say. You agree it would have to be due to some type of external introduction of energy, or that would violate the law of conservation of momentum, right? I mean, you
no, it wouldn't. No, because if something external is imparting extra momentum to the atmosphere, so for instance, the sun.
What I just said.
Well, it's not. You just said it was violating the conservation of momentum.
I said it would have to have some external source of energy, or it would violate.
Oh right, okay. I missed that bit. Okay, you are correct.
Yeah, they don't know the mechanism though. It's not agreed upon.
Hold on, let me just have a quick remind myself of what that is.
Super rotation.
Yeah, super rotation. Let me just remind myself of this. What it was.
Take your time googling.
Okay, I don't know. Yes, there are examples of this. Yes, on that and Venus. I don't think it. Are you going
to have an answer ready for this? Do you think
it happens on the Earth also?
You're going to need to research it first.
They just don't know why.
Okay, I don't know the answer to that question.
Fair enough. I'm just saying you get that. Obviously, there has to be some mechanism, like we just said, or we'd be violating law of conservation.
Yes, but
for the obvious answer, we're not moving at all.
Well, then we are. We know that. You can do. There are about 10 different tests that you can do to establish that very easily, from Foucault's pendulum.
This is bullshit.
You know, Einstein said that
It's
Foucault's
science,
pendulum
sorry.
doesn't prove. Einstein said that according to relativity, Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove the Earth is spinning because
Yeah, what rock you been hiding under?
if
Hold
the
on.
sky was spinning around the Earth, due to the Machian principle, you'd have a translation of motion from the stars moving around the Earth to the interior of the system, and you would get centrifugal and Coriolis effects. So it would be the same both ways. He said
I
this
don't
in the
believe
letter
that.
to Ernst Mach.
I don't believe that.
I got the. You want to see the letter? You want to see the letter?
Because before now, for instance, my experience with you last time was when you said that light was describing the whole magnetic spectrum. You gave me a link to something, and then asked you to give me the sentence, which I found which contradicted what you said. So I'm afraid your history of providing citations that support you are like as bad as QE's.
So let's think about this with common sense, though. So if we can come up with a legitimate experiment, even though Einstein said we can't. So let's picture this. So if we take and we
you can just drop, Brian. You can just drop something from a tall building. There's a tower in Germany that does this, and it deviates. We can also see the fact that things weigh differently. We've got 10 easy different ways of establishing the Earth's rotating.
Saying what he's saying, though.
It all can be explained with what Einstein was talking about.
No, they can't.
So
yes, they
if we find a way to slow light down, then it won't come in directly through the telescope, right? We'll have to tip it a little bit more. So we have to tilt our telescopes, some cameras, not all of them, but we have to tilt them a little bit instead of pointing directly at a star due to due to refraction or whatever it is, okay? But if we slow the light down, we'd have to tilt it a little more, right? It'd be the same.
Are you talking about Airy's experiment with a telescope where he put water into a telescope and therefore had to tilt it?
Yeah, if it's
where
already
he
left
failed
the
to show
star,
the Earth was moving.
if it's already left the star,
yeah, but it turns out that's entirely consistent with relativity.
If it's well on its way and it's left the star, doesn't matter if the star just carries on its own path. You know, the light's already left the star. So we put water in the telescope and slow it down. It's still going to come through straight because it's already left the star, and the star has nothing to do with it. So the light's already left the star, so it's just going to come straight on through, right?
The maths associated with what you've just described is moderately complicated and will require me about 5 minutes to explain it to you, for you to understand it. But I can assure you the result is completely consistent with the Earth rotating.
I just now dropped a letter from Einstein to Ernst Mach. He's explaining, I'm sorry that you got ridiculed inadvertently on my behalf for your principle, because come to find out, I actually have to integrate this in principle with relativity and can see that it's correct, that if there was, in fact, motion from the outside of a system, like an empty sphere, he uses the example of like an empty hollow sphere, it would translate motion to the inside of it. It's called the Machian principle. It's in a letter from like 1913. And he explains that he had to integrate this principle to then invoke the Arthur Eddington observation or experiment, where they claimed that they saw the star behind the eclipse, and it helped to verify
Bending of light due to gravitational relativity. Yes.
Yeah. So
I can't read that letter.
Coriolis.
I can't read what it says in that letter you've posted. The resolution's not high enough.
Well, it's in German also, but I have it translated underneath. I mean, I got it translated by numerous different German people, both Globers and Platters.
Oh, I see. That's the translation, is it there? Oh, sorry. Oh, right. Sorry. Which has been finished after endless struggle and tortures. Next thing we see. Your happy investigations on the foundation of mechanics Planck's.
Rumpus, in 100 years, we're going to be able to go back on this recording, and we're going to see which ones of these things you were correct and which ones you were incorrect on.
First rule of the internet is that I'm always correct.
We'll have voice proof.
Where I just make an assertion. Obviously, sometimes I'll express an opinion and say, I'll qualify and say, I think this might be the case. Obviously, that might not be correct. But where I assert something to be
tell Ruben your answer to can we draw a two-dimensional square on the surface of Earth? Well, he went on to say his final answer. I just jotted down basically that yes, but
Brian was writing down every single thing Rumpus said. That
I tried to write a lot, dude. I was scribbling a little bit, but it said.
Well, I'll just reiterate it, just to make it absolutely clear. It depends what you understand by a square. Just like a triangle in spherical geometry does not sum up to 180. A square is defined in spherical geometry just by the fact that you've got four-sided object, and the four sides have to follow great circles. That means that a square in spherical geometry can actually be a circle. Now, if you're not happy with that, then you can say. And you can say, Yes, I know it's.
Oh, what? Is
It's
this
very
fucking
close.
like
Yes,
the
this is
bullshit
'cause
hour or what?
You just don't understand geometry. This is because you're stupid and
No, I
ignorant. I'm
understand that
going
I
to
can have
explain
a
to things.
five-sided square, but I can't get a circle, dumbass.
Right, look, if you
Yes.
a four-sided object in spherical geometry is what defines a square, where each side is equal. So, for instance, as I said, if you start off at the North Pole and then you move, going west down to the equator.
square,
Hold on,
bro.
can I just finish?
Yeah,
And
but
then if you
remember,
go-
I said a
nearly there,
two-dimensional
Brian.
square.
It's only 10 more seconds. So then you go down west towards the equator. You then carry on going down along that great circle down to the South Pole, and then you come up eastwards, and then you follow that. That is actually, if you take the 4 points of the 2 equator points and the poles, that's a four-sided object with each side of equal length. That is a square, even though we would look at it and say that's a circle. This is what spherical trigonometry is all about. Spherical
Bullshit.
geometry. Well, I've just described it. That's what we define as. Otherwise, you don't have a concept of a square in spherical geometry.
Exactly. You don't have a concept of a square, and you're trying to
Yes,
make one
we
up.
do, because that would mean in spherical geometry terms, you wouldn't allow any terms of triangles and things and distance between 2 points being a straight line. But we use those sorts of things usually when mathematicians want to describe geometry and people who want to use these terms. They want to be able to talk about.
Yeah,
things
they
like
describe
squares
them
and
by
lines.
shitting on the terminology. So
No, they
in terms
don't.
of two
They say
distance
in
between
terms
2
of spherical
points,
trigonometry, spherical
up.
geometry. We
all
mean
right,
that a
Rumpus.
triangle the angle between them. If you draw 3 lines from the pole to the what point of the equator, then you take an equal length, for instance, along the equator, and then back up again. You can clearly see the angles at the vertices are not summing to 180. But
Exactly, and that's why it's not a
but
triangle.
it's a really useful concept because we live on the surface of a globe, and therefore those sorts of pieces of geometry are applicable to everyday life.
Yeah, I'm tired.
The
for
distance
you,
between
man.
2 points is a straight line, so it's a chord line. If you're talking about on the
No,
surface of the
in
sphere, it's a
we're
curved
not allowed.
line.
That's the you didn't
It's
listen.
straight in
spherical
2
geometry,
axes and
you're
curved
restricted.
in 1.
No, you're restricted in spherical geometry to being on the surface, and it's useful to have the concept of the shortest
You're not
distance
actually.
Spherical
You can
geometry
are.
is not
That's the point
two-dimensional.
about spherical geometry. You're restricted to
not
just being on the
two-dimensional,
surface,
bro.
and therefore
You're not strict.
the
That's
shortest
your own
distance
restriction that
between
you're putting
2
on
points,
yourself, man.
the shortest distance between 2 points is a curve because in spherical geometry you're restricted by definition,
Spherical
to the
geometry
surface of a
is
sphere.
Down, dude.
Jesus
Spherical
Christ, Brian, why do you have
geometry
to
So you
interrupt me
can't
in
possibly have a
mid-sentence?
chord line on a
Brian,
sphere?
could you stop shouting at me in my middle of a sentence?
Rumpus, you can't possibly have a chord line on a sphere?
No, not in spherical geometry. You cannot be on a sphere.
I want to dial it back, dude.
But you just need to understand. I don't know why I'm having to explain it. Spherical geometry is all about the geometry where you're restricted by definition to just the surface. Now, as I described in my answer to Brian earlier, if you wanted the shortest distance between 2 points on a surface of the sphere and you're allowed to drill a hole through the surface of the earth, then yes, obviously you follow a chord. But if we say no, you have to take a boat trip on the surface, then the shortest distance is a curve.
Okay, so if you're
It's really
restricted
simple.
on the surface, then how do you have a horizontal that goes out into infinity?
Well, you don't. You can't. At least
So you have no
spherical
tangent line.
Spherical geometry doesn't have horizontals.
Okay, so
like
there's no
the-
tangent line because the tangent line doesn't stay on
No,
the
in
sphere.
spherical geometry, there's no tangent line. No.
There's no horizontals. So in spherical geometry, there's no horizontal.
You don't have tangents.
There's no
Rumpus,
horizontal.
quit yelling for 1 second, man. Let me say one quick thing. Spherical geometry involves a radius. It's not two-dimensional. I asked a leading question about the line in the
But
curved
the
line.
surface
to
is
get
just
you
because
to
it's got a radius.
Oh, God.
No, they don't have a radius
yes, you have
because
a
they don't
radius,
look.
Brian.
They're restricted to the surface, so they don't have a radius. All they have is a.
They
is
have a radius, but you're
circumference.
restricted. The geometry is restricted to the surface of a sphere. Now, what the radius you do define the particular spherical geometry, but that's in the equations. You say this is the radius I'm going to be using for this thing. Therefore, the distance between these 2 points is whatever it is. But that's a function of radius. But you work out your geometry on this surface.
So
Yes, you have a radius, Brian.
So
But that
you
doesn't
can
make
leave
it
this
3D.
surface when convenient, when you need to define a term conveniently. Then you can leave the
No, you
surface.
can't leave the surface. In spherical geometry, you can't leave the surface.
Well, didn't you have to define the radius, which is not on the surface?
That just defines how much it's curved, but you can't leave the surface in terms of the things you're doing in that geometry. Spherical geometry is defined by definition that you're restricted to the surface of
So
a
you don't have any
sphere.
plumb lines. You don't have any plumb
There are
lines
no
then,
plumb
huh?
lines on a surface. You're not restricted to.
Are you
But if you
listing
want to talk
percentage?
about what If you want to, but if you want to talk about the real world where we can,
The
lift
real
ourselves
world
off the
geometry
surface,
ain't
then you can have
four-dimensional,
plumb
Rumpus.
lines.
Real
You
world
can't have
geometry
plumb lines when
four-dimensional?
you can't have any thickness. The surface is
Rumpus.
infinitely thin, so you
Everyone
can't have
just
a plumb
chill
line.
out. Oh my god.
Rumpus, you
real
gotta
world
take a break at some point, man. Let someone respond.
Yeah, exactly. Is real world geometry four-dimensional or two-dimensional, Rumpus? Which is it?
Well, we live in a 4D world, but we usefully the spatial
Is
ones
real
are just
world
3D.
geometry
They're
four
three. The
dimensions
real
or
world
2 dimensions?
spatial geometry is 3-dimensional. Yes, we
I
can
got a
go up
question
and
for you,
down.
Rumpus.
We're
How
not
do you-
restricted to the surface of the Earth. Therefore, it's 3-dimensional.
How do you know
So
when
in
you
a
have a
real
great
world-
circle route?
Say again.
How do you know when you have a great circle route?
They're all using the wrong Hammerstein formula too. The one that's
how
posted
would
they're
you-
pushing around is
So,
wrong.
so in other words,
Great
so
circle
are
arc.
you
How
saying?
do you
are you
recognize it?
How do you reckon? In other words, if I'm moving, I then say, "How am I moving along Great Circle Route?" Well, you would identify by whether or not you got to the shortest distance between 2 points a long way away from one another. If you didn't take the shortest, if someone said this is the shortest route along a Great Circle, and you didn't follow,
No, I'm
get
saying,
that
how do you
distance, then
recognize you're on a great circle? How do you know you're on a great
you
circle?
want? You think there ought to be a big sign up? Then do you?
I'm asking.
No,
you,
there's no.
If you're stuck on the surface, how do you recognize it's a great circle?
Well, if you're stationary, then you're on all infinite number of great circles. Which when you move along a distance, then you have to say, is the distance I move? I mean, if you just move along the surface and you follow what's called a straight line is focal geometry, then you're always on a great circle.
So what? Any straight
In other
line?
words, if you look at a star, let's imagine the Earth stopped rotating, and you said there's a star in the distance, and you carried on walking towards that star, then you would be following a great circle route.
You don't deviate left or right. You're on a great circle at the end. That's a silly question.
If you keep the same direction, you're following a great circle route.
Yeah, but how do you keep the same direction? Looking at a star, which is
That's the easy way.
You
Yeah.
don't turn left or right. This is a ridiculous question.
No, I mean he's
What are
saying
you saying?
we're only looking at the surface.
Yeah, so a
is the
bullet,
star on
for
the
instance,
surface too now?
So a bullet, for instance, will follow a great circle route.
Is the surface
If you
of the
fire
celestial
something,
sphere
if you fire something ballistically, it will follow a great circle route. By
Is the
naturally.
celestial sphere two-dimensional? The surface of the celestial sphere two-dimensional,
Yeah.
Rumpus.
Yes, we can paint all the stars at all their 3D locations on the inside of a sphere and by the surface of a sphere, and by definition, the surface of a sphere, and just have angles to it. Although obviously they are in 3D, but the way we look at them. Because don't forget that when you look using your eyes only get a 2D image of what the 3D world is. It's been perspective transformation occurs in your eyes, and you've got a 2D version of what's going on out there. Similarly, we've got when you're looking up at the stars, you've got a 2D version. So therefore, we just simply paint the stars on the inside of a globe, not pointing their distance. It's useless to put the distance, and it doesn't help celestial navigation. So we just say, there we go, at that angle, because it's only about angles. And when you're just dealing with angles, then you've effectively got a 2D system because the distance is meaningless.
So it's a two-dimensional surface measuring to another two-dimensional surface. Welcome to flat Earth, Rumpus.
Brian.
And then at the very end,
If you think
you add
that's
an
an argument, Brian, you're
formula,
insane.
and you add R to get your great circle.
You don't
distance.
understand surfaces. You don't understand.
I think I do.
No, you don't.
Yo, Rumpus. So
No, you don't.
Touching on something you talked about earlier. If I was in like a high altitude helium balloon, like 150,000 feet.
God, that's very
how
high.
long?
Yes, okay.
How long would I have to be up there for in terms of the actual degree difference on the Earth?
Right. So in other words, how much you're
what's the
basically
ratio?
lagging.
Like 1
which is we
hour
were
would
talking
be
about earlier.
how many degrees of the surface?
Well, it's 15 miles. As I said, I think it gets up to being a 15 mile. The height of an aeroplane, I think it's something like 15 miles difference. Though, as Whitsitt pointed out, there is this super rotation light, but I don't think that's typical. The typical behaviour, I think, is a height of an aeroplane. It can, obviously the atmosphere. Obviously, when you get up very high, then there are, the sun's light rays. There's a solar pressure, and you can get all sorts of other external effects.
Disregard external effects.
Okay,
Just
right.
leg
In which
only.
case, okay. Well, I say it's 50. At the height of an aeroplane, it's 15 miles an hour difference. If you went up twice as high, which would be so an aeroplane is what 40,000 feet, so 80,000 feet, so it'd be 30 miles. And you wanted to say double that, so it would be 60 miles an hour difference. In other words, if you were looking down the spot, if you went up 60 to that height, you'd be doing 60 miles an hour, and you'd be losing at 60 miles an hour from where you got up. And if you went directly back down again, you would then, if you did it for an hour, you would be 60 miles behind where you, the thing that you were started off would be 60 miles ahead of you.
Well, sorry, was that 150,000 feet?
Yeah, that was. I went to 160,000 just to easy double it. So, to the 160,000 feet, you would be losing the spot. You'd be losing your distance, but at 60 miles an hour from the point you started off from.
Okay, so like actually, I didn't have this in mind before, but it makes me think of like that Red Bull jump. How close was he to where he took off from?
I think he wasn't.
How long was he in the air too?
Yeah, but he wasn't at 100,000 feet.
Yeah, he slowly ascended. Obviously, I don't know how long it was.
Yeah, I mean, I say it's 15 miles an hour. So yeah, he's probably losing it at about 60 miles an hour or more. He probably is going about 60, yeah, somewhere between 30 and 60 miles an hour. He's losing it from where he started off at. But he was able to glide in. I mean, he was able to. I can't remember how long it took him to get up. It wasn't that long. Don't know. But yes, I mean, he had he could glide. He had a parachute. So I don't know what the distance was he ended up coming back, but I would imagine it's something. I would guess a few tens of miles that he came back down.
If he was able to like aim where he landed, then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he can direct himself.
It's not that it doesn't matter, but it could have been. It's definitely.
Yeah, he can direct himself, so he can compensate. I suspect he was told, go in this direction, go in that direction, and that would easily make up. Because I mean, he was traveling down 800 miles an hour or something at one point. So he can. If he can direct himself somehow, though, I mean, he was mostly falling. Obviously, if you're just going downwards, then you're stuck. But you can obviously, when you get a bit of air.
He probably couldn't have affected it too much, considering he had to open the parachute at probably a relatively low altitude.
Yes, but you can dive. Skydivers can change. I mean, if you just orientate yourself in a sort of not quite directly downwards, you can easily use the atmosphere to guide yourself.
Yeah, but you're not going to be gliding that much.
You can make. Yeah, there are people who do. There are people if you put one of those wing jacket things on, you can charge down mountains and guide yourself.
Without a wing jacket, to drop like a rock.
Yeah, but you can do the same thing on a smaller scale with just your body. If you incline it one way or another, you will generate a velocity that's horizontal velocity.
Yeah, I don't remember him doing that.
But okay, but I don't. Yes, I don't know how far we ended up. I don't know the details, but you can definitely do it, and people do this.
You said doo-doo.
I mean, skydivers, before they've opened their parachutes, can guide where they can guide themselves to where they wish to go. Before they've opened the parachute, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, when you've got a force that you've got on you, you can use that force that's I mean, it's such a large force that it's actually they reach terminal velocity, which means there's a force they can play with that's of the same value as their body weight. Which means you can angle that.
Roughest would a star with a planet with twice the gravity have twice the buoyancy?
Yes.
So a neutron star.
Oh my God.
We'd float, right?
What would float?
Anything.
Well, no, it would all be crushed. You'd be.
What do you mean crushed? The more gravity, you said, the more buoyancy.
Right, but okay, well, the force, yes, but this is why I asked you what you meant by buoyancy. The force would be greater, but you'll be so crushed to the size of a layer of atoms that although the forces on you would be greater, well, of course, on a neutron star, everything's turned into neutrons. So there ceases to be a difference. Everything is of the same density ultimately because everything.
But if we keep adding gravity, we keep adding buoyancy. So what are you even talking about?
Well, you talked about a neutron star. But yes, if you're not on a neutron star...
I did go a little extreme.
Okay, let's go to something.
The more gravity we add, the more buoyancy we add.
Remember what you mean by buoyancy. You mean the force. That's why I was so particular about what you meant by buoyancy. The force indeed...
Well, if I had 50 times the gravity, then the air would float me. Or no, it'd be more like 90 times the gravity. Then I'd float on the air, right?
Your relative density... No, hold on. No, it's not going to change the relative effects. No, you would still you're denser than the air, and that will continue. But if you, in other words, I was saying, if you went into something, this is why you got confused about buoyancy. But if you went into, say, a water bath, the force that's pushing you up would be doubled. But you would still be, if you would naturally were going to float on water, you would still float on water. It's going to affect everything similarly, but the forces involved will be multiplied. The relative, you still would behave in exactly the same way in terms of what was underneath what. Your density would determine it, but the forces involved would be doubled if you doubled the acceleration due to gravity.
So something quite twice as dense as, let's say, the egg that floats perfectly, doesn't go up or down. Add twice the gravity, and that egg is gonna.
But it forces, but the water's got. But hold on, the forces on the egg and the water are all doubled, so it doesn't make a difference to their relative position. So this is why I tried to get you to define buoyancy. You're now, I didn't understand, but now you're saying you think under extra gravity you're going to get different effects and things will float in different ways. No, they won't. They'll be identical, but the forces involved will be twice as much.
So mathematically is what I'm talking about, okay? I'm talking about objects.
Yeah, mathematically, and that's why, because you said mathematically, I was pointing out the forces would be twice as much, but the force on the... Remember, all this is about is the Earth pulling on water and pulling on you. If you double the forces, then both are doubles. It doesn't make a difference to the effect of the two relative forces, and the buoyancy effect in terms of visually would be exactly the same, but the forces would be twice as great.
So we'll fall twice as fast if the gravity's twice as much, but we'll float twice as powerful, right?
Well, when you say twice, but the forces involved will be twice as great. No, if you were to say if the force of gravity was twice as great, then the atmosphere would be twice as dense. You would actually that would probably mean, given the fact the density of the atmosphere, if you want to talk about free fall, I mean, again, this is all about whether you want to talk about the real world and in the atmosphere you were falling, the atmosphere would be crushed, become much closer to the surface of the Earth, and it would be twice as dense, say. And the drag on something, and this is where genuine drag, in terms of aerodynamic drag, is proportional. No, actually, it's proportional to the. It's not proportional to the square. Okay, no, it would actually be the same. Actually, the density, the drag you have on going down is proportional to the density. So, in fact, it probably would be the same, even though the forces would be twice as great. But unfortunately, you would probably get heat up a lot more because you're going through a denser medium at the same speed. You would get hotter, and you'd be more likely to burn up. So basically, if you double you do not change the relative buoyancy of things if you double the Earth's gravity. It will be exactly the same, but you would be increasing things like the density of the air, and the forces.
Nothing could ever enter a black hole because it's infinitely buoyant, mathematically, infinitely buoyant. You could never enter a black hole. It'd be infinitely buoyant.
What are you talking about? Where did you suddenly get that
black
from?
hole? Mathematically, a black hole would be infinitely buoyant, right?
No.
What do you mean, no?
No.
Do the math.
No, you do the maths. Present me some maths that says that. Present me some maths that says that.
It's too tight to let light out, so it's like tighter than like a frog's butt, so water can't leak in. That's the maths.
My God, that's the most stupid comment I think I've ever heard anybody say ever.
What do you mean?
Jesus Christ.
That's the frog's black hole.
Please don't talk to me. Please, you're making me feel stupid. You're affected. I don't want any of your stupidity to get to me. I do not want any of your stupidity to come near me.
You don't know what math is anymore, so you don't believe in math now. That's crazy, Rumpus.
Do you know what calculus is? Do you know what calculus is?
You do not know the math now?
Do you know what calculus is?
Where it's tight and
do you know what calculus
is? Do
you know what calculus is? Do you know anything about maths? Do you know what trigonometry is? Do you know what calculus is?
I know math is fake. It's what humans make of it.
Oh, there we go. So in other words, the thing you were just citing, you regard as fake. Don't talk to me, please. Please don't talk to me. This is a guy who says that maths is fake. He's saying that maths is fake. Please go away. Please go away. Please go away. Please go away. You said maths is fake. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Math, can we?
Please go away. Please go away.
Can we see the shape of it?
You're basically denying abstract concepts. Geometry is a totally abstract concept. We can't touch that either. Goodness me, what an absolute moron. Jesus Christ, that guy ought to be banned from the universe. There's some sort of... I mean, that's a complete waste of oxygen there. Actually, that is an evolutionary dead end, for Christ's sake.
Are you a bit of a Christ fan, are you, Rumpus?
A what fan?
A fan of Christ.
Crossed? What's crossed?
Christ.
Christ.
Jesus.
Crust. Fan of crust.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, you're saying Christ. Oh,
He's Australian. From Australia.
What about him? What about the Christ, bro? Why are you talking about Jesus Christ?
I wasn't. Or like as a swear, as a exclamation.
Hey Rumpus, can I ask you, is Brian's questions maybe confusing because he's asking about buoyancy in reference to things that aren't even fluid mediums? Like, wouldn't it make sense to talk about buoyancy if you're talking about a fluid medium?
No, I think
Not
you
so
can
much
talk about.
a neutron
Although we
star?
talk, I mean, we normally talk about. Well, no, because buoyancy. I mean, you still have buoyancy in the. Well, I suppose the Earth is a bit fluid.
Yeah,
You
I think
could
it-
still
yeah,
have
fluid.
some buoyancy effects in a solid, but yes, obviously this makes it more difficult. It's more viscous. I mean, it's a nuanced thing. It's a graduated thing. If something was absolutely rigid, but nothing's absolutely rigid. The internal insides of the. Why have we got an echo? Someone's echoing me. Who the
Brian.
hell's that?
Get some headphones, Brian.
Yeah, please, Brian. Why are you always a pain in the arse as far as echoing is concerned? And Brian, if you were to get yourself a laptop, I would invite you on with SE Montreal, etc., to discuss this document and the inconsistencies you claim in the globe model. But if as you haven't got a laptop and a way of seeing high-resolution diagrams, there's just no point in showing you things.
What? You'll show me what?
Right, I'm going to do this hangout with SE Montreal and others, where they claim there's some, the hump and the drop are inconsistent with one another. I was going to invite you, but you do not have a means of seeing diagrams.
I understand your argument already. You ain't got to tell me.
Fine, okay. Anyway, I'm just pointing out that because you do not have a high-resolution device, i.e. monitor, there's no point in inviting you onto things and explaining things to you.
How do you know he doesn't have a
Bro,
computer?
you don't got to explain. I
I
understand
asked
your
him.
model.
He's incapable of getting himself a laptop in which he can actually see diagrams. He's only
I
uses
got
his
a
phone,
computer, man.
and
I
therefore
understand
he
your model,
can't
bro.
see anything. And therefore he
He
can't
has a
see
computer.
diagrams and explanation. So if you want to explain drop and hump to him, you can't see the
Here's
explanation.
the problem, Rumpus. I understand your model, but you don't understand ours.
So there's no point
don't
in
have one,
talking
Brian.
to him.
No, you don't understand our points. I understand your model. I understand you're talking with the hump. You're just talking about angle changes and shit. I understand
No.
that. I understand your
Hump's got
model.
nothing to do with
Yeah, I do
angles.
understand.
Hump has got nothing to do
Oh
with
my
angles.
God,
You just
dude.
made that up.
Bro,
Why are you
think
trying to
we
shame
don't
him like as if
understand?
he's poor, trying to make it seem like he's?
Our
No, I'm
model
not.
is
I don't want to make
talking
him poor.
about reality.
I presume he chooses not to have a high
He has a
resolution
computer.
device.
He told you he has one.
I've
No, he
got a
doesn't.
computer, bro. We understand your model, but you act like you don't
Oh, you
understand
do have a
our
computer
point.
with a screen. Okay, it's just when I
When we
asked you
talk
last
about our
time,
point, our
you
model,
said
we're
you
talking
didn't
about
have any
reality, bro.
means. You didn't have a monitor. You told me the last time I asked you that
I
question.
got one. I got one. Okay.
Okay,
No,
great.
my phone is
Okay.
still cracked. Listen,
Who
my
doesn't
phone
have
is
a
still
computer?
cracked.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Okay, jolly good.
I've
Brian.
got one. Okay, but it
Brilliant.
doesn't have
Okay,
a speaker.
and
I got to get a speaker. I mean, I got to
I have
get
a question.
somebody stole my fucking microphone. Look, we
no,
I got
understand
a
your
question.
model. I understand the hump fucking difference.
All right. The question
What?
is your flight question, the southern flights going into the northern hemisphere. What was Rumpus's answer?
I said
to
it was a question of economics. I said they wouldn't do it if they were going the shortest
He said
distance.
they don't at first.
But for
and then-
economics, I said you might get a flight that it's a cheaper flight to go from, say, Australia to South America that might go via North America because there are loads of flights to Los Angeles that might be cheaper, and therefore, if you wanted to organise the cheapest route there, you might take that flight. But that's got
I
nothing to
wouldn't
do
let
with
him
how
say
short it is.
this, Ruhif. I wouldn't let him
Hmm?
say they don't because they obviously do, and not all of them.
Only for
That's
economical
not-
reasons. They
Yeah,
wouldn't.
not
I said
for-
they wouldn't
it's
do it
cheaper.
if they wanted
His
the
answer
shortest
was it's
distance.
cheaper.
Yes, cheaper.
Yeah, there is the shortest route between two places in the southern hemisphere does not go into the northern hemisphere.
Yep, it goes over the equator.
No, it doesn't.
It's not the shortest route.
The shortest route would go over the South Pole.
Perhaps.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, if you wanted
If something tips
yeah,
of South
or
Africa,
close
South
to
America.
it. Yeah, close to
In
it.
some
Because-
cases, maybe, but Rumpus said is exactly that. That's why I was trying to say the other day, but I didn't want to spoil it for anybody. But
It's safer over the ocean than Antarctica,
The issue
apparently.
is demand and frequency, and not if there's not that many people who are making these southern flights, then
I can prove that wrong.
for economics. Brian, you got to really help yourself,
Yeah,
dude,
stop
and not
interrupting,
interrupting
Brian.
constantly, dude, because it
Go ahead,
pisses me the fuck
finish
off,
what you're
man.
saying, Coach.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Sorry, I'll let you finish. Sorry.
No, but yeah, it's just for the sake of economics, and you know, they're not going to be able to fill up a flight doing that, so they pass them on with people who are going up north, and then they just make them to take a second flight.
Brian, if you can find two flights
in 1976, they had a scrimmage between Argentina, Brazil. Yeah. They had it in Australia. They took every possible charter. They chartered planes. They took every commercial flight. They had to accommodate for the population of these countries and their national teams to go to Australia. And every plane didn't drop off a single, maybe one passenger, but I know of none. And they all went through Los Angeles.
Brian, go and get the flight times for those two different routes. Go and find a flight that goes from Australia to South America. Find the flight time for that, then get the same flight time going via Los Angeles, and then you will see that the shorter route is the one that does not go across the equator.
I know that, bro. I know that.
Well, there you are then. So why are you making such a stupid point that's to do with the flight availability and the fact they couldn't probably fit it on another plane, or was just cheaper? What has that got to do with geometry?
You said it's cheaper.
Well, I'm telling you, that's the reason. If you've accepted that there is shorter flight times the other way, that's obviously the shorter route. So why are you making a stupid point
how's it cheaper to
flight availability?
Rumpus, you want to change your answer, bro?
That's one of the most stupid arguments you have ever made about anything.
Rumpus, you said it's cheaper.
Why do you always say stupid?
To go through Los Angeles, basically.
Why do you?
I mean, honestly, he's saying that it was one flight in 1976 where they had they had to try and move a load of people, and they needed more flights, so they took another route that was presumably cheaper. And then he accepts.
Oh, there were multiple planes.
He even accepts that the flight times are shorter that do not go across the equator. Therefore,
are you retarded, bro, or deaf?
So therefore, the other flights are irrelevant.
Are you deaf, Yeller?
His own argument is self-contradicting.
All right, bro, chill, man.
Ruhib, tell him my argument, man.
Ruhib, I don't know what your argument is.
Okay, here's my argument. Okay, he said it's cheaper, and I'm assuming that he means that due to passengers and all that, because we know that the direct flight would be shorter on a globe. Okay, so by him saying it's cheaper, so my point is during that fucking that what you call it soccer exhibition. Okay, they had multiple planes. Okay, every available plane, plus wasn't even enough. They had to charter every plane. They had to bring in planes to accommodate a large part of the population to go from Argentina to Australia. And yet, all these full flights still went through Los Angeles.
Yeah, because they probably couldn't get planes and did another route. There was probably some limit. Like going to Los Angeles is a...
And change your answer, retard.
No, I haven't. It's flight availability issues or being cheaper. The point is you're talking about economics or availability, which has got nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth.
Yeah, you said it's cheaper to go to Los Angeles?
I was saying saying that one reason this might have occurred is for economy reasons or availability reasons. Therefore, it's cheaper to do it. Who knows? It's just an economic availability issue. It's not a geometrical argument to say that one flight in 1976...
Brian,
how's it cheaper?
Because there are more flights there. There might be bigger aeroplanes that can take more people. Therefore, it's cheaper. There could be a freer flight. I mean, I can get sometimes an incredibly cheap flight from here to Los Angeles. That's cheaper than going to France.
How's it cheaper? But if you got full airplanes that go through Los Angeles,
Brian,
stop
just
Los
because
Angeles
I can find a cheaper flight that's further away does not mean the flight is further away or closer. You can get all sorts of deals that vary all the time. It's not a sensible way of measuring the distance.
You meant cheaper for the passenger?
To LA
yes, I can get cheap flights sometimes to Los Angeles that cost less than going to bloody Italy. That does not mean to say that Los Angeles is closer.
Hang on, can we just kind of nip this in the bud, right? Brian, you accept that this flight from Argentina to Australia, you can do it shorter without going into the Northern Hemisphere. Do you accept that?
Yes, dude, that's the whole point. That's the whole point.
What is your point then? What is
My
your
point
point?
is he said it's cheaper. I didn't know dumbass meant that it's cheaper for the passengers. I thought he meant it's cheaper for the airplane to fly because it's less.
Whatever the reason. I
thought he meant because there wasn't enough passengers to fill the flight.
God.
Whatever the reason.
What else could he possibly mean?
If
you're thinking from the airline the airline people, then you got to say to Rumpel, he's got to be. There wasn't enough people to fill the flight from Argentina to Australia, so it was cheaper for them to just go to Los Angeles and get a full plane.
Ticket availability and cost as an argument about geometry, and you've even accepted that it's quicker to go via not going.
Let me change my question.
You've got a self-refuting argument.
Rumpus,
you don't have an argument.
Let me change my question. If I got a full plane
Rumpus, you're
from
not
Argentina,
guys in Parliament.
that are all like screaming and yelling. You know, and
Brian,
Parliament,
it
they're
doesn't
like,
matter.
"Ah," they're yelling and flapping papers around.
It
Yeah.
doesn't
That is
matter
funny,
what the
dude.
reason is, Brian. You accept that it's shorter to stay in the southern hemisphere. You don't
I
have
didn't
any
say it was
argument
shorter
over that.
or longer. Okay, my question
Yes,
is
you
this:
did.
why would they take a full? I should rephrase my question to this: why did in Argentina did they take full flights? Why did they stop in Los Angeles on their way to Australia? Why did
Because
full
it was
flights,
cheaper
multiple?
or availability.
Yeah,
No,
whatever the
I'm not
reason
talking
is.
about from the passenger stance. I'm talking about why would the plane fly? Why would they make a stop in Los Angeles? Why would a full plane?
Because they used a flight to Los Angeles. They did. It wasn't as though the flight normally went to South America. They used a flight, the normal flight to Los Angeles, and from there got another flight to South America. The flight
They didn't even change planes, bro. They didn't even change planes. They refueled.
Brian, it doesn't matter. You
Why
accept
would
that
a
it's
full
shorter in
plane?
the southern hemisphere.
Why
There's-
would
what
a
possible
full
point could you
plane?
have?
He didn't even let me finish my question. Why would a full plane from Argentina to Australia cut through Los Angeles?
Because of
You tell
availability
us
or
why, Brian.
economics.
You tell us why. What's your explanation, Brian?
Bro, the question is to you, why would a full plane... Listen to Rumpus's answer. He's
Availability
so
or
stupid.
economics. One of those two.
So you think they would take a full plane to Australia and cut through Los Angeles?
What
Yes,
point
because
do
it was
you
cheaper
think
for whatever reason.
It couldn't be cheaper because it's way further in your
I
model.
just pointed out I can get to Los Angeles sometimes for less than it goes to Italy. The distance sometimes planes can be cheaper. Going
I can care
longer and
less about the
longer.
passenger, bro. That is so much of a cop out. I'm not talking about
They
the
booked
passenger
it.
price. When did I mention the passenger price, bro?
Because I
Hey, you
get
guys, hold on. Can you guys calm down and also talk one at a time, please?
It's just so frustrating. It's so obvious that the people who are trying to get from Australia to Argentina, which is 1976, I think actually means 1978 for the World Cup.
No, it wasn't the World Cup.
It wasn't the World Cup. Okay, all right, whatever. The point is, presumably, someone said, I need to get from A to B on a group of people. What's the cheapest way of doing this? I don't care if it takes 24 hours, 36 hours. I just want to pay the minimum amount of money for the people I'm looking after. And if that cost was cheaper, that they could get a big, dirty, great big plane to go that normally goes from Australia to Los Angeles, but then can go on to Australia, then fine, we'll make use of that flight. For whatever reason, it was cheaper or more economical or just simply available. Because there aren't that many. There aren't many that flights, so they weren't certainly in 1976 going from Australia to South America. There's
That's
just nothing.
range.
There are now.
So what they
and
wound
guess
up
what?
doing is going twice as
Guess where
far.
they go, Brian? When they do that now, they go the shortest route, which means not going via bloody Los Angeles.
Guess what, Rumpus? They took full airplanes and went. Guess what? Los Angeles is just as far as Australia, you fucking idiot.
Yes, but they did it for an economic or availability argument, you idiot.
Don't ever again tell me about the ticket
Hold on,
price.
Brian, dude. I'm muting
That's
you,
the
man.
reason,
Hold
the
on,
ticket price,
Rumpus,
the
calm
cost.
down, dude. Hold on.
God.
I'm muting
I need
Brian because he's starting to throw ad homs. Carry on.
I need some breakfast
Sorry,
anyway.
Brian, you
so
gotta
I'll
be
let-
muted for a bit, dude. You can't
All
just
right,
sit here.
I'll take it up.
Yeah, I need some breakfast, so I'll leave you to it.
Yeah. What about the range, Brian? What were the planes in 1976?
He's muted.
Yeah, when he's off mute, when he's unmuted.
Well, it's like he does it on purpose. Like Brian, you're trying to start a shit show, dude. It's obvious.
But like, wasn't it
No, I
government?
wasn't trying to start a shit show. He wouldn't let me talk, bro.
Wouldn't
then
the flight be? Wouldn't those flights be sort of government funded? And also, you wouldn't want to get all of those players fatigued so much. You'd want to take the shortest flight possible so they wouldn't get fatigued. You're flying twice the distance. Why would you want to do that? And they don't need to care about
plane?
money. That would have been government funded, so they don't need to care about the money.
What plane did they fly?
Who knows?
They flew
Well,
every
it's-
plane. They had to
yeah, but
accommodate,
what-
man. That's the whole point.
What type of
And Rumpus
planes
kept
do they
cutting me
have?
off.
What type of planes in
Rumpus is calling
1976?
D-Monk an idiot and saying people.
What planes
That's
are
not
available in
throwing out
1976?
insults, Gio.
Brian,
Just so
can
you
you
know.
stop? Brian, listen. I'm trying to pay attention to the conversation. Rufus is asking you a question about the conversation. Can you just stop bringing up this pointless stuff?
Well, recently they have started those flights, and they say it's because the new technology of the planes are able to do that route when previously they weren't able to do it for some excuse.
Maybe the range of the plane.
Let me say one thing, y'all, please. One thing. Give me clear for 1 second, man. My point to Rumpus was the question had nothing to do with the ticket price. When I say why would a plane cross the equator, okay, that am I really asking about ticket price? He wouldn't even let me say that. I was trying to say that. No, oh my God. So that's why a plane would cross the equator. My point is they were full planes. They were full planes, and Los Angeles is just as far as Sydney. Okay.
What is your? This is a flat Earth point, right? You're going to say it's because the Earth's flat, right? Can you expand on that point?
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say if I lived on a globe, I'd not cut through Los Angeles. That is ridiculous. Unless I had to pick up passengers. Unless I had to pick up
passengers.
From
Santiago to Sydney stays in the southern hemisphere, right? A flight through the northern hemisphere would take much longer. You agreed with that, right?
All I would need is a faster plane. It's that simple.
I don't think a flat earther is going to agree with hemispheres, right?
Well, he's got to, for the sake of the argument, assume the sphere.
No, I'm saying you just need a faster plane. But my problem is they had planes, but if the plane can make it to Los Angeles, it can make it to Sydney. I'm saying, why would a full plane stop in Los Angeles? That doesn't make sense. I'm asking for a legitimate answer.
Check this out.
Okay, maybe there's no emergency stop locations when you go across the South Pacific. That's why I asked what the range of this plane is, or what plane they used, and therefore what range, like what, where is their emergency stop?
That's a fair answer, but Robert's talking about price, and first he said they don't ever cross. They cross constantly from continent to continent. You could rarely get a direct flight. They usually They usually cross the equator.
You're saying we just have faster planes in the southern hemisphere?
No, I'm saying that's all it would take is for a long haul flight.
Do we have faster planes?
I don't know. Do we?
No, it seemed pretty ad hoc and pretty bullshit, right?
Yeah, it seemed like they would just use those faster planes.
Is that far fetched, bro? That we have a faster plane just for specific flights?
No. Well, you'd have to break the sound barrier, I think.
Why not just use those same planes for every flight then, dude? Why would you only be using them?
Yeah, I know. Anyway. Why wouldn't they fly on a daily basis?
Right, if that was the thing. But
Brian, is this argument that you're having? Is this argument? Hang on, is this argument similar to that one where they had that emergency stop in Alaska? Is that the similar type of argument?
Yeah, it's similar.
It's not a similar argument. But if I could say this finally.
It is similar because they all line up on the AE map and they don't work on the globe. Yeah, they do.
I made videos about this, Brian. You're talking about the chick that went into labor halfway through that flight from Taiwan to LAX, right?
Bro, there's 16 of them. Take your pick.
Yeah. I've made videos about 12 of them.
From where to where?
Which flight are you talking about?
Pick any of them. They're all straight shots on a flat Earth.
Taiwan to LAX landed in Anchorage. Where do you think it should have landed if the Earth was?
Are they all straight shots on a flat Earth? Or are they all pretty much, for the most part, straight lines? That's a lie, dude.
No, there is one that is actually disproving the flat Earth. I've made videos about this, Brian. Which flight would you like to analyze?
Bro, they're straight. If you map them out on a flat Earth, they're all, for the most part, straight lines. If you can't agree with that, then we're not having this conversation.
There is one that is a better match for the globe than it is for the AE map.
So there's one that's a better match for the globe. Okay, but they're all fairly well straight lines on a map.
Do you want to make some flights that are far better on the globe? Santiago to Sydney, Sydney to Johannesburg. Right? Draw those on the AE map.
Yeah, and we don't. Yeah, why are these flights so few and far between? Why do they usually go across the equator?
Well,
that was my question.
They don't. Sydney to Santiago is now back every day.
Every day. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
they don't
really
go
every day.
Yes.
Let's see. Let's see. What airline?
Qantas and Latam, I think.
Qantas, the ones who even since we've put scrutiny on this, they've had to make reports now. And since we started putting scrutiny, they had to admit that they're Jerusalem to God, I forgot, but went 801 miles an hour. Okay. They had to admit it because now we're scrutinizing them. They're having to, people are calculating, doing the math. They have to support it. So they should have been already reporting these world record speeds. in the northern hemisphere. But now that we're scrutinizing them and timing them, and they're having to make articles. So, oh, hey, a world record speed, 801 miles an hour.
Who told you
What
it's
are
a
you-
world
what are you
record
talking about?
speed? Why are you saying that?
Anyway, Qantas and Latam fly Sydney-Santiago every day. The end.
Right. And yeah, there's cruises between them too, and underlying cables and all that. Right. And how long does the Vandy Globe? How long's the Vandy Globe to do that leg? Ruhif, have you looked at any of that? How long's the Vandy Globe? How long is that leg of the Vandy Globe?
We're talking about flying flights in the southern hemisphere. Stop trying to change the subject.
And I'm telling you that them planes that they're using for long haul flights are flying faster.
Right, with absolutely no evidence whatsoever.
No, I
You're just
got some
declaring
evidence, man.
Okay.
I've got some evidence. You can't say I've got none.
Show me the flight path on the AE map from Sydney to Santiago. In fact, I'll post. Hang on.
I did it. Look, I'll post it. I'll post it on a UN map.
Hang on. Oh, fuck this. Hang on.
You know what I like about what's GC Mapper or GC Map, whatever.
Right,
You can actually, I forget what it's called. The term for the airplane, like for the basically the range. You can actually input what the range of the plane is too, and it'll show you the route based on that.
Where is my fucking little meme? Where's my little meme about that flight? Forget. Actually, here's one, Brian. Hold on. This is. I'll post this in the chat.
I posted one too. I posted just a rough numbers on the UN map where it shows the equator. It gives the equator distance or whatever on a UN map. I just took that and just approximated it. It's not that out of the realm, you know. We've been scrutinizing. They're having to post actual miles per hour because we're calling them out.
Straight to the point.
Since we called them out, they've put out articles saying, that they broke a new world record, 800. Called them out. They never would have posted this. They make that time all the time.
I like that.
And
I like
since
that
we
picture.
started.
Okay.
Anyway, I've this one that I've posted is the flight path from Taiwan to LAX, the one that landed in Anchorage. All right, what's his name? Banjo. Banjo says that on a globe it should have landed in Hawaii. All right, you can see it's a much greater distance to Hawaii than it is to Anchorage. A long way. All right, Anchorage is the best spot for an emergency landing, not Hawaii. Banjo is wrong.
That's a pretty good picture. I've seen pictures like this, but with those
Well, all you did is circle the globe. All you did is show a globe and put circles around it. What do you?
The red line. The red line, Brian, is the flight path, the Great Circle route from Taiwan to LAX. Then I've drawn circles around Anchorage and circle around Honolulu. Which circle is smaller and therefore closer to the flight route?
That's not a great circle, Ruhiv.
Yes, it is.
Your red line is not a great circle. Oh my God.
Yes, it is. That is a great circle route. There's a straight
I'm
line
going to go to
between
Google
Taiwan
Earth.
and LAX.
I'm going to go to Google Earth and show you the great circle between what? Taiwan and what?
Taiwan and LAX.
So why would it start curving down like that? Why wouldn't it make a circle? I'm just asking. Double check and see it. Why did you do it in red, bro? Why didn't you do it in the...
What the fuck, Brian? You're just grasping at straws.
I'm telling you, dude, you don't draw red lines in Google. I'm just asking. Maybe you got a different program.
It's Google
Earth draw, does your program draw red lines?
You can draw whatever color line you like, Brian.
I didn't know that. Okay, so now from where to where, you're saying that's a great circle between Taiwan and what? One more time?
And LAX. Taiwan to LAX.
What if all right, I'll go check. I'll go double check. To be fair,
though, Brian.
I'm not. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying I ain't never draw a red line for me. Maybe it's better.
You can change
Google
the
Earth.
color.
So what a coincidence, like the picture I just posted of the Santiago flight, and it goes to Los Angeles. It's just a coincidence it stops in Los Angeles when on the flat Earth map it's kind of on the way. If you're just going in a straight line, it's kind of just a coincidence, isn't it?
Are those flight times? 14 hours 25?
I think so.
Okay. So
I took
Sydney
it
to
I'll
LA.
tell you. Eh?
Sydney to LA takes 14 and a quarter hours, but Sydney to Santiago is like almost twice as far and takes less time. What the fuck? Like that's glow proof you posted.
Yeah, it's it is. Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. I just got it. It's a debunking flat Earth website. I just posted the. Did I just post it? The link to the website. Hang on. It's called flatearth.ws, debunking flat Earth misconceptions.
It's a good website.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean everybody
why did you
probably
post
knows.
this?
So it's not the argument. It's not the argument about shorter routes or the times that it takes to fly it. It's just pointing out that it is a coincidence. It's on the same way if it's a straight line. That's all.
Okay. But
Doesn't
you
mean
realize that
anything.
the flight time for a much further distance is less?
Yeah, if it was a globe, you're right.
Yeah.
And if
But
it
in
wasn't a
reality,
globe,
that's the flight times, right? In reality, those are the flight times.
in reality, those are the flight times for whatever
Okay.
reason, and you could come up with so many different answers. But yeah,
I see what
What's
he's
the most
saying
obvious
now.
answer? What's the most obvious answer, Carlos? What's the non-conspiratorial answer?
the non-conspiratorial answer. I don't think there is a non-conspiratorial answer.
You know what I think the answer is?
That it's a big fat ball.
Yes.
Yeah,
That would make sense,
we all
wouldn't it?
know that's your answer. Yeah,
Yeah, but that would make sense of that diagram, right?
yeah, but people that question the shape of the Earth also question whether or not the distances between continents and land masses, and also even the speed that planes can go are correct or not.
Yeah, but I said the non-conspiratorial answer.
Well, you have to be conspiratorial minded to have this type of thinking, and that's why we question everything. Who knows? Yeah, what technology they have.
Yeah, Ruhif, don't you get that having knowledge of a conspiracy is the ultimate? Because the whole point of the conspirators is to hide it from you. So if you're able to decipher it, then you now have knowledge that was attempting to be hidden from you.
But the airplane companies must be hiding it from us as well, right? The pilots.
No, man. No, listen.
What do you mean?
When you appeal to the globe, you are appealing to the conspiracy. That's part of what Gio just told you, right? So when you say the non-conspiratorial answer, it's not the ball. That's the conspiracy.
No, you've just brought all international pilots into the conspiracy. You have to.
No, man.
Yes.
Listen, you know what? No, listen. I interviewed a pilot once, and I asked him basic questions, and he was like, I don't know. I'm not an engineer. I just fly the plane. So, no. He doesn't fucking know how they programmed everything that he reads. All he knows is he reads what he reads, and it gets him there. It's just like if you were reading over Pokemon Land or flying over Pokemon Land. Looks down below him. He's trying to catch them all. Everything on his screen shows there's Pokemon, Pokemon, Pokemon. Doesn't mean he's flying in that area, dude. I don't understand why you guys don't understand or will not concede the fact that if you program something, you can program it to be whatever you want, and no one's going to know.
If the pilot sets the same throttle, regardless of whether he's going through the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, is the plane going to magically go a different speed?
Look, distance is distance. 1 mile equals 1 mile. 1 mile does not equal curvature.
What?
Yeah, think about it.
Nice one, Travis. Nice one.
Were you trying to say that
The distance is the distance, no matter if you claim it's curving.
Were you trying to say that from Taiwan to LAX that it's shorter distance to Anchorage?
Then Hawaii, yes.
He demonstrated that.
Yeah.
Are you insane?
He demonstrated that.
Demonstrated
dude.
it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, if you're insane if you saw his demonstration and you're sitting there making that criticism.
Don't know how to tell you, Scrat. Like, it is closer to Anchorage than it is to Honolulu. I think it's like 1,000 miles closer, even 1,000 nautical miles.
Right. So at this point, I'm jumping in and I'm going, so the fuck what? So what?
Well,
Right.
it's a counter.
Banjo.
Yeah, no. It is if you draw, I'll admit that. If you draw the Great Circle route between Taiwan and Los Angeles, then if you get between Hawaii and Los Angeles, then yeah, it's closer to Anchorage. But Hawaii's closer to Taiwan than Anchorage. But yeah, the halfway
the
point
flight
is
path,
closer.
right? This is Banjo's point that the flight should have landed in Hawaii.
Okay, what other ones? What other ones you got?
Oh, yeah. Do you want me to just give him links to my videos? Like, I've done 12
Yeah,
of
how
them.
about? Okay, so they're all shorter on a globe?
There's not a single one of Banjo's, the first 12 that he did, right? Not a single one of those disproves the globe in any way. There's one that's actually a
Are they
better
all
match.
shorter on the globe? I'm just asking. I'm talking about emergency situations. How many of them are physically shorter?
There's one that's a wash. No, his whole point is that the emergency landing should have been somewhere else than it was if it was a globe. Okay, there's
How
only
many of them are
one.
shorter though? That's all I'm asking.
That's not about shorter. It doesn't matter about shorter. It's about where should it have landed. Nothing to do with distance.
Well, it
Which
does
airport
depend
is
on
closer?
where it does wholly depend on where where in that flight did the emergency happen. I mean, if we're going to be honest,
the flight
if I'm going to look
distance
at yours
doesn't
and Banjo's, if I'm going to be honest and I look at yours and Banjo's, I got to find out when it was declared and where the plane was in that route and then see. But from what I've seen, that most of them are shorter on the AE map than on the globe. It's just more in line.
It's a matter of which airport.
But I didn't double check them.
Yeah, it's a matter of which airport is the best option, right? He's saying on the globe it should have landed somewhere else. Okay, that's his error because he keeps fucking up where it should have landed.
But that's not really my argument, though, man. I will look and be fair about it. But my argument is why are these long haul flights, any of them at all, going across the equator? It's like, dude, Sydney's the same, almost the same distance as Los Angeles. They're literally using twice as much fuel, taking twice as much time to stop north of the equator. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
and is it
as
that
long as you
far-fetched
acknowledge
that they could have a long?
That's because it's not a globe, Brian.
No,
is it
but you
that far fetched,
understand,
you know,
Brian.
Ruhif, that the planes they could have a long haul plane that goes fast? I mean, is it that far fetched?
Yes, it is very far fetched. But the whole point is that you're rejecting the existence of the shorter flight, like Sydney Santiago, Sydney Johannesburg, Buenos Aires Johannesburg.
Right.
These flights exist.
Yeah, and almost all the time they cut across the equator instead of stopping.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they
bro.
don't. They're direct flights. They don't.
Oh my god, dude.
He's asking you to.
Do not.
He's asking if you.
Why are
agree with
you
him
saying that they don't? When I just example of Argentina to Sydney, stopping in Los Angeles with full planes.
Santiago to Sydney does not cross the equator, right? You can go a long flight. You can go the long way around if you like, but there is a
they
direct
stop
flight.
in LA to refuel.
They go direct from Santiago to Sydney.
Oh, y'all are saying they don't, and I gave you a direct example of dozens of planes.
You can take
on their way
the
Sydney.
longest. You can take the
Why are you
longest
dodging
flight.
my point, bro? Why are y'all dodging my point?
Hold on, Brian. Just chill for a second. Globus was trying to get in. 'Cause I think he's taking the flight, right?
Yeah, I know. I've said this several times, but I have taken that flight several times. So they definitely, well, the ones I've taken definitely do not stop anywhere where you're saying they do, Brian. They're actually direct non-stop flights.
Did you cross over Antarctica?
Not that I
That
know
would
of.
be the-
But
that
I
would be
mean,
the shortest distance.
there's definitely a
What flight are
possibility.
you referring to, bro? What flight have you taken?
The flight that I took Sydney to Santiago, and I've also gone from Sydney to Johannesburg, and then straight on to Buenos Aires.
How'd you get back? Why wouldn't you have taken Sydney to Santiago and then Santiago to Sydney? Why are you just naming one way? Because
Well,
you're full of shit.
I have a question, guys. Look at the globe.
That's
Go Chile to Sydney. Can you see that it goes right against
Where'd you
Antarctica?
post?
Yeah, no, but
Why would it not do that? Why would you not fly the shortest distance to save fuel?
They avoid Antarctica usually.
Why would you avoid Antarctica?
It's not an emergency landing spot.
What?
That's not an answer.
Yeah, they can't. It's
Antarctica
not.
is not an emergency landing location.
Yeah, they have passengers.
Not an answer.
They have passengers on the plane, and they can't fly over an area where they can't manage an emergency landing. Or they can't manage an emergency landing. They can't fly over that because they have.
Neither can the straight flight from Santiago to Sydney. There's nowhere to land.
The others were flying over the ocean.
Well, they do a fucking ETOPS 5.5 hours.
So usually, Santiago to Sydney does refuel in Auckland. But
now it's direct.
not always. Yeah, it depends. It depends what flight you take, and usually they will use a 747 long reach, which has the fuel capacity to reach.
Yeah, it has 4 engines, so it doesn't have an ETOPS rating. Right?
Yeah,
or they can use an A350.
All that, yeah. But it definitely has the range in that'll make it all. It'll make it all the way, non-stop.
The 777 I think can do it as well.
And ETOPS is how long they can fly with only one engine. Is that right?
Yeah, for a 2-engine plane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the A350 is a 2-engine plane, but it has ETOPS of 5.5 hours, I think. So it can do that flight because it's less than 11 hours to Auckland.
And I just wanted to make this point.
Typically fly planes with only one engine, Bernie?
Sorry? Do you typically do it? No.
Yeah. Isn't that only done like emergency situations?
No, that's the point, though.
That's the point of ETOPS, yeah.
If there is an emergency and they're only down to one engine, how far can they get?
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make this point very quickly because Brian or whoever is on Brian's side with this, I don't know if you've been to a small airport in a small city, but it used to be this way in Austin, where in Austin there was always connecting flights because it's a smaller airport, so it doesn't. We had to connect to like Dallas or Houston, which are bigger airports, before we can connect to most other places because there's not direct flight. There's usually not direct flights between a small town or small city and some random place. Because there's just not that many people flying that. So you can imagine in Argentina or somewhere else in South America that whether or not they have direct flights, it may not be common. And so with the examples that you were using where they, have to fly to Los Angeles first, which is a huge hub, I mean, you can see why that makes sense in a lot of cases. Even though there might be direct flights, most of the time people who are flying maybe on a strict schedule, they probably, can't wait around for the only direct flight and have to, fly to one of the big hubs first.
Hey, Gio, before, do you know what time it is in Sydney?
Now, I'm looking up these flights, and all I could find are flights that cross the equator. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all I've
giving you
found
the
so
ones.
far. I'm not saying that there is no direct flights, but all I keep finding on these southern long-haul flights, every single one is crossing the equator.
I just spent 45 seconds saying that whole thing, man, to you.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that. But
I just addressed what you're saying.
Yeah, these direct flights, non-stop flights, do exist.
Right, but look up Buenos Aires. Just try and find one right now for Buenos Aires to Sydney.
Yeah.
They're all going to
that doesn't exist.
They're all going to go to LAH. They're all
right, but calculate the flight time, right, from Buenos Aires to LAX down to Sydney, and then go from Buenos Aires to Santiago to Sydney, and see which one's closer or shorter. Sorry,
almost the same distance, bro. It's just a little bit further.
It's not
much.
It's not
from Buenos Aires to Los Angeles compared to Buenos
Sydney.
Aires to Sydney. Do a straight line on your Google Earth and tell me the difference. I've already done it. Not much.
All right, and then I've got to go. Hang on. Because, Gio, do you know what time it is? Buenos Aires to LAX.
Gotta feed those doggies.
I was gonna say, I can guess
That's what I was asking for at 7:45.
Yeah, I knew that's where you're going with that.
So 9,800 kilometers. Oh, you'll almost get to New Zealand, but Sydney is almost 2,000 kilometers more. Yeah. Anyway, do what I said, Brian.
Okay.
Like the time. Take the time from Buenos Aires to LAX to Sydney, and then go from Buenos Aires to Santiago to Sydney.
Why are you
Anyway,
churching
with
up 1,400 kilometers to 2,000?
What? Sydney, Buenos Aires to LAX, 9,800. Buenos Aires to
9,800
Sydney.
what? 9,800 what?
Kilometers. And then Buenos Aires to Sydney is about 11,900. 11,840. Yeah, so 2,000 more Ks.
Where'd
Anyway,
you get that
I'm gonna think
information? Where'd you just do that on?
Google Earth.
Okay, I'm gonna check it.
Anyway, I'm gonna go.
Hey, and what route are you taking? What route are you taking from Buenos Aires to Sydney?
The Great Circle route. I'm just drawing lines in Google Earth.
Over Antarctica or something?
It'd go pretty close, I think. Let me.
All right, I'm gonna double check.
Buenos Aires, there we go. Super close. Yeah, super close. Boom. Yeah, it goes. Let me check. Circle. Goes 400 k's close to the thing. Anyway, yeah. See, I got to feed the dogs.
Brian, I think the takeaway from all this is, I don't think anyone's using this as proof of the globe, but it might be advantageous for you to drop this as an argument as like a gotcha, proof of not a globe, right? Because it's obviously the case.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Everybody we talk to, everybody keeps denying the fact that they're cutting through Los Angeles. That's insane on the globe, bro. I don't
Nobody's
care.
denying that, though, bro.
You may not want to use common sense, but my common sense tells me that's crazy, bro. To go thousands of miles further with full planes, I might add.
My common sense. Common sense is telling me that you weren't listening to me. The last time I spoke to you, I just said 5 minutes ago. I just told you why even though there's direct flights, they exist. However, it's going to be more likely the case that the demand is so low that these smaller places that don't, smaller airports are not going to have direct flights to other airports. The places where you can guarantee to go to another place, guaranteed, is going to be a big giant airport to another big giant airport. Otherwise, you have a big chance of them not having very frequent direct flights. So it just makes sense that most of the time, if you're in a smaller place and with lower demand, you're going to have to connect to a big hub and then go to the place you're going.
The one thing about the cities in the South is they're densely populated, man. You got way more people in the North, but you got for the most part, man, you got some very, very dense cities in the South. Like you have a big amount of Australia that's nothing, just plains, and I'm sure you got population out there, but then you got the big ass cities. Same thing in South America. Like you got all these mountains and all this shit. Giant fucking Rio de Janeiro or something, dude. With million, I mean, there are international airports in these cities, man. And but the reason I brought up the exhibition match between them is because they had dozens of full planes they had to accommodate, and they all cut through Los Angeles, dude. That's crazy. Why would a full plane stop in LA to refuel? That's insane, in my opinion.
Yeah, but
I understand if the flights ain't full, I can understand that. But
you're right about that, though, dude. And you're right about that. And so, in the case of them having organized the whole thing and talked to the airport and beforehand and done all that, I could see them taking direct flights. However, if they didn't do that and they instead just booked flights normally, like was probably the case, the flights that they booked would have to have been the flights that were available, which would have been the ones that were going to LAX first. You know what I mean? Unless they pre-planned with the airport, with the airline, that they were going to do this and have all these people flying, and so they can organize this route. If they're going to be taking the ones that are already scheduled, then those would be the ones that would be already scheduled. You know what I mean?
I mean, just listen to yourself, though, bro. You're making not so much as you.
It's not, it's
but like,
not an excuse. I'm agreeing with you, though,
Let
man.
me finish, man. Let me finish. They're making so many excuses. Like, it's not just the plane flights, bro. There's no cruises in between these places. There's no cables, like the direct cables that go from Australia to Africa, literally cross the equator. I'm not talking about the lines that split and shit. I'm talking about the direct damn red ones.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, Brian,
across the equator. And let me say this: then you look at the times, look at the duration of the leg of the. It's not just one thing, bro. It's a preponderance of evidence. Look at the times in the Vandy Globe, bro. It's ridiculous. I know they're not going 4 knots, bro. I've showed these boats; they're fucking hauling ass, bro. They're not doing 4 knots in that leg. Bro, you're not using common sense to at least say it's a fair argument. Y'all are acting like
it's not though.
that's
Brian.
no evidence at all. That's not fair.
It's not. It's still a non-point because these flights do exist. So whether or not the majority of flights do have a stopover at LAX, the fact that these other direct flights do exist make the whole argument a non-point. In my opinion, as a flat earther.
It can point to a flat earth.
I just said, besides the flights, like I said, it's not that far-fetched. Just because he said, yeah, it's far-fetched. For these long-haul flights, I've heard that they have extra layers of paint and shit, dude. And so speed of sound has nothing to do with it. If you're over the air, speed of sound is irrelevant. That's not an excuse. So let's just say they use a faster plane, or they go faster, or maybe the jet streams, maybe a combination of both. Maybe the planes are just a little bit faster. And the jet streams are faster, like they say on NOAA. The jet streams get up to 250. But just say it's not that ridiculous to think that they're for these long haul flights they're just using a faster plane.
Let's entertain any of your ideas, dude, including the one with the faster planes. Let's just entertain that idea. Okay, a minute ago, Travis had spoken up and said he interviewed a pilot, and he made the argument that the pilots that they admitted that they don't really know very much. They're not engineers. They don't really need to know what's going on. However, if what you're saying is one of the facts that they're actually going twice as fast, this is something that the pilots would have to be aware of, right? The pilots are going to realize that they're going twice as fast.
Why would you say twice as fast, bro?
That's how much faster they have to go.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't, bro.
Carlos
Look at the
posted
UN
the
map.
picture.
Look at the video I just posted with the UN map. They got to be going about 750, 800.
I'm going to post a picture again, but regardless, I'm going to use 1.5 times as fast. Okay, just for the sake of you not interrupting again.
No.
Okay, maybe
no,
you still
yeah. Okay, I'll go with one. I'll go with that.
Well, a pilot is going to have to be aware of that. They're not going to just not recognize that happening. So in those cases, if for that argument to be true, these pilots would have to have some awareness of this, deceit. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong, Kosha. Because you also have to look at the path. What if the path is not only a little bit faster, but it's a straight beeline path to the destination, where the other paths are scenic routes? Because guess what? The pilots don't get to fly where they want. They fly a path that they're given by their controllers. So yes, they fly scenic routes, try to match a globe, and then when it comes time to fly direct, they're going to fly fast and beeline. That's correct. So you also have to check the path they're flying. Can't really confirm, can you?
Okay. Well, okay. So anyways, Brian, this picture that Carlos had posted, in this picture at least, the flight is twice as fast as the 13 hours that it makes it in. It should be making it in about 25 hours or something like that, right? So
25 hours. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah,
look at my UN map, bro. Look at my UN map, bro, and look at even if you think that that's not exactly the world, whatever. I mean, I just took the UN map and the number they had on, okay, and I just pretty much just spaced it out. Like if the equator is this much, then that makes this quadrant that much, this quadrant that much, okay. All they got to be doing is just a couple hundred miles per hour faster than they're doing in the north. That's it. It's nothing crazy.
Can I just address the point on the supposed possibility of having faster aircraft in the southern hemisphere? Well, the 747-400 long reach that they use for that direct flight, if anything, it would be slower because it's carrying more fuel and it's heavier. It's actually the 747-438, which they use. Well, that's the one that I flew in.
Is it true? I don't know, because maybe you know the differences from east to west or west to east. Isn't there a like a greater speed in one of the directions, like in the
Yeah,
same route but in one of the directions? I mean, I don't know.
they differ by a couple hours, but still, I mean that's the third point I was going to bring up was the difference in time. But my second point is this: Max Egan did it live, and his compass showed that he was coming in from the northwest. I mean, he was coming in from the northwest instead of the southwest or just west. He's coming in from the whole different direction. And it lines up perfect with a flat Earth. If you kind of circle around a little bit and go, that's exactly the direction you're going on a flat Earth, and that's exactly what his compass showed, bro.
But do you want to address what I just said, Brian, at all? Did that about the?
I thought I just did.
Sorry,
didn't I?
Well, not exactly.
What was it again?
Well, like I told you, the plane would be carrying more fuel, therefore it would be heavier, and wouldn't really be faster now, would it?
I don't believe
No,
that
because they can go the same speed. No, that's not a thing.
I personally don't believe they're carrying 280,000 pounds of fuel, bro. I don't believe that. So, I mean, I know they're carrying fuel.
Well,
I'm not stupid.
I'm not mentioning the exact amount of fuel. I'm just saying that obviously, if it has a longer range, it would be carrying more fuel, right?
No, it wouldn't
Regardless
be.
of
It would be full. It would be full either way.
No, they don't do that.
Okay, so if you've got a plane with that has a longer range than the other one, like that would be carrying more fuel. I mean, that's
we know we do know
have
the
a longer range.
different though in the south, right?
It's the same range.
There could be an explanation. Sorry, go ahead.
It does have a longer range because it's a different variant of the 747-400. It's a specific variant that has that that
Okay,
extra
so
fuel
what you
capacity.
different variant? What you want to do is check the top speed. That's what you want to do. And let us know.
Well, it's the only thing that varies is the fuel capacity. It's still a 747-400.
Yeah, but what if it's colder?
The exact same engines.
That doesn't mean it could be lighter. It doesn't mean it's
How
slower.
could it be lighter? It's carrying more fuel.
Why are the jet streams faster in the south? I mean, even on the globe, why are the jet streams faster in the south?
Well, that's a possibility, but you saying that the plane is a faster variant or like?
No, I'm just trying to think with you. Why is the jet streams faster in the south?
Because the plane can carry more fuel does not mean that it's slower. You have to use a
We know that they put a ceiling on the planes and all that. But if it's colder,
it has the exact same engines as
right,
as the variant. That has a lower range.
Let's say if it's
carrying
colder.
more fuel.
if it's colder in the south, like they say it is, and it's and the winds are faster, so that's the two things we know that tell us. NOAA tells us the jet streams are a little faster, and we know it's colder in the south by average. So we'd also know that there's no traffic in that long haul flights. There'd be zero traffic, so they'd have pretty much a ceiling of whatever. So if it's colder, there's a little less resistance.
You say no.
Maybe that's why the winds go faster. Maybe that's why the winds go faster in the first place there in the ocean. I'm just saying it's possible.
Did you say no traffic?
There'd be no air traffic on the long haul flights, right?
Like they'd be getting stuck in traffic or something like that?
No, like if you look at the traffic, they have to know where their lanes different. They have different ceilings.
Flacco show.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, how much do they have to adjust for the other plane? Usually, if they're flying in a route, the route is.
That doesn't really affect the speed, though.
But we can all agree that if the route's faster, we can all agree at least this, hypothetically, that if the Earth is flat, then the only fair explanation would be that they're flying faster. I mean, can we at least agree to the hypothetical that if the planes are flying faster,
what you're saying is that they would have to be, basically. What you're saying is that
yeah,
if that were
basically,
true,
right.
then they would
It'd
have to be.
Right. Okay. Is that far fetched?
Well, due to if you put that down to, like you said, jet streams, that's plausible. But to say that they have faster planes, that's what I'm trying to get at. That's not a
Brian. They can still
not a
fly a
thing.
shorter route. It doesn't have to be faster necessarily.
If we're going to be reasonable, that's really.
And they get there sooner because it's a direct beeline as opposed to a scenic route.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Okay, this is what I have to tell you guys. What you said, Brian, is true. Yes, there would have to be something going on with them being fast or something. The stuff that you guys are coming up with, though, are laughing. Literally, I'm laughing, right? Because it's laughable. Okay, when he's saying when he's saying the thing about the beelines versus the scenic routes. Who told you that planes take scenic routes?
Bro, I'm not saying that. Here's what I'm saying.
This is what God's saying.
Laughing at me, bro.
I'm saying that all the planes
I got a copy, bro, because I'm not saying that. Before you start laughing at me, let me say this real quick, dude. Hold on, real quick, man. Okay, now it's not just the flights. So what would be some? If it is long, then they're telling us what would be the only ways we could possibly find out. What could we check on just to see? Maybe, you know what? Maybe let's just join me on a flat Earth world. Maybe these planes are going faster due to whatever jet streams. How could we double check that? You know, there's only a couple ways we could do it. We could check the distance of the undersea cables. Oh wait, there ain't none.
That is not a method.
Hold on, we could check the speeds on the ground in the water of the boats and see, you know, does it line up there with the boats? No, it doesn't. I mean, everything you could possibly check leads to the fact that there's bigger distances in the damn South, bro. I don't know why you're laughing.
No, that's fair. No, I wasn't like that. Okay, listen, Brian, listen very carefully. What I was saying about the laughing was that what Godric had said. That's first of all. Second of all, I agreed with you up until the last part of what you said. I agree with you that, yeah, if you would have to assume that they were traveling faster, that would be one of your hypotheses. So let's test it out. And I was, okay, look, that's a good idea. Test it out, exhaust that. But then your method for exhausting that was irrelevant to what you were saying. If you're saying that the planes have to be flying faster, so the things I'm going to check is undersea cables and boat races, that doesn't help you check to see if the planes are flying faster. That actually has nothing to do with the planes flying faster. You know what I mean?
Bro, we've already said the planes are flying faster. In this hypothetical, hold on. In this hypothetical, I say it's okay. So that we know that the planes have to be flying faster. So what else can we look at to verify if that's right or wrong? Okay, we've already assumed in my hypothetical that, okay, the planes are flying faster. What can we check to see if that matches up? Because we know they have to be flying faster. So we've already scratched that one. It's a hypothetical.
No, that's not what I meant by they have to be. That's what I meant by that's where you would be testing. Okay, you can't just assume that that's the case and then leave it alone. You can assume that's the case in order for testing it. So you would say they have to be flying faster. Let's find evidences that they're flying faster. You know what I mean?
Yeah, extra paint job, man. Extra paint.
Can you explain that a little bit more? Because I don't.
Man, I ain't gonna look it up right now because the guy showed me where the long haul flights have and along with the flights that go to Antarctica, which you think it'd be different. Like, why would they need extra layers of paint? And the ones at Antarctica didn't even have windows. But anyway, the ones the long haul flights, you know, he showed the plane. It's like the same plane, but it's got like extra layers of paint and shit. And that's what they do. They put a certain type of paint on that they put on like some of the other planes that fly faster, like some of the jets. But I don't even know if I could find it, to be honest. That's secondhand information. But I swear I heard it.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, I'm just trying to put two and two together. But you probably heard something or saw something that explained it, but you just don't have it on hand or something. So.
But we would agree that in the 1960s and 70s, we had, and 80s really, some of the 80s, we had faster planes, faster passenger planes.
I can think of a few cases, like the what do you call that? The Condor. Was it one called? The giant one. You know
what I'm talking about. You said Condor. Yeah, the fucking Concorde.
Concorde. There you go. Condor.
Yeah, I went over twice speed of sound, and it's like all of a sudden, for them to act like it ain't. At least you're saying, yeah, it's possible. Whether you agree with it or not, it's possible.
Well, I'm agreeing with you with the things that you're saying that are correct. Like that's true. There were some planes that were faster in the past, and I do agree with you that would be necessitated. Although that's not the only. That doesn't have to be the case. Like it could be the case that y'all's idea of the Earth, like the AE map, is somehow incorrect. Somehow the globe's incorrect, so we're pretending the globe's incorrect. But also the AE map, or the idea that you guys have of the layout of the land, is incorrect, and so actually the distances are shorter.
Dude, you do realize that they use for the USGS for the fucking all angles for the radar. I posted some shit earlier saying everything they use the AE map for almost everything, bro. For almost everything government related, they use the AE map just about.
Yeah, when they use that, though, they use it correctly, though. Like they like if anytime you use a projection, you use, you're not gonna fly. You're not gonna like look at it and imagine that that's accurately the layout. You know what I mean? Like usually because it's azimuthal equidistant or whatever.
Well, no,
so
this will be interesting, Coach. So how do you correctly use it? Don't just be general, man. How do you correctly use the AE map?
I was just getting into that. The azimuthal equidistant. So if you're traveling directly north or south, you can use it. You can use those distances as accurate.
Okay. So what's your critique then? I don't understand your critique.
Well, you wouldn't be able to use it as accurate if you were flying any other route other than directly north or south.
Oh, so east or west is not correct, but north and south. So the longitude distances are correct, but the east-west are not?
The latitude distances are correct, yeah.
The latitude, but you said north-south. I don't understand.
They are correct, bro. They're not noticeably. They're not noticeably off until you get way south.
The distances between the latitudes would be the correct portion. The distances around the distance from longitude to longitude are going to be skewed, and so you wouldn't be able to use it as it looks like on the map.
How skewed is it in the northern hemisphere, Coach?
It's pretty bad depending on how far you're flying.
No, not at all bad. Why would you say that, bro?
Yeah,
dude. In the northern hemisphere, it's damn near identical.
It's not damn near.
All the longitudes and latitudes are damn near identical in the northern hemisphere.
That's not the
case. The equator.
So I'll give you two equations. One is the equation for the circumference of a circle, and that's the radius times 2 pi, which you know. So that means on the AE map, the distance from the North Pole that you are times 2 times pi times 69 nautical miles or 69 miles would give you that's what you would use to determine what that circle is, right? On the AE map. However, that's not the equation that you use on a sphere. You use cosine times the latitude.
So the distance is the distance. Okay, they don't have the whole equator mapped out. You know they don't have the equator mapped out.
It doesn't matter. Regardless, those are two different equations. And if you notice that,
you know how very little land there is under the equator besides Africa, almost fucking none. I'm just saying they don't have the equator even mapped out. So you act like you know the distance of the equator. That's all based on globe mathematics. Okay, the point is the distance is the distance. Okay, you can map it out to whatever you want. The differences aren't enough. They're not separated by enough in the northern hemisphere between the globe and the AE map. It's where they start deviating beyond the equator where they would be noticeable, obvious, past like 30 degrees, 60 degrees where it'd be obvious. But in the northern hemisphere, there's not much of a difference, bro. I know you're saying in the circle, but the circle is the size that the map dictates.
The difference between those two circles, the equator that you just brought up, is about 15,000 miles on both maps. Like if you use that math I just gave you to determine how big the equator is on the AE map, it'd be about 40,000 miles, which is about 15,000 miles bigger than what it actually is. So yeah, they're big differences, even in the north.
But what's a straight line distance, Kosho, between the North Pole and the equator?
6,200 miles.
What's the difference between the AE map and the globe?
It's exactly the same.
No, exactly. Okay, so you can't have that big a difference in the in these flights when it's the same damn distance from the center until you get south the equator.
You actually can.
No, not if
The same
if
reason I
you're
told
taking
you.
the long way, bro. But do they fly in circles, bro?
What are you asking? The point is the
Why
80
can't a
Mac.
plane follow the sun if they know where all these latitude lines are?
Okay,
Follow
I
the
can't.
sun.
I'm gonna make something real quick and show it to you. But you're asking like a random question. I don't even know where this is coming from. The sun. Just give me a second.
God, they act like their excuses are so just perfect, man. They got so many excuses, dude. They don't hear themselves giving excuses. But then when we give reasons, then they're excuses. It's like, dude, your model's got reasons or excuses. But the only difference is you don't notice your excuses because you call them reasons. And it's this vice versa, what we say with y'all. It just sounds like y'all are making excuses. Like with the Southern Hemisphere, like why are they literally laying twice the cable? This
Brian,
equipment is perfectly capable of going straight across. Okay.
Brian, can you
But
hear me?
instead they cut north. It's insane, dude.
Brian, can you hear me? Hello?
Hey, Brian, can you hear
Yeah.
Godric?
Yeah, I hear Godric, man. Thanks for cutting me off to ask if I could hear you, Godric.
Hey,
But yeah, I can't hear you though.
Look at the post that Kosha posted about the globe versus flat Earth. I want to walk you through that. Can I?
That's hilarious, dude. I mean, I've seen this a million times. The point is they don't even
Hang on,
have
no, let me walk
they
you
don't have
through
the
it.
equator mapped
Hang on.
out except for the
Hang on.
few
Let
thousand
me walk you
miles in
through it.
linear distance that goes over Africa and
Let
over
me walk you
South
through it,
America.
okay?
Sure.
It's saying Sydney to LA takes 14.25 hours, right? Just bear with me. Do you follow me so far? It's the left side, on the left side.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, bro.
Okay, so here's the thing. They fly that route, a scenic route. They even show a bend in the flight path. So what would take 14.25 hours in the bendy scenic route would only take about 10 hours if it was a beeline straight line. This is what I'm saying. We have to also check the path they're flying. So the 14.25 hours is a farce because they're not flying a direct line from Sydney to LA. You follow me so far?
Right.
Now from LA to Santiago, it says 11 hours. Right. Well, guess what? That's also a bendy scenic route. So really, it would only take 8 hours to fly that route. Okay. So what we're looking at is this bendy scenic route on the ball will take about 18 hours. Right now, they claim that they're doing Sydney to Santiago in 13.22 hours. Okay. Now, 13.22 hours to 18 hours is you only have to make up 5 hours. Okay. So if you are on a flat Earth on the map on the right, it's really easy to make up 8 hours just by flying 30% faster. So if you go 13 hours plus 30% is basically 18 hours. Just do the math and check my math. So that's not even hard to do. So your coach is thinking that you have to take 14 hours from Sydney to LA. You have to take 11 hours, but you don't, because we don't know that's a direct flight. We don't know that's a direct route, like a beeline route. I'm telling you, all these flights are scenic routes to fake a globe Earth. So when they need to fly direct faster, they're gonna change the route and do a direct flight, a direct route. That's what I'm saying. So really, you only have to have 30% speed to get across the flat plane from on the right diagram from Sydney to Santiago. It's wouldn't even be hard to do, and you would just fly just on the outskirts of America.
Yeah, like Mexico. Yeah, just offshore, basically.
But you know what? I just thought about something. What if they fly high over the continent so you can't see them? Have anybody ever thought that?
That's a good point, man.
Raise your height so you can't see the continents. Like there's enough like clouds and air in between.
Well, isn't that the reason why they said that they canceled the Concorde, because it was so high you could actually see farther than they wanted you to? I mean, that's what I've heard people have said. The reason why they canceled the Concorde.
They can't, you said?
No, I've heard the criticism that the reason they canceled the Concorde because of how high it flew, because you could actually see what was moving. So, I mean, I think that just depends on the cloud cover that you have, right?
That could be a thing. It could just fly over the continent so you can't really see the continent below.
Because I don't think you'd be able to see. I mean, 35,000 feet. I don't think you'd be able to see anything that would be like, oh, giving it away, because it would still be technically, the Earth would be so big as a ball that you would still be looking over.
I don't know, but I just thought about something. If you looked at the Earth, from a far distance, I think it would just look like a white cloud. I don't think you'll be able to see oceans or continents. So obviously, I think that the ISS pictures showing beautiful colored ocean are bullshit, right? But if you were that high, I think it would just be you just see a white cloud. You won't see it because of all the atmos. So I think you could be flying higher over, like in the middle of the flight, for example. You could be going right over, let's say, California. But if you were high enough, you couldn't see it. You couldn't see California, because I've had a lot of flights where I can't see nothing but clouds beneath me. So
yeah, if it was cloudy, but we could refer to my questions. They all said that the horizons don't fade to darkness evenly. Now just look at the ISS; it shows the whole horizon fading equally. They'd have to, or not on a globe, But they give me reality answers. So in reality, no. We know that the horizon doesn't fade evenly, but when they show us the ISS shit, they show the whole horizon off in the distance fade equally.
That's true, man. Hey, I made this, Brian. This is a comparison of the northern hemisphere. You probably don't care very much, but for the AE map in the globe, based on the latitude, these are the differences you'd expect. And you're right, when you're closer to in the Arctic, I guess they're pretty similar. Only about about 100 miles different at 70 degrees north. But if you go any further south than that, you can see that they start getting pretty different. 1,000 miles, 2,000, up until about 15,000 at the equator. So the northern hemisphere is also there's a huge difference. Is what I'm saying. In the northern hemisphere,
I'd say that the north-south distances are pretty much based on whatever. The latitudes are based on the positions of the heavens and shit like that. So if you base them, here's let me break it down and skip all the bullshit.
Wait, hold on, Brian. Hold on. I'm sorry. Just what you said, I was thinking, okay, so if they map according to the sky, you're not going to have that fucking trouble with the south splaying out. If you look at the AE map and then you do longitude lines, yeah, they diverge greatly past the equator. But if you map everything according to the sky, it's not going to do that.
Can you elaborate a little bit? I'm just curious.
I don't know how to elaborate without repeating myself, but what you're saying, Kosho, right? If you do the AE map and your longitudes are relatively narrow, and then once you get to the equator, it's going to splay out, and then the distances, technically, if you quote unquote map it out on the ground, the ocean, those distances aren't going to match up because they're not going to come back. Right, because the equator spread, it's spreading out, gets to the equator, and then at the equator, it starts to go back towards itself, according to your model, toward the South Pole. But, like Brian just said, when they use celestial navigation, the sky doesn't do that. But the sky always, like, if I move 500-600 miles across the surface of the Earth, and I'm still looking at the sky doesn't splay out wide like that. It stays uniform in all the same positions. So in my opinion, again, we have another reason to say that the globe is just a superimposition of what the sky does.
Okay.
I don't know how to make it any clearer than that.
No, I understand. I just say this because I have some familiarity with the almanac and the celestial sphere or whatever, but if you were to use that instead of using like what it looks like in the sky, but use like the almanac and the positions for the locations of the stars and all that kind of stuff, it matches. It does. It basically, in my opinion, it does describe exactly how you said the globe would be doing. Like the longitude lines, at least the points, the longitude lines that would be in the sky, I guess, they do match the behavior that you would expect it to on a globe. Like they narrow both north and south. But it's easy to say that.
So you're saying that you can map the sky longitudinally?
Oh yeah, because like what Brian said a second ago, that the celestial sphere matches longitude, or latitude lines, but not longitude lines. The celestial sphere actually matches both. There's a point for every star in the sky, every point in the celestial sphere. There's a point there that correlates directly to the point on the Earth in the same sort of longitude latitude way.
Yeah, but I think that's exactly what we say is the reverse engineering. Again, I mean, look, yeah, if you're on a boat and you're looking at the sky, and you map where you are according to the sky, then all you have to do then is correlate your position on the ground. I don't think that what you've said negates the fact that we're trying to argue that everything that we understand about our world has been based on the sky.
Plus, you got to admit, dude, when you're going north and south, I know it's shorter by distance, but it just seems like you get there faster anyway, according to the distances and all that, man. I mean, it just seems faster to go north or south than it does to go east or west. Like, it just feels like it takes forever, dude, for me to get.
Can you describe?
What?
Do you mean like if you were traveling the same distance supposedly? Like if you're traveling 200 miles north versus 200 miles west? Is that what you mean?
If I was Travis, I'd probably blow a gasket. I was the last couple times I went driving on routes, in the last month even. I was like trying to map shit. And I'm trying to pay attention to my compass, but dude, the roads are all fucking bullshit turning. I'm looking around me. I'm like, why are they fucking just turning? It's like, can you give me one fucking straight shot so I can peg a cloud and see exactly how far away it is,
That's why I like I-35.
I just drove like 400 miles and I can't get one 30 mile, much less a 10-mile straight shot to measure the cloud distance and shit. And it was frustrating, dude. And I'm assuming it's like that everywhere, pretty much.
You got to get out. You got to get out in the Midwest, man.
Is it straight shots?
Yeah, man.
Well, do this, Travis.
Stretches.
Do this, Travis. Pick a cloud that on a day that ain't too windy, a good cumulus cloud. These ain't got to be exact measurements, but mark a cloud that's like right above a tree line, let's say, in the distance. You know, just not right dead on the ground. You get hard to separate them, but just one just a little bit above the horizon, like equivalent above the tree line, and measure the mileage that it would get. Just see how many miles it takes for you to get underneath that cloud, and do that for me in just approximations. Do that a few times. Give you something to do too. Anyway.
Wait, how far away can you? Because I just missed one part of what you said. How are you deciding which cloud you're doing this with? You're saying a cloud that's.
Well, I said don't do one
away.
directly on the horizon, barely above the horizon, where you could distinguish them a little bit. On a day where you could distinguish them a little bit, you have clumps of clouds, and you can never tell directly on the horizon.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be accurate enough.
No, I don't either.
Even still, you understand that you're going to be
that
expecting.
clouds move.
That's true too.
What?
You know that clouds move, right? You know that clouds move.
Yeah,
I do, man. That's what I said.
They move at different speeds, and you don't know how fast they're going.
This is all approximations, bro. All approximations.
Well, depending how low it
don't
is. Don't
give me excuses before I've even fucking did it, bro. I'm just saying.
Well, I'll give you the excuses. I don't think that's going to be accurate enough. It's not going to. It'll be a wasted venture.
You wouldn't do it for me anyway, just for the hell of it.
Well, okay. Look, if I had the time, but when I said the Midwest, I
the time comes out when you're on the road.
No. Listen, huh? What?
You said the time. I'm talking about when you're on the road, just twiddling your thumbs. Shit.
Well, no. What I'm saying is most of my routes right now are in Pennsylvania and whatnot, so the straight lines aren't the same as what you're going to get in the Midwest. So I'm not driving through the Midwest. Howard would be your guide for that one.
Yeah, I'll ask Howard. But anyway, well, if you do ever get a straight shot,
I mean, if it comes to mind,
remember.
Yeah, if it comes to mind, I'll try to do it. But
I did it here in the city, man, and they were a little bit above the tree line.
Yeah, but do you understand?
I thought it was going to be way far, but dude, it was like 11.
You understand how far you'd be expecting to drive though? To something that was close to the horizon is going to be close to a couple hundred miles.
That's what it's got to be on a globe, bro. That's horse shit.
And it's not just on a globe. That's how far you if you imagine if you were that high, like in a plane. You imagine being in a plane. How far do you expect to see? It doesn't matter if you're on a globe or on a flat plane. You know, if you're up as high as where the clouds are, the distance that you would expect to be able to see should be about the same distance you would expect to be able to see a cloud from the surface.
Bro, the point is it varies, okay? It varies on the day. Some days I look like I'm in a small dome, and then some days it looks like the clouds just go on forever off in the distance. It varies. And this is the point I'm trying to prove, is that, we can't go by these long distance, even with clouds, but it's never going to match the globe, Trig. I don't think.
I'm saying
I'm trying to prove its perspective, man. And so if it doesn't match the globe trig, it's certainly not going to match the flat earth trig. And,
but I know, but I mean, even without math involved, I mean, when you're about as high as the clouds, when you can see as far as you can see, wouldn't you expect that distance to be about the same distance as you would be able to, as you would need to be able to see that cloud from the surface?
Bro, according to the globe, a lightning strike in between me and Jose, and they say that the storm clouds are even higher than the regular. Let's be conservative and just say a couple miles high. Okay, when they say the storm clouds are like up to 5 miles high or whatever, but me and Jose should see that. It should be in between us. Bro, the biggest lightning strike off in the distance toward Jose. It's sunny and there ain't even no fucking clouds. The trig, it's obviously perspective, dude. When you're talking distances like that, the clouds don't match the trig, not even close. much less on a flat Earth. But it's just perspective, man.
I ran out of beer, man. I might have to drink some of my girlfriend's tequila. But I'll be right back.
I just thought the reason why Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the Earth is chubbier on the below the equator, like a pear. They have to explain those longer distances, which are latitude and longitude lines in the southern hemisphere.
What you mean?
He's referring to Neil deGrasse Tyson describing the shape of the Earth as a chubby pear.
Yeah, he's exactly right. He's exactly right, because when they've only done a couple surveys, like the English or whatever. They supposedly did India or whatever, but they went, like, a few different teams went down to different places in the equator and south of the equator, and they came back saying it's bigger, down there, because it didn't match the fucking globe. And then even it ain't, and I could back you up, bro. Even I'm gonna post a quick video. It's a 3-minute video with 2 old military documents saying that, blatantly saying the Earth's pear-shaped. One of them showing a pear as an animation for the Earth. They said, we got satellites up now. And since we've got satellites up, it's like a 19...
Yeah, I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah, so I put 3 of them in the same thing. And then when we're talking any flat Earth, it's just like a little chubbier, just water's thicker or some shit. No, they literally show a fucking pear as an animation for the Earth.
Brian, don't you have a video about that? Don't you have a video about that?
I'm gonna post it.
Yeah, I didn't get what Godric or where Godric was going though. Anyways, so yeah, I know we got different equatorial circumference than the polar circumference, right? But where are we going with that?
I'm gonna show you. Watch this 2-minute video.
So he's trying to say that if you look at the AE map, it's going to exceed the longitude distances once you get past the equator. So it's wider past the equator. So he's saying that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson is describing the Earth below the equator as getting wider and fatter, chubbier, like a pear. He's trying to make up for the fact that it actually does appear to be more like the AE map. And if the Earth is a sphere, it wouldn't do that. So then the Earth has to be a little bit chubbier at the below the equator.
No, that's not match the AE map.
Yeah, they literally show an animation of an Earth that looks a lot like a pear. And if the measurement showed that, they'd have to come up with a fucking bullshit excuse. So, like I said, it ain't just 1 or 2. It's our astrophysicists, it's our military showing us of a pear-shaped Earth, and that ain't just the water or something. That's they say how they found out with satellites. Since we've put up satellites, we've discovered the Earth is not round. It's not round. It's pear-shaped.
So Brian, what would you say if someone comes with an argument and says, yeah, like the difference in the equatorial and polar circumference would only be like 1 in a 300th or so that even with
I'd refer them to the military, and I'd refer them to the animation.
That would have matched what we see in reality. So I'm saying that
because
the
satellites wouldn't see a pear, if it was perfectly round almost, because the distances they're given is rounder than a cue ball supposedly. So the satellites wouldn't have seen a pear the way they describe.
Sure.
The first people. This is before the flat Earth argument. This is when they're just and then they realized that, hey, it's bigger around. In other words, these orbits or whatever you want to call them down here are longer. So they had to say it's pear-shaped. They couldn't keep a ball, obviously, if it's longer. But then they slowly weeded that out. But people slipping, saying, yeah, there's pear-shaped. It's chubbier down there. Chubbier means it's a bigger circumference. That ain't got nothing to do with the equatorial and the elliptical. That's fucking bigger orbit down there. Then they say that, I found out that there's an anomaly in every southern continent. I thought it was first just the South Atlantic anomaly along the entire coast of South America, where they say the Van Allen dip down lower, and it gives them false readings, so they have to link to other satellites. So every person who has satellite controls is tied into a main computer, so if that happens, they can get the right distances. So all they do is claim there's an who's kind of new to this channel, who was doing I forgot what it was, but he was talking about the anomaly